Dominating Sword Immortal Chapter 77 to Chapter 142. Turning around, Yuan Xueme said to Lin Xiaoxue, "Now, take everyone and go deeper into the cave." "Alright." Xiaoxue also knew the importance of the spirit fountain, but she did not have the slightest intention of taking it. With the Ling family's power, there was no way they could take a spirit fountain, even if it was the smallest one. If she thought about it, it would only lead to death. Yi Chen, Wang Feng, and Yuan Xueme took the lead, while the other two sect disciples brought up the rear. The group of more than 50 people headed deeper into the forest. Chi swords shot out, and before the swarm of killer bees could even get close, they were sliced in half in the air, and scattered down like rain. Yuan Xueme praised, "Brother Yi, your cultivation technique should be pure Junjin Qi, right? I've seen a disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School use it before, but that person could only emit Qi aura, and couldn't reach the level of condensing Qi into a sword. I wonder what level Brother Yi has cultivated it to." Yi Chen said, "I'm not talented, but I recently broke through to the 7th layer." "Oh." Yuan Xueme and Wang Feng both looked surprised. It was not that easy to train a top-rank mortal realm art to the highest level. Normally, if a person could train a top-rank mortal realm art to the 5th level within 2 years, he would be considered as a genius, and reaching the 6th level would be considered as a genius, and reaching the 7th level would be extremely rare. The deeper they went, the more demonic beasts there were. He had just killed a group of killer bees when 3 more green armored lizards rushed out. Dripping water pierces stone. As an inner disciple of the River Martial School, and a mid-condensing reality realm martial artist, Yuan Xueme was naturally not weak. A thin sword appeared in her hand, she slightly shook her wrist, and 3 thin sword lights shot out. Although they were very fast, they looked very slow. Poochie! 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 The 3 green armored lizards didn't have time to launch an attack. A sword hole appeared on each of their foreheads. They whimpered and fell to the ground. Great sword art. The River Martial School's water drop sword spell is indeed worthy of its reputation. Wang Feng's cold voice came out, with a rare compliment. Yuan Xueme replied modestly, "I've let the 2 of you see a joke." After walking for another kilometer, the group finally arrived at the center of the basin. The Yuan Qi here was more than twice as dense as outside. The thin mist of Yuan Qi was moist, as if it was going to liquefy into Yuan Qi rain. Unfortunately, because of the impact of the Yuan Qi light pillar, the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth was chaotic and violent, and could not be guided into the body normally. Forcefully guiding it would only make one's Yuan Qi unstable, which was not worth it. Otherwise, it would be an excellent place to cultivate. Looking at the scale of the Yuan Qi light pillar, Yuan Xueme shook her head, "So it's a fake spiritual vein." "Fake spiritual vein? How can you tell?" Yi Chen didn't quite understand. Wang Feng, who was standing on the side, opened his mouth and said, "A fake spirit vein is a spirit vein that hasn't fully formed yet. There can't be spirit stones inside. Even if there are only a few of them, and the quality is far inferior to normal spirit stones. They can only be counted as low-quality spirit stones. However, for some small or medium-sized clans, it is already very good. As for how to tell, it's very simple. Look at the color of the center of the Yuan Qi light pillar. If it's white with yellow, it means it's a small spirit vein. If it's white with orange, it means it's a medium spirit vein. If it's white with red, it means it's a large spirit vein. According to the legends, there's a white with purple top-rank spirit vein, but I don't know if it's true or not." Yuan Xueme was very knowledgeable. Hearing this, she said, "There is indeed a top-rank spirit vein. 300 years ago, Su King found a small top-rank spirit vein from the bottom of the sea. It was more than 300 miles long, and the widest part was more than 50 miles. He used his peerless power to pull it out from the bottom of the sea, and brought it back to his clan's gate. It made Yuan Qi rain all year round, and the training speed was 100 times faster than the outside world. 300 years. Pulling out a top-rank spirit vein. Yuan Qi rain, Yi Chen secretly clicked his tongue. Although he knew that life and death realm warriors could reverse life and death, and could live for more than 1,000 years, and all of them were extremely powerful, when it was confirmed, he was still very shocked. At the same time, he felt bitter for his lack of imagination. The Yuan-Chi light beam lasted for a quarter of an hour before it started to weaken. The huge amount of Yuan-Chi was like a fountain, spreading out in all directions, nourishing the plants. At this moment, everyone finally understood why the plants in the basin were so abundant. Most of it was because the fake spirit vein would explode every once in a while, nourishing the plants. Seeing that the plants in the center of the basin were even more abundant and precious, Xianxia couldn't help but smile. She ordered the herb collecting team members, "Hurry, let's get moving. Guards, help out as well. Be careful." Yes. Even without Xianxia's order, the herb collecting team members' eyes had already turned red. They had never seen so many plants in their lives, and they were as abundant as grass. Yichen smiled. Even he was very interested in the plants here. However, since he had accepted the mission, he would not do anything that was against the mission. Of course, there were so many plants here, so it was okay for him to pick some, since there were so many of them. Shoo! 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 No one knew when, but 3 men in black appeared outside of the basin. "The Yuan-Chi light beam has weakened, let's go and check it out." "Wait, there are a lot of footprints around, there are quite a lot of people." One of the men in black looked around, trying to stop his partner from acting recklessly. The bad-tempered man in black kicked away a startled wild boar and said angrily, "Fuck. Who dares to get in front of us? It should be the herb collecting team from the nearby cities. Look, all the plants around here have been picked up. They are very experienced. There shouldn't be any powerful warriors in the herb collecting team, so we don't have to worry about them." The 3 of them talked for a while, then walked towards the deeper part of the basin along with the bushes that had been pushed aside. Their speed was neither slow nor slow, and they always kept the same pace. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the center of the basin. It really is the herb collecting team. Didn't they see the Yuan-Chi light beam? That's impossible. That light beam can be seen from tens of miles away. Could it be a fake spirit vein? Damn, we came for nothing. What do you mean by nothing? Didn't you see that girl? She is quite pretty. We have stayed in the Ghost Corpse Mountain for many years, and we have never been close to women. Now that we have finally become low-level ghost guards, we are qualified to leave the mountain and try our luck. How could we let go of this opportunity? Hee hee. The 3 of them looked at each other with a strange look on their faces. Shoo! Suddenly, a chi sword flew over from 100 steps away, as fast as a bird. "You are looking for death." The bad-tempered man in black did not retreat, and threw a punch right at the chi sword. Boom! The chi sword exploded, and the sound alerted the people nearby. "You 3, this is not a place for you to stay, leave now." Yi Chen, Yuan Xueme, and Wang Feng walked over, coldly staring at the 3 men in black. The 3 men in black were good at hiding their auras, but how could they hide from Yi Chen, who had a powerful soul power? They were discovered by him the moment they appeared. The leading man in black had a scrawny face, and a pair of narrow and shiny eyes, which contained all kinds of insidious and cunning. He chuckled and said, "It has always been others avoiding us, not us. Brat, you seem to be a disciple of a martial institution. Put down your storage ring and cut off one of your arms. Only then will you have a chance to live. Did you attack me just now? If you cut off one of your arms, I will spare your life. But your female partner will have to stay. A female condensing reality realm warrior should be fun to play with." The man in black with a hideous face looked extremely hideous. "My 2 fellow disciples might not be nice, but this is the only way for you to live. Anyone who resists will die." The man in black, who seemed to be the calmest of the group, also spoke. On the other side, Xianxia and the others had all stopped picking herbs. Their faces were pale. Where did these 3 people come from? They did not look like living people. Their bodies were emitting an extremely evil and horrifying aura, just like demons. "Miss, these 3 are not kind people. I am afraid they are in danger." The captain of the guard team was also a mid-condensing reality realm warrior. His eyesight was 10 times better than Xianxia and the rest of the guards. With just a glance, he could tell that these men in black were more powerful than him. Especially the calmest man in black, he seemed to be at the late condensing reality realm. His Xianxia was filled with a strong evil and corrosive qi. Ling Xiaoshui raised her hand, let's wait and see. There were 6 condensing reality realm warriors in the guard team, plus 5 martial disciples. There were 11 condensing reality realm warriors in total. The leader and vice leader of the guard team were both at the mid-condensing reality realm. Wang Feng, Yuan Xueme, and the other 2 martial disciples were also at the mid-condensing reality realm. So, there were 4 mid-condensing reality realm warriors on their side. Obviously, they were more powerful than the men in black. If even the martial disciples could not handle the situation, then they would have to attack together. Ha 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 ha, Wang Feng, who had been silent all this time, laughed out loud, interesting, interesting. I have never seen such an arrogant person. Yi Chen, Yuan Xueme, each pick an opponent. But leave the most powerful one to me. I would like to see if his words about those who resists will die will come true. Yi Chen smiled, alright, I will take care of the one who looks like a withered tree. Leave the last one to me. Since he wants to play with women, I will let him know how scary women can be. Yuan Xueme was calm and collected, but her calm tone contained a dense killing intent. Hee hee. Everyone says that sect disciples are incomparably arrogant, and it seems to be true. Kill. The ferocious-looking black-robed man stomped on the ground and punched out, enveloping the 3 of them in his fist energy. He was arrogant and ferocious. Your opponent is me. Yuan Xueme's hand shook, and the snow-silver thin sword burst out a sky-covering sword light, colliding with the opponent's fist energy. Bang 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 bang, the sound of air explosions rang out incessantly, and the 2 of them quickly moved to another place. Clang, Wang Feng unsheathed his saber and locked onto the aura of the leading man in black. Die. The saber light was like snow, and the saber energy was like a gale. The wind and snow intertwined, making it difficult for the human eye to look directly at them. Wang Feng immediately used the Northern Snow Martial Academy's unique martial art, the Blizzard Sword Art. Compared to Yi Tang, his Blizzard Sword Art was much colder and more violent. Once he used it, the whole world seemed to have disappeared. Only the snow-like sword light could be seen. Corpse King Fist. Explode. The leading man in black was expressionless. Facing the incoming saber light, he directly threw out a punch. The saber light was shattered, and the blizzard disappeared. The man in black was neither happy nor angry, he threw out another punch. Great! Unyielding snow frost. Wang Feng held his saber with both of his hands, and threw out a crazy attack. The icy cold saber light condensed on the edge of the saber, and sliced through the air with the power of the blizzard. A white light flashed, and Wang Feng's attack missed. The man in black's right hand was on the back of the saber, and his left hand formed a fist and threw out another attack. Bang! Wang Feng, who had collided head-on with the man in black, was pushed back 10 steps, and his body seemed to be staggering. Yi Chen frowned, this man in black is not easy to deal with. But Wang Feng is one of the most powerful inner disciples in the Northern Snow Martial Academy, he should have some special skills. It is still too early to tell who will win. Little brat, looking around is a big taboo for warriors. Die. The evil man in black shook his body, and turned into a few beams of black light, attacking Yi Chen from different directions. 10 Ghost Shadow Flash. The black light split open, and then doubled in size, turning into 8 of them. It was like a demon dancing in the sky, and the ghostly shadows were everywhere. Anyone would faint just by looking at it. An almost inaudible air-piercing sound came into his ears, but Yi Chen was not surprised at all. He leaned back, and disappeared without a trace. Crack, a crack appeared on the ground, and the evil man in black looked surprised. His 10 Ghost Shadow Flash was always successful, even late condensing reality realm warriors would be confused by it, and killed easily. But he had never met a condensing reality realm warrior who had a better movement art than him. What the hell? The evil man in black realized that Yi Chen was not easy to deal with, so he performed his 10 Ghost Shadow Flash again. But unlike before, this time, the black light was covered with a layer of grayish-white qi. Wherever it went, the flowers and trees withered, the ground cracked, and a faint burnt smell spread out. Shoo, the surface of his Xianxia was showing signs of being corroded. Yi Chen did not dare to be careless. He activated his pure Jun Jin Qi special protective qi. Countless sharp qi flows combined together, killing the grayish-white qi. Break for me. The black light merged together, and the evil man in black appeared behind Yi Chen. His right claw, which was surrounded by the grayish-white qi, grabbed towards Yi Chen. The next moment, the air exploded violently, and a huge hole was created in the protective qi layer, which almost hurt Yi Chen. Of course, the man in black was not in a good condition either. His palms were pierced by the qi layer, leaving many tiny wounds on them. Blood was oozing out of the wounds, as if he had been stung by a hornet. I am so angry. The man in black cursed. The other two were doing very well, and he was the only one who was suffering. But it seemed that this brat in front of him was only at the early condensing reality realm. Without touching the ground, Yi Chen lightly stepped on a herb. Jin Qi has a corrosive effect. I guess you are not supposed to show your identity. So what? The ghost corpse Jin Qi has not shown its true power yet. You are dead. I am going to turn you into a bronze-armored corpse. The evil man in black threw out a palm attack, and a huge amount of grayish-white Jin Qi swept out, rushing towards Yi Chen's position like a flood. The ground cracked and burned. The herbs were burned into ashes. Wherever the grayish-white Jin Qi went, nothing could survive, and a black path was created. Yi Chen sneered, you really think I cannot kill you? His whole body was filled with Jin Qi, and Yi Chen's aura kept increasing. Eventually, he jumped out of the ground and rushed into the sky above the red blood forest. At the same time, he slowly threw out a punch, as if he was pulling 10 horses. It was extremely strenuous. Tyrant Fist, the first movement, Tyrant's Rampage. Deciding to end the battle quickly, Yi Chen did not hold back anymore. He directly performed the low-rank Earthrealm fist art that he had recently mastered, the Tyrant Fist. Chin, as he threw out a punch, the fist power squeezed the air in front of him, making a loud noise. After the corpse ghost genuine qi resisted it for a while, it flowed backward at an even faster speed. Not only that, the corpse ghost genuine qi was compressed from a few meters thick to half a meter in diameter under the power of the Tyrant Fist. It looked like a grayish-white pillar of light. How is this possible? He infused all of my ghost corpse Jin Qi into his fist power. The man in black opened his eyes wide. His pupils were filled with fear and desperation. Before he could do anything, he was pierced through by the gray light beam. Whoosh, the two halves of the black-clothed man's body began to burn and turn into ashes. Brother Tian. The man in black who was fighting with Wang Feng could not believe his eyes. Although Tian was not as powerful as him, his fighting power was not to be underestimated. Even he would need hundreds of attacks to defeat him. Plus, there were many condensing reality realm warriors in the Ghost Corpse Mountain, and only the most elite disciples could become low-level ghost guards. He thought that with their power, they would be able to compete with the disciples from the martial institutions, and that these small fries in front of him would be easy to kill. But now, reality had slapped him in the face. He was completely stunned. Wang Feng had been suppressed by the man in black. Seeing that the man in black was in a daze, he knew that this was the only chance he had. He threw out a blade attack, and a bone-chilling blade power swept across the area. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the leader was a late condensing reality realm warrior after all. As soon as he sensed the incoming blade power, he immediately activated his Jin Qi and created a grayish-white circle of light, blocking the incoming ice-cold and explosive blade power. Corpse King Fist. Die. With bloodshot eyes, the man in black threw out a punch. Wang Feng had already experienced the Corpse King Fist from the man in black. It was extremely powerful and had a corrosive effect, which could destroy Jin Qi. He did not dare to take it head-on. His feet touched the ground and flew backward. At the same time, the colorful snow blade in his hand did not stop. He threw out 13 blade lights. The man in black did not look at the result. He bent down and punched the ground. Hell Locust Wave. The ground within a radius of 10 meters started to shake. The next second, a 5-meter thick gray mushroom-shaped air burst out and swallowed Wang Feng. Yi Chen frowned and was about to help. However, it was no longer necessary. Wang Feng, who was holding the colorful snow blade, cut open the air barrier and stepped out. He slashed down from the sky, followed by a second slash, a third, a fourth. He slashed out 38 times in a row. Each slash stacked on top of each other, forming a huge astral saber. The astral saber extracted all the air in front of it, forming a vacuum without any resistance. This caused the speed of the slashes to increase by more than 3 times. Like a sudden clap of thunder, the astral saber struck where the black-clothed man was. Kacha, a deep scar appeared on the ground, and the flowers and trees nearby fell. Yichen looked very serious. What a horrifying attack. Under this kind of attack, even if his pure jade body-boosting spell had reached the peak of the 3rd level, he still wouldn't be able to block it. Only by reaching the 4th level would he be able to block it. Facing this attack, the only thing he could do was to not get hit. The inner disciples from the North Snow Martial Academy were indeed not easy to deal with. Their fighting abilities were not any weaker than the Emerald Martial Palace's disciples. In some sense, they might even be stronger. The black-cloaked man's body was completely destroyed. The astral saber was way too fast, and the black-cloaked man was not as fast as the one killed by Yi Chen. Puking out a mouthful of blood, Wang Feng's face turned pale. He knelt down on one knee. Stopping Yi Chen from coming over, Wang Feng said, "I am fine." This is the side effect of forcefully performing the vacuum killing blade. My qi and blood are flowing backwards. You should go check on Yuan Xueme. Vacuum killing blade, what a powerful name. Yi Chen nodded and walked to the other place where the battle was taking place. Spring rain. In the thick grass, Yuan Xueme's feet did not touch the ground. She looked like she was weightless. The thin silver sword in her hand was shaking at an extremely fast speed. It was so fast that it was almost impossible to see it with naked eyes. Only beams of sword light could be seen flying out, like a light rain in the spring. Chi. The grass under the black-cloaked man's feet was full of holes, as if he had just experienced a locust disaster. He had to put up a defensive layer to block the continuous sword lights. Summer rain. Seeing that the black-cloaked man had blocked the first wave of sword lights, Yuan Xueme looked normal. The sword aura in her hand changed from gentle to violent and impatient. Impossible. How could I be suppressed? Being under the cover of the sword lights, the black-cloaked man knew better than anyone else how horrifying the sword lights were. If it was just a spring rain before, then it was a summer storm now. It kept pouring down, washing his defensive layer. Autumn rain and thunder. Without giving the black-cloaked man any chance, Yuan Xueme's sword aura changed again. The sword lights contained the poetic perspective of thunder and lightning. It was like a thunderstorm in the autumn, stunning and desolate. Crack, the defensive layer cracked open. The black-cloaked man screamed in fear, "I give up. I will leave right now. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Yi Chen shook his head. Compared to the previous two, this black-cloaked man looked so miserable, which did not match his face at all. However, this also reflected the complexity of people's hearts. No one's appearance could truly reveal their inner qualities. There were those who appeared forthright on the surface, but were dark on the inside. There were those who were refined, but were secretly licentious and shameless. There were also those who appeared to be sanctimonious, but were actually thieves and prostitutes. They were more hateful than the so-called villains. Yuan Xueme had already planned to kill him. How could she let this black-cloaked man go? The sword aura in her hand became even stronger. The violent thunder sword light almost drowned the black-cloaked man in it. Crack, 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 more and more cracks appeared on the black-cloaked man's defensive layer. Finally, it could not bear the attack anymore and collapsed. The black-cloaked man who had lost his defense was instantly pierced through by the sword light, turning into a hornet's nest. Phew! Yuan Xueme let out a mouthful of turbid air. Her body sank, and her feet landed on the ground. Her forehead was covered in sweat, reflecting a crystal-clear light. Yi Chen smiled and said, "The River Martial School's 4-season sword art is amazing. Unfortunately, I did not get to see the most powerful winter sword art. The 4-season sword art is an Earth-realm sword art. How could I learn it? This is only the 4 seasons rain sword art that was derived from the 4 seasons sword art. It is far from the real 4 seasons sword art. It is not even worth mentioning. On the other hand, Brother Ye's fist art is so earth-shattering. It can actually merge with the opponent's chi and attack back, killing them with only one attack. Yuan Shuemei looked at Yichen with a smile. Yichen shook his head and forced a smile. It was not easy to gain the upper hand with words from Yuan Shuemei. On the Ling family's side, everyone suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Their palms, which were holding their weapons, were full of sweat. They were ready to charge at any time. Although some of them would be injured or killed, they did not care about that. However, martial school disciples were indeed martial school disciples. Although they did not seem to have the upper hand on the surface, when they really fought with their lives on the line, they used all kinds of ace attacks and killed the 3 black-cloaked men. Compared to them, the fighting power of these people was miles behind. They did not even have the qualification to look at their backs. Alright, let's keep going. It's getting late, we have to get back before dusk. Lin Xiaxia said as she brushed the hair off her forehead. Miss, you are right. I do not dare to spend the night in the Red Blood Forest, I am afraid that I will not be able to see the sun tomorrow. Indeed, the night in the Red Blood Forest is 10 times scarier than the day. Hurry, everyone, hurry. Thinking about the horrors of the Red Blood Forest, everyone's expression changed, including the 6 condensing reality realm warriors in the team. Yuan Shuemei said to Yi Chen, we will have to rely on Brother Yi when we get back. I have just performed the Spring Rain Sword Art, the Summer Rain Sword Art and the Autumn Rain Sword Art in a row. My meridians have been damaged, I am afraid I can only use 70 to 80% of my power. She then looked at Wang Feng, who was sitting with his legs crossed, and continued, Wang Feng's vacuum-killing blade is very aggressive, his side effects are even worse than mine. Yichen nodded and said, don't worry, I am here. The first movement of the Tyrant Fist art was not weaker than the vacuum-killing blade art, and it had the same side effects. Fortunately, Yichen's body was extremely powerful, his chi power had already reached 15,000 pounds, which was the limit of his physical strength. In the future, it would be 10 times more difficult to increase his chi power, unless he reached the 4th or 5th stage of his pure jade body boosting spell. The man in black did not have a storage ring on him, but Yichen did not care. He found a clean place and sat down with his legs crossed. He took out a low-rank soul stone and started to recover his Jin Qi. Time passed quickly, and the sun was slowly setting. Although she was reluctant to leave, Lin Xiaxue still decided to leave the Red Blood Forest immediately. The journey back was not smooth, but the number of beasts had obviously decreased. Perhaps, the true horrors of the Red Blood Forest would only be revealed at night. The moment everyone walked out of the Red Blood Forest, the sky was completely dark. A waning moon hung high in the sky, lonely and bleak. Woo woo woo, vaguely, everyone could hear the sound of a woman crying in the depths of the forest. Their backs suddenly went numb, and they started sweating profusely. Luckily, we came out early. This Red Blood Forest is too scary. No one has ever been to the deepest part of it. I heard that at night, there will be ghosts in the forest. The vice-captain of the team wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. The others felt the same way. After exiting the forest, the rest of the journey was easy. In less than 2 hours, everyone returned to the bustling Blackrock City. Yichen stayed at the Ling residence for 1 night. The next morning, Yuan Shuemei and Wang Feng parted ways and returned to their respective sections. Time passed quickly for a martial artist. 1 month passed. During this period, Yichen was like the other inner court disciples. He spent 2 days cultivating, 3 days accepting tasks, and in the middle, he had to hurry and find his way. It might look boring, but it was not. Every time he went to a new place, Yichen would learn about the customs of that place. There were all kinds of quests, not all of them were fighting and killing. Occasionally, there would be a letter delivery mission. A week ago, Yichen had delivered a letter to the Windy Nation's great general Li Zhenghao, who had also rewarded him with a military crossbow, which could break the protective Jin Qi of a normal condensing reality realm warrior with 1 shot. On this day, Yichen had just returned from a 1-star gray rank mission. On the way up the mountain, some inner court disciples were not in a hurry to return to the floating cloud palace. Instead, they were walking slower and slower, discussing something important. Do you know what happened in the Emerald Martial Palace? What could happen in the Emerald Martial Palace? Don't tell me it was destroyed like the evil Earth Martial School. It's not possible. All of the top 5 martial institutions have some powerful martial artists. Even the powerful martial artist who destroyed the evil Earth Martial School would not dare to attack us. Not destroyed, but it has something to do with the young generation. Brother Fong, you like to keep us guessing again. What is it? Just say it. Young Master Emerald has reached the clasping Yuan realm. Although the voice was not loud, the inner court disciples who were walking up the mountain heard it clearly. What? Young Master Emerald has reached the clasping Yuan realm? Is it true? The first big hurdle for a martial artist is to break through from the condensing reality realm to the clasping Yuan realm. If you are not talented enough, you will not be able to make the breakthrough within 3 to 5 years. If you are not talented enough, you might be stuck at the peak of the late condensing reality realm for the rest of your life. That's right. This young Master Emerald had reached the peak of the late condensing reality realm a year ago. How did he make the breakthrough so quickly? Doesn't that make him the most powerful martial artist among the young generation in the Windy Nation? Young Master Duanmu and Young Master North Snow have already been surpassed by him. The inner court disciple called Brother Feng said, "This time, my mission is not far from the Emerald Martial Palace. I heard that the leader of the Emerald Martial Palace, Xianxia, will come out of his closed-door training and hold a celebration party for young Master Emerald. He has also invited all the top martial institutions." Wow, it seems to be true. This young Master Emerald is indeed talented. A few years ago, there were 3 young masters who could compete with him. Unfortunately, our second brother from the Sky Cloud Martial School was not strong enough and was surpassed by the other 3. Now, it is young Master North Snow and young Master Duanmu's turn. Hearing this news, Yichen was also very surprised. Although the peak of the late condensing reality realm was only 1 step away from the clasping Yuan realm, without great talent and perseverance, it would be very difficult to make the breakthrough. However, once a martial artist reached the clasping Yuan realm, he would be able to fly as fast as a bird in the sky. If he had enough Xianxia, he would be able to travel 10,000 miles in just 1 day. Every single move he made would have a destructive power. Killing a condensing reality realm martial artist would be as easy as killing a chicken or a monkey. In other words, if young Master Emerald wanted to kill young Master Duanmu and young Master North Snow, he would only need a few moves. But to kill young Master Cold Mountain from the Sky Cloud Martial School, he would only need 1 move. He would become the real #1 martial artist among the young generation of the Windy Nation, and no one would be able to compete with him. At this time, the disciple continued, "Besides this, the Emerald Martial Palace has gained another core disciple. I heard that her name is Ji Shuiyan. This girl is extremely talented. She reached the late condensing reality realm at the age of 16. After learning the Earth Realm martial arts of the Emerald Martial Palace, she defeated all the core disciples and became one of the best among the core disciples. Some people secretly called her, Young Master Emerald, Palm and Lu Wuxiang and Stone Man Sherpatian as the 4 kings of the Emerald Martial Palace's young generation. Ji Shuiyan, is she a disciple of the Ji family? I know her, she has the title of leaving no trace on the snow in the martial world. Her movement art is very good." Ji Shuiyan, hearing this, Yi Chen's expression didn't change much. However, it gave him a lot of pressure. He was still an early condensing reality realm martial artist. Although he could defeat geniuses with higher cultivation levels, he was not sure if he could defeat a late condensing reality realm martial artist, not to mention a late condensing reality realm martial artist. I have to improve my cultivation as soon as possible. Yi Chen thought to himself, then sped up his pace. The so-called peak of the early condensing reality realm and the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm were actually stuck at the breakthrough point, unable to break through. After 10 days of hard training, Yi Chen had finally reached the peak of the early condensing reality realm. He was only 1 step away from the mid-condensing reality realm. However, he did not want to be stuck at this point. Once he lost his motivation, he would have to waste another month or 2, he could not wait any longer. Break through with all your might. While enduring the pain in his meridians, Yi Chen operated his pure Junzhen Qi with all his might, continuously making a large circle. At the same time, he held a low-rank soul stone in each of his hands. In case he ran out of Zhen Qi, he could use the soul stones to break through. The vast and boundless night sky was dotted with stars, and a bright moon hung in the middle of it, shining brightly. A gentle breeze was blowing, the leaves on the treetops were rustling. After a moment of silence, with the courtyard as the center, the chi of heaven and earth within a radius of 1,000 feet suddenly began to move, like the changing of the wind and clouds, or the coming of a storm. Slowly, slowly, the chi of heaven and earth revolved and contracted around the entire courtyard, gradually sinking down, shaped like a giant funnel. The drastic change of the yuan chi caused a violent airflow. The gentle breeze suddenly turned into a hurricane, the sand and stones on the ground were flying everywhere. Eh? Someone is breaking through? Ever since he had been promoted to an inner disciple, Yichen had moved to an inner disciple's yard on the mountainside, where all the other inner disciples with the same status lived. The distance between them was less than 10 feet, of course, this kind of change could not be hidden from the others. The yuan chi funnel became smaller and smaller. At last, it drilled into the house, shattering the roof. On the bed, Yichen's face was alternating between red and white, streams of sharp chi were moving around his body, and from time to time, he lost control and shot thousands of holes into the furniture. Success or failure, it all depends on this break. Suddenly, Yichen's face turned ferocious. He did not care about the side effects of his weak Shen Qi. He sucked in a huge amount of natural yuan qi into his body, giving people the illusion that he was a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Pop, almost at the same time, a ball of transparent qi spread out, all the furniture and windows were shattered, a few big cracks appeared on the wall, and the cracks spread out like a creeper. After dispersing the excess heaven and earth yuan qi, Yichen felt the tearing pain lessen a lot, and the real qi whirlpool in his dantian showed faint signs of strengthening. This was a crucial moment to test one's willpower and talent. Those who did not have enough willpower would likely lose their drive and fall short of success, stopping at the peak of the early stage. Those who did not have enough talent would have a great force suppressing their realm. No matter how arrogant they were, they would not be able to take another step forward. Yichen had perseverance, and he didn't lack talent either. What he lacked now was to take that step. Xinqi Great Circulatory Cycle 180 times, 220 laps, 250 rounds, Yichen had surpassed his previous limit. His Xinqi cycle had reached an astonishing 250 revolutions, 10 more than the previous record. This was not the end. Yichen used his powerful soul force to control his Xinqi so that it would not scatter and fail at the last step. Then, he sped up his great circulatory cycle. When it reached the 280th cycle, the heaven and earth yuan qi in his body was completely refined into true energy, and like rivers flowing into the sea, it shrunk into his dantian and fused into his true energy vortex. Buzz. Buzz. Buzz, the Zhen Qi vortex expanded 3 times in a row, and finally stabilized. Only then did Yichen open his eyes. A bright light flashed in the room, bringing up beams of illusory lightning. He had truly achieved the stage of creating lightning out of thin air. Reaching the peak of the early condensing reality realm in 10 days, and then reaching the mid-condensing reality realm in one go, it was really difficult. Yichen let out a breath slowly, and a smile appeared on his face. Reaching the mid-condensing reality realm was not a simple breakthrough. When he was only at the early condensing reality realm, he was able to defeat Wang Kunyang, who was at the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm. Now that he had reached the mid-condensing reality realm, even if that bloodthirsty monster came looking for him, he would not be afraid anymore, and he would definitely be able to kill him. Of course, if he were to fight against the core disciples of those martial institutions, it would still be a bit difficult. After all, being able to become a core disciple meant that he was one of the most powerful late condensing reality realm martial artists. Some of them had even trained low-rank Earth realm martial arts, which meant that they were much more powerful than the current Yichen. However, even if he could not defeat a core disciple, Yichen was confident that he could escape unharmed. Give me some more time. Once I reach the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm, I will be able to compete with the core disciples. Yichen thought to himself. The news that young Master Emerald had become a clasping Yuan realm martial artist had spread in the Sky Cloud Martial School 10 days ago. Whenever people had free time, they would talk about it. For other people, it might be a topic of gossip, but 4 hidden fragrance sword Zhu Mei and child Hanshan Luo Hanshan. It was a huge pressure that almost crushed them and made them unable to breathe. At their level of cultivation, no one would be willing to be under someone else. They would train hard every day, and strive to become one of the most powerful young martial artists in the world. But now, young Master Emerald had reached the clasping Yuan realm before them, which meant that he had completely left them behind and became the leader of the younger generation. The leader of the younger generation of the Windy Nation. What kind of glory was that? What was happening in the outside world had nothing to do with Yi Chen. He was busy entertaining Wu Zongming. Wu Zongming rarely came to visit Yi Chen, but when he saw Yi Chen, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. You have reached the mid-condensing reality realm? Yi Chen said, I just made the breakthrough, my Xianxia is not stable yet. I can't help but admire you. A year ago, you were still at the mortal realm stage 6, but now, you have already surpassed me, and even surpassed Zhang Haoren. Zhang Haoren was very talented, but he had not reached the mid-condensing reality realm yet. He was still at the peak of the early condensing reality realm. Yi Chen knew all of this. Oh right, you should have heard about the news that young Master Emerald had reached the clasping Yuan realm, right? Wow, he is indeed one of the top 4 childs of the Windy Nation. He was already on the verge of becoming the leader of the top 4 childs a year ago, and just as I expected, he was the first one to make the breakthrough. Wu Zongming said with a sigh. Pouring a cup of tea for Wu Zongming, Yi Chen said, if the others can turn the pressure into motivation, it is not impossible for them to catch up with young Master Emerald. It is difficult. Wu Zongming shook his head, picked up the teacup and took a sip, then smiled bitterly and said, these things are too far away from us, it is useless to talk about it. This time, I came to ask you if you want to go to the Northwest Auction House? Yi Chen raised his eyebrows, you mean one of the top 5 auction houses in the Windy Nation? Wu Zongming nodded, yes, the Northwest Auction House is located in the Forgotten City, it has existed for hundreds of years, it has a longer history than most of the big martial institutions. As one of the top 5 auction houses, the Northwest Auction House's auction items are all rare and precious, many of which are extremely beneficial to the warriors. You must have heard some news, right? Yi Chen said. Hee, the Northwest Auction House has a small auction every 6 months and a big auction every 3 years. Although it is a small auction this time, there are a lot of rare items. It is said that there are 3 Xianxia pellets among them. Hearing this, Yi Chen's interest was piqued. The Xianxia pellet was an extremely precious pellet. It had a 50% chance of helping a condensing reality realm warrior to advance to the next level. It was equivalent to an enhanced version of the condensing reality pellet. Even though he had just made the breakthrough and did not need the help of external items, but if the auction house had this kind of precious pellet, he might find some other interesting things. Alright, let's go. Yi Chen agreed. Every disciple of the martial school had to complete a mission within a month, even the core disciples were no exception, unless they were approved by the higher-ups. Fortunately, both Yi Chen and Wu Zongming had completed more than one mission this month, so they did not have to worry about not having enough time. They would be fine even if they came back next month. The second day. At the foot of the mountain, the 2 of them rode on their dark brown horses and galloped towards the northwest direction. The journey to the Forgotten City was 28,000 miles long. On the way, they had to pass through 4 cities, 2 mountains and a large plain. The cities were not dangerous, and they could replenish their rations and eat some food. However, the mountains and the plain were never safe places. There were countless demonic beasts, horse gangs and robbers, and there were countless dark martial artists. In the eyes of the bandits, the weaker martial artists were fat sheep, and there was nothing wrong with killing them. The sky was blue and clear, and there were a few white clouds floating in the sky. On the northwest plain, the cool wind carried a strong smell of blood. Hee, these horse gangs must have thought of us as fat sheep. Wu Zongming used a black cloth to wipe the blood off his long knife and grinned. Sitting on the horse, Yi Chen looked down at the dead bodies of the horse gangs on the ground. Among the dozens of horse gangs, 2/5 of them had been cut in half, and the rest of them had their heads blown off. They died a horrible death, and the blood and flesh stained the grass red. There were only 2 of us, and we were riding on dark brown horses. These horse gangs probably couldn't resist the temptation, and thought of us as chicks. You don't say, After knowing that we were the inner disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School, one guy wanted to run away. It seems like the disciples of the big martial schools are really scary, and they can do whatever they want. However, the dark martial artists are not included in this. They really think of the disciples of the martial schools as fat sheep. Yichen nodded. The number of martial artists in the underworld was much less than that of bandits and horse bandits. However, every martial artist in the underworld was an abnormally valiant existence. They were able to fight against the disciples of the big sections. There were some lucky ones among them who had inherited the true teachings of their deceased seniors. In terms of martial skills, they were not at a disadvantage at all. In addition, they had been fighting all year round. Their killing intent could scare ordinary people to death. In terms of momentum, they were much stronger. Before, they had met a mid-condensing reality realm warrior in the outskirts of the Azure Mountain, who had knocked Wu Zongming off his horse with only one spear attack. If he had thrown out a second spear attack, Wu Zongming would have been dead for sure. Yichen would not let that happen, so he killed him with one punch. I've heard that the Forgotten City is the largest city in the northwest. It has a length and width of 50 miles, and there are more than 10 million people living there. I wonder what kind of scene it is, Wu Zongming said as he sat back on his horse and looked into the distance. Hearing him, Yichen thought of the world he came from. In the ancient times, a city that could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people was already considered not bad. It was nothing compared to the True Spirit continent. From this point of view, it could be seen how vast the True Spirit continent was. It was not something that could be imagined. Pulling the reins, the two of them squeezed the horse's abdomen with their legs and galloped forward. In the evening, the sun was setting. The sunset glow in the west and the great plain behind them contrasted with each other, creating a beautiful and spectacular scene. Two teenagers riding on dark brown horses, one on the left and the other on the right, followed the surging crowd and arrived outside of a huge city. These two people were indeed Yichen and Wu Zongming. They had spent 1 day and 2 nights to finally cross the northwest plain and arrive at their destination, the Forgotten City. Behind the crowd, Yichen raised his head. The first thing he saw were the 3 golden characters on the city gate. Forgotten City, letting out a heavy breath, although Yichen had mentally prepared himself, such a huge city still surprised him. It was at least 5 to 6 times bigger than the Windy City near the Sky Cloud Martial School. The city gate was 33 meters tall, and the city wall was 66 meters tall. On top of the city wall, there were groups of fully armed soldiers patrolling back and forth with expressionless faces. Here we are. Wu Zongming looked a little tired. Yeah. Let's go in. Seeing that it was almost their turn, Yichen jumped off the horse. Leading the horse, the two of them walked to the city gate. There were 2 rows of armored soldiers standing in front of the city gate. Each of them looked very energetic with their temples bulging. Obviously, they were Mortal Realm Stage 5 or 6 warriors. The leader of the soldiers had even reached Mortal Realm Stage 10, not far from the condensing reality realm. 1 silver per person. If you want to sneak in, you will have to ask the blade in my hand first. The leader of the soldiers was not in charge of collecting the entrance fee, he was staring at the people entering the city. Wu Zongming curled his lips. 1 silver? So expensive. The Windy City only costs 50 copper. Yichen laughed. You still care about this small amount of money? Of course I don't care about this small amount of money, but it is a lot for the commoners. Forgotten City is the biggest city in the northwest. It is not a good thing to collect a small entrance fee. Everyone wants to go in, and it will be crowded to death. In this aspect, Yichen had more foresight than Wu Zongming. That's true. After paying the entrance fee, the two of them entered the city smoothly. The Forgotten City was indeed the biggest city in the northwest. As soon as they entered, they were completely shocked. In front of them was a street that was wide enough for dozens of horses to run side by side. The shops on both sides were extremely luxurious, as if they were built with gold. In the distance, there were many tall wooden buildings rising from the ground. Just like Luo City, the Forgotten City also had a tall tower located in the center of the city. It's really incredible. Yichen shook his head. If the Forgotten City was full of modern high-rise buildings, he would not be so surprised. After all, everything in front of him was built by human beings, without the assistance of any machines. Moreover, in terms of luxury, the Forgotten City could not compete with the modern cities. West of the city. Xilai Restaurant, in the private room named Chen. Yi Chen and Wu Zoming ordered a table of dishes and ate with relish. The business of this restaurant is so good. Except for the private rooms, the outside is full. But the food is not bad. It is 100 times better than dry food. I am going to get sick from eating so much. Warriors all had a large appetite. In just a short while, Wu Zoming had already eaten 3 servings of food. Outside the private room, the waiter came in with another plate of dishes. You too, this dragon and phoenix bringing prosperity is a gift from our restaurant. Please enjoy. There were 16 private rooms in the Xilai restaurant, which were named Sun, Moon, and Stars respectively. Each code had 4 private rooms, and only the private rooms had precious dishes as gifts. People outside had to pay for them. Yi Chen asked, "May I ask when the auction of the Northwest Auction House will start?" The waiter's heart trembled. Those who could participate in the auction were all rich. These two must be the young masters of some big family with extraordinary backgrounds. He immediately said enthusiastically, 2 masters, the auction of the Northwest Auction House will start in 2 days. You can stay in the Xilai restaurant. So there are still 2 days. Then wait. This is a tip for you. Yi Chen threw a piece of silver to the waiter. It was worth 10 taels. Thank you 2 masters. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. Go do your thing. Not long after the waiter left, an angry voice came from outside the private room. What, all the private rooms are full? Are you kidding me? Do I, Tang Manlu, have to sit and eat with those lowly people? Master Tang, all the private rooms are full. Why don't you wait a little longer? I think some of the masters should have finished eating already. The waiter was terrified. I will give you 10 minutes to clear out a private room. Otherwise, I will hold you responsible. The waiter did not know what to do. Those who could enter the private rooms were all influential people, and they could not be messed with easily. However, this Tang Manlu in front of him was not an ordinary person either. He was one of the top 8 warriors of the Forgotten City, and his family was only second to the top 8 families. Please wait, I will ask the manager. The waiter did not dare to make the decision, so he ran downstairs. On the ground, the well-dressed young man sneered and said to the beautiful lady next to him, I heard that there are many treasures in this auction. I am afraid a lot of people have heard about it. The beautiful lady said, my Purple Sun Martial School's second disciple, Ouyang Ming, will be here. Oh, Ouyang Ming is here too. Tang Manlu's expression changed slightly. Ouyang Ming, who had the title of Little Godly Legs, was also one of the top 8 warriors. However, he was the leader of the 8 warriors, and his power was immeasurable. He was ranked second among the young generation of the Windy Nation. Indeed. Other than that, the North Snow Quickblade Lynch from the North Snow Martial Academy will be here as well. I heard that he is here for a great blade. Tang Manlu did not have the arrogant aura that he had before. Compared to the 2 people mentioned by the young man, he was nothing. Soon, the manager who was over 60 years old hurriedly ran over. Io, isn't this Master Tang? What brings you here? Tang Manlu said impatiently, Manager you, hurry up and prepare a private room for me. You will get the money. Don't tell me you don't have it. That is easy, leave it to me. Then it will be easy. Pulling the waiter aside, the manager said in a low voice, Li Lin, who are the people in the 16 private rooms? Tell me. The waiter nodded and bowed. The first private room is for the mayor's son, the second one is for the leader of the Luo family, and the third one, do you have a brain? Who told you to call out the owner of the Sun VIP room? They are all important people and you can't touch them. Call them out from the Star VIP room. The manager slapped the waiter's head and berated him. Yes, yes. The waiter wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, the one in the Star room is a middle-aged man. He is very powerful, he should be a clasping Yuan realm warrior. The one in the Star room is. The one in the Chen room is 2 teenagers. I heard that they are here for the auction. The shopkeeper was silent. It sounded like everyone was of high status, but the Shilai restaurant was located in the Forgotten City. Naturally, they had to satisfy the local bigwigs first. Even if the two youngsters with the number 4 Chen were from a big family, it would not affect their business. Moreover, Tang Manlu's Tang family was there to support them. Go and invite the guest of Chen number 4 out. Let them go to the restaurant a few streets away. As for the previous dishes and wine, give them free of charge. After careful consideration, the manager gave the order. The waiter hesitated. But what? Hurry up. Do you want me to fire you? Don't forget that there are many people who want to be waiters in the Shilai restaurant. They are waiting in line. I'll go. Please don't fire me. The waiter hurriedly ran to the 4th private room with the character Chen. Pushing open the door of the room, the waiter rubbed his hands and said in a low voice, "Masters, I hope you can give this room to the guests outside. The dishes and wine that you have eaten before are all free of charge." Wu Zhongming was eating fish. Hearing this, he stared at the waiter and said, "We are not guests. As for the dishes and wine, haha, what a joke. Yi Chen, can't we afford it?" Yi Chen sneered, "There are so many restaurants in the Forgotten City. They will find a place to eat. The shopkeeper said that you should." The waiter knew that he had said something wrong and hurriedly covered his mouth. "Shopkeeper?" Yi Chen raised his eyebrows and his eyes lit up. Being scared by Yi Chen's eyes, the waiter stammered and couldn't say a word. He had already cursed Tang Manlu in his heart. Why did he come at such a time and make things difficult for me? I can quit. No, the Shilai restaurant pays me well. I can't quit. Outside the room, Tang Manlu was getting impatient and scolded, "Shopkeeper, is it not done yet?" "Almost done, I will go and have a look." They hurriedly came to the number 4 private room, and the innkeeper ordered them to leave. "Sirs, I'm really sorry, but this private room has already been reserved. You should go to another restaurant." Bang, Wu Zhongming smashed his chopsticks on the table. "Are you bullying us because we are foreigners? I will be sitting here today. Who dares to kick us out?" The shopkeeper braced himself. "I advise you to go somewhere else. You can't afford to offend the masters outside." "Who is it that we can't afford to offend? Let him come in and show us." "Well, you two should leave." Since he had already done this, the shopkeeper did not expect to be safe. He could only offend one of them. "How dare you?" Wu Zhongming roared. At this moment, the door opened again. Tang Manlu and the beautiful lady walked in. They were already impatient and were ready to kick them out. Tang Manlu glanced at them and saw that one of them was at the early condensing reality realm and the other was at the mid condensing reality realm. He said disdainfully, "You two, please. Don't embarrass yourselves." Yi Chen also looked at him and said, "You don't have the ability to do that." Tang Manlu sneered, "Don't talk big. The Forgotten City is not like other places. Don't think that just because you are the king of your own territory, you can do whatever you want here. I, Tang Manlu, will make my words clear. No matter if you are a dragon or a tiger, you will have to bow down to me. Otherwise, don't say I didn't warn you." "Oh, Tang Manlu, I have never heard of this name. I would like to see how you are going to make me bow down to you." Standing up, Yi Chen stared at him. It seemed like he was going to fight if there was any disagreement. The beautiful lady shook her head. This person was too arrogant. It seemed like he had never been bullied at home. He was just going against Tang Manlu. He was going to suffer a bit later. The shopkeeper saw that the situation was not good. If these people started fighting, it would ruin the reputation of the restaurant. He immediately said to Yi Chen, "Sir, Master Tang Manlu is one of the 8 heroes of our happy city. The Tang family is also one of the top families in the city. They are not people you can mess with. Listen to my advice and leave immediately. Otherwise, it would be a small matter if you get hurt, but losing face is a big matter." Wu Zhongming laughed out loud. Tang Manlu had already activated his Jin Qi and said coldly, "What are you laughing at? Trying to compare your family background with Yi Chen? You really don't know what's good for you. Even my Wu family does not dare to compare with Yi Chen's family." The manager heard something wrong. "I wonder which family this young master is from." Wu Zongming said loudly, listen carefully. My companion is the son of the leader of the Yi family, one of the top 8 families. He is also a genius of our Sky Cloud Martial School. He is one of the top figures in the entire Windy Nation. The Tang family is not worth mentioning. This young master is the son of the leader of the Yi family. The manager felt a little dizzy. He had really poked a hornet's nest. As one of the top 8 families, the Yi family also had a stronghold in the Forgotten City. They were very powerful, and the Western Arrival restaurant could not mess with them. He did not expect that he would actually ask the other party to leave. Wasn't he looking for death? If the Yi family heard this news, they would definitely not let it go. After all, as one of the top forces, their reputation was the most important. Being slapped in the face was like touching a tiger's butt. For a moment, the manager was frightened and did not dare to speak. Tang Manlu and the pretty girl were shocked as well. Although the top 8 families were not as powerful as the top 5 martial institutions, their influence in the whole Windy Nation was not something that their families could compare with. As for the martial institutions, it did not mean much. Nowadays, anyone with a little bit of talent would be able to join a martial institution. No one could use the power of a martial institution to scare the others, unless you were the son or daughter of the leader. The pretty girl remained silent, as if she had nothing to do with it. Hee, one of the top 8 families, the Yi family is indeed powerful, but that's all you can do. Relying on your family's power, without the protection of your family, you are nothing. Tang Manlu calmed himself down. He did not want to lose face in front of the shopkeeper and the pretty girl, so he said lightly. Wu Zongming said with disdain, you are also relying on the Tang family. I think, without the Tang family's support, you would not be one of the top 8 warriors of the Forgotten City. You are looking for death. Tang Manlu's eyes were filled with anger. Slowly walking in front of Wu Zongming, Yichen lifted his eyelids and said, words are useless. Let's exchange a punch. Whoever takes one step back will have to get the hell out of the number 4 private room. How about that? Are you serious? Hearing Yichen, Tang Manlu was shocked at first, but then a smile appeared on his face. He was still in a dilemma. He didn't know if he should advance or retreat, but he didn't expect Yichen to be even more arrogant and ignorant than he had imagined. Yichen actually dared to challenge a late condensing reality realm warrior. He was just asking for trouble. Although he was not a core disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace, he was still one of the most powerful inner disciples. How could he be afraid of a mid-condensing reality realm warrior? Of course. Yichen had never exchanged blows with a late condensing reality realm warrior before. This was the perfect opportunity for him to see how powerful he was. As for losing, he did not even think about it. When he was at the early condensing reality realm, he could already beat Wang Kunyang, who was at the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm with only one punch. After reaching the mid-condensing reality realm, his power had increased a lot. Even if his opponent was a core disciple, he would not be able to avoid this punch. Tang Manlu turned his head and said to the shopkeeper and the pretty girl, that's great, shopkeeper you, Li Ling, you two can be our witnesses. I am afraid that someone will not admit it. The shopkeeper smiled at Yichen, but did not say anything. Sure. The pretty girl, Li Ling, nodded in agreement. However, it was obvious that she did not think highly of Yichen. She thought that he was blindly confident and could not see the truth. Enough nonsense, let's begin. Yichen did not dare to be careless. He pushed the third movement of the pure jade body boosting spell to its peak. His skin started to emit an inconspicuous jade-like luster, even his clothes were covered by a layer of it. His hair had a strong texture, each strand of it was crystal clear. Wu Zongming, shopkeeper Yu, and Li Ling retreated to a corner to make room for them. Fine, today I will show you my strength. With every word he said, Tang Manlu's aura rose by a notch, and in the end, a flame-like colored glazed chi exploded from his body, soaring into the sky, and some of the decorations on the walls were blown away. Li Ling narrowed her eyes. She knew that Tang Manlu could not be underestimated. He had reached the highest level of the 7th level of the Azure Magic spell in only a couple of years, and had reached the level of fire-like Xianxia. It seemed like there was no doubt about the result of this battle. Shoo, 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 While Tang Manlu was making such a big noise, on the other side, Yichen was not any slower. Sharp qi shot out from his body like needles, piercing the floor and the tables and chairs on the side, creating countless small holes. Not only that, the sharp qi flow formed into qi swords, hiding in the air. The 7th level of the pure Junjin qi. Li Ling was shocked. As an inner disciple of the Purple Sun Martial School, she had fought a lot with the inner disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. She had seen a few of them who had trained the pure Junjin qi, but they had only reached the peak of the 6th level. None of them had reached the 7th level. According to the rumors, the pure Junjin qi was the hardest to train among all the top-rank mortal realm martial arts in the Sky Cloud Martial School. If he was given enough time, he would definitely become a core disciple. Li Ling still did not think highly of Yi Chen, but she was quite optimistic about his future. Even if he trained it to the 7th level, it would still be useless. The difference between the mid-condensing reality realm and the late-condensing reality realm is not as simple as you think. Tang Manlu was not worried at all. He slowly tightened his right fist, making a cracking sound. It was as if his palm was not made of flesh and blood, but a whole piece of jade that was rubbing against each other. Great Jade Breaking Fist. A bright white light appeared on his fist as Tang Manlu threw out a punch. Rumble. Before the punch was completely thrown out, the whole restaurant started to shake. The customers who were eating were confused, not knowing what was happening. Inside the number 4 private room, the air started to shatter bit by bit. Yichen ignored the change in the air, he stood still. With the protective qi covering his body, these small movements could not hurt him at all. Tiger Roar, Dragon Fist. Seeing the fist approaching his body, Yichen did not stand still anymore. He took a step forward, and his right fist suddenly burst out a bright blue light. It pierced through the air with a tiger roar, leaving a dragon-shaped qi flow behind. The two fists clashed together. The next second, including Li Ling, everyone's eyes could not see anything. Only the white light and the blue light intertwined together, filling up the huge private room. Boom, a thunderous sound was heard. The walls of the private room cracked, the floor cracked, the tables and chairs were shattered, and a series of cracking noises were heard. It seemed like someone was pushed back and crashed into something behind him. After a few blinks of the eye, the blue light and the white light disappeared. When they saw the situation in the private room, they all had their eyes wide open, they could not believe what they saw. Tang Manlu lost. Li Ling took a deep breath. Inside the damaged private room, Yichen stood there unmoving like a mountain. The clothes on his right arm were slightly torn, and his eyes moved to the opposite side. There was a human figure leaning against the wall, and the huge power had even caused the wall to collapse. Bright red blood flowed down from his right arm and mouth, and his face was pale and bloodless. This person was none other than Tang Manlu. Get the F***ck out. Yi Chen's voice was heard. He was not too excited about beating Tang Manlu with only one punch, since he had 15,000 pounds of physical strength. His tiger roar, dragon fist had been trained to the peak, it had already evolved into the most powerful attack. If he still could not beat Tang Manlu back, then it would be a problem. Not to mention, Tang Manlu was not that much stronger than Wang Kunying, who also had 10,000 pounds of physical strength. Good, very good, I will not let today's incident go so easily. Tang Manlu was not seriously injured, after all, he was a late condensing reality realm warrior, his protective Zhen Qi was very strong. However, the shame in his heart was driving him crazy, he could not wait to cut Yi Chen into 1,000 pieces. Standing up, Tang Manlu walked out of the private room in embarrassment, he did not even call Li Ling. Li Ling took a deep look at Yi Chen and walked out of the room, leaving the restless manager Yu behind. Since he had made a mistake, he had to make up for it himself. With a face full of remorse, Manager Yu said, Master Yi, I was blinded by a ghost and did something that offended you. Please don't take it to heart, Master Yi. From now on, there will always be an empty private room in Shilai restaurant, waiting for your arrival. Yi Chen did not plan to blame the shopkeeper, since it was not easy for him to do anything. Everything he did had to be done according to other people's wishes, and if he was not careful, he might offend someone. Before this, if he did not kick Yi Chen and Wu Zhoming out, he would offend Tang Manlu. Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. It's just that we haven't finished our meal. Find us a place, even outside, but don't chase us away, Yichen said lightly. Yes, I will do it for you right away. Manager Yu was so grateful that he bowed and retreated. After Manager Yu left, Wu Zongming looked at the broken Qin room and shook his head. He said firmly, this time, no matter what price I have to pay, I must get a Zhen restoration pill. Yichen said, although there will be some side effects, as long as you can control it, it won't be a big problem. To a warrior, cultivation was a way to go against the natural order. As long as one's heart was not corrupted, there was no need to worry. Soon, Manager Yu arranged a place for the two of them in the hall on the second floor and personally served them food and wine. He was very enthusiastic. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The third day. Early morning. Light rain fell from the gloomy sky, sprinkling evenly on the ground of the Forgotten City. In the north of the central part of the Forgotten City, there was a magnificent building. It was stable and 30 meters tall. There was a huge board hanging above the door, with 5 majestic golden words carved on it, Northwest Auction House. Looking down from the sky, there were dozens of people around the huge Northwest Auction House, rushing towards the auction house along the streets or alleys. Among them, there were rich and powerful people sitting in palanquins, noble women raising low-level demonic beast pets, and young elites riding fine horses. Of course, there were even more unfamiliar martial artists, which made up 70% of the total number of people. Outside the gate, Yichen looked at the words on the board and walked in side by side with Wu Zongming. You two are? The receptionist outside the door could tell that the young man was extraordinary at first glance, so she hurriedly came over to ask. After all, a person of noble status could not sit in the ordinary seats like the others. Wu Zongming said, this is a direct descendant of the Yi clan, Yichen. I am a descendant of the Wu clan. The Yi family, one of the 8 great families. This way, please. I'll take you to a private room. The receptionist secretly rejoiced. As a receptionist, she must have good eyesight. Although she did not know some people, she could tell a thing or two from their temperament. She must not treat them as ordinary people and neglect them. The young man in front of her was actually a direct descendant of the Yi clan, so he was definitely of noble status. Although there were many Wu clans mentioned, to be able to walk together with a direct descendant of the Yi clan, it must be the most powerful Wu clan. Walking in front, the receptionist in a thin silk dress twisted her waist. She was already thinking about how generous the reward would be when the higher-ups knew about this. The auction house was very big, even more magnificent than the auction house in Yichen's world. The surrounding walls were inlaid with many gold and crystal stones, forming a beautiful pattern. It did not look vulgar at all, but instead gave people a sense of joy. The private room for the two was directly opposite the stone auction stage to the left. The private room was not big, and there were not many things inside. There were only a few beast leather chairs and a red sandalwood table filled with snacks and fruits. There were some landscape paintings on the wall. If you need any service, you can tell me. I'll be right outside. She was not the only receptionist. Each of them was in charge of a private room. Yichen said, okay. The receptionist walked out and closed the door. Wu Zongming sat down on the beast leather chair. It was soft and had a nice fragrance. Private rooms are great. There are even beast leather chairs to sit on. Yichen sat on the leather chair next to Wu Zongming and laughed, that's all? You are the second young master of the Wu clan after all. Don't mention it. The inheritance of the Wu clan will not be mine. I don't care anyway. I'll just be an outer elder in the Sky Cloud Martial School. Wu Zongming put a grape in his mouth and said. Yichen shook his head and did not say anything. His goal was simple. He wanted to become stronger and explore the mysteries of the world. In the third private room, there were 5 young people sitting there. The one on the left was Tang Man Lu, who had been defeated by Yichen last night. Sitting next to him was the pretty girl, Li Ling. The one sitting in the middle was a young man wearing a purple and gold robe. He was about 17 or 18 years old. His eyebrows were very thick and sharp like blades. His eyes were shining brightly like 2 shiny black gems. His legs were very long, about 3 to 4 inches longer than a normal person's. As he sat there, boundless pressure filled the entire private room. It was obvious that he was the leader of the five. The two people on the right of the young man were wearing the same purple robe as Li Ling. They did not have any gold robes. They had a powerful aura, which was no weaker than Tang Manlu's. Tang Manlu, I haven't seen you for half a year. Your cultivation has improved a lot. The young man caressed the storage ring on his finger and said casually. Tang Manlu had a complicated look on his face. He said, not as good as you, Ouyang Ming. You have the title of Little Godly Legs. I don't know how many people have been killed by your legs. Of course. In the whole Windy Nation, except for the young Master Emerald who has already reached the clasping Yuan realm, our brother Ouyang is one of the most powerful martial artists. One of the two people on the right said. Of course, of course. But I heard that this time, the third disciple of the North Snow Martial Academy, North Snow Fast Blade Lynch will also come. I am afraid that he is also here for that great blade. Sitting with the young man, Tang Manlu always felt inferior. He could not help but use the name Lynch to pressure the young man. Ouyang Ming sneered, North Snow Fast Blade Lynch. I will fight him sooner or later. Let's see which is more powerful, his blade or mine. Although his title was Little Godly Legs, his blade art was also very powerful. It was not weaker than his leg art. However, there were too many people who used blades, especially in the North Snow Martial Academy. That was why he was called Little Godly Legs. Right at that moment, a human figure suddenly appeared on the crystal glass in front of him. The human figure was wearing a snow-white robe. He was tall and skinny. He seemed to be walking very slowly, but the waitress behind him could not keep up with him. She almost fell down. She looked like she had seen a ghost. Judging from his temperament, the human figure was very impressive. However, when people looked at his face, they were very disappointed. Because he had a very ordinary face, so ordinary that they would not be able to find him in a crowd. Lynch. Ouyang Ming's eyes flashed. Like lightning in the air. He slightly lowered his center of gravity, which made the sturdy leather chair creak. As if he had sensed Ouyang Ming's gaze, the human figure turned his head and looked into Ouyang Ming's eyes. The waitress was very confused. The crystal glass could only show the outside from the inside, but not from the outside. Why did this disciple of the North Snow Martial Academy look like he was looking at a person? In the private room, Tang Manlu didn't look Lin Chi in the eye, but Lin Chi's gaze made him jump in fright. He had the illusion of being cut by a knife. It was as if Lin Chi's gaze was a knife light that could cut through illusions and hurt people's souls. It had an inconceivable power. In the void, Ouyang Ming and Lin Chi's eyes had already clashed. Countless electric sparks were produced, and they refused to give in to each other. After a few blinks of an eye, both of them looked away. North Snow Quick Blade. Ouyang Ming sneered, his face did not look so good. Although Lynch was not as powerful as young Master North Snow, his gaze was more powerful. Just now, it seemed like they were evenly matched, but in fact, Ouyang Ming was already at a disadvantage. No wonder the leader of the North Snow Martial Academy, Xue Wuren, thought that Ouyang Ming would be the most likely person to comprehend the blade intent. However, as long as he did not comprehend the blade intent, Ouyang Ming was confident that he would be able to compete with him. Outside the private room, Lynch expressionlessly walked forward and stopped in front of the private room next to Yi Chen's. Yi Chen suddenly frowned, he seemed to feel a blade aura approaching him. Yi Chen, what's wrong? Wu Zhoming asked. Yi Chen shook his head, nothing, the auction is about to start. Yeah, most of the people have arrived. Oh right, how much money did you bring? 180,000 gold. You didn't ask your family for money? 180,000 gold was a huge amount of money for normal people, but it was normal for them. This time, for the Zhen pellet and some other treasures, Wu Zhoming had collected 300,000 gold. Yi Chen's family was much bigger than the Wu family. If he really wanted to collect, it would definitely be more than this amount. Yi Chen laughed, that's enough. I'm just going to take a look, maybe I won't buy anything. 180,000 gold was the Bloody Butcher's entire wealth and the money he had earned from his recent missions. It was already quite a lot. If there was something he was interested in, he still had 10,000 low-rank soul stones in his storage ring. If each one was worth 2,000 silver, then 10,000 low-rank soul stones would be worth more than 20 million silver, or 2 million gold. It was even more than the total assets of some small families. Hee, when the time comes, you will regret bringing too little silver. Wu Zongming grinned. Yi Chen's mind was not completely focused on the conversation with Wu Zongming. His powerful soul force penetrated through the wall and searched the room next door. There was only a young man sitting in the private room. His appearance was ordinary, and he was dressed in a white robe. His slim body was straight, and his profound qi was not emitted from his body. Instead, it was pulled inwards, as if he was trying to concentrate his qi. Peak of late condensing reality realm, this guy should be North Snow Fast Blade Lynch. Yi Chen did not think of young Master North Snow, because young Master North Snow was said to be very handsome, and always had a smile on his face. Plus, he was very handsome, and was the dream of all the female disciples in the Sky Cloud Martial School. Lynch didn't know anything about soul power exploration, but the strange feeling still made him vigilant. He tilted his head and looked at the flat wall. Did you notice it? No, I didn't. Yi Chen noticed that the other party's gaze was scattered and did not notice him. Of course, there was no point in continuing to explore, so Yi Chen withdrew his soul power. Lynch felt that the strange feeling disappeared. He was a bit confused, but he didn't think too much about it, because the auction had begun. Behind the stone auction stage, an old man in a yellow robe walked up. He clapped his hands, and all the crystals above the auction house suddenly lit up. The soft light illuminated every corner of the auction house. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Northwest Auction House. I am the intermediate auctioneer here, Xianxia. I think a lot of you already know me. For those of you who don't know me, you don't have to remember my name, because the next time you come, I might be the host of the auction again. Before the auction, I still have to say, if you have any precious items that you want to auction, you can entrust them to our auction house. Items are divided into 4 ranks according to their value. Low-rank treasures will only take 10% of the auction fees, mid-rank treasures will take 5%, high-rank treasures will be auctioned for free, and as for the extreme-rank treasures, we will even pay you the money. Once he said this, the people below started discussing. Are you kidding me? If there are high-rank and extreme-rank treasures, who would take them out to auction? You must be out of your mind. That's right. A low-rank treasure is enough to make people fight for it, and mid-rank treasures can make clasping Yuan realm and astral-reaching realm warriors go crazy for it. Top-rank treasures are even worse, not to mention extreme-rank treasures. Yi Chen was also speechless. The ranking of the auction items was the same as the storage rings, which were divided into 4 ranks. A low-rank storage ring was equivalent to a low-rank treasure, and a mid-rank storage ring was equivalent to a mid-rank treasure. As for top-rank and extreme-rank treasures, he dared not even imagine what it would be. The elder in yellow revealed a smile. He did not say these words casually, but to stir up the people's emotions. Once people got excited, they would do things that were hard to understand, which was exactly what the auction house wanted. Alright, I will not waste your time anymore. The auction will officially begin. Let the first item come up. As the elder's voice faded, a beautiful lady walked up from the back. She was holding a golden-laid wooden plate, which was covered with a bright yellow silk cloth. The golden-laid wooden plate was placed on the stage, and the elder in yellow lifted up the silk cloth. All of a sudden, a blue manual appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The first item is a martial skill manual, called the Green Yuan Palm, a top-rank mortal realm martial art. It is a unique martial art from the rank 8 martial institution, the Green Yuan Martial School, from hundreds of years ago. When trained to the extreme, the palm power can even shatter a great sword into pieces. It is extremely powerful. It is even more powerful than many top-rank mortal realm martial arts. The starting price is 20,000 gold, and each increment must be no less than 1,000 gold. Hearing the elder in yellow's introduction, the audience was shocked. Some of the warriors who did not join any martial institution were envious. They were not like the martial disciples, who could learn top-rank mortal realm martial arts after being promoted to inner disciples. They did not need to worry about it at all. Most of them had only learned top-rank mortal realm martial arts, and some of them had only learned mid-rank mortal realm martial arts, which was quite shabby. Damn, let's do it. If we can learn a top-rank mortal realm martial art, we will be able to make a name for ourselves in the martial world. Those martial disciples will not compete with us, so we will have a better chance of getting the manual. We have to get it. Through the crystal glass, Yi Chen saw the changes in the crowd and shook his head. Compared to the martial disciples, these warriors did not have it easy. All they learned were trash, and the martial disciples would not even look at them once. However, according to the introduction, the green yuan palm seemed to be very powerful, and it might even be as powerful as the tiger roar dragon fist. No wonder so many people wanted to come to the Northwest auction house. 22,000 gold. Someone could not help but start to bid. After the first bid, the whole auction house became chaotic, and people kept calling out bids. 23,000. 25,000. Fuck, 28,000 gold. A ferocious-looking warrior stood up. I will bid 30,000, who dares to compete with me? 30,000 is nothing, 35,000. Yi Chen was shocked. No way, a top-rank mortal realm martial art can be sold for 35,000 gold, then what about my 180,000 gold? 40,000. The ferocious-looking warrior directly added 5,000 gold. It was obvious that he was determined to get this Qing Yuan Palm manual. Damn it, I only have 38,000 gold, I still need 2,000 gold. Whoever wants to lend me, I will pay you back double in the future. Someone tried to borrow money from the warrior next to him. We don't care about 2,000 gold, but what if we run into some good stuff and don't have enough gold? So sorry, we can't do that. You are right, the small auction only happens once every half a year. If we miss this one, we will have to wait for another half a year. How can we borrow money? At this moment, no warrior wanted to borrow money. After all, they only had around 50,000 gold. If they were short of 1,000 gold, they would lose a lot of confidence. It was not wise to lend money to others. In the end, the Qing Yuan Palm manual fell into the hands of the ferocious-looking warrior for 40,000 gold. The second item, 3 groups of low-rank soul stones, 100 in each group. They will be auctioned separately. The starting price for each group is 20,000 gold, and each increment must be no less than 1,000 gold. Start. The elder in yellow robes lifted the silk cloth and announced loudly as the golden-laid wooden plate was placed on the stage. What? Low-rank soul stones? I haven't used low-rank soul stones for a long time. This time, I have to get a set. With low-rank soul stones, I might be able to reach the late condensing reality realm in a short time. It is priceless. 100 low-rank soul stones are enough for me to use for more than a year. Off the stage, all the warriors who didn't belong to any martial schools went crazy. They all breathed heavily, their eyes were bloodshot as they stared at the low-rank soul stones on the stage. They just wanted to go up there and snatch them away. 22,000 gold. 25,000 gold. 28,000 gold. 30,000 gold. The price of the first group of low-rank soul stones rose sharply. The elder in yellow robe stood on the stage with a smile on his face. The higher the price of the item, the more stable his position would be, and the higher his salary would be. Soon, the first group of low-rank soul stones was bought by an extremely ugly warrior for 35,000 gold. The bidding for the second group of low-rank soul stones began. Perhaps it was because there was one less group, but some of the cultivators who had been watching from the sidelines couldn't help but join in the bidding. This caused the price of the second group of low-grade spirit stones to quickly surpass the first group. It reached 38,000 gold taels and was won by a middle-aged cultivator. When it was the third group's turn, the scene was completely heated up. Those cultivators who didn't manage to get the low-grade spirit stones earlier desperately put in all their belongings, vowing to win the last group of low-grade spirit stones. In the private room, Yi Chen was also shocked. He thought that a low-rank soul stone would be worth 250 gold, but he never thought that it would be worth nearly 400 gold. Didn't that mean that the 10,000 low-rank soul stones in his storage ring were worth 4 million gold? 40,000 gold going once, 40,000 gold going twice, 40,000 gold going thrice. Sold, congratulations to this martial artist. The elder in yellow let out a sigh of relief after the third group of low-rank soul stones had been sold. It seemed that low-rank soul stones were in high demand. Unfortunately, the lowest price of the auction in the Northwest auction house was 20,000 gold. Otherwise, they could be separated into groups of 10. In this way, those warriors who didn't have enough wealth would definitely try their best to fight for them, even if it was 500 gold per piece. After all 3 groups of low-rank soul stones had been delivered to the buyers, the elder in yellow cleared his throat and said with a loud voice, "Next is the third item, the ancient half of a sword." Shoo, the silk cloth was lifted up, revealing the upper half of the sword in front of everyone. Perhaps it was because it was too old and broken, the sword still looked dim under the crystal light. Damn. What the hell is this? What is this thing? Half of a sword, even if it was originally a mid-rank treasure, it would not be valuable anymore. Who would want to bid for it? Look. Maybe there is something hidden in it. No one could tell what was going on. Their eyes landed on the elder in yellow, wanting to hear his explanation. The elder in yellow was prepared for this. He reached out his hand and picked up the sword and said, "According to the appraisal experts of our auction house, this half of the sword is 500 years old. In other words, this is an antique with 500 years of history. In addition, 500 years ago, it might have been a top-rank greatsword, but for some unknown reason, it was broken by someone and lost its spirit. A 500 years old antique, a top-rank greatsword. What a pity. If it was still in good condition, some of the people from the Windy Nation and even the South River region would definitely come to fight for it. A broken top-rank greatsword with no spirit. Why would they want to buy it? Maybe some antique collectors would go and bid for it. Anyway, it has nothing to do with us. Yeah, let's just watch from the sidelines. Let's see what this broken thing is like." Hearing the comments from the audience, the elder in yellow smiled bitterly. This half of the sword indeed did not have any practical use. It only had 500 years of history left. Hopefully, it could be sold for a good price. Of course, there was nothing that could be done if it could not be sold. The previous 2 rounds of publicity had already been done. Whether it lived or died would depend on the next round. Is this the other half of the broken sword? In the private room, Yi Chen's eyes shone with a bright light. He stared at the half of the sword on the stone auction stage without blinking. This half of the sword was also dull. Its width was the same as the broken sword that he had bought at the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. Even the crack was almost the same. Only the middle part was missing. If he was not mistaken, the 2 parts were originally one, but they were separated due to various reasons. Now, the bidding begins. The starting price is 20,000 gold. Each increment must be no less than 1,000 gold. The elder in yellow looked around and took a deep breath before saying loudly. There was a moment of silence. "I bid 21,000 gold." The one who spoke was an elder in his 70s. He had a gray beard and was wearing an old-fashioned black robe. Someone recognized the elder's identity. He was one of the few antique collectors in the Forgotten City. He loved to buy strange things and put them in his house for his own appreciation. He would not allow others to see them even if they wanted to. Even his own family members were no exception. He was known as an old-fashioned old man. In the private room, Yi Chen did not rush to bid. He had to keep his composure. Otherwise, it would easily arouse other suspicions if he attacked fiercely. There was silence in the hall. No one made a bid. The elder in yellow knew that it was time to liven up the atmosphere. 21,000 gold. Who wants to bid a higher price? Don't forget, this half of the sword could be a fragment of a high-grade sword. Even if it has lost its spirituality, we might still be able to find something useful in it. Moreover, it has 500 years of history. It's really a long history. The hall was still silent. At this moment, Yi Chen raised the plate in his hand. 22,000 gold. Good. Someone has increased the price. Good eyes. Who else wants to bid? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The elder in yellow said excitedly. 30,000 gold. This time, it was not the elder collector who bid. It was Ouyang Ming who was in the 3rd private room next door. Tang Manlu asked doubtfully, "Brother Ouyang, is this half of the sword very important?" Ouyang Ming said calmly, "It's nothing. It's good to buy it for my collection." After all, this small amount of money is nothing. 30,000 taels of gold, someone is raising the price again. What are you waiting for? The yellow-clothed old man's voice was even louder. The price of 30,000 taels of gold had already reached his estimation. Even if no one continued to raise the price, he was already satisfied. The old collector raised his board, 31,000 taels. 32,000 taels. Yichen also raised the price. Ouyang Ming disdainfully smiled, 40,000 taels. I won't raise the price. Although this thing is to my liking, it is not worth this price. It is better to buy other antiques. The old collector gave up on raising the price. You should have given up a long time ago. Isn't it just half a sword? Why spend tens of thousands of taels of gold? The warrior beside him laughed. What do you know? As long as it is an antique, there is a research value. Okay, I don't know, but you do. In the private room, Yichen frowned and raised the price to 41,000 taels. Wu Zongming was confused. Yichen, what's wrong with you? There are still many treasures after this. There is no need to waste money on this broken thing. Do you really think you can find something from it? Without its spirituality, this half of the sword is about the same value as a normal treasure sword. Yichen said, since we are here to participate in the auction, we have to buy something back. Hee, I can't do anything to you. Wu Zongming shook his head. 50,000 taels. Ouyang Ming raised his board. This amount of gold was nothing to him. He had been an inner disciple for many years and had completed hundreds of missions. His accumulated wealth had reached a terrifying level. Even some of the middle-class families might not be as rich as him. A mere 50,000 taels of gold was nothing to him. The yellow-clothed old man's heart almost jumped out of his chest. This was too inconceivable. The half of the sword that he thought no one was interested in was actually sold for 50,000 taels of gold. It was far beyond his estimation. Moreover, it seemed that the other side did not plan to give up. Below the stage, everyone also felt that it was very strange, but they were not very surprised. Every time there was an auction, there would always be some dark horse. Some worthless things would be auctioned for a very high price, while some valuable treasures could not be sold. Another two rich people who have nowhere to go, someone said enviously. 80% of them are sect disciples. These people are really rich. Sigh, it's a pity that we're not talented enough. Otherwise, we would have entered the sect long ago. Now, we could at least become outer sect elders. How impressive. That's enough. They're raising the price again. 55,000 taels. Yichen added another 5,000 taels. 60,000. 65,000. 70,000. 80,000. 90,000. Yichen's expression was very ugly. He had originally thought that no one would bid for the half-sword until now. Who would have thought that things would go against his wishes? Instead, the price had risen all the way to 90,000. He really didn't know if that person was deliberately trying to join in on the fun, or if he really wanted to buy it. Raising his sign, Yichen bid 100,000 taels. Suck, everyone on the scene gasped. 100,000 taels of gold was not a small amount. Many mid-condensing reality realm warriors would not be able to earn this amount even after 10 years of hard work. After all, warriors spent a lot of money, and they would never try to save money when it came to buying pellets. Although 100,000 taels of gold is not a big deal, there is no need for me to continue bidding. It's not like I have much use for it anyway. I'll just keep it as a collection. Plus, I've tricked that person, I think that person would feel bad about it. Ouyang Ming sat on the demonic beast leather chair with a faint smile on his face as he teased. A disciple of the Purple Sun Martial School said flatteringly, if we knew who that person was, we would definitely ask him to treat us. Brother Ouyang has already given him a lot of face. Yeah, when the auction is over, let's go and see who that person is. Ouyang Ming said, you guys, don't be so quick to jump to conclusions. I don't want him to treat us. Just ask him to lend me the half-sword for a few days. Hearing Ouyang Ming, Li Ling bitterly smiled. She thought to herself, that person better not go against second brother. Otherwise, he will suffer a lot. In the whole Windy Nation, there were not many people who could go against second brother. 100,000 taels going once, 100,000 taels going twice, 100,000 taels going thrice, sold. Congratulations to the VIP in room number 7, this half-sword will be delivered to you immediately. The elder in yellow was so happy that he looked like he had just picked up 100,000 taels of gold. Soon, the pretty girl walked in with the half-sword in her hands. TSK, even this piece of junk is worth 100,000 taels of gold. Wu Zhongming only took a glance at it, then lost interest. Yichen handed the pretty girl 10 gold notes worth 10,000 taels of gold each, then took the half-sword from her and threw it into his storage ring. Yichen scanned the sword with his soul power. He thought to himself, these two are indeed one, but there is still a small part missing. I wonder if I can gather them all. Yichen could vaguely hear a loud laughter coming out of the half-sword. It was so ancient that it left a deep impression on him. He knew that there must be something special about it, otherwise, he would not have spent 100,000 taels of gold to buy it. The fourth item is 3 Xinjian pellets. I think everyone knows what they can do. That's right, they can increase a condensing reality realm warrior's cultivation by 50%, and the side effects are very small. Besides that, you can take this pellet 3 times in a row. The first time is 50% chance, the second time is 30% chance, and the third time is 10% chance. Whoever can buy 3 of these pellets will definitely be able to increase his or her cultivation by 1 level, unless he or she is very unlucky. After the previous surprise, the real hot item officially appeared on the stage. It was the Xinjian pellet that Wu Zhongming had been dreaming of. There were 3 of them in total, and each of them was priceless, especially for those warriors with low talent. The 3 pellets will be auctioned separately. The starting price will be 30,000 taels of gold, and each bid must be at least 2,000 taels of gold. Wu Zhongming could not wait any longer. He raised his sign and said, 50,000 taels of gold. Buzz, everyone in the auction house was confused by this price. Who is this guy? Why did he bid such a high price at the beginning? Is he trying to kill us all? Some of the warriors who were not rich enough were gritting their teeth, but they could not do anything about it. They were not as rich as him, otherwise, they could have just bid 1,000,000 taels of gold, and see who would dare to compete. 55,000 taels. After a moment of silence, someone started to bid. Wu Zhongming grinned, 70,000 taels, 80,000 taels. A martial disciple started to bid. 100,000 taels. Wu Zhongming continued to bid. 120,000 taels. 150,000 taels. In the end, the first Xinjian pellet fell into Wu Zhongming's hands, which shocked everyone. Martial disciples were indeed martial disciples, they were all extremely rich. The starting price of the pellet was 30,000 taels of gold, but it was raised to 150,000 taels of gold, which made them feel completely hopeless. The second pellet was not as popular. It was bought by someone who looked like a martial disciple for 130,000 taels of gold. The third pellet was raised again, it reached 160,000 taels of gold, it was also bought by a martial disciple. The elder in yellow was very satisfied with this result. He cleared his throat and said, next up is the most important item, a low-rank Earthrealm martial skill manual. What? A low-rank Earthrealm martial skill? Are you kidding me? Including the guests in the private room, everyone was shocked. Don't be surprised, the 5th item is indeed a low-rank Earthrealm martial skill manual. The seller is a clasping Yuan realm martial artist, who is quite famous in the northern part of the Windy Nation. But of course, we can't reveal his name, as it violates the rules of the auction house. Let's cut to the chase. This low-rank Earthrealm martial skill is a leg martial skill, called the Killing Tyrant Kick. If you master this martial skill, you will be able to stop the flow of a river with a single kick, and if you master this martial skill, you will be able to shatter a 100-meter-tall mountain with a single kick. It is said that when you master this martial skill, the air will no longer be an obstacle, and your speed will reach an unimaginable level. You will be able to cover 100 meters with a single step. The old man in yellow didn't want to keep people in suspense, he explained everything in one breath. Boom, the auction house was boiling. The VIP guests in the private rooms who had been indifferent all this time started to breathe faster. Stopping the flow of a river, shattering a mountain, covering 100 meters with a single step, it was already very rare to have one of these three skills, let alone combining them into one. A low-rank Earth Realm martial skill was indeed incomparable to a top-rank Mortal Realm martial skill, it had reached a whole new level. Yichen didn't care too much about the first two skills, because the Tyrant Fist could also do the same. But the third one was even more shocking. Covering 100 meters with a single step was much more terrifying than leaping 100 meters. After all, leaping would take at least a few steps, not to mention the fact that the Killing Tyrant Kick was not only about speed. This leg martial skill manual is mine. Inside the private room, Ouyang Ming made up his mind. Although he already had a low-rank martial skill manual, it was only a martial skill manual. Both the leg and blade arts were top-rank Mortal Realm martial skills, and of course, they were the best of the best. The starting price is 100,000 gold, each bid must be at least 10,000 gold, start bidding. 120,000 gold. 130,000 gold. 150,000. 180,000. The price of the martial skill kept rising. All the martial artists who didn't belong to any martial institution were stunned. Ouyang Ming sneered, he raised the wooden sign and shouted, 250,000 gold. Who was in that private room? He just increased the price by 70,000 gold, he is so rich. A martial artist curiously asked. I saw Ouyang Ming from the Purple Sun Martial School enter that private room before, it should be him. No wonder, among the young generation of the Windy Nation, only a few people could surpass Ouyang Ming in terms of wealth, such as Young Master Emerald, Young Master Duanmu, and Young Master North Snow. In this auction, there are also disciples who are as famous as Ouyang Ming. For example, North Snow Fast Blade Lynch is also here. Lynch, it's said that he has the potential to surpass Child North Snow and become the #1 disciple of the North Snow Martial Academy. It's impossible for now, but who knows in the future? Just as everyone was discussing spiritedly, another bid sounded out. 300,000 taels. The voice was slightly deep, and it came from the second private room. Ouyang Ming remained calm, 350,000 taels. 400,000, 450,000 taels. That person quickly followed. 500,000 taels. To be honest, even Yichen was startled by this price. He thought to himself, the voice of the person who followed the bid is very deep, it should be a middle-aged man. A middle-aged man with 500,000 taels of gold, he must be a clasping Yuan realm martial artist. After all, apart from the top martial artists of the Windy Nation, very few condensing reality realm martial artists would be able to bid 500,000 taels of gold. The other person was the young man who was competing with him for half of the sword. He was most likely a core disciple of some big martial institution, and Yichen was sure that he had heard of his name before, it was just that he couldn't recognize his voice. 600,000 taels. Ouyang Ming raised his voice. 700,000 taels. 800,000 taels. 900,000 taels. That person didn't even budge an inch. Hee hee. Ouyang Ming laughed, his face had a trace of ferociousness, which made Tang Manlu and Li Ling's hair stand on end. They knew that Ouyang Ming was angry, but that middle-aged man was obviously not a kind person. He was most likely a clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Unless the elders of the Purple Sun Martial School came, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Taking a deep breath, Ouyang Ming roared, 1,200,000 taels. Standing next to Yichen, Wu Zongming said with jealousy, this martial institution's disciple is so rich, although I haven't heard his voice, but it's very likely that he is one of the 3 big steps of the younger generation in the Windy Nation. Compared to him, we are so poor, so poor. Do more missions, and save up for a few years, you will also have the same amount of money. A few years later, he will have even more money. Never mind, the most important thing is to improve our cultivation, the money will come sooner or later. Yichen didn't say anything, he started to think, the more money he had, the better. In the future, when there was a large-scale auction, he was afraid that even 1 or 2 million taels of gold would not be enough. He seemed to have more than 10,000 low-rank soul stones, but if he really had to exchange them for gold, he would feel a bit sad. 1,300,000 taels. The price continued to rise. Ouyang Ming gritted his teeth and said, 1,500,000 taels. 1,600,000 taels. That middle-aged man's tone was the same, there was no change in his tone. Damn it. Ouyang Ming smashed the rosewood table with his palm, his eyes were bloodshot. If it weren't for the fact that he still had to compete for that great blade, he wouldn't be so angry. Now that he had used so much gold, how could he compete with Lynch? After all, Lynch's wealth was not much less than his. 1,800,000 taels. Ouyang Ming decided to fight again. He hoped that Lynch would back off, otherwise, when he reached the clasping yuan realm in the future, he would definitely kill this person. A calm voice came, 2 million taels. If I don't kill this person, Ouyang Ming, will not be satisfied. Veins popped out on his forehead, Ouyang Ming squeezed out a beast-like roar from his throat. The old man in yellow didn't care about this, he only cared about the price. According to the real value of this martial skill book, it was only about 500,000 taels, it was definitely not more than 100,000 taels. Now that the price had doubled, it was 2 million taels of gold, how could he not be happy? 2 million taels going once, 2 million taels going twice, sold. After the climax, the next part was a bit low-key. The style of the Northwest auction house was different from other places. Normally, it was divided into 3 rounds. The first round was used to liven up the atmosphere and arouse people's emotions. The second round's items were not as valuable as the first round's items, but there were a lot more of them. There were dozens of items, and each of them had different values. The lowest one was no more than 20,000 taels of gold, while the highest one was more than 100,000 taels of gold. All in all, those martial artists who didn't belong to any martial institution were waiting for this moment. They were all bidding in full swing, competing for the items that they wanted. The third round had begun. Different from the previous 2 rounds, the third round's items were all treasures. The starting price was more than 50,000 taels of gold, some of them were even more valuable than the martial skill book. The 68th item, the low-rank Great Blade, the space-splitting blade. The real climax was about to begin. In the private room, Lin Chi opened his eyes that had been closed all this time. His sharp gaze seemed to have materialized, flashing randomly in the void like streaks of illusory blade light that could steal one's soul. The elder reached out his hand and picked up the sheathed great saber from the wooden plate, then slowly pulled it out. All of a sudden, a beam of silver light flashed, and the saber chi shot up into the sky, seeming like it could cut people's souls. The huge auction stage was filled with coldness. Good saber. This saber is not just a low-rank great saber anymore, it is close to a mid-rank great saber. Inside the private room, an elder in grey robes said with greed in his eyes. Yi Chen thought of something. The air-shattering saber in the elder's hand did not seem to be as powerful as the tiger head saber he got from the underground world. It had the same saber chi and sharp edge. If he needed money in the future, he could sell it to the auction house. The air-shattering saber, the saber of the Blade Marquis 100 years ago. It is 4 feet and 2 inches long, and its widest part is 2 and 3 inches. The back of the saber is half an inch thick, and the handle is 7 inches long. It can generate saber chi and increase the power of the user. The starting price is 300,000 silvers, and each increment must be no less than 50,000 silvers. You can start now. Putting the great saber back into the sheath, the elder in yellow put the air-shattering saber back on the wooden plate, then looked around. Seeing that everyone was staring at the air-shattering saber, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. 1 million silvers. In the 6th private room, Lynch raised his wooden plate. 1,500,000 silvers. The elder in grey robes followed. Ouyang Ming was a bit surprised by the bidder, but of course, he would not give up on the air-shattering saber. He yelled, 2 million silvers. Did I hear it right? It has only been 3 bids, and it has already reached 2 million gold. North Snow Quick Blade Lynch and Little Godly Leg Ouyang Ming both made their bids. I wonder who the other elder is? I know. That elder is called Blade Old Man. He is at the early clasping yuan realm, and he is quite famous in the martial world. I wonder how many people he has killed with his saber art. Blade Old Man? I remember now. Quick Blade Wu Wanshan used to be his teacher. But for some reason, they parted ways. I did not expect to see him here. Wu Wanshan is probably as powerful as Blade Old Man now. But, North Snow Quick Blade Lynch is even more powerful. He beat Wu Wanshan with only 10 attacks. Don't underestimate Blade, old man. Haven't you heard that the older ginger is the spicier? This person has been active for decades, so he must have countless trump cards. Lynch's expression remained the same. 3 million. Little brat, you have quite a lot of wealth. I'll let you show off for a while, but when we get out of Forgotten City, the air-splitting blade will be mine. The gray-robed old man, Dao So, was reluctant to spend so much gold to bid for the Skysplitter saber. He felt that it was a waste. It would be better to wait for someone else to bid for it, than secretly follow them and kill them to get the treasure. In any case, it was not the first time he had done something like this. With one less competitor, Yangming felt much more relaxed. Just like Lynch, he increased the price by 1 million taels, reaching a sky-high price of 4 million taels. 5 million. Without even thinking about it, Lynch continued to raise the price, as if the gold he had on him was just a broken stone that wouldn't hurt him no matter how much he threw out. 5,500,000 taels. Yangming felt that he had underestimated Lynch. 5 million taels was the highest price he could offer, of which 30% was borrowed from rushing thunderhand Ouyang Lai. 5,500,000 taels. Lynch had also reached his limit, he only added 50,000 taels of gold. Turning his head, Yangming said to the people around him, "Lend me all the gold you have, I'll pay you back 4 times in the future." Li Ling said, "I still have 20,000 taels left from the 2 items I bought earlier. I still have 20,000 taels left. 35,000 taels. After pooling everything, Yangming managed to come up with an extra 100,000 taels of gold. He invested all of it and shouted, 5,650,000 taels. Lynch frowned, then he remembered that before he left, junior sister May gave him a small bag, and asked him to open it at a critical moment. Taking out the bag and opening it, Lynch showed a rare smile. Although he looked ordinary, his smile was like that of a child, pure and flawless. 5,700,000 taels. Lynch raised the price again. Hearing that, Yangming was stunned. Impossible, how can he still have the energy? Tang Manlu and Li Ling looked at each other. They felt that Lynch's price was just like his knife skill, unpredictable and unexpected. In the end, the air-splitting blade fell into Lynch's hand. 5,700,000 taels, this is too much, how can we live? Look, Lynch came out, it seems like he is going to leave. I heard that he came here for the air-splitting blade, it's normal for him to leave, it would be a waste of time if he stayed. Hey, Dao So is following him, is he going to kill him for the treasure? It's possible, but is he not afraid of the North Snow Martial Academy's revenge? It seems like you don't know Dao so well, he is always reckless, and his whereabouts are uncertain. Maybe he will escape to another country after killing Lynch, and the North Snow Martial Academy might not be able to find him. Some people noticed what happened, they started to discuss with each other in low voices. Lynch's departure did not cause too much of a commotion, the auction continued. The 79th item was a low-rank Earthrealm martial art manual, but it was an auxiliary one. It was called the Limitless Universe Art. It could stabilize Jin Qi and suppress Jin Qi. It sounded normal, but a lot of powerful martial artists did not think so. When a martial artist made a breakthrough, their Jin Qi would be unstable, and their cultivation would be unstable. But if a martial artist trained the Limitless Universe Art, this would not be a problem. Besides, when fighting with other martial artists, it could also suppress the scattered Jin Qi, and increase the endurance of the battle, which could be fatal for martial artists with similar cultivation. Therefore, no matter from which aspect, the Limitless Universe Art was more valuable than the Sky-Killing Kick Art, since the latter was a martial skill, and the True Spirit Continent did not lack martial skills. However, the Limitless Universe Art was an auxiliary martial art, it was very rare, and even big martial institutions would not have it. Its starting price was 200,000 taels, which was twice the price of the Sky-Killing Kick Art. 500,000 taels. The clasping Yuan realm martial artist who had bought the Sky-Killing Kick Art made his bid again. Yangming sneered, I can't get the air-shattering blade anymore, so I am not afraid of you. But the air-shattering blade will be mine sooner or later. That elder in grey is obviously a clasping Yuan realm martial artist, I am afraid he is up to no good by following Lynch. As long as he kills Lynch, I will have plenty of ways to get the air-shattering blade from him. Yang Ming calmed himself down, raised his plate, 3 million. The whole place was silent. The clasping yuan realm martial artist did not say anything. Seeing that no one else was bidding, Yang Ming smiled. 4 million. A clear female voice was heard. It was calm. It is Su Jing. Yi Chen blurted out. Wu Zongming was shocked. Are you sure it is senior sister Su Jing? Yi Chen nodded. I have met senior sister Su Jing before. I have talked to her for a while. Senior sister Su Jing is currently ranked 8th among the core disciples. I heard that she is way more powerful than that. I wonder if it is true. Should be. When he accidentally saw Su Jing training, Yi Chen thought he had seen her power. He thought she only had 3,000 to 4,000 pounds of strength, but she was quite powerful. But now, he did not think so. As his cultivation level increased, he recalled that scene. He was sure that she did not use all of her power. She had only used 30% of it at most. It was the power that was stored inside her body. Su Jing's unexpected appearance made Yang Ming's face turn green. It seemed like he did not check the almanac when he left the house today. Not only did he not get the air-killing kick manual, he did not get the air-splitting blade, and now, he even lost the limitless heaven and earth art. I don't believe that I can't get the limitless heaven and earth art. Yang Ming shouted in his heart and increased the bid to 5 million. Su Jing's voice was flat as she said to her 3 junior sisters in the same private room, lend me all your money. Senior sister, I'll lend it to you. You can't let Yang Ming get the limitless heaven and earth art. The female disciples from the Sky Cloud Martial School were all very beautiful. They each took out a stack of gold notes and gave them to Su Jing. After counting the gold notes, Su Jing raised her head, 6 million. Okay, 6 million. This has broken the record of the previous small auctions. Who else wants to bid? You should know that the limitless heaven and earth art is very rare to see. If you lose this opportunity, it will be very difficult to get it again. The elder in yellow added fuel to the fire on the stage. Unfortunately, no matter how much he talked, no one continued to raise the price. 6 million taels of gold was too high. There were many big clans in Forgotten City, but they did not have the means to transfer so much gold at once. Moreover, the infinite heaven and earth skill was only an auxiliary skill. It could not directly increase one's combat power. Spending 6 million taels of gold to buy it was not worth it. Good steel should be used on the blade. However, Su Jing was different. Although this heaven and earth limitless technique couldn't increase her battle prowess, it would be of great help to her in the future. After breaking through to the next realm, she didn't need to worry about the phenomenon of her true qi being unstable anymore. Imperceptibly, it would shorten the cultivation time needed to advance again. Shaking his head, the elder in yellow knew that 6 million gold was the end of the line. 6 million going once. 6 million going twice. Sold. Congratulations to the lady in room 12. Without him saying anything, someone sent the limitless heaven and earth art to her. What made Tang Manlu and Li Ling feel strange was that the angry Yang Ming calmed down. His eyes were deep and cold, but no one knew what he was thinking. There were 3 other treasures left, and all of them were sold at a sky-high price. However, the highest price was only 4,500,000 gold. It could not exceed the price of the air-splitting blade and the limitless heaven and earth art. The auction ended successfully, and everyone left the room. Opening the door, Yi Chen said, "Let's go." Picking up a grape and throwing it into his mouth, Wu Zongming was in a good mood. He could not wait to go back to the Sky Cloud Martial School and take the Zhenqi pellet. The two walked out of the private room and headed for the exit. "Little brat, so you are a disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School." At the entrance, there were 5 young men standing there. Tang Manlu and Li Ling were among them, and the other 3 were new faces. The leading young man was wearing a purple and gold robe. He had long legs and was about 1.9 meters tall. Yi Chen asked indifferently, "What's the matter?" "Nothing much. My senior brother Ouyang wants to invite you to the Fortune Immortal restaurant for a drink. I hope you can give him some face." One of them said sinisterly. "Sorry, I'm busy." Yi Chen took 2 steps to the side and was about to leave. That man stopped Yi Chen. "What? You don't even want to give me face?" If senior brother Ouyang did not give you that half of the sword, do you think you could have gotten it? On the side, Ouyang sneered. He did not want to cause trouble for Yi Chen, he only wanted to know who the female disciples were. After asking around, he found out that there were 4 of them. 3 of them were wearing the inner disciple uniform of the Sky Cloud Martial School, and the last one also had the symbol of the Sky Cloud Martial School on his sleeve. Seeing that Yi Chen was also from the Sky Cloud Martial School, he immediately came up with a plan. Wu Zongming rolled his eyes and said, "You guys did not get any treasures in the auction because you are not capable enough. What does it have to do with us? Do you think we need you to give it to us?" "Hoof, senior brother Ouyang invited you for a drink because he thinks highly of you. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit," another Purple Sun Martial School inner disciple said in a deep voice. Yi Chen thought it was Tang Manlu who was causing trouble, but it seemed like it was not the case. He said indifferently, "Move, don't block the way." Just when the two were about to lose their temper, Ouyang said, "Among the young generation of the Windy Nation, many people want to invite me for a drink, but it is very difficult. Today, I, Ouyang, invite people for a drink. Even if you don't want to go, you have no choice." How arrogant. I would like to see how the godly legs Ouyang is going to invite a Sky Cloud Martial School disciples for a drink. Behind Yi Chen and Wu Zongming, Su Jing's voice came. "Senior sister Su." Yi Chen and Wu Zongming nodded. Su Jing walked in the front, followed by 3 Sky Cloud Martial School female disciples. Ouyang squinted his eyes, "Late condensing reality realm, no wonder you are so arrogant. But it is still not enough. Your head senior sister Zhu Mei is qualified to talk to me on equal footing. Senior sister Zhu Mei is not here, only I, Su Jing, am here." Su Jing was not very tall, Yi Chen estimated that she was about 1.7 meters. She was wearing a white dress and had a beautiful body. Her eyebrows were slightly curved, but her aura was not any weaker than Ouyang. There was a kind of unique aggressiveness hidden in her aura. "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to brother Ouyang like that?" The entrance of the Northwest Auction House was very wide, it was about 10 meters wide. The inner disciple of the Purple Sun Martial School, who had just spoken, did not do anything. He pushed out his palm, and his zhenqi formed a huge red ring, covering Su Jing's body. "Piss off." Su Jing took a step forward, and the surrounding space seemed to vibrate, giving people the illusion that they could not stand steadily. Her blood and qi were boiling, and soon after, a thick and dazzling golden light gushed out, instantly shattering the giant red ring and causing the opponent to vomit blood. How could she be so powerful? They are both at the late condensing reality realm, but her opponent could not even withstand a single attack. He is not even qualified to be attacked by Sister Su Jing. Wu Zongming saw that Su Jing took a step forward and broke her opponent's attack, causing him to puke out blood. He was shocked. Yi Chen was also a bit surprised. Su Jing, who had reached the late condensing reality realm, was even more powerful than he had imagined. The entrance was too eye-catching, the fight between the two attracted a lot of warriors. "Look, it's the Sky Cloud Martial School and the Purple Sun Martial School disciples, they are fighting. Little godly legs Ouyang has failed again and again, how could he let it go? He will definitely find trouble with the owner of the Limitless Universe art. Unfortunately, there is no one among these Sky Cloud Martial School disciples who can control the situation." Not necessarily, that Sky Cloud Martial School female disciple just took a step and blew her opponent away. Ouyang did not make a move, otherwise it would be hard for her opponent to fight back. Other than the warriors who were attracted by the fight, the people of the Northwest Auction House also noticed the fight. Soon, the elder in yellow pushed through the crowd, walked over and said, "You guys, the Northwest Auction House does not allow fighting, please give us some face, otherwise, it will be hard to explain." Other than being an auctioneer, the elder in yellow was also an early clasping Yuan realm warrior. As he spoke, he sent out a wave of zhenqi, forming an invisible qi wall. Ouyang knew that it would be hard to fight here, so he nodded and said with a smile, "Of course not, I just wanted to invite these few people for a drink. Since they are busy, I will not force them. Let's go." After the elder left, Su Jing said to Yi Chen and Wu Zongming, "It is not safe on the road, you guys should come with us." Once the owner left, the others had no reason to stay. Trouble solved, the elder in yellow smiled bitterly. Although martial school disciples were one of the most popular customers of the auction house, they were also the most troublesome ones. On the northwest plain, 6 riders were running at full speed. I can't believe that after a year, you have not only become an inner disciple, but also reached the mid-condensing reality realm. Su Jing, who was riding beside Yi Chen, said casually. Yi Chen said, "How can I compare to you, sister? I think even if Ouyang Ming were to fight you, he would not be able to win. I have no confidence against him. He is after all at the peak of the late condensing reality realm, he has more experience than me." Even Sister Zhu Mei said that he has hidden his strength well, and has the ambition to challenge the 3 young masters. Let's not talk about him, your power should be higher than the mid-condensing reality realm. You are full of qi and blood, full of profound qi, this is a sign of having more than 10,000 pounds of strength. Su Jing could tell that Yi Chen was different at first glance. Yi Chen asked curiously, "How can you tell?" "This is a secret qi and blood circulation technique, it can tell if the opponent's qi and blood is strong or not. Normally, if one has more than 10,000 pounds of profound qi, then one would have more profound qi, and if one has more than 100,000 pounds of profound qi, then one would have more profound qi, which would be like a smoke signal, which would not be able to get close to it. Even without this technique, one could still sense it. There is such a thing? I am indeed ignorant." Yi Chen was shocked. 1,000,000 pounds of strength gathered on a small human body, how terrifying would that be? It would be enough to shatter everything in the world, pull up mountains, and pierce through the earth's crust. Su Jing said, "It is not that you are ignorant, but a lot of people do not know about this. I only read about it from an ancient scroll. It said that 10,000 years ago, there was a martial institution called the Vast Expanse Martial School. Everyone in the school trained their bodies. 10,000 pounds of strength would make you a servant disciple, 30,000 pounds of strength would make you an outer disciple, 50,000 pounds of strength would make you an inner disciple, 80,000 pounds of strength would make you an inner disciple, 200,000 pounds of strength would make you an inner disciple, 300,000 pounds of strength would make you an outer master, and 300,000 pounds of strength would make you an inner master." Wu Zongming and the other female disciples were all fascinated by the story, but they were still doubtful. Is there really someone in this world who could train their strength to more than 500,000 pounds? Where is the Vast Expanse sect? Has it been destroyed? Yi Chen asked. Su Jing nodded. It seems that the heavens did not allow the Vast Expanse school to exist. In a single night, the school was razed to the ground, and someone found a dragon scale in the ruins. It was the size of a wash basin, and could cut through iron like mud. It was incomparably sharp. Rumor has it that a divine dragon descended upon the world and destroyed the entire Vast Expanse school. That dragon scale was left behind after the Vast Expanse school's leader and several great elders fought against the divine dragon. Divine dragon, that's ridiculous. That is the legendary existence that surpasses the life and death realm. They are immortal and can roam the Taishu. A female disciple exclaimed. Su Jing narrowed her eyes. The world is so big that it is not something you can understand. Even those life and death realm warriors could not understand it, let alone us. Yi Chen smiled bitterly. With his strength, he was only a servant disciple. In the Vast Expanse sect, not even an outer sect disciple. He really had no idea how the people in the Vast Expanse sect cultivated. Half a day passed by, and it was already noon. The few of them had already flown to the center of the northwest plains. As far as the eye could see, the sky and the plains formed a line. There was no end to it, and the white clouds were getting bigger and bigger until they reached the sky above their heads. There are horse hooves. Yi Chen's ears twitched as he heard the sound. Su Jing nodded. It's earlier than I thought. Wu Zongming felt strange, and asked, Senior sister, you know that someone is looking for trouble with us? Ouyang Ming is inextricably linked to the bandits in the northwest plains. He often makes use of them to besiege and kill disciples from the sects that oppose him. This isn't the first time, and it won't be the last. I just don't know which group of bandits came. Damn it, they are actually colluding with the horse bandits of the northwest plains. The 3 female disciples were furious. Su Jing looked at the large black dots that were gathering from all directions, and said, "What's so strange about it? Everyone has their own way of doing things. Some are cunning and despicable, some are righteous, and some are cruel. There are too many of them. But as long as they have a clear mind and don't have any inner demons, anyone can cultivate to a very high level, and it has nothing to do with their character." What a brilliant idea. Yi Chen thought. Da-da-da-da-da, the continuous horse hooves gradually became louder, and everyone could already see the clothes and faces of the horse bandits in front of them. "I said kill them, then you guys break out of here, and I will cover you," Su Jing said with a decisive tone. "Senior sister. Cut the crap, there are clasping Yuan realm martial artists among them, we can't fight them." The horses were very fast, and within a few blinks of an eye, they had already arrived in front of everyone. There were more than 50 horse bandits, and 7 or 8 of them had strong Xianxia vibrations. Obviously, they were late condensing reality realm martial artists. The leader had a face full of stubble, and his Xianxia was condensed into a single point, which was extremely pure. He was definitely a clasping Yuan realm martial artist. When the horse bandits were only 30 steps away from them, Su Jing yelled, "Break through, kill them." Shoo, as she yelled, Su Jing's body turned into a golden light. Ignoring the distance of 30 steps, she punched 2 late condensing reality realm martial artists in the chest. Yi Chen's speed was not slow at all. He pushed his crane shadow steps to its limit, and his whole body had already disappeared into the air. After that, a late condensing reality realm horse bandit's head exploded, turning into a blood mist. Wu Zongming and the 3 female disciples knew that they were not as powerful as the others, so they gathered together and tried their best to break through to the west. The leader of the horse bandits saw that 3 of his subordinates had died in the blink of an eye. He roared and jumped towards Su Jing. His thick Xianxia had shaved off a layer of the ground, and he moved at lightning speed. Monster-killing fist, shaking the heavens and earth. Su Jing did not back off, her 2 fists were like a giant devil splitting a mountain, and she faced the leader of the horse bandits head-on. Puff. 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 This time, the surrounding horse bandits suffered greatly. They were all blown away by the shockwave, puking out a huge mouthful of blood in the air. Taking 3 steps back, Su Jing looked calm, but her movements were wild. Her white robe fluttered in the wind as she charged towards the leader of the horse bandits again, throwing out a powerful punch. On the other side, Yi Chen was surrounded by 3 late condensing reality realm horse bandits. "Little brat, go to hell. Kill the wolf. Flash spear. Ghost cry and wolf howl." The 3 of them each used their unique attacks. They wanted to kill Yi Chen together. Yi Chen's body blurred, he casually flashed and dodged the attacks of the 3 bandits. In the middle of the attack, Yi Chen's Xianxia increased infinitely, he threw out a punch from the side. Tyrannical rampage. The power of the punch tore the ground apart, it gathered a huge wave of dirt and rushed out. Boom, the ground exploded, the late condensing reality realm horse bandit was blown into pieces, his blood and flesh flying everywhere. This kid is hard to deal with. Archers, get ready. As the order was given, arrows were shot towards Yi Chen like rain, locking down the huge space. Ding, ding. Ding, unfortunately, Yi Chen's body was covered in a jade-like luster. Once the arrows touched him, they were broken into 2 pieces and bounced off. Clang, facing the rain of arrows, with a few late condensing reality realm warriors glaring at him, Yi Chen did not dare to take it lightly. He immediately pulled out his hidden cloud sword. The pure Jun Xianxia had a great effect on the sword art. Once Yi Chen threw out a sword attack, the snow-white sword light looked like a blooming lotus flower. The sharp light shot out in all directions, slicing the ground around Yi Chen into pieces. At the same time, numerous mountain-like silhouettes appeared within the sword light. They were extremely sharp and powerful. Combining the 2 together, it looked a bit like the legendary Blade Mountain. Condensed sword chi. Yi Chen swung the sword straight out. The sword light was compressed infinitely and turned into a thick sword chi. Because of its high speed, the air was cut open like water ripples, and the natural Yuan chi was disrupted. In the eyes of the crowd, this was not a sword chi at all, it was clearly a mountain. They suddenly felt that it was unstoppable, and their momentum was weakened by 80%. Swoosh, the flat ground was split open, and the horse bandits in the vicinity of this line were either split into two halves or crushed into a bloody mist by the aftermath of the sword chi, leaving nothing behind. Then, the sword chi's momentum did not diminish, and it slashed towards the leader of the horse bandits who was suppressing Su Jing. Sword chi? The horse bandit leader sensed the change and looked over. He was shocked. A mid-condensing reality realm warrior could actually release sword chi. Wasn't that something only clasping Yuan realm swordsmen could do? Moreover, this sword chi was not an ordinary sword chi. It contained the mentality of a mountain, which could crush and suppress everything. It was almost at the edge of the sword intent, and was only one step away from the supreme sword intent. After exchanging more than 10 moves, Su Jing was gradually suppressed by the horse bandit leader. However, she had also figured out his martial arts patterns. If she was not mistaken, this horse bandit leader should be one of the top horse bandit leaders in the Northwest Plain. His name was Chi Kuei, and he had reached the clasping Yuan realm a few years ago. His moves were very powerful. If she was not strong enough, she might not even be able to take 3 of his punches. After fighting for a while, Su Jing noticed that her opponent's attention had shifted, and she couldn't help but look over as well. In her line of sight, Yi Chen, who was dressed in a white robe, was like a towering mountain. He was clearly right in front of her, but he gave off the illusion that he was far away. This junior brother of mine is really amazing. There is the aura of Tao in his sword technique. As long as he is given time, he will definitely become a peerless swordsman in the future. Laughing out loud, Chi Kuei withdrew his left hand and threw out a punch, while saying, "No matter how talented you are only a mid-condensing reality realm warrior, what can you do to me?" Mountain. Crashing fist, break. Kacha, the artistic conception in the sword chi was the first to be broken. Then, the sword chi collapsed and disappeared. However, Chi Kuei's body also stiffened. Strands of sword chi flowed up along his arm, wanting to injure his foundation. Only after separating a portion of his true chi could he eliminate the threat of the sword chi. Su Jing understood what Yi Chen meant. He wanted to help her escape. With that thought in mind, all of her Jin chi started to burn like fire. 2 illusory golden flame rings appeared behind her head, one big and one small. Low-rank Earth Realm Art, Golden 3 Realm Art. Yi Chen could tell that Su Jing had trained a low-rank Earth Realm Art, Golden 3 Realm Art. This art was extremely powerful. The 7th stage was called the Shocking Sky, the 8th stage was called the Extreme Void Sky, and the 9th stage was called the Skytop Sky. When the 3 stages combined, it could suppress everything and was unstoppable. However, Su Jing had obviously trained it to the 8th stage, the Extreme Void Sky. When the 2 stages combined, her power suddenly increased. With a single punch, Chi Kuei was forced to take 4 steps back. Open. Not in the mood to fight anymore, Su Jing just charged forward. The burning golden Jin Chi instantly pushed away the people who were in her way. She did not even care about her horse, she flew towards Wu Zongming and the other 3. Yi Chen did not stop her either. He turned around and threw out 13 sword attacks. Streams of mountain-like sword chi flew towards Chi Kuei who was chasing after him. His feet did not even touch the ground as he flew backwards. With the help of Su Jing and Yi Chen, Wu Zongming and the other 3 finally got out of the encirclement. For horses and 2 people, their speed increased to the limit. Like lightning, they gradually disappeared into the distance. Damn this brat. Chi Kuei was furious. He stomped on the ground, causing it to shake continuously. He threw out a series of punches, which turned into countless fist shadows that shattered the mountain-like sword chi. "Brother, what do we do now?" A leader of the horse gang could not help but ask with red eyes. Chi Kuei calmed down his boiling blood and tried to suppress his unstable emotions. He asked, "How many brothers did we lose?" 23 in total. Besides me, all the other leaders were killed. 6 late condensing reality realm warriors were all killed. I am so angry. Chi Kuei's eyes were wide open and bloodshot. Although there were only about 50 people in this bandit group, every one of them was a veteran of hundreds of battles, especially those 6 small leaders who had followed him to roam the Northwest Plains for several years. They were the foundation that he relied on. He never thought that they would all die in this battle. For a moment, his heart was bleeding. Brother, I have told you before, don't hang out with Ouyang brother. They are both core disciples of the martial school, they have powerful people behind them. Although they give us a lot of gold and treasures every time, we are risking our lives for them. But they don't even need to do anything, yet they get the biggest share. I know about this. Chi Kuei was indeed the leader of a horse gang. Although he was angry, he still had some calmness in his heart. He said, we have already offended the Sky Cloud Martial School, we cannot have another conflict with the Purple Sun Martial School. Let's avoid contact with Ouyang brother from now on. Right now, let's leave the Northwest Plain and go out to recruit people, hoping to make a comeback. You are right, brother. After fighting their way out of the encirclement, Yi Chen and Wu Zongming rode on one horse, while Su Jing and one of the female disciples rode on the other. Taking out a mysterious green pellet and throwing it to Yi Chen, Su Jing said, the rest of the journey will inevitably be dangerous. This is a mysterious recovering pellet, it can help you recover your lost Xianxia. Yi Chen had heard about the mysterious recovering pellet before. It cost 3,000 gold for one pellet, and it could recover Xianxia 10 times faster than usual. It was a necessity for high-level warriors. With just a glance, Yi Chen picked up the pellet and swallowed it. He then started to use his pure Jun Xianxia to refine the pellet. In his dantian, the almost dried-up Xianxia whirlpool was helped by the mysterious recovering pellet. Xianxia continuously poured out, flowing into all the meridians in his body. Before, he first threw out the Tyrant Fist art, then he used the Lone Peak of 13 Swords. He used the poetic perspective of the Lone Peak of 13 Swords to create a sword chi that consumed a lot of Xianxia. Although it was powerful, it could not last long. It was far weaker than a clasping Yuan Realm warrior, after all, a mid-condensing reality realm warrior was still too low. After 7 days, the group of 6 returned to the Sky Cloud Martial School in the Windy Mountain. The next half a month was no different than before, training, doing missions, and so on. Inadvertently, Yi Chen heard the news brought back by a disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School who had participated in the auction. The North Snow Fast Blade Lynch had safely returned to the North Snow Martial Academy. It was said that someone had seen the old man in gray, Dao So, in a very bad shape, with one of his arms broken. The sea of clouds was rolling, the wind was blowing. You really want me to fight you with all my power? On a remote cliff, Su Jing, who was dressed in white, stood there. She was not tall, nor did she have a burly figure. She even looked a little delicate. However, no matter how strong the wind was, it could not shake her in the slightest. She was like a statue that had not fallen for thousands of years. Yi Chen nodded, I have trained a martial art, and it needs a lot of pressure to improve. So I want to use your help to train. What he was talking about was the pure jade body boosting spell. He had trained this martial art to the peak of the 3rd level a long time ago, but he had not been able to break through to the 4th level. He had been thinking about it these days, and realized that it would be very difficult for him to reach the 4th level by himself. Only by using other people's power to stimulate his own potential could he achieve it in a short period of time. If that is the case, then I will not hold back. Su Jing could tell that Yi Chen was serious. Although she was curious about what kind of martial art he had trained, she was not a talkative person. She would not ask what she should not ask. Cross the sea to kill the devil. Su Jing took a step forward with her right foot, all the rocks within a few meters radius floated into the air. She did not seem to be very fast, but she had already arrived in front of Yi Chen. She threw out a punch with a strong golden light. Yi Chen could feel the explosive power contained in this punch. He did not dare to waste any time. He pushed the pure jade body boosting spell with all his power. A layer of jade-like luster appeared on his skin. His body shook, and his Xianxia was pushed to the limit. He threw out a punch as well. Chin, the 2 fists collided, and a strong shockwave spread out. A few huge black cracks appeared on the ground like snakes, spreading everywhere. So it really is more than 10,000 pounds of power. Because Yi Chen did not use any martial arts, his arm was numb, and his vision blurred. He almost fainted. Su Jing did not intend to hold back. She missed the first punch, but the second one followed. Destroy the mountain and flip the sea. That intense golden light, along with the sound of a tsunami, attacked towards Yi Chen's temple from the left side. The fist power hadn't arrived yet, but the fist wind had already arrived. It was like a lightning bolt and was as heavy as a mountain. Bang! Yichen stretched out his hand to block the punch. His left fist drilled out from his waist and began to counterattack. Alright, I'm going to use the power of the 7th level of the Golden Three Realms art. After repelling Yichen's fist energy with a single punch, an illusory golden ring of fire appeared behind Su Jing's head. Her entire body was burning with golden Jin Qi. Combined with her strength of over 10,000 Jin, she would be able to kill anyone who stood in her way. Yichen did not retreat nor evade. He laughed loudly and said, "Senior sister, go ahead and make your move." A cold glint flickered in Su Jing's eyes. With a twist of her feet, the surface of the cliff cracked. Soon after, her two fists, one on the left and one on the right, struck out, using the move she used to deal with Chi Kuei. Kachak, the jade-like luster on the surface of Yichen's body collapsed and was annihilated. His tall and straight body that was as steady as a mountain took 10 steps back, and every step he took was extremely heavy and emitted thumping sounds. Alright, again. Activating the pure jade body boosting spell, again, Yichen didn't care about the taste of blood in his throat. He rushed towards Su Jing. Back off. This fight was to help Yichen break through. There was no need for any fancy moves, only a solid head-on collision. Therefore, Su Jing threw out another punch, which once again made Yichen take 10 steps back. Again. Boom. Again. Towards the end, Yichen's 7 orifices began to bleed. The jade-like luster on the surface of his body became dim and looked like it would disappear at any time. However, the more it was like this, the more intense Yichen's fighting spirit became. His whole body was filled with profound qi, and even the mountain wind could not extinguish it. His tall and straight body was unyielding, as straight as a javelin, extremely sharp. It was like a piece of rough metal. After being polished thousands of times, it burst out with a sharpness that could pierce through golden stone. Su Jing was shocked. What kind of martial art did Yichen train? Without using any martial skills, he could take more than 10 punches from her without falling down. Instead, it seemed like he was going to be reborn. Besides that, his fighting spirit really did look like a peerless swordsman. Knowing that it was not enough, the golden Jin Qi around Su Jing's body grew even stronger, and a bigger halo appeared behind her head. It was the sign of the 8th stage of the Golden Three Realm art, the extreme Taiji. With a punch, the mountain wind stopped, and the air was still. Only the cliff could not handle the power, and started to shake. Demons fall. Although the monster-killing fist art was a top-rank mortal realm martial skill, the power of the last movement was already extremely close to a low-rank Earth realm martial skill. However, it was also quite troublesome to perform. Yichen had to push his Golden Three Realm art to the 8th stage before he could use it. Otherwise, he would have to bear the huge counterforce and get slightly injured. It was similar to Yichen's Tyrant Fist art, but not as crazy. The golden light was like a waterfall, with a power that could pierce through a mountain. It flew towards Yichen. Pooh, the jade-like luster could not even last for a second, and was instantly destroyed. Yichen could only feel that the clouds on both sides were moving forward quickly. He felt something sweet in his throat, and a huge amount of blood spurted out, turning into a blood mist. The fast-moving clouds stopped moving, and Yichen's whole body was sunk into the mountain behind him. He could not even move a finger, and he felt weak and dizzy. With a bitter smile, Yichen said weakly, "Senior sister, are you trying to kill me? Stubborn diseases need strong medicine to cure them. It will save you a lot of trouble." Walking in front of Yichen, Su Jing opened Yichen's jaw, and threw a dark red pellet into his mouth. She said, "This is the body refining pellet that I usually use to train my strength. It is very effective. You don't need to move for now, in case you hurt your muscles and bones, and leave behind future problems." Yichen did not hear the last few words. Once the body refining pellet entered his throat, it turned into liquid and flowed down. With his stomach as the center, the medicinal power gradually spread to his internal organs, all the meridians in his body, and finally into his bones, continuously forcing out the impurities. Black impurities oozed out from the surface of Yichen's body, and the stench was overwhelming. Not knowing how long had passed, Yichen slowly opened his eyes. His bright eyes were like cold lightning, and also like the light of a sword, sharp and penetrating. So smelly. Let's go back and wash up. She pressed her white and slim palm on the mountain and pushed out her hidden power, shaking Yichen out. Smelling himself, it was indeed smelly. Yichen said embarrassedly, "Thank you for your help, senior sister. If you need anything in the future, Yichen will definitely not decline." "Let's go, you want to kill me with the stench," Su Jing said expressionlessly. A week had passed. That night, Yichen sat on his bed with his legs crossed, continuously practicing the pure jade body-boosting spell. The jade-like luster on the surface of his body was flickering, sometimes it was bright, sometimes it was like his whole body was made of jade, sometimes it was dim, like a rock. Pa, a light, almost inaudible sound was heard as the jade-like luster shattered inch by inch, merging back into Yichen's body. Then, he spat it out, giving off a cold white light. It looked countless times tougher than before, giving off a diamond-like feeling. At this moment, the fourth spell of the pure jade body-boosting spell, Broken Jade Rebirth, was completed. Opening his eyes, Yichen jumped off the bed and performed a set of King Kong fist without using his Xianxia. The wind from the punch whistled through the room, causing the furniture and the wooden windows in the room to make rattling sounds. Finally, they broke into pieces and scattered all over the floor. "Wow, my strength has increased by 5,000 pounds and reached 20,000 pounds. Yichen immediately felt the great increase in his physical strength. He seemed to have endless energy and could kill 5 water buffaloes in a row with one punch. Qi power was not like Xin Qi, which was limited by the limits of the human body, and would grow very slowly. It would already be amazing for a martial artist to reach 20,000 pounds. Even clasping Yuan realm martial artists did not have such a powerful body, unless they had also trained a body-strengthening martial art. Senior sister Su Jing must have used 70 to 80% of her strength that day, otherwise her last punch could have killed me. Thinking of the power of the Golden Three-Realm art, and the monster-killing fist art, Yichen knew his limits and did not think that his opponent had used her full strength. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, the sun was high up in the sky. Stepping on the sunlight, Yichen arrived at the floating cloud palace. The palace was empty, there were only 3 or 4 people choosing missions, it was very quiet. Walking to the grey jade wall, Yichen looked at it and fixed his eyes on the last mission in the first row. It seemed to be newly posted. Mission: go to the ancient water lake and help the Chu family find the lost ship. Details: there is a dangerous place in the ancient water lake called the 9 Bends and 18 Bends. There are many demonic beasts in the water and it is accompanied by underwater whirlpools. It is extremely dangerous. Mission. Difficulty: 5-star gray level. Mission reward: 120,000 gold. The ancient water lake, isn't that in the extreme north of the Windy Nation? It is so far away from here. Yichen had heard of the name of the ancient water lake. It was said that this lake had existed for 3,000 years. In the early days, it was just a small lake. Later, there was a big earthquake and everything within thousands of miles sank into the ground. After 3,000 years of irrigation, it became the ancient water lake today. In the early days, the ancient water lake was not dangerous, but the current ancient water lake was extremely dangerous. It seemed that the earthquake had released the ancient demonic beasts underground, which had occupied the entire ancient water lake, causing some fish and prawns that were not demonic beasts to mutate and become one of the demonic beasts. In the middle of the ancient water lake, there was a large island named Panshan Island. There was a clan living on the island, it was the Chu clan that issued the mission. The Chu clan had a long history. 3,000 years ago, they lived on Panshan Island. Even though they knew that there were many demonic beasts in the ancient water lake, they had never thought of leaving and had always lived there. On the other hand, there would occasionally be some geniuses who were unwilling to be left out of the limelight. They would leave the ancient water lake and come to the bustling area, making a name for themselves. It was said that the Emerald Martial Palace had an inner disciple who came from the Chu family of the Panshan Island. Without thinking too much about it, Yichen tore off the mission slip and left the soaring cloud hall. At the foot of the mountain, a rider was galloping towards the north. 8 days later, Yichen came to the vicinity of the vast ancient water lake. Coincidentally, there was a small rundown restaurant on the shore, with 4 large black words written on the plaque with peeling paint. Ancient Water Restaurant. Getting off the horse, Yichen patted the horse's head. It took me 8 days to get here. I should replace you when I get back. You will suffer if you follow me anyway. It was shameful to waste time. The dark brown horse was reliable in the early stages, but in the later stages, it was powerless. 2,000 miles a day was of no use at all. Even if they rushed through the night, they would only be able to travel 3,000 miles a day. Yichen planned to go back and get a half-demon horse, the ghost-eyed jade lion, which could travel 3,300 miles a day. If they rushed through the night, 5,000 miles would not be a problem. The most important thing was that the half-demon horse had a strong physical strength. It could run continuously for 3 days and 3 nights without rest. After that, it only needed to rest for a night and it would be full of energy again. Young warrior, you are going to the ancient water lake, right? Why don't you come in and take a rest? The waiter saw a guest and greeted him enthusiastically. Yichen nodded. Take care of my horse. All right, this way please. The restaurant was more dilapidated than he had imagined. The walls were mottled, the tables were rough and uneven, and even the chairs were pieced together. It looked very shabby. Choosing a chair that was pleasing to the eye, Yichen sat down and ordered a few dishes. While he was eating, the sound of horse hooves unexpectedly came from outside the restaurant. Good luck today, another guest. The waiter immediately became energetic. After a while, a young man dressed in green walked in. Seeing Yichen, the young man in green frowned. You are an inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Are you going to the ancient water lake Panshan Island? Yes. Yichen could tell that the young man was an inner disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace. Then you don't need to go. The Chu family's business should be handled by the Chu family. Yichen raised his eyebrows. You are a disciple of the Chu family. The 166th generation disciple of the Chu family, Chu Ming. The young man in green sat down at a table opposite to Yichen. Sorry, since I have accepted the task, I will try my best. Yichen did not intend to give up the task. Chu Ming sneered, I am reminding you that there is no boat to cross the ancient water lake. It is 450 miles of waterway from here to the Panshan Island. If you are not careful, you will be dragged into the water by the beasts and die without a whole body. Moreover, the 9 twists and 18 turns are even more dangerous. Everything is dangerous. How can you achieve great things by being timid? The two did not have any conflict. After all, not every disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace was arrogant and annoying. On the shore of the ancient water lake, the lake water was surging and sparkling. At a glance, the sky and the water were like a line. Chu Ming glanced at Yichen and took out a waist-thick, 1-meter-long piece of wood from his storage ring. The wood was shot more than a dozen feet away, drawing a white water mark on the lake. It was extremely fast, but Chu Ming was even faster. He didn't make any movements, but he was faster. Before the wood fell into the water, he had already stepped on it. He rode on the wood as if it was nothing, and after a while, he became a small dot. Using a piece of wood as a boat. Yichen nodded and looked around. Soon, he found a small forest hundreds of meters away, in which there were many 3 to 4 meters tall trees. A sword light flashed and a big tree fell down. Yichen was afraid of being attacked by beasts on the way, so he cut a dozen more pieces of wood. Each piece was the same thickness and weighed hundreds of pounds. Coming to the shore, Yichen did the same thing, threw the wood out and stood on it. The scenery on both sides quickly passed by. Yichen felt that he had never been so happy before. For a moment, he felt that the sky was high and the earth was wide. He was like a bird, free and unrestrained. The wood had lost its momentum. Yichen activated his Xianxia and spurted it out from the back of the wood, becoming the source of power. Whoosh! Whoosh! Although he did not catch up with Chu Ming, his speed was not slow. In addition, it was good to step on the wood and enjoy the scenery of the lake. After walking for dozens of miles. Under the water behind the log, a huge shadow was following them silently. The ancient water lake is indeed full of dangers. Yichen looked at the surface of the water in front of him and heard the rapid sound of water splashing. Many shuttle-like strange fish swooped up. The strange fish was more than 3 feet long, and its entire body was covered in dark green scales. Its pectoral and pelvic fins were very long and wide, like the wings of a bird. They flapped violently as it flew at an extremely fast speed. Chi 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 chi. While flying, the fish opened its mouth and shot out 2-inch-long venomous stingers, covering the entire area. Although Yichen did not know what kind of fish it was, he knew that its poisonous stingers were not to be underestimated. Who knew if it could kill a condensing reality realm warrior within a second? Of course, after reaching the 4th stage of the pure jade body boosting spell, the poisonous stingers would not be able to penetrate his defense. However, Yichen did not plan to be passive. Activating his protective aura, he shattered the densely packed poisonous thorns. Clang, the hidden cloud sword was unsheathed and flashed 4 times in the air. The next moment, 4 cross-shaped sword lights shot out and sliced the school of strange fish into pieces. Blood rained everywhere. Before the previous wave subsided, another wave arose. Suddenly, a huge wave rose behind him. In the wave, a huge monster snake was faintly discernible. Its demonic aura soared into the sky, stirring up vortexes one after another. This time, Yichen recognized the species of this strange snake. It was a peak level 4 demonic beast, water-splitting python. It was extremely strong and had the innate ability to call the wind and summon the rain. In addition to the demonic beast's inner dan, it could also form a water-splitting dan. If a martial artist wore it on their body and used their Xianxia to stimulate it, it would be enough to double their speed in water. It was a rare treasure. Hiss, the anaconda opened its bloody mouth and shot out a thick pillar of grayish-white water. Yichen's brow slightly wrinkled. He waved the hidden cloud sword in his hand, and a clear sword mark appeared in the air. Then, a condensed sword light flew out. Walala, the water column exploded, and it started to rain heavily. Yichen stood still. Before the raindrops could even come within 3 feet of him, they were sliced into nothingness by the protective aura. Seeing that the water column could not do anything to Yichen, the anaconda looked up to the sky and hissed. The ferocious demon aura rushed up to the sky, causing a drastic change in the chi of heaven and earth. Large dark clouds suddenly gathered in the low sky. It was so dark that it made people panic. At the same time, a strong wind blew above the ancient water lake and the undercurrent surged, stirring up waves after waves. A normal peak level 4 demonic beast shouldn't be this strong. Could it be that this anaconda has the bloodline of an ancient demonic beast? That would be surprising. As far as Yichen knew, it was true that a peak level 4 demonic beast could summon a gale. However, it was very difficult to cause a small-scale change in the sky. It was almost impossible. Only a level 5 demonic beast could cause such a big movement. The wood under his feet moved up and down in the undercurrent. Yichen snorted coldly, raised his right foot, and stomped down. Buzz, ripples spread out one after another, and the surface of the water within a radius of 100 feet calmed down. Abruptly, the anaconda let out a miserable howl, and its huge body was thrown up, as if it had suffered a heavy blow. After a few blinks of an eye, the anaconda's wriggling body returned to the surface of the water, but it was not hurt. Instead, it became extremely angry. Its long body rolled and slapped, and its 4 to 5 feet long tail broke through the water waves, violently whipping towards Yichen, leaving a series of afterimages. Yichen's expression was completely dignified. In addition to stabilizing the wood with his foot, he also used the secret skill he got from the Bloody Butcher, Earth Explosion and Sky Shock. The hidden force quietly attacked the anaconda from the bottom of the water. He thought that even if he could not kill it, he could at least injure it a little and make it retreat. But now it seemed that the power of Earth Explosion and Sky Shock could not break its defense at all. The tail, which was as thick as a water tank, whipped over. The sharp airflow was like a knife. Without thinking, Yichen jumped up into the air. Crack, like a stick hitting tofu, the wood was instantly smashed into pieces. In the air. Yichen took a deep breath, waved the hidden cloud sword in his hand 4 times, and 4 mountain-like sword chi slashed down, respectively locking on the anaconda's head, neck, abdomen, and tail. Clang! 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 Except for the tail, the other 3 parts were all hit. But even with the sharpness of the sword chi, it could only break the snake's scales, and barely reached its insides. Gray-red blood suddenly dyed the surface of the lake red, spreading out like ink. The anaconda was really in pain this time. It looked up to the sky and hissed, and its gray-green eyes turned scarlet, looking strange and cruel. It opened its bloody mouth, and a whirlpool gathered in its throat. Then, a half-meter thick spiral water column rushed out, and compressed again in the middle, becoming as thick as a thigh, and shot towards Yichen like a laser. Not good, this beast is too strong, I can't do anything to it. Yichen's expression changed. The thigh-thick spiral water column was too fast, and he couldn't borrow any momentum in the air, so he had no time to dodge. He could only throw a punch at the water column. In the sky-shaking sound, a huge semicircle was formed on the surface of the lake, about 10 meters deep. Compared to it, Yichen's body was like a slightly bigger insect, so small. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and Yichen was slightly injured. The anaconda was not much better. Its huge body rolled a few times in the water, and it was dizzy. It couldn't send out a second spiral water column. I'll take the parting water pill next time, I should go to Panshan Island first. After making up his mind, Yichen didn't want to continue fighting with the anaconda. He stepped back, and the rainwater in the air bent into an amazing arc, like a pulled bowstring. Of course, this was not a bowstring, but the rainwater that Yichen condensed, and turned into something that could be borrowed to increase the initial momentum. Swoosh, with his arms wide open, Yichen was like a white crane, and in a flash, he left the area and swept towards the center of the ancient water lake. After half a day, Yichen, who had been traveling for a long time, finally saw a huge island. The island was circular, and there were winding roads around it. On the top of the island, other than a mountain, there was a continuous ancient building complex. With a bitter smile, Yichen said to himself, Chu Ming should have arrived long ago. After all, he is more familiar with the ancient water lake than I am, and can avoid some dangers in advance. Shaking his head, Yichen activated his qi, and the wood under his feet moved forward at a faster speed. On the island, Yichen didn't fly up the mountain directly, because that was not a polite behavior. Following the path, Yichen came to the main road of Panshan, where there were 4 men guarding. Who are you? The yellow-faced man shouted coldly. Yichen cupped his fists and said, You guys, I am an inner disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect, and I am here for a mission. What proof do you have? The man asked. Yichen thought of the inner disciple token, and quickly took it out and threw it into the man's hand. The man carefully looked at it, and after confirming that there was no mistake, he returned the token, and politely said, I have offended you just now, Hero Yi, please follow me up the mountain. Yichen nodded and followed behind. The coiling mountain avenue was clearly 10,000 feet long, but now it was stretched to hundreds of thousands of feet. According to the yellow-faced man, no matter who it was, if they wanted to reach the top of the mountain, they had to walk along the coiling mountain avenue. As for why, the yellow-faced man didn't know. Perhaps it was a custom that had been passed down for thousands of years. With their amazing speed, they arrived at the top of the mountain in less than half an hour. As far as the eye could see, the flat mountain top was covered with ancient buildings. Behind the buildings, there was a small green mountain that was less than 100 feet high. A beautiful waterfall fell straight down into the small pond in the middle of the buildings, splashing water everywhere. What a beautiful place. Yichen was secretly amazed. He was used to seeing big cities and mountains. Now that he was on this island, he felt refreshed. Walking along the ancient stone road, Yichen followed the man with a yellow face to the big house in the middle of the buildings. Master, the person outside is an inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. The man with a yellow face said loudly. Let him in. An old voice came out. Hearing this, Yichen stepped into the hall of the house. An old man in his 70s was sitting in the main seat of the hall. His skin was yellow like the man with a yellow face, but it did not look like he was malnourished, it seemed like he was born this way. Sitting next to him was a young man in green, it was Chu Ming who had arrived before Yichen. Chu Ming saw that Yichen could come to the Panshan Island, he was a little surprised. Walking to the center of the hall, Yichen cupped his fists, I am Yichen, an inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Nice to meet you, Master Chu, the old man nodded, you received a mission and came here, right? Yes. That's good. With 2 disciples, we have a better chance of finding the lost ship. Yichen will try his best. While talking, Yichen was confused. He carefully sensed the old man's cultivation level and found that he was only at mortal realm stage 7. He could not help but ask, Master Chu, on the way here, I noticed that all the people in the Chu family are below the condensing reality realm. What is going on? He didn't think that a family couldn't produce a condensing reality realm warrior. Chu Ming was a good example. In the future, he might also step into the clasping yuan realm and become a martial artist. The old man sighed. Find a seat first. Yichen sat on the chair opposite Chu Ming, wanting to hear what he had to say. It's not that our Chu family doesn't have any condensing reality realm warriors, it's just that we don't have any condensing reality realm warriors. Any warrior who has reached the condensing reality realm, if they stay on Panshan Island for more than 3 months, would suddenly meet with an unexpected calamity, or be attacked by demonic beasts, or become possessed by evil spirits, and disappear without a trace. Therefore, when Chu Ming reached the condensing reality realm, I asked him to leave Panshan Island. The elder said slowly. There's such a thing? Yichen gasped. Chu Ming said lightly, that's true. 15 years ago, my father died of qi deviation without any warning. The hall was silent for a moment. Yichen said again, then why didn't the whole family leave Panshan Island? The outside world is so big, there would be a place for the Chu family. The story starts from 3,000 years ago. At that time, the ancient water lake was not called the ancient water lake, it was called the Green Lake. Our Chu family lived on the shore of the Green Lake, there was no Panshan Island. However, ever since one of our clansmen found an ancient object in a cave at the bottom of the Green Lake, things changed. First, there was a huge earthquake in a radius of 1,000 miles, causing the terrain to change, forming a huge crater. Then, there was a thunderstorm that lasted for 3 months, almost completely submerging the Chu clan and everything around it. On the brink of life and death, an island descended from the sky, suppressing the cave at the bottom of the Green Lake. Our Chu clan's ancestors believed that the gods were merciful and gave the Chu clan a way out. Thus, the entire clan moved to the island. This island is today's Panshan Island. After recalling for a while, the old man continued, but things are not so simple. After moving to Panshan Island, all the warriors above Immortal realm died one by one within 3 months. At that time, the patriarch with the highest cultivation level, the ancestor of our Chu family, finally said some information before he died. What did he say? Yichen found himself deeply attracted. The old man used all the strength in his body and said word by word, devil, curse, just these 4 words. Devil, curse, Yichen suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his back, the pores on his body stood up. These 4 words seemed to have a great magical power, even saying it out loud was enough to make people tremble. Chu Ming's face was also not looking good. Every time he heard these 4 words, he would feel a kind of fear, deeply imprinted in his blood, unable to get rid of, unable to forget. The old man smiled bitterly, is it very scary? Yichen did not try to be brave, he nodded and said yes. When I first heard these 4 words, I was even more afraid than you were. I couldn't sleep for a month, I always felt like there were shadows around me, like there were ghosts roaring. But then I became numb, because as long as we don't reach the condensing reality realm, we Chu family are still normal people, we won't die for no reason. Hearing this, Yichen looked at the old man again, the old man had not explained his previous doubts. The old man continued, it's not that we didn't think about moving the whole family, it's just that we couldn't do it. Before the ancestor died, he told everyone to leave Panshan Island, not to stay here. The others all obeyed, and were divided into 3 groups, ready to leave one by one. But what made people desperate was that only one of the first group survived, the others also suddenly met with an unexpected disaster, and it was even more terrible than those who died on Panshan Island. The only survivor was scared out of his wits, and after returning to Panshan Island, he died within 3 years. Couldn't leave Panshan Island? But what happened to Chu Ming? No, only one of the first group survived. Although he died later, it was due to a mental breakdown, it should have nothing to do with the curse. In other words, only one person could leave Panshan Island safely, and not be threatened by the curse. This could be explained as there were 50 ways of living, 49 ways of living. If a person escaped, the heavens would always leave a chance of survival, not to mention an entire family, hundreds of thousands of people. At that moment, countless thoughts flashed through Yi Chen's mind. After a few decades, some of the younger generation of the family didn't believe it, and prepared to move again, but the number of people was much smaller, only a few dozen. Without exception, as long as one left Panshan Island for 500 miles, only one survived, the others all died tragically. No one could explain why. The old man's voice sounded a little tired. Yi Chen more or less understood the ins and outs of the whole thing, but he didn't think that such a beautiful place could have such a terrible thing. An underwater cave, an island that fell from the sky, a cursed family, the whole thing was too horrifying, and impossible to explain. Perhaps when he reached a certain level, he would be able to solve this mystery. Now, he didn't dare to act rashly, for fear of being infected by the curse of Panshan Island. At that time, he really wouldn't be able to leave Panshan Island, unless he killed Chu Ming. But he and Chu Ming weren't from the same family. Even if he killed Chu Ming, he wouldn't be able to leave Panshan Island, unless he killed Chu Ming. Just as Yi Chen was lost in his thoughts, the elder looked at him and said, "If there is nothing else, can we go to the 9 bends and 18 bends to look for the lost ship? My granddaughter is still on the ship, it has been half a month. Although there is enough food on the ship, accidents are inevitable." Chu Ming stood up and said, "Don't worry Grandpa, leave it to me. I will definitely bring Xianxia back. Since there are people on the ship, let's go now." Yi Chen also stood up. The elder nodded and said, "I will go with you, the ironwood ship is ready." On the northwest coast of Panshan Island, a 15 meters long and 3 meters wide black wooden ship was docked there. Its surface was glowing with a faint metallic luster. Yi Chen knew that this was the ironwood ship. It was made of ironwood, which was comparable to metal. Needless to say, it was hard enough to withstand a full blow from a mortal realm warrior. It was also very flexible, able to move quickly in big waves without worrying about the hull breaking. "Master." 12 mortal realm stage 9 warriors of the Chu family stood in a row and said in unison. The elder waved his hand and said, "You all know Chu Ming. This is the inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Yi Chen. He will go with us to the 9 bends and 18 bends to rescue Xianxia." After saying that, he turned to Yi Chen and Chu Ming and said, "They are not as strong as you two, but they are good swimmers, they can hold their breath underwater for 15 minutes. Yi Chen was a little surprised. With his current cultivation, holding his breath underwater for 15 minutes was not difficult, but these 12 people were only at mortal realm stage 9. The closer they got to the 9 bends and 18 bends, the faster the current became. Waves after waves of water hit the side of the ironwood ship, making loud banging sounds. Inside the cabin, the old man said, "The 9 bends and 18 bends are very complicated, with countless whirlpools. Without exquisite rowing skills, it is impossible to pass through. If there are no accidents, this old man's granddaughter should be trapped in the first half of the 9 bends and 18 bends. There is a small mountain there, and the mountain and the lake have formed a flat beach for the boat to dock. What you need to do is very simple, kill any demonic beasts that come close to prevent the boat from being pushed off course." Yi Chen said, "That's very simple. I can use my lightness skill to fly over, and I'll be able to find the lost ship and your granddaughter very quickly." The old man shook his head. The truly terrifying part of the 9 bends and 18 bends is not the flow of water or the demon beasts, but the thick fog. If one were to enter it alone, it would be very easy to get lost and not be able to come out for a lifetime. Only by following the changes in the flow of water would one be able to find a way out. "I see." Yi Chen nodded thoughtfully. Panshan Island and ancient water lake could not be treated with common sense. It was too strange. Creak, suddenly, the ironwood ship shook violently, as if it had been brushed by something. Dang dang dang, a martial artist of the Chu clan rushed in. "Clan head, 3 demon birds are approaching." The old man nodded. "Leave it to the 2 of them." Yi Chen and Chu Ming looked at each other and walked out of the cabin together. On the deck, Yi Chen looked up and saw 3 huge strange birds flying in the air. The strange birds had a wingspan of 5 meters, and the upper half of their wings had a pair of sharp claws. At this time, they had not yet approached the ironwood ship, but the wind caused by the flapping of their wings had caused the ironwood ship to shake. "Star Finger, 7 stars of the Big Dipper." Chu Ming raised the index and middle fingers of his right hand, and at the end of his fingertips, a glazed brilliance appeared. He pointed 7 times in the air, and drew the pattern of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. Poochie, 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 without any suspense, the 3 demon birds were shrouded by the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. Several bloody holes appeared on their bodies, and they fell into the lake. Yichen smiled and said, "Good finger technique. Insignificant skill." Chu Ming withdrew his hand. At this moment, a Chu family martial artist shouted, "We have arrived at the 9 bends and 18 bends. Everyone hold on to the fixed objects, so as not to be thrown out of the deck." The voice fell, and in the blink of an eye, the hull of the ship suddenly swayed, and there was a tendency to capsize. The other Chu family martial artists were already prepared, and firmly held on to the things that they could hold on to. Only Yi Chen and Chu Ming were indifferent. Their feet firmly stepped on the deck, and no matter how fiercely the ship shook, it was difficult to shake their bodies. Chu Ming's body was very flexible, and his balance was also very good. He seemed to be motionless, but in fact, his body was secretly making subtle changes in the direction of the hull, and he could always take advantage of the situation. But when he looked at Yi Chen, his eyes could not help but narrow. Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back, and his feet seemed to be rooted to the ground, swaying with the hull of the ship. It was as if he was a part of the hull, and there was no possibility of him being thrown out. What a brilliant Qin Gong! Chu Ming's eyesight was very powerful, and he immediately saw that Yi Chen's attainments in Qin Gong were very high, and his use of Zhen Qi was far beyond that of ordinary martial artists. Yi Chen faintly smiled, and was about to speak, when he suddenly frowned and said, "There is a demon beast sneaking over from under the water." His figure jumped, and Yi Chen's body fell on the side of the ship's railing, and his fist with a shining blue light blasted down. Roar! The tiger's roar shook the sky, and the blue Qi dragon swooped down, drilling into the bottom of the water. The next moment, the huge corpse of the demon beast floated up, and there was a bathtub-sized hole in its chest and abdomen, and blood was gurgling out. Chu Ming looked at the corpse of the demon beast, and was surprised. The water shadow beast is good at hiding its demon Qi, and is proficient in stealth. How did you detect it? If it wasn't for Yi Chen's discovery, Chu Ming believed that it was impossible to kill the water shadow beast in advance. Only when the opponent launched an attack and exposed its demon Qi, would he be able to detect it. At that time, even if the Ironwood ship was undamaged, it would definitely deviate from the course, and it would take a lot of effort to return to the normal route, which would undoubtedly waste a lot of time. Yi Chen naturally wouldn't say that his soul power was strong, and that he could freely explore anything around him, so he casually made up a reason and said, "Although the water shadow beast is proficient in stealth, and its demon Qi is restrained, but with its huge body, it is difficult to sneak over without a sound, and it will inevitably change the water flow." Chu Ming secretly nodded. What Yi Chen said was right. The bigger the body, the greater the resistance in the water. But Yi Chen's perception was too strong, and he could even see the subtle changes in the water flow, which was really admirable. As they gradually went deeper into the 9 twists and 18 turns, the frequency of the hull shaking became faster and faster. Sometimes it was clearly swaying to the left, but suddenly it jumped up, and sometimes it was clearly stable without any waves, but the whirlpool under the water made it difficult for the hull to move. From fast speed to a sudden stop, it could almost make an ordinary person's heart jump out. Finally, the Ironwood ship arrived in front of the half-submerged mountain. On the beach, a large ship was docked there, and it seemed to be faintly discernible in the thick fog, and there was a dead silence. The ship had not yet approached, but Chu Ming and Yi Chen's feet touched the deck, and like 2 big birds, they flew over at an incredible speed. Pa, the two stood on the deck of the lost ship, and felt that the atmosphere had changed. Xianxia, are you there? Chu Ming called out. Whoosh! Whoosh! Except for the lake wind, there was no other sound. The two were afraid of missing something, so they pushed open the cabin door and went in. After a moment, the two came out again. Yi Chen looked up at the mountain, and said to Chu Ming, "Maybe they went to the mountain to take refuge." Chu Ming nodded, "That's the only possibility. Let's wait for Big Grandpa first." The Ironwood boat docked, and the old man came over with 12 people. Chu Ming said, "Grandpa, Xianxia is not up there." "Not up there?" The old man's face changed. He turned to the Chu warriors and said, "You 12 people, 4 people in a group, divide into 3 groups and go up the mountain." "Yes, Lord." The 12 Chu warriors formed their own groups and went up the mountain from 3 directions. At this time, Yichen said, "Lord Chu, you and Chu Ming in a group, I can go alone." "That's it." The old man did not underestimate Yichen. Along the way, Yichen's strength was no less than Chu Ming, who was at the late condensing reality realm. After they parted ways, Yichen followed the most remote path and flew up the mountain. On his way up the mountain, a poison water scorpion that loved water rushed towards him, but was easily smashed into pieces by his fist power. Liquid splashed everywhere, but he did not slow down at all. After a dozen breaths, he had disappeared into the depths of the mountain that was covered in thick fog. The fog silently parted, and a figure flashed like a ghost. Every time his feet touched the ground, he would slide dozens of meters away. His breath was long and pure. All of a sudden, the mountain near Yichen started to move. It was actually a giant rock beast with a rock-like outer shell. It opened its deep mouth, and an arm-thick red shadow flew out towards Yichen at lightning speed. Courting death. The hidden cloud sword was unsheathed, and the sharp sword light collided with the red shadow. Clang, the red shadow was cut open, and yellow-brown blood spurted out. Looking carefully, it turned out to be a 10 feet long tongue. The root of the tongue was still in the mouth of the rock beast. It was like a frog sticking out its tongue. The beast wanted to use its tongue to roll Yichen into its mouth. It was really insidious. Missing its attack, the rock beast's body shrank back and squeezed into the mountain to avoid Yichen's counterattack. How could Yichen let it go? He stamped his foot on the ground and released his power. Bang, the rock beast was forcibly blown out. The sword chi flashed, and the giant rock beast with an extremely high defense fell to the ground. Its abdomen was cut open, and its internal organs and intestines rolled out. The strong earthy smell was extremely pungent. Not interested in dissecting the corpse of the giant rock beast, Yichen didn't even look back as he flashed into the thick fog. The mountain peak wasn't big, so Yichen quickly arrived at the mountainside. The first thing that came into view was a stone bridge. Beneath the stone bridge, clouds and mist tumbled. It was unfathomably deep. On the other side of the stone bridge, there was a large flat ground. Behind the flat ground, there was a large stone door. It was 33 feet tall and 28 feet wide. The door was tightly shut, revealing only a small gap. Light shone out from inside, changing the color of the mist. "There's someone inside." Yichen hesitated for a moment before stepping onto the stone bridge. Ka-la-la, inconceivably, the stone beasts on both sides of the stone bridge came to life. They broke free from the stone surface and rushed towards Yichen step by step. Mountain range stacking. Facing the many stone beasts, Yichen used the lone peak of 13 swords attack range, the mountain range stacking. With a wave of his sword, layers of sword light spread out. Cha-cha-cha, one by one, the stone beasts were chopped into pieces and scattered all over the ground. Just as he was about to leave, Yichen discovered an amazing scene. The broken pieces of the stone beasts twisted a few times, turned into mist and blended into the surrounding environment, leaving no traces behind. Strange, this was really strange, Yichen's eyes flashed. No one knew what he was thinking. Moments later, Yichen took a deep breath, carried his sword and rushed towards the stone door. The stone door was really thick. Yichen estimated that even if he could break it, it might cause the stone room inside to collapse. It was not a wise move. Gathering 20,000 pounds of strength in both of his arms, Yichen inserted both of his hands into the gap in the middle of the stone door and tried to pull it to both sides. Rumble, the stone door slowly opened, and a brightly lit hall appeared in front of Yichen. Compared to the outside, the hall inside was luxurious enough. On both sides of the hall, there were 18 gold-painted stone pillars. They were 26 meters tall, smooth and without any carvings. In the middle of the hall, there was a red carpet, which extended all the way to the main seat of the hall. A middle-aged man was sitting on the main seat, his eyes were slightly closed, and his aura was like a mountain. On both sides of the red carpet, there were 6 other middle-aged men. Although their auras were not as powerful as the middle-aged man, they were still not to be underestimated. They were at least at the peak of late condensing reality realm. Who are you? The middle-aged man on the main seat opened his eyes, which were shining like lightning. He was obviously a clasping Yuan realm warrior. Yichen cupped his fists and said, I am here to look for someone. I wonder if you have seen a young girl coming here. The middle-aged man on the main seat said lightly, come in and have a seat. Yes. Yichen felt that something was wrong, but he could not tell what it was. He followed the order and sat on the last seat on the right side of the red carpet. An evil look flashed through his eyes. The middle-aged man waved his hand at the stone door, and the stone door slowly closed. The young girl you are talking about is 15 or 16 years old, and clean? Yichen had already learned about his granddaughter's appearance and temperament from the elder. He nodded and said, Indeed, have you seen her before? Yes, she was trapped at the foot of the mountain. I saved her. She is now in the side room. You can take her and leave now. The middle-aged man seemed to be easy to talk to. With a suspicious look in his eyes, Yichen asked to confirm, I can take her and leave? What? You don't want to take her? Oh, no. Yichen stood up and walked towards the side room of the hall unhurriedly. He pushed his soul power to its limit, just in case something unexpected happened. However, things were very strange. Not only did the middle-aged man on the main seat not move, even the other 6 middle-aged men on the side seemed to have their acupuncture points sealed. They sat there without moving or talking. There was only some meat on the table, which had not been eaten at all. A strange atmosphere filled the whole hall. When he reached the door of the side room, Yichen suddenly turned around and looked at the middle-aged man. The evil look in the middle-aged man's eyes quickly disappeared. He asked, What now? Nothing, I just think it's funny. Yichen pulled out his sword and sneered. Huh, the middle-aged man said with a gloomy face, I have already given you enough face by letting you take the young girl away. Do you want to fight me? You are only a condensing reality realm warrior, I can easily kill you. Yichen said with a faint smile, Really? If you can kill me, why would you lie to me? If I am not wrong, once you enter the side room, you will die. How dare you? Get the hell in here. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and a golden stone pillar fell from the ground. Without any hesitation, it shot towards Yichen, who was not far away. It created a thunderous sound in the air, which was unstoppable. After all, this stone pillar was 66 feet long and half a meter thick. With the help of a clasping Yuan realm warrior's Xianxia, it was more powerful than any weapon. It could easily pierce through a mountain and kill a late condensing reality realm warrior. At this moment, if it was an ordinary warrior, he would definitely retreat into the side room to avoid the attack of the stone pillar. However, Yichen was not one of them. His eyes were clear, and he did not intend to dodge at all. He held the hidden cloud sword in his right hand and pointed it at the terrifying stone pillar. Crack, the stone pillar shattered into pieces, turning into mist and dissipating. Mountain condensing sword chi. After breaking the stone pillar, Yichen's eyes flickered with a cold light. He waved a half-moon-shaped sword chi towards the middle-aged man. Puff, the middle-aged man did not expect that Yichen would not retreat or dodge. Instead, he attacked him after breaking the stone pillar. Before he could react, the sword chi landed on his body. The mist rolled, and the shape of the middle-aged chief changed rapidly. He turned from a human into a lizard-like monster, with 4 dark red sarcomas on his head. It was extremely disgusting. It opened its big mouth, and everything in the hall turned into mist and was swallowed into its stomach. Yichen looked around. This was not a luxurious hall at all, it was a dirty stone cave. The 6 middle-aged men, who were neither smiling nor talking, were just skeletons sitting there. The color of their bones had turned black. In addition, there were a lot of white bones piled up on the ground, extending all the way to the main seat. It was the red carpet they had seen before. Looking back, the side room was also a stone cave. It was a few meters in size, and there was a huge pit at the bottom. The pit was filled with a gray liquid, and sticky bubbles were rising from it. When the bubbles burst, the air that was stored in the liquid touched the cave wall and corroded it, leaving a large area of black marks. Although he knew that everything before was just an illusion, Yichen still could not help but gasp. If he had not noticed it in advance, he would have stepped into the gray liquid and died. What was more horrifying was that if he had guessed it right, this lizard-like monster should be a rare Shin beast on the True Spirit continent. It liked to suck people's brains and turn their memories into its own. Then, it would refine a kind of Xianxia according to the memories in its mind and arrange a vivid illusion, making it hard for people to tell which was real and which was fake. Shin beasts were demonic beasts that could evolve. According to the number of sarcomas on their heads, their strength could be distinguished. One sarcoma-like demonic beast was a rank 1 beast, 2 were rank 2, and 4 were rank 4 beasts. However, Yichen was not afraid of it. Among the demonic beasts of the same level, Shin beasts were the weakest kind, so there was nothing to be afraid of. "Where is the girl?" Yichen stared at the Shin beast. The Shin beast growled, its small eyes filled with malice. Yichen frowned and remembered that the sea serpent could not speak. Only in the illusion did people think that it could speak. In fact, it had not spoken from the beginning to the end. Everything was based on the atmosphere and its own imagination. Since that's the case, there's no need for you to stay. The previous sword strike had already injured the sea serpent, causing it to lose control of the sea serpent chi. Yichen was not afraid that it would use the sea serpent chi again. He stamped his feet and released his hidden force. Immediately, 3 sword chi flew out in a triangular formation. Boom, the sea serpent flew high in the air under the explosion of the hidden force, and forcibly withstood the 3 sword chi. Fiercely hitting the cave wall, the sea serpent suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a wisp of fog. This wisp of fog turned into a ball of fire in the air, burning towards Yichen. "Watch me destroy your mirage." Yichen didn't dare to face the fire directly. He was afraid that it might be a trap. He switched the hidden cloud sword to his left hand and launched the first style of the Tyrant Fist, Tyrannical Rampage. All of a sudden, the fire was integrated into the sword and rushed towards the sea serpent. A horrifying scream sounded. There was a bloody hole in the chest and abdomen of the sea serpent. The edge of the bloody hole was pitch black, and a disgusting burnt smell spread out, making people want to vomit. It's really a trap. The Tyrant Fist itself had no attribute, but it could be integrated into the opponent's attack. At this time, the sea serpent was clearly suffering from its own actions. However, Yichen didn't know that the sea serpent's mirage contained 5 elements of Yuan Qi. Fire Yuan Qi was one of them. That fire was the essence of the fire in its body. It was very difficult to condense it again. Just now, it was afraid that it couldn't kill Yichen, so it used the sea serpent Qi to cover up the existence of the fire. Then, it took back the sea serpent Qi, which was easy to give people the illusion that it was an illusion. As long as Yichen was not careful, there was a high possibility that he would fail miserably. The intelligence of this monster was not inferior to that of humans. In terms of insidiousness and cunning, most humans were no match for it. Yichen's pupils shrank, and his heart was filled with killing intent. This sea serpent must not be left alive, otherwise, there would be endless disasters. Die. With a low shout, Yichen threw out a punch and a sword at the same time. Crack. Bang, like a broken sack, the sea serpent collapsed on the ground, motionless. However, Yichen was afraid that it was not enough, so he continued to attack until the sea serpent was no longer in its beast form. Walking to the corpse of the sea serpent, Yichen reached out his hand and a fist-sized inner pellet was sucked out. The surface of the inner pellet was white, and there was a mist overflowing from it. Just looking at it would easily make people hallucinate. Taking out a slightly larger jade box from his storage ring, Yichen put the inner pellet into it. Putting away the jade box, Yichen let out a sigh of relief. He looked around, hoping to find some clues. Previously, in the illusion, the sea serpent had described the characteristics of the granddaughter of the elder, so he should have seen her before. He wondered if she was in danger or not. If she was in danger, there was nothing he could do. After all, it had been too long. The sea serpent was not a herbivorous monster. It specialized in sucking human brains. Something was not right. Yichen suddenly shook his head. The sea serpent could not speak, so everything that happened in the illusion did not count. But, how did it know the characteristics of the granddaughter of the elder? Could it be that those were my own memories? The sea serpent made me hallucinate and said the answers I wanted to know. In other words, no matter who it was, as long as they were in the illusion, there would not be any loopholes in their words, because the questions I wanted to ask have already been answered. With a bitter smile, Yichen had to admit defeat to the sea serpent. If it were not for the fact that he had doubts in his heart and his unusually strong soul power, he would have been tricked by the sea serpent. After a careful search and finding no clues, Yichen immediately walked out of the cave. Outside the cave, the ground was a wasteland full of weeds. The stone bridge was just a fallen boulder. As for the gully, it was real, and below it was a lake. Following the way he came, Yichen went down the mountain. After a while, the lost ship appeared in front of him. There were more than 10 people standing there, including a girl in a yellow dress. The girl was beautiful and had a clean temperament. If he was not mistaken, the girl was the granddaughter of the old man, Chu Xining. Young hero Yi, my granddaughter has been found. The old man smiled. Yichen touched his nose, that's good. Chu Ming asked, nothing happened on your side, right? No, nothing happened. Yichen did not intend to complicate matters. Anyway, the purpose of the other party was to find Chu Xining, so there was no need to mention the sea serpent. That's good, let's go back. It's getting late. The old man nodded. The lost ship was abandoned in place. Everyone boarded the ironwood ship and sailed along the route they came from. On the way back, the number of demon beasts did not decrease, but because it was close to evening, it became more dangerous. Fortunately, Yi Chen and Chu Ming protected the ironwood ship and did not let it deviate from the route. When the last ray of sunlight faded, everyone had already returned to Panshan Island. It was a quiet night. The next morning, Yi Chen said goodbye to everyone. As for Chu Ming, it was rare for him to come back, so he planned to stay for a few more days. After all, the curse of Panshan Island generally occurred between the second and third month. There was no danger in the first and second month, and Chu Ming had only been back for a day. On the ancient water lake, the water was sparkling. A person stepped on a tree trunk and rushed forward. In June, the inner disciple ranking competition will be held. I wonder what kind of powerful characters will be among the top 10 inner disciples. Yi Chen's white robe fluttered in the wind. While looking at the lake scenery, he was thinking. Half a day later, Yi Chen came back to the shore. What happened next made him speechless. The owner and the waiter of the ancient water lake had disappeared without a trace. As for his and Chu Ming's horses, of course, they were gone too. Both of them were riding on dark brown horses. Each horse was worth more than 60,000 silvers, which added up to 120,000 silvers, which was enough for an ordinary person to live comfortably for 10 lifetimes. If they didn't want to live an ordinary life, they could buy a small manor, become a master, and have 3 wives and 4 concubines, and countless maids. In short, if there were no disasters in this life, they could have everything. I hope you guys are always lucky and don't run into me again. Yi Chen didn't care about a dark brown horse, but he hated people who took advantage of others. If he ran into them, he wouldn't mind sending them to jail for the rest of their lives. With a flash, Yi Chen flew away on foot. In the ancient spring town. In the Flower Fairy restaurant. The owner of the restaurant was a beautiful young woman, who was not even 25 years old. Her husband was a famous sword artist in the surrounding area, and she herself was a late condensing reality realm warrior, who was known as the Flower Fairy. Ever since she started running the restaurant, her business had been booming, and she was not any less famous than her husband. On the second floor of the restaurant, a lot of martial artists were sitting there, drinking and chatting. From time to time, they would flirt with the lady boss. Lady boss, your husband hasn't fought for a few years, I wonder how good his sword art is now. Someone used her husband's name to talk to the Flower Fairy. The Flower Fairy said with a faint smile, I'm not sure about this, but according to him, he can cut the Golden Water River in half with one sword attack. Cut the Golden Water River in half with one sword attack? These martial artists looked at each other. The Golden Water River was a big river near the ancient spring town. The widest part was hundreds of meters, and the narrowest part was also hundreds of meters. Even if he cut the narrowest part with one sword attack, it would still be a big deal. In addition to his powerful sword art, his cultivation was at least at the peak of early clasping Yuan realm, or even mid-clasping Yuan realm. The flower fairy took in everyone's expressions and nodded in satisfaction. Ever since she came to the Blossom Immortal restaurant, countless people had drooled over her beauty. If it wasn't for her husband's fame and strength, there would have been people who would have tried to snatch her away. It was necessary to teach them a lesson. You found a good husband. Reaching such a realm at the age of 26 is enough to be mentioned in the same breath as the disciples of the sections. No. As the flower fairy spoke, her gaze landed on the seat next to the window. There sat a young man in a white robe. His features were delicate and handsome. At this moment, someone said, "June is almost here, the Sky Cloud Martial School's Inner Disciple competition is about to begin. To be honest, I would like to go and have a look. I want to see it too. Too bad no one invited me." Invite you? Dream on. Even some clasping Yuan realm martial artists weren't invited, not to mention you. Unless you are a relative of one of the Sky Cloud Martial School's inner elders, that would be quite possible. I'm just saying. By the way, Flower Fairy, has your husband been invited? The Flower Fairy nodded. The invitation letter arrived 10 days ago, but my husband is currently in seclusion, so I don't know if he can make it in time. Her husband's name was Song Qingyun, known as the Blue Cloud Sword Artist. He reached the clasping Yuan realm at the age of 21. His sword art was extremely sharp, and he was quite famous in the Windy Nation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been invited by the Sky Cloud Martial School to watch the Inner Disciple competition. TSK, it's a great honor to be invited by the Sky Cloud Martial School. But with the reputation of the Blue Cloud Sword Artist, it's normal for him to be invited. In our area, besides the Blue Cloud Sword Artist, only that old kidnapper and the 5 Mountain Master Pei Zhongli have been invited. Pei Zhongli, isn't that the father of Pei Xiaoqing, one of the top 10 inner disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School? Yes, the Pei family is the number 1 family within hundreds of miles, and that Pei Xiaoqing is also very good. He became an outer disciple at the age of 12, an inner disciple at 13, and now he is only 16, but he is already one of the top 10 inner disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School, ranked in the top 5. Pei Xiaoqing, this kid is indeed very good. But don't be fooled by his friendly attitude, he is not friendly when fighting, he is very cruel. If there are no accidents, this kid has the possibility to be in the top 3, maybe he can even fight for the first place. Not necessarily, Pei Xiaoqing's good friend Ghost Sword Li Kuang should not be underestimated either. I heard that he had obtained a low-rank Earth Realm sword art 2 years ago. Even if he had only comprehended 60 to 70% of it, it would still be enough for him to look down on the others. Ghost Sword Li Kuang, the ears of the teenager in the white robe twitched slightly, he could clearly hear everyone's conversation. He did not care much about Pei Xiaoqing, but he was interested in Ghost Sword Li Kuang. He had heard of this person before, he had a unique understanding of sword arts since he was young. His sword art was unpredictable, it was completely different from the normal sword arts. Therefore, he had never practiced the sword arts of the Sky Cloud Martial School until one day, when he accidentally obtained the inheritance of a deceased senior and learned a low-rank Earth Realm sword art, 9 Ghost Shadow Swords. With this sword art, his reputation skyrocketed, and he earned the title of Ghost Sword in the martial world. He could be considered as the number 1 sword artist among the top 10 inner disciples. The handsome teenager was Yi Chen. After he lost his dark brown horse, his speed did not decrease, instead, it increased. He could travel more than 3,000 miles in a day, and this was because he was afraid that he would lose too much Xianxia, so he would rest for a while. The ancient spring town happened to be on his route, so he came to the Flower Fairy restaurant to rest. I have already touched the edge of the sword in tent, but unfortunately, the lone peak of 13 swords is not that high ranked, so I am still at a disadvantage. I wonder what kind of rewards I will get. From the Inner Disciple ranking competition? Yi Chen's strongest sword art was still the Tyrant Fist. Although the lone peak of 13 swords had the advantage of sword chi, it was still not as good as the Ghost Sword Li Kuang. As for Pei Xiaoqing, it seemed that he was more famous than the Ghost Sword, but Yi Chen was more interested in people who used swords. The Ghost Sword is nothing. Among the top 10 inner disciples, who can compete with the Blood Shadow Sword Meng Chong? He is the only disciple in the Sky Cloud Martial School who has completed the 1,000 kill. Even the core disciples could not do it. I am afraid that this year, he will not only be the number one inner disciple, but he will also challenge the other core disciples. With his sword art, it should not be a problem for him to be in the top 15. That's true. Meng Chong's status as the number one inner disciple is undeniable. The others can only compete for the 2nd to 10th place. Maybe there will be even more outstanding inner disciples who will compete with the top 10 inner disciples. It will be very intense. I will go find my brother-in-law tomorrow and ask for an invitation. He has a good relationship with one of the inner elders of the Sky Cloud Martial School, so there should be a chance. My cousin's teacher used to be in the Sky Cloud Martial School. I wonder if he can bring me. Everyone's heart was itching for an invitation. They could not wait to have an invitation right in front of them. At this time, Yichen had already finished his lunch. He threw down a silver ingot that weighed 10 silvers, stood up and walked through the crowd, heading downstairs. A Jianghu man accidentally saw the cloud pattern on Yichen's sleeve and said in a low voice, "I did not expect there to be an inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School here. What a mistake." There were a lot of people in the Jianghu who wore white robes. Plus, Yichen had been traveling day and night for the past few days, so his robes were covered with dust. It did not look that eye-catching, so it did not attract much attention. Now that someone mentioned it, everyone realized that Yichen was indeed an inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. The flower fairy secretly smiled. She had already known about Yichen's identity. But seeing that he was only at the mid-condensing reality realm, she was afraid that it would not be possible for him to compete for the top 10 inner disciples. Of course, whether it was possible or not, she would find out when she went with her husband. She hoped that her husband would come out soon. Being on the road for a couple of days was not without its benefits. At least, Yichen felt that his Jin Qi had become a lot purer and easier to use. Of course, people who did not have a strong enough soul power would not be able to notice the subtle changes. After returning to the floating cloud palace, Yichen walked to the ranking wall. There was basically no change in the ranking this month. The ranking was still the same. As for why, it was very simple. Everyone was focused on the competition that was going to start in June. There was no need to work so hard right now. It would be more suitable to wait until the competition to amaze the world. Looking at the bottom, Yichen smiled. He was ranked last, and the few people who were in the same batch as him were all in the top row. Alright, I should take advantage of this competition to become one of the top 10 inner disciples, so that I won't have to challenge other people in the future. Yichen did not really care about the ranking in front of him. In the competition, everything was fair. You would not get any special treatment just because you had a high ranking. But right now, the most important thing for him was training. The mid-condensing reality realm was too low. He had to at least reach the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm. Then, he would not have to be afraid of anyone among the inner disciples. At night, Yichen sat down to cultivate. In the morning, Yichen sat on the cliff, training his sword intent. At noon, Yichen would go to the pool under the waterfall to train his body. As the days passed, it was getting closer and closer to June. Deep in the mountains behind the Windy Mountain, next to the Rock Mountain, a burly young man with a height of 2 meters and a naked upper body stood there. His eyes were like lightning, and his muscles were bulging. His terrifying aura was even stronger than a beast of the same level. Anyone who was stared at by him would feel as if they were facing an ancient beast, and they would tremble in fear. Roar! The muscular young man opened his mouth and roared. The muscles on his upper body shook like a mountain. His bones also made a sound like a bow being pulled, as if dozens of people were shooting arrows at the same time. The ground cracked under his stomp. The muscular young man opened his arms and slammed into the rock mountain. Rumble! The 20 meters tall, 6 to 7 meters thick rock mountain was broken into pieces. Huge rocks that were as tall as a human flew in all directions. His face did not even blush. The muscular young man mumbled to himself, "The competition is about to start. I, Xiao Yi, will not be willing to be ranked below others. I will definitely fight for the first place. Once I become the number one inner disciple, I will challenge Su Jing and see who is the strongest in the Sky Cloud Martial School." There were 36 mountains in the Sky Cloud Martial School, which were specially prepared for the inner masters to train. There were 36 mountains in the Sky Cloud Martial School. The white-robed elder said to the youth beside him, Li Yun, as soon as you were promoted to an inner disciple, you became my disciple. In these 3 years, you have never gone out to do any missions or participate in the ranking competition. You have been concentrating on your cultivation, but this time, you must participate in the ranking competition. Otherwise, the sect leader and the other elders will think that I am delaying you and not giving you enough opportunities to train. The young man's expression was grave and stern as he said, Master, don't worry. I will let others know that even if I have never been in Jianghu, I can still defeat other disciples. The white-robed elder shook his head, don't look down on others. Although your strength is enough to be in the top 5 of the inner disciples, it is still a bit dangerous to fight for the top 3. As far as I know, Ghost Sword Li Kuang and Pei Xiaoqing both have the strength to be in the top 3. As for that blood shadow blade Meng Chong, his fighting strength is so strong that even I, as an inner elder, am a bit surprised. I'm afraid you are still not his match. The cold-looking youth said, Master, didn't you tell me that if I want to fight, I should fight for first place? Otherwise, everything else is meaningless. Hee, that's what I've said. Then do your best to fight for the first place. If I'm not mistaken, your biggest opponent will be the blood shadow blade, Meng Chong, and your second opponent will be the ghost sword, Li Kuang. His sword art is unpredictable, unlike the Sky Cloud Martial School. You must be careful when you meet him, don't lose to him in sword art. In terms of sword art, I will not lose to anyone. The white-robed elder nodded. Not to mention other things, in terms of sword art, there were not many people in the Sky Cloud Martial School who could compete with his disciple. After all, after 3 years of hard work, the young man already had his own style of sword art. If he was given time, he might not lose to the number 1 disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Hidden Fragrance Sword, Zhu Mei. Alright, 3 months of closed-door training, let me see your current strength. Ding, the sword came out of the scabbard, and the cold-looking youth waved his sword towards the sea of clouds. Silently, 13 sword marks appeared in the sea of clouds. Each sword mark was the same length, and there was almost no difference between them. It was as if they were all copies of the same sword mark. The white-robed elder's eyes flashed with a surprised look, 14 sword lights. I can't believe that your sword light has reached the highest level. If someone was here, they would definitely be confused. There were 13 sword marks in the sea of clouds, why were there 14 sword lights? Black Dragon River, Sunflower Water Tributary. In the last 3 months, a new small gang was established here, called the Sunflower Water Stronghold. The Sunflower Water Stronghold had 3 leaders, all of whom were at the peak of the condensing reality realm. Among them, the head leader had already touched the edge of the Clasping Yuan realm, and would only need 1 or 2 months to become a Clasping Yuan realm warrior. In addition, the Sunflower Water Stronghold also had 7 or 8 late condensing reality realm warriors, more than 20 mid-condensing reality realm warriors, and 40 to 50 early condensing reality realm warriors. As for the mortal realm warriors, they were basically cannon fodder, and there were also hundreds of them. The outer gate of the Sunflower Water Stronghold was split in half with a bang, and an arrogant and wild young man walked in with big steps. People of the Sunflower Water Stronghold, come out and die. Whoosh, there were at least 100 Stronghold members surrounding the young man, and then there were dozens of elite Stronghold members, all of whom were condensing reality realm warriors. Looking for death, you dare to accept the mission to destroy my Sunflower Water Stronghold, kill him. With a command, the tall and sturdy young man was immediately drowned in the sea of people, and his figure could not be seen. Ha 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 ha, all of you, die. The blood-red blade light crisscrossed in the sea of people, and everywhere it went, there would be dozens of people's bodies cut open, and blood splattered everywhere. There was simply no one who could withstand a single attack, no, not even a single attack, because even the condensing reality realm elite stronghold members could not block half of the power of the tall and sturdy young man's blade. How can he be so terrifying? Who is he? Ah, I know, he is the Sky Cloud Martial School's blood shadow blade Meng Chong. Run quickly. Someone saw something from the tall and sturdy young man's blade art, and his face was full of fear. Slaughter the common people, die for me. The tall and sturdy young man laughed arrogantly, and the murderous intent in his laughter soared into the sky. Soon after, a mournful and terrifying blood-red blade light flashed, and every time the blade fell, there would be at least 10 people dead, and the ground would be cut open with a hideous blade mark. Blood flowed like a river, and the people of the Sunflower Water Stronghold were almost all killed. At this moment, another 3 people rushed over. They were the 3 leaders of the Sunflower Water Stronghold. The third leader's weapon was a pair of Xian flower axes, the second leader's weapon was the eyebrow staff, and the head leader's weapon was a tiger-headed blade, which was the most powerful. The tall and sturdy young man rushed out from the corpses, and slashed at the 3 people. Poochie! 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 The 3 peak condensing reality realm warriors were instantly dismembered by this blade, and the blood-red blade light pierced through their bodies, and a huge gap appeared in the main hall of the Sunflower Water Stronghold. So weak, so boring. The tall and sturdy young man shook his head, and turned to leave. The moon-white robe on his body was not stained with a trace of blood. There was a huge rock in the pool under the waterfall. Yichen sat down with his legs crossed, with the hidden cloud sword and its sheath on his knees. He had entered into a mysterious and ethereal state. The rumbling sound of the waterfall did not affect Yichen at all. In his perception, the world was no longer the same. The sound had completely disappeared, and the waterfall was falling slower and slower. In the end, the waterfall even started to move slowly. From time to time, a few water droplets would fly out of the waterfall. Under the sunlight, the water droplets would shine with a colorful light, like the brightest crystal. When he sensed that the waterfall had completely stopped, he opened his cold eyes. He pulled out his sword and waved it. All of his movements were done in one go, without any hesitation. Without a sound, the waterfall on the other side split into 2 and fell down in 2, unable to connect with each other. Boom! Boom! 2 loud booms came out, and the water splashed everywhere. I'm still half a step away from the sword intent. Unfortunately, this half step is the most difficult, and it will take a long time to train. Just now, Yichen had almost grasped the existence of the sword intent. Unfortunately, it was still a bit mysterious, and could only be counted as the half-step sword intent. There was still a slight gap between it and the real sword intent. As he let out a breath, Yichen slowly stood up. His body shook slightly, and the half-step sword intent immediately disappeared, making it hard for others to notice. After enjoying the scenery for a while, Yichen went back the way he came. Outside the yard, Wu Zongming saw Yichen coming back. He smiled and said, "It's not easy to find you." Yichen said, "There are only 3 days left until the Inner Disciple ranking competition. I want to improve my strength as soon as possible." "You're not planning to become one of the top 10 Inner Disciples, are you?" "More or less." Wu Zongming's eyes widened. "Really?" The top 10 Inner Disciples are almost as powerful as core disciples. Some of them are even qualified to become core disciples. Most importantly, almost all of them are at the late condensing reality realm, and they have the power to kill normal warriors at the same level as them. The top 10 Inner Disciples were the most elite group of the Inner Disciples. Each of them had a combination of talent, perception, and willpower. They might not be as good as the core disciples, but as long as they were given enough time, who knew how far they could go? So for the sect, the top 10 Inner Disciples and the core disciples were equally important, and they would not be ignored just because of a temporary gap in strength. Yichen shook his head and said with a smile, "When did you lose your ambition? Aren't you just one of the top 10 Inner Court disciples? I heard that every year, a few people would be eliminated and new faces would appear." Wu Zongming opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. He felt that he was indeed a bit lacking in ambition. When Yichen was still at Mortal Realm Stage 6, he dared to fight against Xianxia, who was at the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10. Now that he was already at the mid-condensing reality realm, why couldn't he replace the others and become one of the top 10 Inner Disciples? Not necessarily. You are right. I used to be the number 1 outer disciple, so I didn't feel too much pressure. But after I became an Inner Disciple, I was surrounded by the best of the best. With my talent and power, it was nothing at all. That's why I had been hiding my true thoughts, and planned to move up step by step. I didn't have to be so aggressive. Now that you have said it, I finally understand why the gap between me and Xianxia has been increasing. It is because I have lost my courage and determination, and started to become an ordinary Inner Disciple. If Wu Zongming had not been with Yichen, he would not have realized this. But he had seen the changes in Yichen, and he felt that it was not a coincidence. That Yichen could succeed, and it was worth thinking about. The joy of reaching the mid-condensing reality realm after taking the Xianxia pellet had disappeared. Wu Zhongming sighed, what a sudden awakening. I thought that the Xianxia pellet would be able to shorten the gap between us. But now, it seems that the gap is getting bigger and bigger. At least, I am not as determined as you. Yichen opened the door and invited him in. He said while walking, actually, talent is just like a stepping stone. It can give you a higher starting point than others. But if you want to keep improving, talent alone is not enough. You need to understand your own path and walk your own path. Wu Zhongming forced a smile, the path and the path are still too far for me. I really don't know what level you have reached. Oh right, why did you want to see me? Yichen asked. Wu Zhongming patted his head, I almost forgot. The ranking competition will be held in 3 days. We need to go and draw lots now. Draw lots now? Yeah. Except for the top 10 inner disciples, everyone else has to draw lots and register their names. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to do it on the day of the competition. That's true. Let's go together then. On the way, Yichen learned that the inner disciple ranking competition was divided into 10 groups, and each group had about 50 people. In each group, there would be one of the top 10 inner disciples, which was equivalent to a seeded contestant. The group competition would have 10 rounds, and the top 3 would have the right to go to the finals to compete for this year's top 10 inner disciple title. The others would be ranked according to the number of battles they had won. On the martial field, a big lottery box was placed there. There were 2 registrars next to it. Right now, there were already a lot of inner disciples drawing lots. Damn, so unlucky. How did I end up in Ghost Sword Li Kuang's group? You call that unlucky? My group is Blood Shadow Blade Meng Chong. Who can beat him? I have no choice but to give up if I meet him. Yichen was confused. He stood at the back of the line. Soon, it was his turn. He reached his hand into the lottery box and took out a thin wooden card. On it was written, Group 7, Number 28. Group seated contestant, Feng Ping. On the side, the registrar wrote down Yichen's name and the number of his group. After drawing lots, the 2 left the crowd. Wu Zhongming asked, which group are you in? Who is the seated contestant? Group 5. The seated contestant is Feng Ping. Flying Wind Feng Ping. Wu Zhongming was dazed for a second and said, he is ranked 6th among the top 10 inner disciples. His light body technique is ridiculously good. It is said that he can fly in the wind as if he is weightless. He is one of the more difficult ones to deal with. Luckily it was not me. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to touch his clothes. Ridiculously good light body technique, Yichen was interested. To him, light body technique was also one of his advantages. He wondered how it would compare with Flying Wind Feng Ping. As for Wu Zhongming, he was in Group 3. The seated contestant was called Xiaoyi. He was ranked 3rd among the top 10 inner disciples. He was even higher than Pei Shaoqing and Ghost Sword Li Kuang. He was a dual cultivator. His defense and attack were terrifyingly high. After leaving the martial field, the 2 went their separate ways. The 3rd day. On the night before the ranking competition, Yichen had finally reached the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm. His Xianxia was more than 30% stronger than before. At the same time, his pure Jun Xianxia had also reached the peak of the 7th stage. His chi swords were almost solid, they were even more powerful than the sword light. Now, everything was ready. He just had to wait for the ranking competition to start the next day. Dong. 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 Early in the morning, the sound of a bell came from the martial field of the windy mountain, wave after wave, spreading out for dozens of miles. On the mountain road, people from all over the world had gathered. Among these people, there were leaders of small martial institutions, leaders of big families, head guards of escort agencies, leaders of gangs, business leaders, city leaders of nearby cities, and some famous martial artists. Leader Liu, you are here too. Of course I am. The Sky Cloud Martial School is the biggest martial institution within tens of thousands of miles. Our small martial institutions cannot compete with them at all. So this time, I brought a few of my best disciples to watch the battles, hoping to inspire them. Hee. I also brought 2 young martial artists from the business, to show them what true geniuses are, so they don't get into trouble everywhere. Same here. These people did not usually interact with each other, but they still knew each other. They walked together in groups of 3 to 5, talking and laughing. At this time, it was obvious who had more power and who was more powerful, because only the powerful ones could make others surround them, not the other way around. In the inner disciple area, Yichen casually closed the door of his courtyard and started to walk towards the noisy martial plaza. So many people. Arriving at the martial field, Yichen was a little surprised. Last year, because he was beaten by Wang Gang, he was bedridden for a month, and missed the opportunity to watch the ranking competition. He had never seen such a spectacular scene of tens of thousands of people gathered in one place. There were 10 huge platforms in the martial field, each of them was round and 3 meters tall, and combined with the other platforms to form a flower pattern, it was very beautiful. The 10 platforms were surrounded by a circle of VIP seats, and above the VIP seats were the audience seats. From afar, the entire martial field looked like an iron pot. The bottom of the iron pot was the battle site, and the 4 sides of the iron pot were the seats for the audience. Yichen, over here. In the open space between the platform and the VIP seats, a large group of inner disciples stood there. Wu Zongming waved at Yichen. With a gust of wind under his feet, he walked over. Wu Zongming was slightly excited as he said, Group 3 and Group 7's platforms are one after the other. Let's just stay here. But I'm a little nervous now. Look, the people in the VIP seats are all important people. Even your father is here. Yichen followed his gaze and saw his father, Yi Tianhao, and his mother, Xin Yuqing, in the VIP seats. Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing smiled at Yichen, their eyes were filled with expectation and pride. They had never thought that Yichen would be able to join the Sky Cloud Martial School's inner disciple ranking competition. Even if he could join, he would be at the bottom. But now, it was different. They already knew that Yichen had reached the mid-condensing reality realm. Plus his talent in martial arts, he should be able to get into the top 200. Yichen gave them a reassuring look before withdrawing his gaze. At this time, the inner court disciples were basically all here, only the top 10 inner court disciples were still missing. Suddenly, the outer sect disciples in the spectator stands burst into cheers that soared to the sky. The top 10 inner disciples are here. The one in the middle should be Blood Shadow Blade Brother Meng Chong, right? Next to Brother Meng Chong is Iron Fan Brother Yi Qing, Brother Xiaoyi, Sister Zhou Rua, and Brother Pei Xiaoqing. So powerful. Just like the others, the inner disciples who had arrived earlier all looked at the 10 people at the wide entrance. These 10 people were the top 10 inner disciples. Some of them were arrogant and overflowing with killing intent. Some of them were 2 meters tall and looked like ancient demonic beasts. Some of them had a smile on their faces and looked calm. Some of them had a face like a peach blossom and had a live body. Some of them were expressionless and had cold eyes. As the 10 of them walked together, an indistinct, earth-shaking aura spread out, attracting the attention of the important figures in the VIP seats. So powerful, just the aura alone is enough to overwhelm people. Wu Zongming gasped. Yichen smiled faintly, he didn't feel anything. He looked around and found that most of the people had lost their confidence and unnaturally looked away. Of course, there were also a small number of people who had excited expressions in their eyes. As long as he could beat them, they would be able to become the top 10 inner disciples. What was the purpose of a man's life? Wasn't it just for pride? Who did not want to be powerful and be admired by others? And the top 10 inner disciples were the best starting point. Because the platforms were in different directions, the top 10 inner disciples all spread out. On Yichen's side, there was flying in the wind Feng Ping, Madman Xiaoyi, and also Zhou Rua, who was also one of the top 10 inner disciples. There was a total of 3 people, they were 3 steps away from each other, not too far away, but not too close either. I don't think there are any powerful inner disciples on our side. Feng Ping looked around and said to Xiaoyi and Zhou Rua. Xiaoyi's long hair was draped over his shoulders, he looked extremely wild, they are still too young. In the past 5 years, the most unpopular one was only 3 disciples who got kicked out of the ranking. Normally, it would be good if 2 disciples got kicked out. Feng Ping looked away from Yi Chen and the others, he did not pay too much attention to them. After all, without reaching the late condensing reality realm, there was basically no way one could get into the top 10. In the past 5 years, there was only one core disciple, Su Jing, that freak. Even the hidden fragrance sword Zhu Mei got the title of top 10 inner disciples when she was only at the late condensing reality realm, and then became a core disciple. Zhou Rua, whose face was like a peach blossom, said lightly, "Don't be too careless, you might fail miserably. The Sky Cloud Martial School might have a second sister Su Jing." Wu Zhoming said to Yi Chen in a low voice, "You didn't see the ranking competition 2 years ago. Sister Su Jing won all the battles with her mid-condensing reality realm cultivation and became the top 10 inner disciples. When she becomes a core disciple, then brother Meng Chong, the Blood Shadow Blade, will have the chance to be the top 10 inner disciples." Yi Chen nodded, he had never seen the full extent of Su Jing's power. Even in the Northwest Plain, she did not use all of her power. It was hard to imagine how powerful she really was. The top 10 inner disciples were not easy to deal with, each of them had the power to kill warriors at the same level as them within seconds. It would be very difficult, almost impossible, to beat them. Wu Zhoming changed his tone and said, "But brother Meng Chong, the Blood Shadow Blade, was not that powerful the year before. It was only last year that he started to show his power, and no one could stop him." Some people said that he was already in the top 10 of the core disciples, and only after the ranking competition, he would be able to challenge the core disciples. While the two were talking, the head elder of the Sky Cloud Martial School flew onto the platform in the center. Clearing his throat, the head elder raised his voice and said, "Everyone, welcome to the annual Sky Cloud Martial School's Inner Disciple Ranking Competition. This year's ranking competition is the same as the previous years. There will be 10 groups, and each group will have a seeded contestant with a number of 0. They will participate in the group competition after 5 rounds, and all the previous rounds will be considered as wins. The competition will be done by drawing lots randomly. The 2 people whose numbers are drawn will have to fight on the platform to determine the winner. Also, the competition will be based on a point system. You will get 2 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and 0 for a loss. The top 3 in the group will have the right to compete in the finals for the top 10 inner disciples. Let's cut to the chase, the ranking competition officially begins." As soon as the head elder finished speaking, the entire martial field became noisy again, and the sound waves reached the sky. Nodding with satisfaction, the head elder flashed back to the Sky Cloud Martial School's elder seats. Next to the platform, the deacons had already started to draw lots. The first group, number 3 against number 9. The second group, number 5 against number 23. The third group, hearing the head elder, all the inner disciples walked onto their respective platforms and started to fight with their opponents. Coincidentally, Wu Zhoming's opponent in the first battle of Group 3 was also at the mid-condensing reality realm, just like him. Burning Fist. On the stage, Wu Zhoming yelled, he jumped up and threw a punch at his opponent. Boom, hot sparks flew everywhere, the inner disciple was pushed back a couple of steps. After gaining the upper hand with only one move, Wu Zhoming did not stop there. He performed his top-rank Mortal Realm skill, Flame Desolate Fist, to its limit. Dozens of fiery fist shadows spread out like a peacock's tail, causing his opponent to have no chance to fight back. After getting off the stage, Wu Zhongming said casually, "Not bad, the first opponent is not that strong. It's only the first round, don't show too much of your power." Yi Chen reminded his opponent. "I know, don't worry. A battle would usually end in the time it takes for a fifth of an incense stick to burn. Rarely would 2 people be at the same level, and it would be hard to tell who would win." Some groups' battles ended quickly, and the second battle of the first round had already started. Group 7, number 8 against number 28. Wu Zhongming said, "Yi Chen, it's your turn." "Yeah." Yi Chen nodded and jumped onto the stage of Group 7. Peak of the mid-condensing reality realm, my luck is not bad. Yi Chen's opponent was a teenager with straight eyebrows, he was holding a huge ringed blade, the blade was surrounded by a yellow chi flow, it looked extremely heavy. Yichen was speechless. His opponent was also at the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm. Why was he so lucky? Lose. The teenager with straight eyebrows suddenly rushed forward, the hard rock under his feet suddenly cracked, the huge ringed blade in his hands drew a thick arc in the air, directly attacking towards Yichen. Yichen shook his head, he casually waved his right hand, his whole arm was so fast that it left no shadow, it easily knocked away his opponent's huge ringed blade. His opponent thought that the blade was in his hand, he was about to attack again. The two were 5 steps away from each other. The teenager with straight eyebrows did not have a blade, he said in frustration, "Where is my blade?" Yichen pointed to his left. The teenager with straight eyebrows looked over, his huge ringed blade was stuck on the edge of the stage, it was shaking. He did not have the face to stay on the stage anymore, he pulled out his blade and jumped off the stage with a red face. He hated Yichen to death, he made him lose face like this. Unsurprisingly, Yichen won one battle, he got 2 points. Then came the second round, the third round, and all the way to the 5th round, where Yichen easily defeated his opponents without much effort. His score had reached 10 points. Wu Zongming lost one battle in the 4th round, he got 8 points. On the other side, Zhang Haoren was in the 10th group. He had broken through to the mid-condensing reality realm a while ago, and he had also won 5 battles in a row, gaining 10 points. On the other hand, Huang Bingwen, who had battled with Yichen before, seemed to have improved. He had only lost 1 out of the 5 battles, and had accumulated 8 points just like Wu Zongming. After the 5 rounds of competition had ended, the Great Elder announced a half-an-hour break, allowing everyone to recover their true qi and physical strength. On the eastern side of the VIP seats, Yi Tianhao smiled at Xin Yuqing and said, "Chenair is doing well. He actually won 5 matches in a row, and it looks like he's having it easy." Xin Yuqing was also very happy. He said, "We were worried for nothing. In the past 6 months, Chenair's progress is extraordinary. There's hope for him to enter the top 100. Indeed, let's wait and see." The half-hour break was over, and the competition continued. Unlike the first 5 rounds, the last 5 rounds would have seeded players joining the fray. If you didn't meet them, you could count yourself lucky, but if you did, you could only brace yourself and fight. This time, Wu Zongming was really unlucky. Although he did not run into any seeded contestants, he ran into an inner disciple who was at the late condensing reality realm. After a dozen attacks, he was defeated. Zhang Haoren continued his winning streak, accumulating 12 points. Huang Bingwen lost 1 match, but he still had 8 points. The 7th battle of the 6th round, it was Yichen's turn again. "Hee, little brat, your winning streak ends here." The one who spoke was a young man with squinted eyes. He was about 17 or 18 years old, which was a bit older than most of the inner disciples. He had accumulated a lot of battle experience over the years, and could usually be ranked around 100. Shoo, this time, Yichen took the initiative to attack. He performed his crane shadow steps and disappeared from his opponent's sight. When he saw Yichen again, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. The strong fist power had pushed him off the ground and out of the stage. He fell heavily on the ground. The squinted young man could not believe what he had just seen. How is this possible? He defeated me with only 1 attack? How powerful is he? Feng Ping, this disciple is not simple. It seems like he has been hiding his true power. Zhou Rua glanced at Yichen and said to Feng Ping. Feng Ping shook his head and laughed. Compared to the other inner disciples, he is indeed a lot more powerful. But against me, he can only lose. Xiaoyi grinned, although he is not your opponent, he still has a chance to enter the top 3 in the group. After another round, it was the 9th round. Number 0 versus number 24. It's your turn. Xiaoyi crossed his arms in front of his chest and said. Whoosh, a light wind swept across, and Feng Ping's shadow was blown away. When he looked again, he was already on the stage. Such a fast technique, when did he get on the stage? He is indeed the flying in the wind Feng Ping, his movement is almost like the wind, invisible and formless. All the inner disciples looked at each other. Yichen frowned. Although Feng Ping's speed was unbelievably fast, what was really scary was that he could blend in with the wind. Once he combined the two, his Qinggong would have a qualitative improvement, and it would give people an illusion that they could not understand. Of course, that did not include him. "Brother Feng, my name is Gao Liang, nice to meet you." The square-faced young man knew the difference in power between them, so he said respectfully. Feng Ping nodded, "Bring it on. I will not go too far." Hearing him, the square-faced young man's face turned serious. He took out his sword from the scabbard and swung it in the air towards Feng Ping. Swoosh 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 swoosh, the sword vibrated in the air, and 4 sword shadows appeared. Each sword shadow was extremely sharp, and they cut the air into pieces. Seeing that the tip of the sword was about to hit Feng Ping, the square-faced young man's face flashed with joy. At this moment, Feng Ping moved, his body leaned back, and kept the same distance from the tip of the sword as he floated backwards. How is this possible? My sword speed is not as fast as his movement technique. After chasing for more than 10 steps, the square-faced young man still could not hit his opponent, and his expression changed drastically. Feng Ping was not interested in playing with his opponent anymore, so he flicked his finger on the tip of the sword. Chin, with a light flick, the square-faced young man could barely hold the sword in his hand. The sword light that he had just condensed was instantly shattered, and his plan to attack through the air had failed. Immediately after, he was kicked in the chest, and blood came out from the corner of his mouth as he flew backwards. Brother Feng is too powerful. Feng Yan has been winning all this time, but he was still defeated so easily. Just how powerful are the top 10 inner disciples? Very powerful. Brother Feng did not even use his full strength. Looks like no one in our group can beat Brother Feng. That number 28 Yi Chen is definitely not Brother Feng's opponent. Below the stage, Wu Zhongming turned his head and said to Yi Chen, "You have to be careful if you run into senior Brother Feng. His qin gong is more than that." "I know, don't worry." Among the people present, Yi Chen could see it more clearly than anyone else. However, in terms of qin gong, he really did not need to be afraid of the other party. In the 7th round, Wu Zhongming, Zhang Haoren, and Huang Bingwen all lost. Wu Zhongming and Huang Bingwen lost because their strength was limited, so they naturally lost when encountering a strong opponent, while Zhang Haoren lost because he encountered one of the top 10 inner disciples, Ghost Sword Li Kuang. Ghost Sword Li Kuang was indeed worthy of the title of Ghost Sword. With just one sword move, Zhang Haoren was defeated. Seriously speaking, the difference in strength between the two wasn't that big. After all, Zhang Haoren was one of the top geniuses in the entire Sky Cloud Martial School, so it was impossible for him to be defeated in one move. However, he could only blame his bad luck. Ghost Sword Li Kuang's sword art was famous for its unpredictability. As long as one's strength was slightly weaker, it would be very difficult for them to withstand even one move. That sword was like a nightmare, there was no way to block it. Zhang Haoren, who had lost the match, stared at Ghost Sword Li Kuang. He couldn't believe that he couldn't even block a single sword. Ghost Sword Li Kuang turned around and said as he walked down the stage, "One more year." Under the core disciples, senior brother Li Kuang is the number 1 swordsman. Now that I think about it, I feel that the sword was too terrifying. My eyes couldn't keep up, my senses couldn't keep up, and even my intuition couldn't keep up. It was clearly very fast, but it gave people the illusion that it was very slow. If it were me, I would probably go crazy immediately. Senior brother Li Kuang is powerful, but look over there. An inner disciple pointed at a platform where 2 people were fighting. The others discussed among themselves. It's one of the top 10 inner disciples, ranked 9th, dual spear Dong Haohua, senior brother Dong. Who is his opponent? I've never seen him before. Me too. He seems to have appeared out of nowhere. Is there such a person among the inner disciples? On a platform. The cold young man was expressionless. He placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword, pulled it out, and slashed. 6 sword lights floated over and covered Dong Haohua's entire body. Dong Haohua smiled confidently. He brandished the 2 spears that were 5 feet long. The spear shadows that filled the air easily shattered the sword light and rushed towards his opponent. Suddenly, Dong Haohua stood rooted to the ground. He lowered his head and saw that the clothes on his chest had been torn open, and a faint trace of blood was seeping out. I lost. What's your name? Dong Haohua knew that if his opponent hadn't been merciful, this sword would have taken his life. However, he didn't understand. He had clearly destroyed 6 sword shadows, so how could he still be hit? It was like seeing a ghost. Li Yun. With these 2 words, the cold-looking youth walked down the stage. He defeated senior brother Dong Haohua, who was ranked 9th, with 1 sword strike. This is unbelievable. When did such a terrifying figure appear among the inner sect disciples? Even senior brother Dong was defeated in 1 move. This Li Yun should be able to compete with senior brother Li Kuang. I wonder whose sword art is better. Not far away, Ghost Sword Li Kuang squinted his eyes and stared at Li Yun's back. Finally, one of the top 10 inner disciples had been defeated. A lot of people who were not powerful enough did not have much hope for themselves, but they hoped to see a second, or even a third. Before the first wave had even subsided, another wave had risen. On the 8th platform, another person had defeated the 10th ranked inner disciple, Iron Leg Song Fei. Although Song Fei was only ranked 10th, that was because his fighting style was too tough. If he fought head-on, his ranking would still be higher. On the other hand, Song Fei's opponent also specialized in leg techniques. He only threw out 3 kicks. The first kick scattered Song Fei's leg shadows, the second kick shattered Song Fei's protective Xianxia, and the third kick landed lightly on Song Fei's chest, leaving a footprint. Song Fei's kick was so light that it seemed natural. If it was just that, it would not have caused such a sensation. The inner disciple who had defeated Song Fei was called Tai Feng. He was 19 years old this year, and he was one of the oldest disciples in the Sky Cloud Martial School. Everyone knew that he was hardworking, but his talent was average. However, after watching his battle this time, he gave people the feeling that he was a master. It was as if he had changed from a moth to a butterfly. This kid is a late bloomer. On the elder seats, an elder sighed. A few elders on the side nodded. Diligence can make up for one's lack of talent. Moreover, when he is extremely diligent, he will be able to understand many things that others cannot. This kid needs to be trained. It is not that I have never seen late bloomers before, but this time, it is more shocking than any of the previous ones. It is like he has been reborn. Wu Zongming asked Yi Chen, what did you see? Why do I feel that those 3 kicks were ordinary, but the strange thing is that senior brother Song Fei could not block them? Yi Chen slowly let out a breath. That is power. Power? Wu Zongming did not understand. Yi Chen explained, the so-called power is very mysterious, and words cannot describe it. To put it simply, he has understood the power of nature, and has integrated this power into his kick art. Therefore, although it looks ordinary, it is unstoppable. After all, in front of the power of nature, human strength is too small. Wu Zongming did not really understand. As the competition went on, the higher the score, the lower the score. So far, Yi Chen had 18 points, tied with Feng Zhongfei and Feng Ping for first place. Finally, it was the last round of the competition, the 10th round. The first round, number 0 against number 28. As soon as the deacon finished speaking, the inner disciples on Yi Chen's side became excited. In the previous 9 rounds, they could already see that Yi Chen was very powerful. After all, in the 10 groups, there were very few people who could win 9 rounds in a row. Besides the 8 seeded contestants, there were only a few others who could do so. Originally, if Yi Chen did not run into Feng Ping, he might be able to win 10 rounds in a row and tie with Feng Ping for first place. But now, it was probably impossible. Under everyone's disbelief, Yi Chen walked onto the stage. On the other side, Feng Ping said casually, "You are not bad." "You are not bad either." What Yi Chen said shocked everyone else. Brother Feng Ping's power is only not bad? Are you kidding me? You can't be so arrogant. Being too arrogant is not good. Let me test your bottom line. Feng Ping recognized Yi Chen's power, but he did not think that Yi Chen could beat him. His body flashed, and he disappeared, as if he had merged with the wind. Yi Chen did not change his expression. He waved his fist to the left, and the fist power and finger power clashed together, making a horrifying explosion sound. However, after that, Feng Ping's attacks became even fiercer. Finger power after finger power shrouded Yi Chen from all directions, and he still did not show himself. In terms of movement techniques, I have never been afraid of anyone. As he spoke, Yi Chen's body disappeared as well. Finger power after finger power turned the stage into a hornet's nest. Pa, bang, chi, on the stage, only fist shadows and finger power could be seen fighting. Because the two's bodies were too fast, and because it was too strange, only a trace of shadow could be seen. This is 2F** King Strange. How can we watch this? I did not expect this Yi Chen to be so powerful. He was obviously hiding his power before. Someone could not help but say. Brother Feng Ping did not use his real power, right? Feng Ping did not hear the discussions below the stage, he was completely shocked. Among the inner disciples, there was actually someone who did not lose to him in terms of Qinggong. It's urgent. Feng Ping pointed out with his finger, the air was filled with finger light, the finger light tore through the air, and the sound was endless. Puff 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 puff, Yi Chen's body was instantly pierced through and scattered. It turned out that it was just an afterimage. Your Qinggong is just SOSO. Yi Chen's voice came from behind Feng Ping. Feng Ping was furious, his body was like a tornado, spinning violently, countless finger light beams shot out in all directions, some of them even pierced through the stone pillars at the edge of the stage. Yi Chen's eyes were sharp, his body flashed, shuttling through the countless finger light beams. They were not shot at the same time, there were always some in front and some behind, some fast and some slow. With his powerful body control and speed, Yi Chen was able to sneak in and out of Feng Ping's space. He managed to get within 5 steps of Feng Ping. How is this possible? How can we not hit him like this? Including Xiao Yi and Zhou Rua, all the inner disciples below the stage were stunned, their mouths were slightly open. Those with good eyesight knew that it was impossible to dodge all the finger light beams with just speed. After all, the difference between each finger light beam was very small, so small that it could be ignored. Plus, these finger light beams were not arranged in any order. There was no way to find a pattern. In order to pass through them, one's eyesight, heart power, stamina, speed, reflexes, and the ability to see the big picture all had to be at a high level. On the elder seats, the head elder had a smile on his face. This disciple is not bad, there are not many people who can beat Feng Ping in Qinggong. The second elder nodded. Feng Ping's movement skill is not to be underestimated, but he is still not as experienced as his opponent, he is also not as skilled. Haha, there are 3 disciples with potential, it is our Sky Cloud Martial School's fortune. The third elder could not help but laugh out loud. On the stage, Yi Chen threw out a punch, blowing away Feng Ping without hesitation. Yi Chen wins. The deacon who drew the lots was startled, he shouted out loud. Yi Chen was not too pleased with himself. His body slid and he instantly landed beside Wu Zhongming. Wu Zhongming's blood was boiling as he watched. He said excitedly, "That's great, even senior brother Feng Ping's Qinggong can't match up to yours." He is still unable to comprehend the true essence of the wind, he only has the speed of the wind. Wind was formless and formless, if Feng Ping could comprehend it, Yi Chen's Qinggong would naturally not be able to catch up to him. Feng Ping walked down the stage in a daze. Losing to someone else in Qinggong was a huge blow to him. After all, he was full of confidence earlier and thought that he could easily defeat Yi Chen. The 10th round of the competition ended. The deacon who drew lots reported the score. Group 7, first place Yi Chen, 20 points, second place Feng Ping, 18 points, third place. The top 3 teams in the group stage would qualify for the finals. Feng Ping was not eliminated. Soon, the top 3 of the other groups were also announced. Wu Zhongming lost too many matches and was disqualified from the finals. Zhang Haoran only lost 1 match and was ranked 2nd. As for Li Yun and Tai Feng, they were both ranked 1st in their groups. No matter how exciting the competition was, they still needed to eat. It was already noon. The first elder stood up and announced that the finals would begin in the afternoon. In the Sky Cloud Martial School's inner disciples cafeteria. I can't believe there are 3 powerful inner disciples this year, Li Yun, Tai Feng, and Yi Chen. Li Yun's sword art is too powerful, I still can't figure out how he defeated senior brother Dong Haohua. Tai Feng is not bad either, he defeated senior brother Song Fei with just 3 kicks, steady as a mountain. What do you guys think? Other than his Qinggong, what do you think about Yi Chen? Maybe his Qinggong is good. But to beat him, one must be in the top 6 of the top 10 inner disciples. Yeah, no matter how good his Qinggong is, if he does not have enough attack power, he will not be able to defeat senior brother Li Kuang and the others. Yeah. Other than Feng Ping, Dong Haohua, and Song Fei, the other 7 haven't revealed their full strength. They haven't even revealed 70% of their strength. It'll be very difficult to win against them. We can't be too weak in every aspect. Don't say any more, I will be so excited that I can't eat anymore. I really want to see the finals. At that time, the top 10 inner disciples will definitely go all out. It will be the peak of the inner disciples. In the afternoon, the martial arts plaza was boiling again. It was several times more lively than in the morning. On the central platform, the first elder raised his voice and said, "The finals will be divided into the elimination round and the ranking round. The elimination round will eliminate 20 people, leaving only 10. And the ranking round will decide the ranking of this year's top 10 inner disciples." Below, Yichen heard it clearly. The elimination round had a total of 10 rounds, divided into 3 platforms, but each platform did not have a fixed number of people. In other words, whoever was drawn would go up, and it was possible to choose which platform to go up. After the 10 rounds, the top 10 disciples would become this year's top 10 inner disciples. After becoming one of the top 10 inner disciples, there was still the ranking round, which was the most complicated. It needed a lot of rounds, so let's not talk about it for now. Now, the finals officially begin. The first elder gathered his Jin Qi and raised his voice. Boom, the spectator stands were filled with cheers. Everyone was supporting the inner disciple they liked. The first platform, Song Fei against Jiang Hao. The second platform, Li Yun against Wu Yuan. The third platform, Meng Chong against Feng Ping. There was no suspense in the battles between the first and second platform, but the third platform was more interesting. After all, this was the battle between the top 10 inner disciples. It immediately caused a tsunami of cheers. 6 people went up on the platform. Unsurprisingly, Song Fei and Li Yun easily defeated their opponents, and got 2 points. The battle on the third platform had not yet started. Feng Ping looked at Meng Chong seriously. As one of the top 10 inner disciples, there were 2 people he did not want to meet the most. One was the ghost sword Li Kuang, and the other was the blood shadow blade Meng Chong. The ghost sword Li Kuang's sword art was unpredictable. It was impossible to defend against. If one's strength was slightly weaker, there was almost no way they could pose a threat to him. But Meng Chong was even more terrifying. He had an overwhelming advantage in all aspects. It was almost impossible to meet him. However, Feng Ping still wanted to walk past Meng Chong's blade. No matter what, he was still one of the top 10 inner disciples. If he was defeated by someone with one blade, he would lose face. Meng Chong grinned and said, "Feng Ping, are you thinking about how to walk past my blade? Give up on that idea. Your strength is too far away from mine." Meng Chong walked towards Feng Ping step by step. His right hand was placed on the blade's hilt. Dodge. Feng Ping's scalp went numb. He quickly dashed to the side. His body instantly disappeared. You can't escape. Almost no one saw how Meng Chong used his blade. They only saw the blood-red blade light flash past. The next moment, Feng Ping's figure appeared. There was a long and narrow blade mark on his chest, extending all the way to his waist. Haha. After laughing a few times, Meng Chong turned around and walked down the platform. So powerful. So powerful. Even brother Feng Ping could not take one attack from him. Although senior brother Feng Ping lost to Yi Chen, his movement art is still one of the best among the inner disciples. But he couldn't even dodge a single blade attack from senior brother Meng Chong. The gap between them is huge. This year, brother Meng Chong is even more powerful than last year. Hearing the discussions from the crowd, Yi Chen frowned slightly. The blood shadow blade Meng Chong was indeed very powerful. His blade art was very simple. It was fast, accurate, and brutal. There was nothing fancy about it. But in his hands, it was able to bring out the power that even gods and ghosts would have to run away from. When fighting against him, if one's technique was not at a certain level, one should not try to use techniques. Otherwise, one would die a horrible death. The second Meng Chong got off the stage, the top 10 inner disciples all looked at him with fear. The skinny iron Fanny Qing forced a smile. I thought I could catch up with him this year, but it seems like I have been left behind. Next to him, Song Fei was surprised. I Ching, you were ranked second last year? What's the point of being ranked second? The gap is too big. He has already reached the top of the core disciples. Top of the core disciples. Song Fei gasped. He knew very well how powerful the top-ranked core disciples were. Although they were all at the late condensing reality realm or even the peak of the late condensing reality realm, the slightly more powerful core disciples could easily beat him with only one attack. Not to mention the top-ranked core disciples, they were the top of the top-ranked core disciples. The fourth battle was Yi Chen's turn. His opponent was called Yang Lai. Once he got on the stage, Yang Lai backed off as far as he could. He wanted to increase the distance between him and Yi Chen. He was afraid that Yi Chen would suddenly disappear in front of him. Yi Chen shook his head and forced a smile. He stood still. When he was 30 steps away, Yang Lai stopped backing off. He held his long blade with both of his hands and threw out 3 blade lights towards Yi Chen's position. Yi Chen moved his body slightly and skillfully dodged the blade lights. He stomped his feet on the ground and released his hidden power. Explode. Boom, the stage under Yang Lai's feet exploded. His body was thrown high into the air and fell off the stage. This was out of everyone's expectations. They had thought that Yi Chen would defeat his opponent with speed. They hadn't expected this to happen. The 5th match was against Zhang Haoren. Although he lost to Ghost Sword Li Kuang, his strength was still very strong. In less than 10 moves, he defeated his opponent and gained 2 points. There was no suspense in the 6th, 7th, and 8th matches. It was just pure abuse, not interesting at all. The 9th battle, Pei Xiaoqing vs Tai Feng. Buzz, as soon as the lot-drawing deacon's voice fell, the crowd finally boiled over. Pei Xiaoqing was ranked above Ghost Sword Li Kuang in the previous tournament. He had a friendly attitude and seemed to be easy to get along with. Only those who knew him knew that he was like a demon when he made a move. Even Li Kuang was afraid of this friend of his. Tai Feng was the representative of late bloomers. He had defeated Song Fei, who was famous for his leg techniques, in 3 kicks. He had the demeanor of a master and was as steady as a mountain. The two of them could be said to be at loggerheads. If they didn't fight, it would be hard to tell who was stronger and who was weaker. Tai Feng, you have to show mercy later. Pei Xiaoqing said with a smile. Tai Feng replied honestly, okay. Nobody knew why, but when they saw Tai Feng's expression, everyone wanted to laugh, a knowing smile. This person was not hateful at all, they only admired him, admired his hard work, admired his perseverance, and even more admired his simple and honest, grandmaster-like bearing. Hearing this, Pei Xiaoqing's smile disappeared and his heart tightened. His intuition told him that Tai Feng was not easy to deal with. If he wanted to win, he would have to use 120% of his strength. Unknowingly, Pei Xiaoqing's palms had turned purple, like a demon. He shouted loudly and pounced towards Tai Feng with a palm strike. Woo 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 woo, the air was torn apart, emitting a mournful sound. Some of the nearby inner disciples' faces turned pale with fright. Tai Feng's expression was still simple, but when he moved, everyone knew that he was not easy to deal with. The pressure from the aura had no effect on him at all. His body slightly tilted and his right leg raised. With just 2 simple movements, Tai Feng's aura changed. A powerful aura gathered and integrated into his body. Break! With a single kick, Pei Xiaoqing's palm power was disintegrated. The huge impact forced him to stop his momentum. However, as one of the top 10 inner disciples in the last inner disciple competition, Pei Xiaoqing naturally still had energy to spare. His body circled around Tai Feng and suddenly launched a second wave of attack. Demons appear all over the mountains and plains. Woo woo woo. Roar roar roar, the purple and cyan palm wind was like a dark cloud, covering the sky and covering the earth as it moved towards Tai Feng. If it was someone else, they would have broken their mind before the fight even started. This time Tai Feng is in danger. Brother Pei Xiaoqing is not Song Fei after all, how could he be so easy to deal with? I wonder how many moves Tai Feng can take. Yi Chen had a different opinion from the others. After Tai Feng's first kick, his aura had already gathered and the one in danger was Pei Xiaoqing. Just as expected. Facing the sky full of cyan palm wind, Typhon put his tongue under his chin and let out a loud shout. His shout was like thunder, causing the air to ripple like water. One kick moves the wind and clouds, sweeping the world. Standing in the middle of the platform, Typhon's aura was limitless as he kicked out. This kick caused a strong wind to descend on the martial arts plaza, accompanied by the majestic power of the kick. It went towards the cyan palm wind. Pop! Pop! The sound of thunder came out, the whole platform was in chaos, people could not look directly at it. The next moment, a figure was sent flying backward, spurting out a large mouthful of blood in the air. It was Pei Xiaoqing. Unbelievable, Typhon won. How many kicks did Typhon use? Did you guys see it? It looks like it has 5 legs, but also 9 legs. Why did I only see the shadows of his kicks? Yichen smiled lightly. This Typhon was very powerful, and there were not many people who could beat him. Judging from the current situation, only the Blood Shadow Blade Meng Chong had the power to suppress him. But of course, in a battle between warriors, anything could happen, and the more powerful one might not necessarily win. The elders in the elder seating area looked at each other and smiled. The late bloomer Typhon was even more outstanding than they had imagined. That move just now was simply too brilliant. The wind stopped, and Typhon, who was on the platform, smiled and walked down the platform. Everyone could only feel speechless towards this, and they wondered if he was really simple and honest or if he was pretending to be. Then, the competition continued. There were no strong fights like before, the next few matches were all won by overwhelming margins, without any suspense. However, in the last match of the first round, I Ching, the Iron Fan, made everyone happy. He waved his fan and countless shadows of his fan danced like dancing butterflies. His opponent did not dare to fight anymore and immediately surrendered. The second round of the competition was a bit speechless. Out of the 15 battles, 11 of them ended very quickly, almost all of them were the top-ranked disciples beating the bottom-ranked disciples. Yi Chen's battle was not included in these 11 battles, but it was not that far off. His opponent was Dong Haohua, who was not weak at all. Unfortunately, it was Yi Chen who had beaten him within 3 to 4 attacks before he had even shown his real power. There were 2 exciting battles in the third round. The first was a duel between the only 2 female disciples among the top 10 inner disciples of the previous term. The other was Xiaoyi against Li Yun. The 2 female disciples were Peach Hand Zhou Rua and Rainbow Sword Zhou Ruadong. Zhou Rua was ranked 4th, she was very strong, her slender hands looked like they had no bones, but after being touched by her, Zhou Ruatong, who was ranked 8th, immediately vomited blood and retreated, losing the battle. Xiaoyi and Li Yun's battle was too intense, one of them was ranked 3rd among the top 10 inner disciples last time, the other one was a new rising star, both of them did not give in to each other, they were fighting fiercely, even the platform was almost destroyed by them. Xiaoye's defense and attacking power were very scary, normal sword light could not break through his Zhenqi protection, one punch could explode the air in front of him, making Li Yun unable to get close to him. As for Li Yun, although he was a new rising star, he was not any weaker than Xiaoyi, he was evenly matched with the 3rd-ranked Xiaoyi, his sword light splitting martial technique was perfect, the hidden sword light made Xiaoyi even more scared. In the end, the head elder thought that it was too long, so he called it a draw. There were also exciting battles in the 4th and 5th round, the outer disciples who were watching were very excited, their blood was boiling. The 6th round, the 3rd battle. Blood Shadow Blade Meng Chong against Iron Fan I Ching. Last year's 1st and 2nd ranked disciples are finally fighting, I wonder who is stronger. You idiot. It must be senior brother Meng Chong. The battle has not even started. How do you know? Senior brother I Ching's fan art is so amazing, how could he lose? The one who supported I Ching was a female inner disciple. The people beside her rolled their eyes, thinking, another love-struck fool. On the stage, I Ching opened his iron fan and smiled at Meng Chong. Last year when I fought with you, I was able to last more than 10 rounds, I'm afraid I won't be able to last this year. Meng Chong said, there is no need to belittle yourself. Do you think that I will let down my guard against you? Hee hee. I Ching laughed. Come on, I know you definitely have some ultimate moves, and there's an 80% chance you're going to use them against me. Meng Chong still had his eyes on I Ching. His opponent had already fused his techniques and actual combat to perfection. He looked beautiful, but not flashy. It would be impossible to defeat him with a single slash. Step by step, Meng Chong walked toward I Ching. Just as he was about to take his 10th step, I Ching moved. In fact, he had no choice but to move. Otherwise, once his opponent found the most suitable place to attack, there would be no room for him to turn things around. The iron fan fluttered up and down, creating a series of illusory fan shadows that flew towards Meng Chong without any pattern. It was as if a large bag filled with butterflies had been accidentally opened, and all the butterflies had flown out. Break! Meng Chong lowered his body and charged forward, slashing down with his saber. Poochie, this saber strike grabbed the weakest point of the countless fan shadows, breaking through them. The blood-red saber gleam easily slashed towards I Ching at an unbelievable speed. This is what a fast saber should be like. Once it moves, it's amazing. I wonder what level that North Snow Quick Saber Lynch has reached. Seeing Meng Chong's saber art, Yi Chen couldn't help but think of Lynch, who he had met in the Northwest Auction House. Both of them were famous for their fast saber arts. If Meng Chong was already this powerful, then that Lynch would be even more powerful. Shaking his head, Yi Chen knew that he had to work harder. Above Lynch, there were still young Master North Snow and young Master Duanmu, and above him, there was the top young warrior of the Windy Nation, young Master Emerald. Clang, the blood-red saber light was blocked by the iron fan. I Ching's body was knocked back by the impact. Good, since you can take my first saber attack, you can definitely take my second and third. Meng Chong was excited. The blood-red saber light crisscrossed in the air, covering I Ching like a huge net. I Ching tried his best to protect his body with the iron fan. But even so, that horrifying saber light still numbed his entire body and made his blood boil. The 7th saber attack. This saber attack was launched last, but it was faster than the previous few saber lights and cut open I Ching's hairband. I Ching's long black hair danced in the air as he put away his iron fan. I still can't beat you. Just now, he had already used his ace attacks. However, under Meng Chong's saber light, those ace attacks were not as good as his normal attacks. He understood that this was because his ace attacks were not perfect yet. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for Meng Chong to find the flaws in his attacks. However, everything has its pros and cons. After this battle, it would be easier for him to find the flaws in his attacks. Meng Chong laughed and said, being able to force me to use the 7th saber attack is already very good. Beside Yi Chen, Wu Zongming sighed and said, I wonder who can beat brother Meng Chong. After saying this, he glanced at Yi Chen. Yi Chen gave him a mysterious feeling. Even now, he still did not know Yi Chen's real power. Maybe there was a chance. Of course, Wu Zongming was not sure. Let's keep watching. Yi Chen did not make any assumptions. Soon, the 6th round ended. Until now, there were only 5 people who had an undefeated record. They were Blood Shadow Blade Meng Chong, Peach Blossom Hand Shou Rua, Ghost Sword Li Kuang, Tai Feng and Yi Chen. Although Madman Xiao Yi and Li Yun did not lose, they had a draw after all. They had lost 1 point. After the 7th round, there was one less person who had an undefeated record. It was Peach Blossom Hand Shou Rua. He was unlucky and met Iron Fan I Ching. After exchanging hundreds of moves, he was defeated by I Ching. Although he lost, his power still made the crowd fear him. In the crowd's anticipation, the 8th round began. The first 3 rounds could barely be considered exciting. When it came to the 4th round, the crowd burst into cheers. The contestants on the stage were Yi Chen and Ghost Sword Li Kuang. If it were in the morning, the crowd would definitely not be cheering like this. However, Yi Chen had been winning all the time and his popularity had skyrocketed. He had gained a lot of supporters, including some of the inner disciples. On the VIP seats, Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing's breathing almost stopped. It was not an exaggeration to say that this year's Sky Cloud Martial School's inner disciple ranking competition was one of the most thrilling events in their lives. Every time Yi Chen stepped onto the stage, they would be on tenterhooks for a while, afraid to see Yi Chen fail. Although Yi Chen's results had already made them very satisfied, who wouldn't want their children to do better? Fortunately, up until now, they had seen Yi Chen win again and again, and it seemed to be quite easy. But now it was different. Yi Chen's opponent was the mysterious ghost sword Li Kuang. Whether he could win or not was still unknown. I'm afraid brother Yi Chen is in danger. Senior brother Meng Chong and senior brother Li Kuang have always been able to restrain people with powerful movement techniques. Senior brother Feng Ping had been defeated by the two of them. Unknowingly, everyone had added the word senior brother behind Yi Chen's name. Yes, let's see if brother Yi Chen can block brother Li Kuang's first sword. If he can block the first sword, then he can block the second and third sword. Ghost sword Li Kuang's sword art was unpredictable. As long as one's strength was slightly weaker, it would be difficult to block his sword. Only when one's strength surpassed the opponent's could one win. On the platform, Li Kuang's eyes were cold, his back was straight like a great sword. 30 steps away from him, Yi Chen looked indifferent and calm. I only need one sword to defeat an ordinary person. You are quite strong, you should be able to force me to use my third sword. Li Kuang looked at Yi Chen and said coldly. Yi Chen said, really? I advise you to go all out. Do you think you can force me to go all out with your strength? Li Kuang's eyes became colder. The two stood 30 steps away from each other. One's eyes were cold while the other looked calm. Everyone's breathing stopped as they stared at the stage without blinking. Buzz, the storage ring emitted a faint light and the hidden cloud sword appeared in Yi Chen's hand. He said lightly, if you don't go all out, you won't have any chance of winning. Most of the people were stunned. What? Brother Yi Chen uses a sword, just like brother Li Kuang. This is amazing. Brother Yi Chen didn't take the previous battle seriously at all. A battle between two great swordsmen, just thinking about it makes me excited. Yi Chen suddenly took out his sword. It was a huge shock to the spectators. After all, they knew that without a swordsman's battle power would be greatly reduced. Only with a sword in hand could a swordsman unleash his full strength. On the elder seats, a few elders nodded and laughed, interesting. With the hidden cloud sword in his hand, Yi Chen's aura changed. His eyes were as sharp as a sword, capable of penetrating people's hearts. A sharp aura was emitted from his body. Li Kuang was slightly surprised. He really didn't expect Yi Chen to be a swordsman. He couldn't be blamed for not seeing through it, it was because he hid it too well. Under normal circumstances, a swordsman with some achievements would have some qualities of the sword, such as sharpness, coldness, and so on. However, Yi Chen's temperament had nothing to do with these, it looked very ordinary. Of course, he didn't know that Yi Chen had already trained his Qi hiding spell to a very high level. Not only could he hide his cultivation level, he could also hide his aura, making it hard for people to see through him. Not to mention Li Kuang, even a clasping Yuan realm sword artist might not be able to see through him. Since you are also a swordsman, that's for the best. Defeating a swordsman is undoubtedly more interesting. I hope you can last longer. Li Kuang's slender right hand was placed on the hilt of his sword. Waves of true qi were injected into the sword, ready to deal a fatal blow at any time. Shoo, Li Kuang moved. His whole body was like a sharp sword that was unsheathed, rushing towards Yi Chen at an extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two had shortened to 5 steps. Ecstasy. Only then did Li Kuang pull out his sword. Once the sword was out of the sheath, the twisted black sword light seemed slow but was actually fast. It seemed to move from top to bottom, like a nightmare, making people unable to tell where the opponent was going to attack. Zhang Haoran's face turned pale. He was defeated by this sword. The pain of not being able to use his power and not knowing what to do was still fresh in his memory. Clang, under the nervous and excited gazes of the crowd, Yi Chen also made his move. The angle of the sword was unimaginable, it was like an antelope's horn, a divine stroke. Not only that, Yi Chen's sword light was very thin, it was the kind of thin that was condensed to the extreme, it was even sharper. Clang, Li Kuang's first sword was blocked, but he didn't care. He was about to make his second sword to suppress his opponent. But what surprised him was that Yi Chen took the initiative to counterattack. Peak of perfection. The lone peak of 13 swords was only a top-rank mortal realm sword art, but in the hands of Yi Chen, it was extremely powerful. A stunning sword light pierced through the air and went straight for Li Kuang's chest. Li Kuang took a step back and slashed out with his black long sword, trying to take back the initiative. Yi Chen's eyes were sharp. He twisted his wrist and the sword light exploded in a very small area, layer upon layer, spreading out towards Li Kuang. What? The incoming sword light gave Li Kuang the feeling of a huge mountain, one after another, attacking his mind. At this moment, Li Kuang stopped underestimating Yi Chen, his body rose from the ground and slashed down. Kacha! 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 When the two sword lights collided, the platform was cut into pieces, and the hard stone pillars at the edge of the platform were cut off. This series of actions happened in the blink of an eye. Many people didn't even see how the two exchanged blows, it was so fast that it was terrifying. Such a thrilling battle, every sword is so dangerous, there is no time to react at all. Senior brother Yi Chen is indeed powerful, he easily blocked Li Kuang's first sword and even took the initiative to counterattack. On the other side, Pei Xiaoqing and Qiu Ruotong stood together. Qiu Ruotong said, "Your friend is in danger." Pei Xiaoqing smiled confidently, "Don't underestimate Li Kuang. In the past year, his sword arts have been improving rapidly, and if I'm not wrong, he has already mastered the 7th sword of the 9 Ghost Shadow Sword. That sword is enough to defeat 3 Yi Chens, and now he has only used 3 sword moves. But I feel that Yi Chen is also not using his full power." Li Kuang's figure floated back and lightly landed on the ground. He solemnly looked at the distant Yi Chen. "I admit that you're qualified to make me go all out. However, it's still impossible for you to defeat me. I'll let you see my true strength now." Li Kuang took a step forward as a sharp chi flow burst out from his body, pouncing toward Yi Chen with an earth-shattering force. At the same time, the black sword light became extremely frightening, turning the formless chi flow into a dense black color, covering the existence of the sword light. 10,000 Ghost Soul Devour. This time, Li Kuang did not hold back. He knew that the 4th, 5th, and even 6th sword attacks would not be able to do anything to Yi Chen. Only the 7th sword attack would have the confidence to defeat Yi Chen without any resistance. The black airflow swept over along with the sword light, but Yi Chen wasn't afraid. He slightly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes were like 2 sword lights, tearing through the void. Break! When Yi Chen waved his sword, all the nearby inner disciples who used swords were frightened. For no reason, the swords on their waists trembled, wanting to fly out of their sheaths and merge with Yi Chen's sword aura. No matter how they tried to suppress it, they couldn't stabilize it. Many big shots on the VIP seats exclaimed, "Sword intent! It's actually sword intent, how is this possible?" In the Windy Nation, only the leader of the North Snow Martial Academy, Shui Warren, had comprehended the blade intent. As for whether there were other hidden figures, no one knew. Just like the blade intent, the sword intent was also very hard to comprehend. At least until now, no one in the Windy Nation had ever comprehended the sword intent. Among the younger generation, there were only a few people who had a chance. The head disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Hidden Fragrance Sword, Zhumei was one of them. However, no one had expected that in an inner disciple ranking competition, there would be a nobody who had comprehended the sword intent that all the sword artists dreamed of. How shocking was that? No, he hasn't comprehended the real sword intent yet, it can only be counted as half-step sword intent. On the VIP seats, a cyan-clothed man said slowly. Next to him, a beautiful young lady in a pink dress looked confused. Half-step sword intent? The cyan-clothed man explained, "I have seen a sword artist who had comprehended the sword intent in the Rudra Nation. That kind of power that could cut through the void was still fresh in my memory. After I came back, I made up my mind that I must comprehend my own sword intent. However, in the past few years, I have only comprehended a little bit of it, but my cultivation has been improving at an amazing speed." The beautiful young lady suddenly understood. No wonder her husband's cultivation was getting more and more profound. It was because he was stimulated by something. However, her husband couldn't comprehend the sword intent no matter how hard he tried, but a 15 or 16-year-old boy had done it. She had to admit that sometimes, a few days of effort from a genius was equivalent to a few years of effort from others. The beautiful young lady was the owner of the Flower Fairy restaurant in the ancient spring town, Flower Fairy. Next to her was her husband, the blue cloud sword artist, Shen Lang. Rumble, while the two were talking, a storm was already brewing on the platform. The half-step sword intent was about 3 to 4 meters long. It sliced through the black chi flow and the horrifying black sword light like cutting a piece of tofu. Then, the sword chi, which was only 2/3 smaller, still had some power left on the ground and flashed past Li Kuang's side. In the next second, the rock wall in front of the VIP seats had become soft, and stone powder was falling down. Li Kuang stood on the spot in a daze. Just now, he felt the presence of death. If it wasn't for the opponent being merciful and deliberately deviating from the attack's trajectory, that sword chi would have definitely cut him in half and turned him into a blood mist with no bones left. Puff. Suddenly, Li Kuang spat out a mouthful of blood. Although the sword chi hadn't hurt him, the half-step sword intent contained within it had made his blood boil. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, but he felt much better. Yi Chen is victorious. The administrator who drew lots recovered from his shock and announced loudly. Sheathing the hidden cloud sword, Yi Chen turned around and walked away. In the elder seating area, the head elder let out a long breath and said, although it's only a half-step sword intent, and it's still uncertain whether he can comprehend the real sword intent or not, the success rate is still 10 times or even 100 times higher than the others. He has already comprehended the half-step sword intent at such a young age, his potential is limitless. In the future, he will definitely become one of the 4 pillars of our Sky Cloud Martial School. However, we still need to observe him carefully and test his loyalty. Of course. On the other hand, Yi Tianhao and Xing Yuqing were overjoyed. The Duanmu family had a young master Duanmu, and their Yi family had a genius who had comprehended the half-step sword intent. In the future, they would definitely be able to catch up with the Duanmu family, or even surpass the Duanmu family and become the leader of the top 8 families. The others also sighed in their hearts. After today's fight, Yi Chen had become quite famous. Within a couple of days, his name would spread across the entire Windy Nation. Some people were happy, but some people were hiding their evil intentions. A middle-aged man with a scar on his face, who was wearing a navy blue robe, looked down with a hint of killing intent flashing through his eyes. He thought to himself, this kid can't be allowed to live. Otherwise, when he grows up, the Sky Cloud Martial School will surpass the Purple Sun Martial School, and even the North Snow Martial Academy and the Emerald Martial Palace. He is a dangerous person. If anyone knew what the middle-aged man was thinking, they would be very surprised, because this man was not a member of the martial school. Instead, he was a solitary martial artist named Zhu Liang. He had been famous for decades, and was now at the peak of the early clasping Yuan realm. However, if the leader of the Purple Sun Martial School knew about this, he would not be surprised. Zhu Liang had been the intelligence elder of the Purple Sun Martial School since a long time ago, and was responsible for collecting all kinds of information in the martial world. At the same time, when the Purple Sun Martial School was inconvenient to deal with, he would take care of it. In the past, Zhu Liang had killed a lot of talented martial artists, and had killed those who could pose a threat to the Purple Sun Martial School. Yi Chen, you are so dead. Zhu Liang sneered in his heart, but didn't show it on his face. The fight continued, but in the eyes of the audience, the exciting fight had become boring. Not far away, Song Fei glanced at Yi Chen, and said to Yi Qing, it seems that in this year's Wind Cloud Martial School, only he can compete with Meng Chong. Yi Qing said, the sword chi combined with the half-step sword intent is indeed very powerful, but it is still hard to say if he wants to win against Meng Chong. Of course, both of them are already at the top of the core disciples. The top 10 inner disciples competition is not that important to them. Plus, the Sky Cloud Martial School is just the Sky Cloud Martial School. There are still the other top 4 martial institutions, and outside of the Windy Nation, there are many more powerful martial institutions. Therefore, you have to look at the bigger picture. Being powerful for a short period of time does not mean anything. Song Fei sighed, yeah. The top young martial artist of our Windy Nation, the young Master Emerald, is only ranked 68th in the Hidden Dragon rank. Who knows how many geniuses will appear in the next Hidden Dragon rank. The 8th round of the competition soon finished. There were 3 people who had a perfect winning record. They were the Blood Shadow Blade Meng Chong, Tai Feng and Yi Chen. There were 5 people who had a perfect winning record. The 9th round, the 9th battle. The blood shadow blade Meng Chong against the crazy man Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi grinned and said, Meng Chong, this time you are going to lose your first place. It is only the half-step sword intent. The true spirit continent is not dominated by warriors who have mastered the sword intent and blade intent. I, Meng Chong, do not need to master the blade intent to win against anyone. Meng Chong did not care if Yi Chen had mastered the half-step sword intent or not. For him, all he wanted to do was to win against his opponents again and again, to push his blade to its limit. After he finished talking, Meng Chong's aura became even more intense. What a good Meng Chong, he did not fall for my provocation at all. Xiaoyi was planning to use Yi Chen to attack Meng Chong and distract him, but it did not work at all. Instead, it increased Meng Chong's aura. However, Meng Chong was right, learning the sword intent was indeed a way to become powerful. However, there were so many ways to become powerful, and the sword art was only one of them. Plus, Yi Chen's foundation was still not that deep, and his cultivation was also one level lower than theirs, so there was no need for him to be afraid. If that is the case, let's fight. Xiaoyi yelled, he threw out a punch with a thunder-like chi. Break for me. Meng Chong started running, the long blade in his hand had already been out of its scabbard, the blood-red blade light sliced towards Xiaoyi along with the chi. Dang, Xiaoyi was indeed worthy of being ranked third in the last Hidden Dragon competition, his power was not weaker than Yi Qing's, and he was even better at fighting head-on. With only one punch, he had shattered the weakened blade light. The second blade. The blood-red blade light shot up into the sky, it even changed the color of the air. Xiaoyi did not back out, instead, he drew a half-circle with both of his hands, a millstone-sized ball of chi gathered in front of his chest and clashed with the blade light. Boom, the power spread out in all directions, Xiaoyi backed out 3 steps, a little bit of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. Off the stage, Yi Chen thought to himself, Xiaoyi is even more powerful than the ghost sword Li Kuang, but he could only barely block Meng Chong's second blade attack. It would be really hard to win against him. The third blade. Meng Chong's long blade flashed in the air. Suddenly, a bright blood-red blade light appeared, bringing with it an unstoppable sharpness as it slashed towards Xiaoyi. So fast. Xiaoyi could only see a blood-red flash in front of him, the blade light was already 1 meter away from him. At this moment, it was already too late to dodge. Furthermore, that was not his style. If he were to take it head-on, he would definitely vomit blood and retreat. Meng Chong's third blade was not that easy to block. Even the Iron Fan Yi Qing could only protect himself from being injured. Roar, Xiaoyi bent his body, a green halo spread out, a huge Xianxia arm extended out from his shoulder, a fist clashed with the blade light. The chi energy formed a circle, and suddenly expanded. Crack 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 crack. The stone pillars that were far away from each other started to crack, it looked like they would shatter if the wind blew. Meng Chong stopped his attack, he did not attack again. The crowd started to discuss. Brother Xiaoyi actually has a Xianxia arm on his shoulder, this is unbelievable. The Xianxia arm does not look like a human's, it looks more like a beast's forelimb, you can even vaguely see the scales made of Xian Qi, and the palm is like a beast's claw, and it is so powerful, it blocked Brother Meng Chong's third blade attack with only one punch, and it was not damaged at all. Looks like when Brother Xiaoyi was fighting with Li Yun, he did not use his full power, he must have saved it for Brother Meng Chong. Li Yun's eyes shone, but he did not say anything. Pop, something even more shocking happened. A Xianxia arm extended out from Xiaoye's left shoulder, but it was green in color, and there were traces of green chi rising from it, it looked like a burning flame. Meng Chong, I have never shown this ancient demon secret art to anyone before, today you will be the first person to see it. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Xiaoyi looked excited. The ancient demon secret art was something he found in a ruin by chance, it was divided into 3 parts, the first part, the second part, and the last part. He only had the first part, it was not complete, but it was not weak at all, it was comparable to a low-rank Earth-realm martial skill. Ancient demon secret art, Yi Chen had never heard of such a martial technique before, seems like this Xiaoyi had a fortuitous encounter. Meng Chong glanced at the Xianxia arm and said nonchalantly, I don't care what kind of ancient demon secret technique you have learned. In my eyes, there are only those who have fallen. Then go ahead and try. Xiaoyi was already 2 meters tall, with the addition of 2 gigantic Xianxia arms on his shoulders, he looked like a giant, an endless pressure spread out from his body, the wind in the plaza seemed to have stopped. What answered him was a series of blood-red saber lights. The saber lights were like crescent moons, and they formed a blood-red wheel that was more than 10 meters tall. The rotating blade aura wheel sliced the air into pieces, rolling towards Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi laughed. He did not retreat, he raised his 2 gigantic Xianxia arms and welcomed the attack. Bang 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 bang, the 2 true energy arms raised their fists and punched the blood-red Dharma wheel again and again. Instantly, red and green energy splattered in all directions, creating a very beautiful scene. Break! Meng Chong's body appeared in the blood-red Dharma wheel, his right arm suddenly emitted a ball of blood-red light, the light went into his saber and he waved it. Swoosh, the green Xianxia arm on Xiaoye's right shoulder was cut off, it flew more than 10 meters away, it turned into pure yuan qi and merged with the air. One of senior brother Xiaoye's Xianxia arm was cut off. Someone shouted. The others did not have time to talk, they were afraid that they would miss something interesting. Xiaoye's face turned pale, the Xianxia arm was formed by his Xianxia, it consumed a lot of Xianxia, now that one of it was cut off, the total amount of Xianxia was reduced by a third, his blood was boiling. I'll cut off your other arm. Meng Chong did not stop, he flipped his saber and slashed towards the green Xianxia arm on Xiaoye's left shoulder. Clang, it was as if the saber had slashed onto a well-tempered steel, it created a lot of colorful sparks. If one looked closely, they would realize that the saber had only cut through half of it, it could not cut through. Xiaoyi forcefully suppressed his boiling qi and blood and Xianxia. Both of his arms gathered in the air and pushed out a ball of Xianxia bullet that was glowing with a green light. Meng Chong's saber was stuck on the green Xianxia arm, he could not pull it out. Seeing the Xianxia bullet flying towards his chest, he knew that he could not hold back anymore. He opened his mouth and let out a thunderous shout. Meng Chong clenched his left hand into a fist, blood-red lightning shot out from between his fingers, crackling loudly. Swoosh, the Xianxia bullet was like a punctured balloon, it disappeared into thin air. Yichen shook his head, even this could not do anything to Meng Chong, Xiaoyi was definitely going to lose. But to be able to force Meng Chong to this extent, it was already very commendable. Break! The saber continued to attack, it finally cut off the green Xianxia arm, but this green Xianxia arm was very strange, when it was cut off, it immediately exploded into countless of green flames, it grew bigger as it touched the wind, it burned everything. Swoosh swoosh, Meng Chong saw that the situation was not good, his body flew backwards, the platform he was standing on was instantly burned into a glass-like shape. There was blood coming out of his mouth and nose, but Xiaoyi was not too upset, he said, I lost. The 2 Xianxia arms had consumed 2/3 of his Xianxia, plus the Xianxia bullet from before, there was not much Xianxia left in his body, he could not fight against Meng Chong anymore. Letting out a breath, Meng Chong said, to be able to force me to this extent, you are the first one. Hee, same to you. You still have a battle with Yi Chen, his half-step sword intent is not that simple either, let's see how you are going to beat him. After saying that, Xiaoyi jumped off the platform. When this battle was over, the other 2 platforms had also finished their battles. The remaining 2 battles were not worth watching, they were all inner disciples with very few points, they would definitely be eliminated, including Zhang Haoren, it was not easy for him to make it this far. Finally, the last round of battles began. When it was the 7th battle, the heavyweight battle started again. This battle was between Yi Chen and Tai Feng. One of them was a genius sword artist who had comprehended the half-step sword intent, while the other one was the representative of a late bloomer. Up until now, both of them had maintained a perfect winning record. No matter which side won, there would be one less person with perfect winning record, and that person would definitely compete with the Blood Shadow Blade, Meng Chong, for the title of the first inner disciple. Many people were thinking about this in their minds, who was more powerful between Yi Chen and Tai Feng. Judging from the previous battles, it was really hard to tell. Yi Chen's sword chi was indeed powerful, but Tai Feng's leg art was also not to be underestimated. Pei Xiaoqing, who was as powerful as the ghost sword Li Kuang, was an example. Plus, no one knew if he had any more powerful skills. Tai Feng smiled and said to Yi Chen, "Thank you for your guidance." "Okay." Yi Chen nodded. To be honest, he was a bit scared of Tai Feng, since he did not have many chances to show his power, so he had to do it himself. On the stage, the two stood 50 steps away from each other. Perhaps it was because Taifeng felt that Yi Chen was not easy to deal with. This time, he did not take a passive approach. For the first time, he took the initiative. He slightly lifted his right leg, and a vast force suddenly integrated into his body. Suddenly, the airflow above the square became abnormal, and a fierce wind swept across. On the opposite side, Yi Chen was dressed in a white robe. The hem of his robe was fluttering in the wind like a small boat in a stormy sea. However, when he pulled out the hidden cloud sword halfway, the wind on the square seemed to have been cut into two halves. One half of Taifeng's side was raging, while the other half of Yi Chen's side was calm. Compared to the huge square, the two of them were so small, like they were floating in the air. However, at this moment, the vast square seemed to be unable to contain the two of them, as if it could collapse at any time. Brother Taifeng is going to use that kick again. I wonder how Brother Yi Chen is going to block it. Brother Yi Chen's sword chi is invincible. I'm afraid he can cut through Brother Taifeng's attack with just one sword. I bet that Brother Taifeng will win 1,000 gold, do you dare? Why not? I bet that Brother Yi Chen will win 2,000 gold. Me too. Me too. In the spectator seats, some of the outer sect disciples who had different opinions started to gamble with huge sums of money. For them, they could show off their foresight and earn money at the same time, so why not? As for losing, they didn't even think about it. Seeing this scene on the stage, Pei Xiaoqing said lightly, "This kick is very powerful. Fighting with it is like fighting against the whole world, it is boundless and endless." So powerful? Qiu Ruotong, who seemed to be very close to Pei Xiaoqing, asked in surprise. If it was not so, I would not have lost so easily. There was no way for me to resist at all. Only Meng Chong can break this force. Qiu Ruotong thought that Yi Chen could also do it, but she did not say it out loud. After all, she would find out soon. One kick to move the wind and clouds. A thunderous roar was heard. Taifeng slightly leaned his upper body back and threw out a kick. He had turned the power of the world into his own and attacked Yi Chen's half of the body. Pop, the calm aura that Yi Chen had created earlier had been broken, and a ferocious airflow swept over with an even more terrifying aura, causing many inner sanctum disciples to lose their footing, and their hearts were filled with shock. Break! Whoosh, in the void, the pure and bright sword chi flashed and disappeared. The momentum was like a deflated balloon, collapsing on itself. Senior Brother Taifeng's momentum has been broken. Senior Brother Yi Chen is indeed powerful. The eyes of the inner disciples who supported Yi Chen lit up. It seems like the half-step sword intent is more powerful. Senior Brother Yi Chen is really a godly person. One sword and one person, he can even cut through the great momentum. On the VIP seats, the green sky swordsman, Shen Lang, said solemnly, "This kid actually possesses the ability to sever the power of nothingness. I'm afraid he's not far from comprehending the true sword intent." Taifeng's naive expression disappeared as he stared at Yi Chen with a serious expression. Yi Chen was the first person who had given him endless pressure ever since he had comprehended the general trend. In front of Yi Chen, the so-called general trend could not even withstand a single blow. It seemed like he could only attack with brute force. Changing wind and cloud. Taifeng's entire body rose up from the ground. All of the general trend had been infused into his leg power, attacking towards Yi Chen one after another. His body was light and agile, and his leg power was as heavy as a mountain. The airflow around Yi Chen's body surged, and when those countless leg powers landed on him, it seemed like the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. Yi Chen was in the middle of it all, but his expression was calm. Without any hesitation, he waved his hidden cloud sword continuously, and within a blink of an eye, he had thrown out dozens of sword attacks. Each sword attack would shoot out a 3-meter-long thick sword chi. The sword chi was so sharp that it seemed like it was going to tear the space in front of it apart. Swoosh, 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 beams of sword chi shot up into the sky, cleanly cutting through the leg power. It was so sharp that no one could stop it. Taifeng's facial expression suddenly changed. Zhen Qi surged out of his body, and his leg power became even stronger. Wave after wave of Zhen Qi collided with the platform's surface, causing the platform to crack and collapse, and the stone pillars to collapse. Many people had started to support Yi Chen on the way, because Yi Chen's sword attack had been so brilliant, and it had easily broken Taifeng's momentum. Now, seeing Taifeng's power, they couldn't help but worry about Yi Chen. No matter how powerful the sword chi was, it was still limited, and how could it fight against the endless momentum? Break! At this critical moment, Yi Chen didn't hold back anymore. The hidden cloud sword seemed to be moving slowly, but it was actually moving very fast. The moment the tip of the sword reached its peak, the half-step sword intent burst out. Clang, 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 clang. Caught off guard, the great swords around the inner disciples' waists all flew out of their scabbards and merged with Yi Chen's sword aura. With a sharp aura that was enough to cut through a mountain, the swords rushed towards Tai Feng, who was in the air. Clang, a mountain-cracking sound arose. Tai Feng's leg power was broken, and he was sent flying backwards while vomiting blood. What a terrifying sword power, it even took away our swords. In the future, if any sword artist encounters Brother Yi Chen, he or she will be at a disadvantage. The half-step sword intent is too powerful, and the swords won't be under his control. Ji Xueyan came out of the Emerald Martial Palace not long ago, and our Skycloud Martial School also has Brother Yi Chen. But unfortunately, none of them can be compared with young Master Emerald. Standing on the ruined platform, Yi Chen waved the hidden cloud sword in his hand. Dozens of swords seemed to be attracted by an invisible force, and they all fell down, neatly inserted into the ground in front of the inner disciples, forming a row. This is mine. And mine. All the inner disciples who used swords walked up and pulled out their own swords. Tai Feng landed on the ground, and said in admiration, that last sword attack was brilliant. I didn't expect the half-step sword intent to be so powerful. Yi Chen smiled lightly, your leg power is also very powerful. If it was a little bit more powerful, even I wouldn't be able to defeat you. Hee, the general trend of Taishu is very mysterious, and I only learned it by chance. I won't be able to make a breakthrough in 1 or 2 years, so I can only try to improve my skills. But you have to be careful of Meng Chong, his blade power is too powerful, even the half-step sword intent seems to be unable to defeat him. Indeed. Yi Chen nodded. In front of absolute power, fancy skills were useless. His current half-step sword intent was a bit flashy, and could not be compared to the real sword intent. After Taifeng's defeat, only Blood Shadow Blade Meng Chong and Yi Chen were left. In the crowd's eyes, the other disciples had no chance to compete for the first place, and the winner could only be one of them. After the 9th round, there were only 6 rounds left in the 10th round. The next 6 rounds were extremely intense. Some of the inner disciples who had a chance to compete for the top 10 were not afraid of the top 10 inner disciples, so they all used their most powerful skills to fight against the top 10 inner disciples. Unfortunately, the gap between their fighting power was too huge, even if they tried their best, it would be useless. The 10th round had ended. Meng Chong and Yi Chen were tied for the first place, with 20 points, Li Yunping had won 1 round, so he had 19 points, ranked 3rd, Yi Qing and Tai Feng had lost 1 round each, so they had 18 points, ranked 4th, Xiaoyi had lost 1 round and drawn 1 round, so he had 17 points, ranked 6th, Zhou Rua, Pei Shaoqing, Ghost Sword Li Kuang, and Qiu Ruotong were ranked 6th. There were 3 people who had been eliminated from the ranking, Feng Ping, Dong Haohua, and Song Fei. None of them had more than 15 points. No matter what, the new top 10 inner disciples had been born, and the previous one had become a thing of the past. This year, the most eye-catching disciples were without a doubt Li Yun, Tai Feng, and Yi Chen. The 3 of them had stood out from hundreds of inner disciples. They had overcome all kinds of obstacles along the way, and each of them had performed their best martial arts. Towards the end, they had even defeated a few of the top 10 inner disciples of the last year. Among the 3, Yi Chen was the most talented one. With only the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm, he had won all his battles without losing a single one. He had also learned the half-step sword intent, which was the dream of every sword artist. His comprehensive ability was the best among the young generation of the Sky Cloud Martial School, and he was almost as famous as the core disciples. Of course, becoming one of the top 10 inner disciples was not the end of it. Next was the ranking competition. The ranking competition seemed complicated, but it was actually very simple. That was, the contestants would have to fight against the other 9 disciples one by one. As for those who had already fought against each other, the points would be calculated according to the results. For example, Yichen had beaten Feng Ping, Dong Haohua and Tai Feng, so he had 6 points. He still had to fight against the other 6 disciples, including the Blood Shadow Blade, Meng Chong. For this competition, the leaders of the Sky Cloud Martial School had prepared more than 500 Yuan-Chi pellets. Every disciple who participated in the competition could take one. After taking the Yuan-Chi pellet, not only would they feel energetic, they would also be able to recover from minor injuries. After resting for about half an hour, the head elder saw that all 10 of them were full of energy, so he announced the start of the competition. Yichen's first opponent was the Rainbow Sword, Qiu Ruotong, but she gave up. After all, everyone knew how powerful Yichen was, so there was no need to waste any more time. The second opponent was Pei Shaoqing, who also gave up. The third opponent was the Peach Hand, Zhou Rua. Although I don't have much hope, I still want to fight against you. Zhou Rua, who had a beautiful face, lightly landed on the stage. Yichen nodded and said, "Let's start." Right from the start, Zhou Rua used all of her power. The peach-colored Xianxia around her body burst out, attacking towards Yichen like a thunderbolt. It was obviously a big change from her previous casual fighting style. Before the palm power exploded, the stone pillar behind Yichen had already been shattered. What a domineering palm energy! A strange look flashed through Yichen's eyes. Without any hesitation, he directly waved his sword, which contained the half-step sword intent. Bang! Under the effect of the half-step sword intent, Yichen's attack was incomparably condensed. With only one attack, he had broken through Zhou Rua's palm power. With a wave of her hand, Zhou Rua set up a layer of peach-red chi barrier in front of her, and her whole body was sent flying. Yichen followed up with another slash. Zhou Rua gritted her teeth. "If this move still can't do anything to you, I'll admit defeat." As she spoke, Zhou Rua quickly formed a seal with her hands. Wave after wave of true energy frantically gathered in her hands. In the end, it transformed into a pink true energy bird. The bird spread its wings and shot out like a bolt of red lightning, unable to be seen by the naked eye. So fast. I didn't expect senior sister Zhou Rua to have hidden her trump card as well. The spectating inner disciples exclaimed. Iron Fan Yiqing laughed bitterly. His opponent did not use this move when they fought. Of course, he also had his own ultimate move that he had not used. His opponent should know this. The huge Xianqi bird arrived in a blink of an eye. It was about to hit Yichen. Yichen looked calm. The others might not be able to see the trajectory of the huge Xianqi bird, but he could. It was all thanks to his powerful soul power. A silver line flashed through the air. The hidden cloud sword in Yichen's hand had pointed at the weakest spot of the huge Xianqi bird. All of a sudden, the huge Xianqi bird became extremely unstable. With a popping sound, it disappeared into thin air. Zhou Rua was shocked by Yichen's sword art. The bluebird seal was so fast, but it was still hit by his sword. Furthermore, it was the weakest spot of the bird. What kind of insight and control did he have? With a bitter smile, Zhou Rua said, "I have to admit, only you can compete with Meng Chong." I lost. The next battle was not Yichen's, but Li Yun's. After all, continuous battles would take a lot of energy, and it would have a huge impact on the battle. Plus, Yichen's next opponent was Xiao Yi, who would definitely not admit defeat. It would be a tough battle for sure. Qiu Ruotong knew that she would not be able to compete with any one of the 10 people, but she still admitted defeat. Pei Shaoqing and Li Yun started fighting. After exchanging dozens of moves, Li Yun executed the ultimate skill of Sword Light Division. 14 sword lights shot out in a row. One of the sword lights had 2 layers of force, one bright and one dark. He managed to defeat Pei Shaoqing without any mishaps. After that, it was the battle between Tai Feng and Yiqing. The two of them were evenly matched. After hundreds of attacks, there was no clear winner. However, towards the end of the battle, Tai Feng, who had the support of his power, was getting more and more powerful. Yiqing kept performing his ultimate skills, but he still could not make a comeback. He had no choice but to admit defeat. If the battle continued, he would definitely lose. One after another, the battles started and ended. Soon, it was Blood Shadow Blade Meng Chong's turn. His opponent was Li Yun. Li Yun did not waste any time. He attacked immediately. With a wave of his hand, 14 sword lights were shot out. Break! Meng Chong's body moved along with his blade. The blood-red blade light was unstoppable. It easily shattered the incoming sword lights. As for that bright and dark sword light, it was instantly shattered by his fist. Li Yun yelled. Another 3 sword lights were shot out. These 3 sword lights were indeed huge. They almost covered half of the platform. They were flying towards Meng Chong in a triangular formation. Meng Chong did not dare to be careless. The blood-red light shot out from both of his arms and into his long blade. He had broken the incoming sword lights 3 times in a row. After that, he threw a punch at Li Yun's protective Xianxia layer. Crackle, blood-red lightning flashed. Li Yun's mouth was bleeding. He was thrown off the platform. Meng Chong's thunder fist is getting more and more powerful. Yi Qing thought to himself. Meng Chong got off the platform. Yi Chen and Xiaoyi got on the platform. If you want to challenge Meng Chong, you will have to get past me first. Xiaoya's upper body bent, a misty green light shone, 2 gigantic Xianxia arms extended out from his shoulders, one green and one green. The green one was a little illusory, the green one had chi flow rising, like a burning flame. Just like a giant, Xiaoyi rushed towards Yi Chen with big steps, throwing out a punch. Tyrannical rampage. Out of everyone's expectation, Yi Chen did not use his sword skill. He made a fist with his left hand and threw out a punch. Puff, puff. 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 Under Xiaoya's shocked gaze, the blue Xianxia arm was broken into pieces. It turned into the purest yuan qi and disappeared in the air. Lose. Xiaoyi did not back off. He threw out an even more powerful green Xianxia arm from his left shoulder. He wanted to defeat Yi Chen directly. Yi Chen yelled coldly, dominating one direction. Boom, he threw out a punch with a black light. The qi behind him was sucked into it. It was just like Taifeng's power. It clashed with Xiaoya's green Xianxia arm. Thump thump thump, Xiaoyi took a few steps back, the green Xianxia arm was showing signs of collapsing. He was really shocked. The green Xianxia arm was the evolved version of the blue Xianxia arm, its power was more than 50% stronger, but it couldn't even block a punch from his opponent. How was he supposed to fight? The green Xianxia arm merged with his body. Xiaoyi waved his hand, I'm done. You are the best. Then he turned and walked off the platform. As long as he beats Brother Yi Qing, it will be the battle between Brother Meng Chong and Brother Yi Chen. Brother Yi Qing should not be able to beat Brother Yi Chen. After all, he lost to Brother Taifeng. You're right. If Brother Meng Chong is still the champion this year, he probably won't get any good rewards. After all, last time he was rewarded with a low-rank Earth Realm Fist Art, Shocking Thunder Fist. But if Brother Yi Chen wins, he will definitely get a low-rank Earth Realm Martial Art. While the crowd was talking, the competition continued. In fact, although the ranking was still uncertain, it was already clear that the first and second place would be either Meng Chong or Yi Chen. The third to fifth place would be Taifeng, Xiaoyi, and Yi Qing. The 6th to 9th place would be Zhou Rua, Li Yun, Li Kuang and Pei Xiaoqing. Xiao Ruatong would be the last. In the first round, Li Yun lost to Li Kuang. In the second round, Pei Xiaoqing lost to Zhou Rua. In the third round, Yi Qing lost to Xiaoyi. In the 9th round, Meng Chong walked onto the stage. Taifeng shook his head, I am not his opponent. I give up. Boom, the crowd on the martial field suddenly exploded. Taifeng had given up, which meant that Meng Chong would fight against Yi Chen in advance. This would undoubtedly be the most anticipated battle of the day. On the east side of the VIP seats, there was a row of teenagers. The oldest among them was only 18 or 19 years old, while the youngest was only 16 or 17. They were all wearing different clothes, but all of them had the unique cloud pattern of the Sky Cloud Martial School on their sleeves. The auras of this group of people were pure and vast. Nearly half of them could contend with Blood Shadow Saber Meng Chong. Some of them even far surpassed Meng Chong. They sat there and talked cheerfully. They were not affected by the atmosphere at all. They gave off an unfathomable pressure. Jingju, who do you think will win? Among them, a handsome teenager asked the teenager with a cold expression. The cold teenager said indifferently, boring. The handsome teenager smiled bitterly, is there a need to be so cold? He turned around and asked the teenager in blue, Brother Luo, what do you think? The teenager in blue was indeed the second disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Luo Hanshan. He lowered his eyes, thought for a while and said, I think it will be Yi Chen. Oh, why is that? The other person beside him looked surprised. Luo Hanshan said, Meng Chong is like a sharp blade that can cut through anything. However, if it's too sharp, it'll break easily, which makes it less beautiful. But Yi Chen is like a vast lake, immeasurably deep. Since the beginning of the competition, he has been calm and unruffled. Thus, I deduced that it would be a long battle from the start. In the end, Yi Chen would be the one to persevere. Of course, speculations are just speculations after all. They can't be trusted. If we want to determine the victor, we'll have to fight. The handsome youth smiled and said, Senior Brother Luo's analytical ability has always been very strong, but I feel the same way. Whether the two of them will win will depend on the later stages. The girl in white, who was ranked 8th, suddenly said, Meng Chong will lose. The first person in line was a slightly older girl with plum blossom embroidery on her clothes. She mocked, Su Jing, this is the first time I've seen your evaluation. Su Jing didn't say anything. The other people looked at Su Jing with different expressions, some of them were nervous, some of them were admiring her. She had just become a core disciple last year, but now she was ranked 8th. Also, it seemed that she had not used all of her power to increase her rank. Otherwise, it would not be impossible for her to be in the top 5. From time to time, the inner disciples below the VIP seats would turn around and take a glance at her. They thought to themselves, this seat is for core disciples. If I can sit in this seat one day, how glorious would that be? 5 of the 10 platforms had already been destroyed. Yi Chen and Meng Chong were standing opposite each other on the platform that seemed to be relatively intact, staring at each other without blinking their eyes. Swoosh, Meng Chong took out his long blade and launched the first attack. A sharp blood-red blade light sliced through the air, hacking towards Yi Chen, who was not far away. Clang, no one knew when Yi Chen had also pulled out his sword. He waved out a stream of sword chi to block the incoming blade light. Take another 10 attacks. Meng Chong's expression was wild. The long blade in his hand was like a wild horse that had just run away from its reins. He crazily waved his blade towards Meng Chong. Ding, 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 all of a sudden, the entire platform was filled with bright sword chi and blood-red blade light. Their figures had already been completely covered by the light, and could not be seen by the naked eye. Shoo! Shoo! The two of them were blown back, and once again, they faced each other. Awesome! Among all the inner disciples, you are the only one who can take 11 attacks from me with all of my power. It had been a long time since Meng Chong had felt this good. Yi Chen's power had made his blood boil, and he was filled with the desire to fight. If he could defeat Yi Chen, he would definitely be able to reach the next level. Yi Chen said, let's continue. Alright, let's continue. As soon as they finished talking, their bodies had already collided. The blood-red blade light and the sword chi crisscrossed, fighting against each other. Soon, the platform was destroyed as well. Off the platform, all of the inner disciples were shocked. Apart from the first collision, it was impossible to tell who was fighting who had the upper hand, and who was at a disadvantage. All that could be seen was that the saber was faster than the previous one, and the sword was sharper than the previous one. Towards the end, the shockwave formed by the collision of the sword chi and the saber light was even more terrifying, destroying one platform after another nearby. The figures of the two could no longer be seen, and only the sword chi and the saber light could be seen sweeping from one platform to another, from the ground to the air, and from the air to the platform ruins. They were everywhere, and everywhere was the site of the battle. 100 attacks, 200 attacks, 300 attacks, 500 attacks, the two of them had already exchanged over 500 attacks, but there was still no clear winner. Yi Chen's half-step sword intent could not do anything to Meng Chong's blade power, and Meng Chong's fast blade power could not do anything to Yi Chen either. At this point, it was no longer a competition of power, but a competition of willpower and endurance. Whoever could last longer would be the winner. 1,000 attacks. No winner has been decided yet. Terrifying. An inner disciple looked at the sky. Right then, the sun was setting, and the bright afterglow was shining on the martial field, making the battle look even more intense. He could not help but gasp. Yeah. It would be amazing if the others could block 10 attacks from Brother Meng Chong, but Brother Yi Chen had already exchanged over 1,000 attacks with him. Both of them seemed to have the upper hand. I wonder who will have the last laugh. All of a sudden, the blood-red blade light and the bright sword chi collided with each other, and then shot up into the sky. Waves of powerful shockwaves spread out in all directions, which even caused the platform to collapse. The crowd looked over and saw that Yi Chen's sword had blocked Meng Chong's long blade, and the two of them were frozen there. World-shocking thunder. Meng Chong clenched his left hand into a fist and threw it towards Yi Chen's head. Yi Chen sneered and threw out his left fist, which was shining with a black light. Crack, like a thunderclap, both of them were sent flying backwards. Again. With the protection of the pure jade body-boosting spell, Yi Chen stomped on the platform behind him and shot towards Meng Chong like an arrow. Meng Chong was not scared at all. He threw out another punch. Boom, the two of them moved away from each other as soon as they made contact. There was a faint trace of blood on the corner of Meng Chong's mouth. On the VIP seats of the core disciples, Luo Hansan sighed and said, Yi Chen has won. Meng Chong is still slightly weaker than him. It is not easy for him to be able to fight until now. But this Yi Chen is very powerful. He has been winning all the time, even Meng Chong could not stop his rise. Again. A blood-red light burst out from Meng Chong's body as he threw out a punch towards Yi Chen along with crackling thunder and lightning. It seemed like he was determined to win or die trying. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As Meng Chong threw out his punch, Yi Chen could feel a shocking amount of electricity gathering in his body. His skin felt numb, and all of his hairs were standing up. He knew that he could not afford to be hit by that punch, otherwise even the pure jade body-boosting spell would not be able to protect him. Thunder and lightning had always been able to ignore defense. Dominating the king. The third movement of the Tyrant Fist art was thrown out. A dense black light was brought out by the fist power, forming an umbrella in front of Yi Chen, blocking out the attack of the electricity. Boom, the broken platform under their feet was split into two. One half was made up of electricity, while the other half was made up of scattered black light. Meng Chong puked out a mouthful of blood, which was evaporated in the air by the electricity. He was blown out for hundreds of meters, and finally landed heavily on the marble floor. Crack, the floor cracked under Meng Chong's feet. On the other side, Yi Chen was also blown out for 70 to 80 meters, leaving a crack on the floor. It was clear who would win. Looking down at his bare right arm, Yi Chen was shocked. If he had not performed the third movement of the Tyrant Fist art, he would not have been able to win so easily. The Tyrant Fist art was divided into 4 movements. The first style was called Tyrannical Rampage. It belonged to the aggressive type, and it could devour the opponent's Qi Jing for its own use. However, it could only be used against opponents who were slightly weaker than the user. Against opponents who were stronger than the user, the devouring effect could not be used. The second movement was called Dominating the World. It belonged to the defensive type. When the opponent attacked, it could absorb the yuan qi of the surrounding space and merge it into the fist power. The third movement was called Dominating the King. It belonged to the offensive and defensive type. When the punch was thrown out, an umbrella-shaped black light would form a defensive shield, blocking out the opponent's qi. At the same time, his own fist power would be able to attack the opponent without any hindrance. As for the strongest fourth move, Tyrannical Millennium, Yi Chen currently did not have enough Shin Qi to support it. Unless he was in a life-or-death situation, he absolutely could not use it. Otherwise, if he used up too much Shin Qi, he would not have the strength to protect himself. Letting out a mouthful of turbid air, Yi Chen raised his head and looked at Meng Chong. Meng Chong stabbed the long blade in his left hand into the ground. He grinned and said, "Great. Today, you are more skilled than me. However, we still have a long way to go. Let's see who will have the last laugh. I'll wait for you." Although that was what he said, Yi Chen didn't really care about it. Up until now, no one who had been surpassed by him had ever surpassed him, just like Wang Gang, Wu Zhongming, Huang Bingwen, Zhang Haoren and so on. If he was surpassed by someone else, then how could he even talk about becoming more powerful? How could he even talk about catching up with the top 4 young masters, and walk out of the Windy Nation and into the world? The world was way too big. The path of a martial artist was like sailing a boat against the current. If one did not keep moving forward, one would fall behind. If one day he was surpassed by someone else, then he would have to reflect on himself. Once Meng Chong was defeated, Yi Chen would definitely become the number 1 inner disciple. The other people who had not fought against him before would not be able to stop him anymore. The audience and the VIP seats were all talking about this. Luo Hanshan said, "The most official competition in our school is the inner disciple ranking competition. Once you become one of the top 10 inner disciples, you will be qualified to challenge core disciples and replace them. I think Yi Chen and Meng Chong are already at the top of the core disciples. Tai Feng and Xiaoyi are also not bad. You guys should be careful." A few core disciples who were ranked at the bottom said, "Brother Luo, don't worry. We did not waste this year either. We will show them how powerful we are." Indeed, except for that Yi Chen and Meng Chong, who are a bit tricky, the others will have to ask me first if I want to be a core disciple or not. Luo Hanshan smiled. The number of core disciples in the Sky Cloud Martial School had always been maintained at 24. If one of them became a core disciple, one of them would have to leave. No one wanted to lose their core disciple status. In the following days, it would definitely be a fierce competition. As for himself, he would also challenge the hidden fragrance sword Zhu Mei when the time was right. Luo Hanshan turned his head and glanced at the beautiful girl who had plum blossom embroidery on her clothes. When the last ray of light of the sunset shone on the horizon, the ranking competition was finally over. According to the ranking, the first place was Yi Chen, who had a perfect winning record. He had defeated 9 people, so he had 18 points. The second place was Meng Chong with 16 points, the third place was Tai Feng with 14 points, the fourth place was Xiaoyi with 12 points, the fifth place was Yi Qing with 10 points, the sixth place was Zhou Rua with 8 points, the seventh place was Li Quan with 6 points, the eighth place was Li Yun with 4 points, the ninth place was Pei Xiaoqing with 2 points, and the 10th place was Qiu Ruotong with 0 points. When the ranking was announced, Yi Tianhao laughed out loud and said, "Chen is now the number 1 inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. He is the number 1 genius in the history of our Yi family. The third leader of the Yi family, Yi Tang and Yi Xian, no one can be compared with him." Shen Yuqing said in an annoyed tone, "Look at you, people go to higher places, water flows to lower places. If Chen wants to be compared, he should be compared with the core disciples of those famous martial institutions. Don't make him look bad." "Hee, I'm just happy." Many important people around them cupped their hands and said, "Congratulations. Leader Yi, your son has already mastered the half-step sword intent at such a young age, he will definitely soar into the sky in the future. Leader Yi, if we have the chance, let's have a drink. Our son is not good enough, Leader Yi, you should ask your son to teach him a lesson." Yi Tianhao was in a good mood, he said, "Not at all, not at all. If you are willing to give me face, please find some time to visit our Yi family, I will definitely welcome you." Of course, of course. The other important people all had their own thoughts, but no matter what they thought, Yi Chen's name had become really famous after today. 16 years old, he had mastered the half-step sword intent. Not to mention the Windy Nation, even in the entire South Shui region, he would not be bad. The only thing he was lacking was his cultivation. Of course, some people were looking forward to Yi Chen's growth, while some were planning to nip him in the bud. Zhu Liang was not the only one. For them, it was very easy to kill a genius, but once this genius grew up, it would not be that easy. They had to kill him as soon as possible. The head elder of the Sky Cloud Martial School slowly stood up. The inner disciple ranking competition has come to an end. Now, the rewards will be given out. The 7th to 10th place will be rewarded with 300 low-rank soul stones, the 4th to the 6th place will be rewarded with 600 low-rank soul stones, the 2nd to the 3rd place will be rewarded with 1,000 low-rank soul stones, the 1st place will be rewarded with 2,000 low-rank soul stones and a low-rank Earth Realm martial art. Besides these, according to the decision made by the Elder Council, the number 1 inner disciple will go to the Emerald Martial Palace with the congratulatory team on the 9th of July. Going to the Emerald Martial Palace, that is a place to broaden one's horizons. All the disciples who are able to go there are not simple. At that time, all the elite martial institutions will definitely gather there, such as the top 4 child, the top disciples among the core disciples. I'm afraid it will not be that easy. All the martial institutions will definitely compete with each other. I heard that the top 10 inner disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace are all as powerful as the core disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. No wonder they decided to let Yichen go with them. Yeah. Even if Yichen is not as powerful as them, with only his half-step sword intent, he will still be able to make the Sky Cloud Martial School look good. I see. How could the Elder Council's plan be hidden from the powerful figures who were always scheming against each other? 2,000 low-rank soul stones and a low-rank Earth Realm martial art. If Yichen said he was not tempted, he would be lying. 2,000 low-rank soul stones would be worth 8 to 900,000 gold in the Northwest Auction House, and a low-rank Earth Realm martial art could be sold for millions of gold. Most of the small families in the Windy Nation might not be able to buy one even if they sold all their assets. Of course, the potential of the number 1 inner disciple was indeed worth this price, and the martial institutions did not lack martial arts. After all, a martial institution that had hundreds of years of history, it would be unreasonable for them not to have some martial arts. However, Yichen also knew that even if an outsider offered 10 million gold, the top management of the martial institution would not agree to sell a martial art. Martial arts were not to be shared with outsiders. However, after hearing the latter part of the message, Yichen paused a bit. Follow the congratulatory team to the Emerald Martial Palace in 1 month. This was out of his expectation, but he did not care too much about it. Whether he went or not, it was all arranged by the top management, all he needed to do was to follow. The Silent Hills. In a vast mountain range, the fog never dissipated, and there was miasma everywhere. Deep in the mountains, there were often beast roars that could shake people's hearts. The sun was hanging high in the sky, and the golden light was blocked out by the fog. At first glance, there were colorful lights everywhere, bright and creepy. This was deep in the Silent Hills, and the natural yuan qi was especially rich. However, because of the miasma, warriors could not absorb it, or else they would go crazy. On a small hill that was split open by something, Yichen stood with his hands behind his back, with an ancient-looking longsword hanging on his waist. He looked down and saw that in the fog hundreds of meters away, 2 huge shadows were colliding with each other from time to time, making earth-shaking noises. A woo, a horrifying roar was heard. Dozens of trees in front of him were knocked down, and a house-sized demonic wolf was blown towards him. The demonic wolf had no fur, and its body was covered with sharp thorns, which made its body 3 times bigger, and its blood-red pupils looked like it was about to drip blood. Bramble demonic wolf, top rank 4 beast. No matter how hard the wind blew, Yichen's body did not move, only his clothes were fluttering. Dong 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 dong, the ground shook, and a silver-gray demonic bull that was even bigger than the bramble demon wolf walked out of the mist step by step. Its cold and merciless eyes first locked on the bramble demon wolf, and then looked at where Yichen was. Moo, the silver-gray demonic bull roared into the sky, and the mist twisted violently. Electric currents appeared on the surface of the nearby fallen leaves, burning them into nothingness. Yichen was slightly surprised. It was actually a rare silver electric demon bull. This was an existence even more dangerous than the bramble demon wolf. No wonder the bramble demon wolf couldn't beat it. The 2 demonic beasts were the size of a house. Their demonic aura soared to the sky, stirring up terrifying whirlwinds. 2 peak level 4 demonic beasts should be good for training. If the others knew what Yichen was thinking, they would definitely say that he was just talking nonsense. Demonic beasts were already much more powerful than warriors of the same level. Even the most talented warrior might not be able to win against a demonic beast, not to mention 2 top-rank 4 demonic beasts, which were equivalent to peak-level late condensing reality realm warriors. The bramble demon wolf looked at the silver electric demonic bull in fear. It lowered its body slightly. Its instinct told it that it had to kill any human that came in here. But the silver electric demonic bull in front of it was much more dangerous than this human. If it was not careful, it would be killed. Roar! 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 the bramble demon wolf roared at the silver electric demonic bull, as if it was sending some kind of message. After a while, the silver electric demonic bull let out an electric current from its nose. It stomped on the ground twice, and unexpectedly rushed out. Shoo! The silver electric demonic bull's huge body did not slow it down. Like a thick silver electric light, it rushed towards Yichen, who was on the hill. At the same time, the bramble demon wolf also attacked Yichen, its body rammed towards the hill. Piss off! Clang! The hidden cloud sword was unsheathed, and its momentum was unpredictable. It easily hit the silver electric demonic bull's body. The silver electric demonic bull's fierce eyes were filled with shock. Its huge body flew back, smashing many old vines that were full of ancient trees. Boom! The hill under its feet collapsed, and the bramble demon wolf jumped out from the rubble. It opened its mouth and spat out a cloud of black air mixed with ice. Yichen's feet lightly touched the rubble that had not yet fallen, and his body rose straight up. A sword chi, like a dragon from the 9 heavens, crazily shot down towards the bramble demon wolf. The bramble demon wolf was the same as the silver electric demonic bull. It did not expect Yichen's sword art to be so powerful. Its body flipped in the air and crashed into the flying boulders to avoid the sharp sword chi. Cloud impermanence, startling cloud, where do you think you can hide? With one punch, the bramble demon wolf's black air was shattered by the fist energy. The countless ice cubes were shattered by the fist energy, turning into ice shards that sprinkled down from the sky. Below, the sword chi, which was originally moving in a straight line, twisted a few times. Unexpectedly, like the clouds in the sky, it had no form, and slashed at the back of the bramble demon wolf. Crack! A few thorns were cut down, and the bramble demon wolf lost its balance and fell heavily on the ground, creating a huge pit. Crack! Silver lightning shot out from the side. It was the silver electric demonic bull that did not give up. Its speed was like lightning, and its sound was like thunder. It was as fast as lightning, burning the air in front of it into a vacuum. Startling cloud. Yichen waved out a thick sword chi in the air. The sword chi was extremely aggressive. Wherever it went, the air was swept away, filled with endless explosive power. The silver electric demonic bull opened its mouth and spat out a ball of lightning, which clashed with the sword chi. Crack! Crack! The lightning was all broken, and the sword chi slashed on the silver electric demonic bull's forehead, leaving a deep sword mark that could reach the bone, and blood was flowing out. In the next moment, the silver electric demon cow lost its balance and fell headfirst to the ground, causing it to shake incessantly. Even the electricity around its body leaked out, causing the burnt ground to crack and turn black. Clumps of fertile weeds were burned to ashes. Suddenly climbing up from the ground, the silver electric demonic bull looked at Yichen with fear, not daring to attack again. Although its defense was very strong, it was not strong enough to ignore the sword chi. If it got hit too much, it would still be in danger. On the side, the bramble demon wolf could not help but lean towards the silver electric demonic bull, as if it was ready to join forces with it to attack and kill this powerful human. Earthrealm low-rank sword art, indeed powerful. Lightly landing on an ancient tree, Yichen looked down at the sword body and thought to himself. It had been more than half a month since the end of the ranking competition. Half a month ago, Yichen chose a sword art from many Earthrealm low-rank martial arts, called the Startling Cloud Sword Art. The clouds were unpredictable, and so was the Startling Cloud Sword Art. Every movement was full of changes, and even the cultivator could not completely control it, not to mention the opponent. In addition, the Startling Cloud Sword Art was also a very aggressive sword art. Once the sword was thrown out, the wind would stop and the clouds would be startled. Its lethality was extremely horrifying, and it was many times more powerful and faster than the lone peak of 13 swords. After training it, Yichen went to the Silent Hills alone, wanting to test the power of the sword art on the beasts. This battle was indeed powerful. Not far away, the silver electric demonic cow and the bramble demon wolf roared at the same time, attacking towards Yichen from both sides. One of them was as fast as lightning, while the other one was as agile as a black smoke. Boom! The ancient tree was uprooted, and a huge amount of soil was sent flying in the air. Yichen jumped into the air, and threw out a sword chi backhandedly. Puff! A deep sword mark appeared on the bramble demon wolf's back leg, and its body quickly fell onto the ground. It slid hundreds of meters away due to the inertia, and finally stopped after hitting another ancient tree. Standing up, the bramble demon wolf shook its dizzy head, and stared at Yi Chen with a slight fear in its eyes. This human didn't seem to be very powerful, but up until now, it and the silver electric demonic cow still couldn't do anything to him. Instead, it was covered in dust, and its back leg was injured. If this continued, it and the silver electric demonic cow would probably be killed before they could kill Yi Chen. The silver electric demonic cow also wanted to retreat, but the bramble demon wolf hadn't retreated yet, so how could it retreat? I have almost understood the power of the sky cloud sword art. Now it's time to take care of them. Before, Yi Chen didn't use his half-step sword intent, and those sword chi were only normal sword chi. Turning around, Yi Chen waved his sword twice, and 2 sword chi that had been infused with the half-step sword intent were thrown out. Puff. Puff, a sword hole appeared on the foreheads of the silver electric demonic cow and the bramble demon wolf respectively. Their huge bodies fell heavily onto the ground, and no longer breathing. Without the protection of the beast chi, the bodies of the demonic beasts weren't as hard as expected, and were easily cut open. Inside each body was a bowl-sized pellet. The pellet of a top-rank 4 demonic beast was worth over 10,000 gold, and was put into Yi Chen's storage ring by Yi Chen. After that, some valuable demonic beast materials were also collected by Yi Chen. After that, Yi Chen stood up straight and looked at the deepest part of the Silent Hills. That was a true forbidden area. A few decades ago, a powerful force had sent experts to the depths to search for some rare and precious herbs. Unfortunately, they encountered a level 7 demonic beast, the ghost-faced demonic cow. Out of more than 100 people, only 1 person managed to escape, but he died a few days later. The reason was that the demonic chi in his body was too strong, and he died of madness. Since then, no one dared to enter. A rank 7 demonic beast. Yi Chen could not imagine it at all, since it was equivalent to an astral-reaching realm warrior. Not to mention Yi Chen, even the leaders of the top 5 martial institutions would not be able to handle a single attack from it. But, it was hard to say whether it was true or not, since besides the rumors, no one had actually seen it with their own eyes. The only survivor from decades ago had already gone insane when he came out. Shaking his head, Yi Chen leaned to the side and leaped onto an ancient tree that was over 100 feet tall. With a few flashes, he disappeared without a trace. Not long after Yi Chen left, a figure shot through the mist. Pap, lightly stepping on the ground, the middle-aged man saw the 2 demonic beast corpses lying on the ground. He couldn't help but curse, "I finally found out where this brat went." Who would have thought that he would go to the deepest part of the Silent Hills? The mist here is so thick that people can't even look at it directly. You can't tell anything from 100 steps away. Otherwise, how could I let him leave safely? I would have killed him on the spot. This man was indeed Zhu Liang, the middle-aged man who had watched the inner disciple ranking competition of the Sky Cloud Martial School half a month ago. At the same time, he was also the intelligence master of the Purple Sun Martial School. He had sent his warriors to guard the bottom of the Windy Mountain, ready to kill Yi Chen the moment he went out alone. However, after Yi Chen went down the mountain, he went straight into the Silent Hills. By the time Zhu Liang heard the news, it was already too late. He could only follow and try his luck to see if he could run into Yi Chen. "Brat, you sure are lucky. But next time, you will die for sure." Zhu Liang's eyes were filled with killing intent. Roar! Right at this moment, a majestic roar sounded. Following that, the sky suddenly darkened. Dark clouds covered the sky, covering the radiance of the fiery sun. Such a powerful beast chi. It is at least a level 6 beast. Zhu Liang's face was full of fear. He hurried to run away. Far away, a beam of black light that was as thick as a water bucket shot out. Along the way, trees collapsed and mountains were pierced. The aftermath of the black light swept out a deep ravine that extended straight into the earth. The speed of the black light was too fast. Zhu Liang had no time to dodge. He roared, and a burning light suddenly rose from his body, protecting him tightly. Boom! The burning light was shattered. Zhu Liang was bleeding from every orifice, and his clothes were torn. Little bastard, this beast must have been provoked by you. Zhu Liang came without a sound, so he did not attract any beast's attention. Thinking about it, he realized that the battle between Yi Chen and the beast was too loud, and it had attracted more powerful beasts from the deeper parts of the Silent Hills. Zhu Liang had become the scapegoat. Without caring about his wounded body, Zhu Liang pushed his Xianxia as hard as he could. His body turned into a burning light and shot far away. At the same time, he threw a dark red pellet into his mouth. After a while, the source of the black light finally appeared in the distance. Its huge body was standing in the middle of the hills. It was tens of meters tall, and it was a huge black python. If the mist was gone, people would see a shocking scene from the sky. A ravine stretched from dozens of miles away to here. In other words, the black light was shot from dozens of miles away. Such a terrifying range was unheard of. If it was a little closer, whether Zhu Liang could survive or not would be a problem. After all, the attack power of the black light would definitely be reduced if it was too far away. Seeing that the aura had disappeared, the black python bumped the mountain next to it with its huge head. The mountain shook a few times, and a few huge cracks appeared on the wall, making a cracking sound. Lowering its towering upper body, the giant black python slithered back in the direction it came from, crushing ancient trees one after another. Among the thousands of mountains, there was a magnificent valley. The valley was full of trees, and there were lakes of different sizes, just like the stars in the sky. In a yard next to a lake, 3 young girls were sitting and chatting. Sister Ji, have you heard about the inner disciple ranking competition that was held in the Sky Cloud Martial School half a month ago? The round-faced girl in green clothes suddenly asked. The beautiful girl with an aloof temperament said indifferently, "Is that so? I don't think there is anyone worth paying attention to in the Sky Cloud Martial School." The pretty girl next to her nodded and said, "The Sky Cloud Martial School is ranked last among the top 5 martial institutions. The top 10 inner disciples are only as powerful as the inner disciples of our Emerald Martial Palace, and the top 10 inner disciples of our Emerald Martial Palace are only as powerful as the core disciples in the Sky Cloud Martial School." The round-faced girl said, "I heard that there are 2 geniuses in this year's Sky Cloud Martial School, one is called Meng Chong, and the other is called Yi Chen. They are both at the top of the core disciples in the Sky Cloud Martial School." Yi Chen. The beautiful girl and the pretty girl looked at the round-faced girl in surprise. The round-faced girl asked confusedly, "What's wrong?" The pretty girl asked, "How is that Yi Chen? He beat Meng Chong, who was the top 10 inner disciples in the last year's Sky Cloud Martial School, and won the first place. I heard that he is very powerful." The beautiful girl was slightly surprised, but she didn't care about it anymore. So what if he was the top 10 inner disciples in the Sky Cloud Martial School? She was now one of the 4 core disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace, there was no comparison between them. The round-faced girl continued that Yi Chen is not only very powerful, but he has also mastered the half-step sword intent. Right now, everyone in the Windy Nation is talking about him. What? The pretty girl and the beautiful girl couldn't believe it. They subconsciously thought that the 2 of them only had the same name, and could not be the Yi Chen they knew. Days passed by. When there were only 10 days left until the 9th of July, Yi Chen felt a bit strange. Why hadn't the higher-ups prepared to go to the Emerald Martial Palace yet? The Emerald Martial Palace was 70,000 miles away from the Sky Cloud Martial School. Even if he rode the half-beast horse, the ghost-eyed jade lion, it would still take him 13 to 14 days to get there. Just like that, another 5 days passed. Yi Chen didn't care about going to the Emerald Martial Palace anymore. Since the higher-ups weren't in a hurry, why should he? The Emerald Martial Palace was not a place he wanted to go. The 7th of July, Yi Chen was training his Xianxia in the yard. He was only 1 step away from the late condensing reality realm. Although it was impossible for him to make a breakthrough in a short period of time, he still wanted to give it a try. After all, for him, the difference between the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm and the late condensing reality realm was too huge. At least if he could reach the same cultivation level, he would be able to compete with all the young warriors, even if he had to face young Master North Snow or young Master Duanmu. Crack, the low-rank soul stone in his hand cracked into 2 pieces. Yi Chen opened his eyes with a regretful look on his face. With his current cultivation level, it was still too difficult for him to make a breakthrough. It would still take him a while to reach the late condensing reality realm. Bang bang bang, suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Yichen thought it was Wu Zongming, so he yelled, "Coming." Opening the door of the yard, a young man that Yichen had never seen before appeared in front of him, wearing black clothes. "I am the executor disciple. The head elder asked me to inform you that it is time to go to the Emerald Martial Palace. Go to the welcoming plaza now," the young man said indifferently. Yichen was surprised. "Go now? Can I get there in 2 days?" Shaking his head, Yichen didn't understand, so he responded, "All right, I will go now." The executor disciple left. Yichen went back to his room, prepared a few sets of clothes and some necessities, then cleaned the room a bit, closed the door and walked to the welcoming plaza. On the grand and flat welcoming plaza, 4 people were standing there. The 2 people in the middle were the first elder, who was over 60 years old, and the 4th elder, who had a sturdy body. The sense of power released from their bodies was as deep as the ocean. One of them was Luo Hanzhan, who was wearing a blue robe, and the other one was Su Jing, who was wearing a white robe. "Great elder, 4th elder." Yichen saluted the 2 elders. The great elder smiled and said, "Yichen, have you made any progress this month?" Hearing him, a smile also appeared on the 4th elder's face. They had already heard about how fast Yichen had improved. 1 year ago, he was still a mortal realm stage 6 warrior, and now, he had already reached the peak of mid-condensing reality realm. Not to mention that he had a great comprehensive ability, he had mastered all the martial arts he had learned to the highest level. Bringing him to the Emerald Martial Palace this time was more or less to gain some face for the Sky Cloud Martial School. Otherwise, it would have been better to bring other core disciples. After all, compared to the top 5 core disciples, Yichen's foundation was still a bit weak. Yichen said, "I haven't made much progress in my cultivation, but I've just learned the shocking cloud swordsmanship." "You can't rush to raise your cultivation." "What? You've learned the shocking cloud swordsmanship?" The 4th elder slightly nodded, then he was shocked and stared at Yichen in shock. Yichen nodded. He didn't need to hide this kind of thing. Not to mention, with the attention he was getting now, he wouldn't be able to keep it a secret for too long. Lu Hanzhan was shocked. Learning the shocking cloud swordsmanship in only a month? What kind of abnormal martial arts talent was this? The shocking cloud swordsmanship was a low-rank Earth realm sword art. Ordinary people might not even be able to learn it in 5 years. If it were Lu Hanzhan himself, it would take him at least half a year. In the entire Sky Cloud Martial School, perhaps only Zhu Mei could learn it in 3 to 4 months. However, compared to Yichen, the gap was not just a little bit, it was double or triple. The great elder couldn't believe it. Martial artists who have learned the shocking cloud swordsmanship will have a strong shocking cloud sword aura when they are fighting. He didn't continue his words, because Yichen's temperament suddenly changed. Wave after wave of illusory sword aura gushed out. His whole body seemed like a treasured sword that had been unsheathed. His sword aura was unstable, but it was filled with a horrifying explosive power. It is indeed the shocking cloud swordsmanship. I can't believe he can use it so easily. The great elder gasped in shock. He realized that he had underestimated Yichen after all. However, he couldn't blame himself, because a genius who had mastered the half-step sword intent was not someone he could easily guess. Among the 3 of them, only Su Jing didn't seem to be surprised. Ka, at this moment, a high-pitched bird song came from the top of the windy mountain. The bird song was short and high-pitched, along with a majestic aura. Yichen looked towards the direction of the sound and was surprised. On the precipitous peak, a giant bird swooped down. This giant bird had a majestic physique, and its wingspan was more than 10 meters. Its entire body was covered in dark green feathers, and under the sunlight, it glowed with a metallic luster. Its pair of claws could easily grab a house, and they were curved like an anchor. Lu Hanzhan introduced the bird to Yichen. "This is the guardian spirit beast of our Sky Cloud Martial School, Wind Vulture." Wind Vulture? Yichen had heard of this name before. In the easternmost area of the Windy Nation, there was a great devil grassland. There were countless demonic beasts living on the grassland, among which the half-demon horse, the ghost-eyed jade lion, was the most famous one. However, people living near the grassland didn't think so. In their eyes, the most famous demonic beast was the king of the great devil grassland, the 5th-level wind vulture. The wind vulture could travel over 40,000 miles per day, it was as fast as lightning, and was over 10 times faster than the half-demon horse. It was perfect for traveling, but it was not easy to catch it. Although it was only a 5th-level demonic beast, which was equivalent to a mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist, even a late-clasping Yuan realm martial artist might not be able to catch up with it. Besides, even if a late-clasping Yuan realm martial artist managed to catch it, it would be extremely difficult to tame it. Yichen didn't expect that the Sky Cloud Martial School had a 5th-level wind vulture. No wonder they weren't in a hurry to go to the Emerald Martial School. With the wind vulture's speed, it would only take them 2 days to get there. Not only would it save them a lot of time and effort, it would also show the school's prestige. Whoosh, a fierce gust of wind blew, and the wind vulture landed in the middle of the plaza. The head elder said, "Come on up." After saying that, the head elder flashed across the air and landed on the wind vulture's broad and flat back. When everyone had boarded the wind vulture, the head elder reminded them, "Hold on, the wind vulture is very fast." Luo Hanshan grinned and said, "Head elder is right, the first time I rode on the wind vulture, I almost fell from the sky, it's unbelievably fast." Hearing this, Yi Chan and Su Jing didn't dare to be careless, they both silently activated their Xianxia. Whoosh! Whoosh! The wind vulture fiercely flapped its wings for a few times, then suddenly leaped up into the air like a sharp arrow. The wind vulture's wings were tucked behind its back to reduce the air resistance. The speed of the wind vulture, which was close to the sound barrier, was unimaginably fast, as if it was riding on a rocket. The air that was blowing towards its face was no different than a sharp knife, cutting its skin. Yichen planted his feet on the ground, and activated his protective Xianxia to protect his face from the knife-like air currents. Soon, the wind vulture flew high up into the clouds, flying far away. Above the ocean of clouds, the wind vulture flapped its wings and flew hundreds of meters away. The shrill, long-lasting sonic booms behind it didn't reach anyone's ears, because the wind vulture's flying speed had already surpassed the speed of sound. The head elder and the 4th elder were standing in front of the wind eagle's back like 2 towering mountains, relieving most of the pressure on Yi Chen and the other 2. Otherwise, only the strong airflow caused by the supersonic speed of the eagle could easily blow them away and make them fall from the sky. "Brother Yi, you have to be mentally prepared for this trip to the Emerald Martial Palace. I believe you also know why the higher-ups want you to come with us." Su Jing abruptly used her Xianxia to talk to Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded. "Why isn't senior sister Zhumei here? None of the head disciples from the top 4 martial institutions will go there, unless one of them has reached the clasping Yuan realm and is on par with young Master Emerald." "I see." Yi Chen thought for a while and realized that Zhumei was right. If Zhumei went, she would inevitably be compared with young Master Emerald. But now, she didn't want to go. So, everyone could only compare the second disciples of each martial institution. Just then, the 4th elder said to Yi Chen and the other 2 with his Xianxia, "There is a large number of flesh demons in front of us, be careful not to get sucked into them." Flesh demon? Yi Chen froze for a second. This was a kind of demonic beast that floated in the air without any intelligence. It was shaped like a huge meatball and had a lot of scary-looking mouths. Normally, 3 mouths would be a rank 1 meat beast, 6 mouths would be a rank 2 meat beast, 9 mouths would be a rank 3 meat beast, and so on and so forth. Flesh demons usually lived by inhaling and exhaling the chi of heaven and earth. Occasionally, they would eat meat. Before he could think about it, disgusting meatballs appeared in the vast sea of clouds in front of him. These meatballs were brownish red in color, and their bodies were covered with mouths with sharp teeth. The largest one was no different from a small mountain, and the smallest one was the size of a water buffalo. They floated in the air with the wind, and if a flying beast passed by, they would open their mouths and release a terrifying suction force, swallowing it into their stomachs. Sky-burning palm. The wind vulture was incredibly fast. Seeing that it was about to break into the group of meat spirit beasts, the 4th elder let out a resonant growl and pushed his palm out. Rumble. A large number of flesh demons exploded and were burned into nothingness. The shockwave even tore a large hole in the sea of clouds. Yi Chen was secretly shocked. Late clasping Yuan realm martial artists are indeed extraordinary, Every single move of theirs has the destructive power to destroy mountains. Suddenly, the wind vulture swayed intensely and slowed down. The few of them turned their heads to look. Unbeknownst to them, a meatball the size of a small hill had appeared on their right rear. The largest mouth on the meatball was wide open, sucking in the air and the sea of clouds in a spiral. It was like a huge bottomless pit, swallowing everything. Yi Chen and the other two had low cultivation bases, so they were about to be sucked out. The first elder made his move. He raised the index and middle fingers of his right hand and drew a line in the air. Pucci, a purplish-golden ray of light extended out. It was as sharp as a blade, and it split the meatball into two. The cut was smooth, without a trace of roughness. The fourth elder said in admiration, "A fifth-grade meat beast's defensive power is even more terrifying than a real mountain. It seems that your purple light finger has already reached the highest level. It can cut a mountain as if it was nothing." Ah, it took me over 10 years to reach the highest level of this mid-rank Earthrealm finger art. I can't compare with you. The first elder gave a bitter smile. Yi Chen was speechless. The first elder was obviously talking about him. Hearing him, the fourth elder was speechless again. He had seen all kinds of geniuses, but he had never seen a genius who could learn a low-rank Earthrealm martial art within a month. What a freak! Above another piece of sea of clouds, a hazy white light flashed like a bolt of lightning. It seemed to be able to travel a mile within a blink of an eye. If one looked carefully, one would be able to see that the white light was actually a huge white bird. The white bird had a strong and muscular body, with a pair of dark yellow claws under its belly. There were 4 people standing on the back of the white bird. The leading 2 were over 40 years old. They were wearing white robes with golden edges and snowflake patterns on the cuffs. Behind the 2 were 2 young men. The one on the left had a strong and muscular build. He was a head taller than the 2 in front. His eyes were extremely sharp and aggressive, as if he was being attacked by a heavy blade. The one on the right looked ordinary, wearing white robes. If he was thrown into a crowd, it would be hard to find him. However, when one looked at his eyes, one would feel that he was not ordinary at all. His pure crystal-like eyes gave people a soul-stirring feeling. The blade light seemed to be invisible, it seemed to be able to transform into the blade intent. It was indeed the North Snow Quick Blade Lynch. As for the strong and muscular teenager, he was the second core disciple of the North Snow Martial Academy, Blade Yu. We, the North Snow Martial Academy, never liked to fight. But even though we don't like to fight, it's still a shame to fall behind others. You two have to work hard. The middle-aged man on the right reminded them with a smile on his face. Yu chuckled and said, "I admit that I am no match for Zhuang Fei. But except for him, I, Yu, am not afraid of anyone in the younger generation of the Windy Nation." At this moment, the bearded middle-aged man, who seemed to be the leader of the group, sighed and said, "In recent years, the North Snow Martial Academy has started to lose its strength. There haven't been any outstanding geniuses appearing in the ranking competitions of the inner disciples. However, the Skycloud Martial School is quite lucky. They actually have a disciple who has mastered the half-step sword intent." Lynch's eyes lit up. He was believed by the leader of the group, Shui Wuren, to be the one who had the highest chance of mastering the blade intent. Now that he knew that there was a disciple who had mastered the half-step sword intent and was only one step away from mastering the real sword intent, he was a bit excited. The rain was pouring down. A loach-like black-scaled demonic beast was swimming in the sea of clouds. Every time it lurked and reappeared, it would be several hundred meters away. Coupled with its huge body and terrifying appearance, ordinary people would think that a legendary evil dragon had appeared in the world and was going to harm the human world. "Junior Sister Yuan, you've made great progress in the past few months. Otherwise, we wouldn't have asked you to come with us to the Emerald Martial Palace." There were 5 people standing on the beast's head. A young man with an umbrella said to the tall girl with a smile. The tall girl had a pretty face and a pair of straight and long legs. If Yi Chen were here, he would definitely recognize her. She was indeed Yuan Xueme, who had helped the Ling family with the mission. Compared to a few months ago, her chi was much more powerful. Obviously, she had made great progress. Yuan Xueme smiled lightly and said, "I think the elders want me to see the world." Plus, following Brother Nan Gong will definitely not be a bad thing. How come all the female disciples of the river martial school are so talkative? I am the only one who is dumb. The young man with the umbrella said sarcastically. Hee hee. Yuan Shuemei laughed. Caw, from afar, an ear-piercing beast roar came out, shaking the sea of clouds. The elder of the river martial school, who was standing in the front, raised his head and looked over, but couldn't see anything. He murmured to himself, it should be the double-headed Bat King from the Purple Sun Martial School, it is quite fast. A few hundred miles away from the black-scaled demon beast, a black-red two-headed bat with a wingspan of more than 10 meters swept across the sky. On the back of the bat, 4 people were standing. One of them was Ouyang Ming, who had a conflict with Yi Chen in the Northwest Auction House. Beside him was a short and skinny teenager, who looked very ordinary, even a bit ugly, which formed a sharp contrast with Ouyang Ming. Piercing through the sea of clouds, the 4 of them rushed towards the southwest. July 8, afternoon. The wind vulture darted out of the clouds and lowered its speed to below the speed of sound. Yi Chen only felt his vision brighten, and the mountains and rivers below were all imprinted in his eyes. But very quickly, he was dumbfounded. In the area of 500 kilometers below, the mountain peaks rose and fell without end. Some were lofty and majestic, some were verdant and elegant, some were shaped like dragons, and some were crouching like tigers. The dense energy of heaven and earth converged into a thin layer of mist that coiled around the peaks of the mountain peaks, and it gave off a special feeling of immortality. Between the mountains were lakes of various sizes. Looking down from above, the smallest of the lakes was only the size of a fingernail. They were scattered all over the place, and they were of various colors. At a glance, it was impossible to tell how many there were. In the center of this area, dozens of precipitous mountain peaks converged to form a valley. The color of the valley was dark green, like the primordial jadeite formed by heaven and earth, exquisite without losing its grandeur. Looking inside, there were hundreds of lakes of various sizes in the valley. Buildings were built around the lakes in an orderly fashion, contrasting with the environment outside the valley, forming a large and a small scene. What a wonderful place! Yi Chen opened his mouth and spat out these words. Luo Hanshan explained to Yi Chen, there are a total of 1,332 mountains and 9,800 lakes around the Emerald Martial Palace, which is known as the 1,000 Mountains and 10,000 Rivers. Apart from this, on the mountains that form the Emerald Martial Palace, there is a kind of stone called fragrant jade, which emits a nice aroma all year round, and is called jade fragrance. Combining these two, it becomes the famous 1,000 Mountains and 10,000 Rivers, jade fragrance. Once the martial artists from the Windy Nation and even other nations mention this name, they will definitely think of the rank 7 martial institution, the Emerald Martial Palace. Yi Chen praised, thousands of mountains and tens of thousands of rivers, jadeite fragrance lingers, it really makes one daydream. The head elder snorted coldly and said, it is indeed a paradise, but the Emerald Martial Palace is only a latecomer. 3,000 years ago, the rank 6 martial institution, mountain and water pavilion, used to occupy this place. That's right. Back then, the Emerald Martial Palace was just a small, unranked martial institution. The first leader of the Emerald Martial Palace accidentally found the ruins of the mountain and water pavilion, and found the incomplete, great art of mountain and water. From there, he trained hard for more than 10 years, and once he was born, he became famous in the martial world, and built a solid foundation for the Emerald Martial Palace. The 4th elder's voice was filled with envy and passion. It was a remnant of the great art of landscape. It seemed to be very powerful. Yi Chen thought. The wind vulture flew over thousands of mountains and rivers, arriving at the entrance of the Emerald Valley. The entrance of the valley had a radius of hundreds of zhang, and the terrain was flat. Quite a few famous warriors had entered the valley in groups, and some important ones had also come on the back of their beasts, just like the Sky Cloud Martial School. But of course, the mounts of their beasts were obviously not as good as the wind vultures. The wind vulture landed on the ground along with a fierce gale. An outer elder of the Emerald Martial Palace walked up to them with 4 deacons. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for not going out to greet you. The head elder let the wind vulture move freely, then grinned and said, it seems that we've arrived first. Haha, the Sky Cloud Martial School has been very high profile recently. You're number one in everything, but what's the point of fighting for number one in small matters? The double-headed giant bat flew over quickly, and the middle-aged man in the lead opened his mouth and said. The fourth elder's face was filled with displeasure. The middle-aged man's name was Julie, and he was about the same age as the first elder. Because he practiced a special cultivation technique, he looked to be in his 40s, and his chi and blood were vigorous. Taking a deep breath, the fourth elder raised his voice and said, I didn't believe it at first. It turns out that people from the Purple Sun Martial House all have loud voices. I heard your roar from tens of miles away. Having a loud voice isn't a bad thing. I'm just afraid that some people don't have the energy to shout loudly. The two-headed bat landed on the ground. Julie took the lead and walked down. Look. The Sky Cloud Martial School and the Purple Sun Martial School are arguing again. Among the top 5 martial institutions, the Purple Sun Martial School and the Sky Cloud Martial School have the most grievances. I heard that when the Sky Cloud Martial School was encircling the remaining forces of the Nine Evil cult, the Purple Sun Martial School set up a trap for the Sky Cloud Martial School, causing a lot of powerful martial artists of the Sky Cloud Martial School to suffer heavy casualties. After a few years, the Sky Cloud Martial School was reduced to a rank 9 martial institution. However, the Sky Cloud Martial School was not a force to be trifled with. They released fake news and tricked the previous leader of the Purple Sun Martial School to the place where the remaining forces of the Nine Evil cult gathered, causing him to die without a complete corpse. There's such a secret. No wonder the two forces have always been like fire and water. Many people nearby were discussing in low voices. Normally, people from the Emerald Martial Palace would be happy to see the two forces fighting each other to the death. However, this was the territory of the Emerald Martial Palace, and tomorrow was the celebration banquet. If they really let them fight, the Emerald Martial Palace would lose all of its face. A few outer elders of the Emerald Martial Palace hurriedly said, Your accommodations have been prepared, please follow us. Huh. Julie flicked his sleeves and left. Ouyang Ming, who was behind him, threw a meaningful glance at Yi Chen. On the other side, the head elder's anger disappeared. He said to Yi Chen and the others, Let's go. After the two groups of people had left, it suddenly started raining. The black-scaled beast carried the people from the Rudra Martial School to this place. Inside the Emerald Martial Palace, numerous lakes appeared in front of them, all calm and peaceful. The Emerald Martial Palace is indeed a rank 7 martial institution. It is indeed a beautiful place. Wow, compared to this place, my place is like a mountain, totally not at the same level. The lotuses in the lake are all precious herbs, the green lotus. And those fishes, they are all rare ancient fishes. Hearing people's praises, Yi Chen had to admit that in terms of environment, the windy mountain of the Sky Cloud Martial School was miles ahead of the Emerald Martial Palace. It was not even worth mentioning. He wondered how the environment of the North Snow Martial Academy, which was also a rank 7 martial institution, would be. There were many people who came to congratulate the Emerald Martial Palace. Those who did not have much influence were basically arranged to stay near the lakes in the outer area of the Emerald Martial Palace, where there were many beautiful courtyards. Those who had some influence were arranged to stay in the inner area, where the environment was much better. As one of the top 5 martial institutions, the Sky Cloud Martial School was arranged to stay in the innermost area, which was close to the main buildings of the Emerald Martial Palace. On the road between the lakes, Yi Chen inadvertently glanced over, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. In front of him, a group of young men and women in green robes were talking and laughing. Judging from the Xianxia vibration, they were not any weaker than the top-ranked inner disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. 2 of them were releasing immeasurable Xianxia, which meant that they had obviously reached the level of the top-ranked core disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. The one on the left had a graceful figure and an extremely beautiful appearance, like an orchid in a deserted valley. Her every move attracted the thoughts of the male disciples. Standing next to her was a tall and straight male disciple. He was handsome and had a noble temperament. There was a faint aura of a king on his body. He was obviously not an ordinary person. Luo Hanshan, who was standing beside Yi Chen, recognized the beautiful girl. She was Ji Shuiyan, who had accompanied the Palm and Lu Wuxiang to visit the Sky Cloud Martial School half a year ago. She was a disciple of the Ji family, and judging from what had happened that day, she seemed to be closely related to Yi Chen. "Brother Yi, we have arrived at our place, let's go." Luo Hanshan patted on Yi Chen's shoulder. Yi Chen took back his sight, his expression didn't change at all. Led by an outer elder of the Emerald Martial Palace, the five of them walked towards the luxurious yard beside the huge lake. From afar, Ji Xuan saw that familiar silhouette and slightly frowned. The tall and handsome male disciple standing beside her asked with concern, "Sister Ji, what's wrong?" "Nothing. Brother sure." Ji Xuan was sure that that man was Yi Chen. She didn't expect that after half a year, he, who was only at Mortal Realm Stage 6, had already reached such a high level. If that was all, she wouldn't have been too surprised. But what she didn't expect was that besides the rapid improvement of his cultivation, he had also mastered the half-step sword intent, which was the dream of every sword artist. In just a couple of days, the name Yi Chen had spread across the entire Windy Nation. Among all the martial artists, there wasn't a single person who didn't know about him. His fame had even caught up with the top and second disciples of all the top martial institutions. The luxurious yard was called the Green Willow House. It had a main yard and 7 small yards. Yi Chen lived in the small yard on the east side. Obviously, the yard had been thoroughly cleaned. There was not a single leaf on the ground, the corners were clean, and the flowers in the small garden in the middle had also been carefully trimmed. Entering the room, Yi Chen saw that the tables and chairs were all shiny and clean, and had a faint aroma. After looking around for a while, Yi Chen walked out. When he walked past Su Jing's yard, he heard a thunderous sound coming from inside. Yi Chen smiled. Su Jing had always been a quiet girl, she would only cultivate when she had nothing to do. She rarely took the initiative to communicate with others. After their last meeting, Su Jing only nodded to greet Yi Chen. Without disturbing her, Yi Chen started to walk away. Outside the yard was a sparkling lake. Every 100 meters around the lake, there was a yard that was as luxurious as the Green Willow House. Beside the lake, rows of willows were planted. The willows were touching the water surface, swaying along with the breeze. The Emerald Martial Palace is indeed a rank 7 institution. Even the place they use to receive their guests is so beautiful. Yi Chen took a deep breath. He felt that the natural yuan qi around him was much richer and purer than in the Windy Mountain. It was also easier to convert it into Zhen qi. After enjoying the view for a while, Yi Chen was about to go back to his yard to cultivate. Yi Chen. A tall girl walked towards him along the lake. It was Yuan Xueme from the River Martial School. Yi Chen smiled, "Long time no see. How did you know I was here?" "Guests from influential institutions all live beside this lake. I saw you when I walked out of the yard." Yuan Xueme stopped 3 meters in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded, then suddenly said in surprise, "You have reached the late condensing reality realm. Congratulations." "There's nothing to congratulate me about. You, on the other hand, have improved a bit too fast. Not only have you reached the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm in just a few months, you have also managed to comprehend the half-step sword intent, which even I am jealous of." Sigh, comparisons are always odious. Yuan Xueme said with admiration and admiration. Yi Chen rubbed his nose, the news travels fast. Of course. Yuan Xueme rolled her eyes at Yi Chen and said, "Everything else is fine, but the fact that you've already comprehended the half-step sword intent is way too shocking. Even the leader of our River Martial School had praised you as a top genius, a rare sword artist from the Windy Nation, and that you have a great chance to comprehend the true sword intent. You didn't call me just to praise me, did you?" Hearing him, Yuan Xueme looked at Yi Chen with hope and said, "How did you master the half-step sword intent? Do you have any experience to share with me?" Just like Yi Chen, she was the #1 inner disciple of the River Martial School. Her fighting power was no weaker than ordinary core disciples. If she could master a little bit of the sword intent, her power would definitely increase. Besides, if she could master a little bit of the sword intent, it would be much easier for her to step into the next level. Originally, she didn't have any plans, but the person who was closest to mastering the sword intent was Yi Chen. So it was better to ask him than to try and figure it out herself. Yi Chen smiled bitterly in his mind, so she came here for the sword intent. "I don't really know much about the sword intent, but if you want to talk about experience, I do have some." tell me about it. Yuan Shuemei's eyes lit up. Yi Chen said, the spirit, qi, and soul are perfectly merged into one point under the control of nature, and then released in the form of a sword. I think this should be the initial form of the sword intent. Of course, Yi Chen wouldn't say too much. In his words, there were not only the ancient explanations, but also his own thoughts. All in all, it was ambiguous and mysterious. Yuan Shuemei was lost in her thoughts. After a long while, she came back to her senses and said with a happy face, "Thank you so much. I can feel that the sword intent has become much clearer in my mind. Maybe I can really figure it out. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this." Even if Yi Chen didn't care about it, she wouldn't say it out loud. Everyone was selfish. If one less person could master the sword intent, they would feel superior. Yi Chen was surprised. Is it really that easy to understand? However, what he did not know was that the true spirit continent was full of martial arts, and there were a lot of things that were hard to understand. Compared to that, what he said was already very easy to understand. At least, for Yuan Shuemei, Yi Chen was already a powerful person in her heart. I can't take advantage of you for nothing. This is a sword manual, I found it by accident. Although it's very ordinary and doesn't have much value, it can be used as a guide for sword artists. Yuan Shuemei took out a thin book from her storage ring and handed it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen took it and took a look. On the cover of the book, there were 2 ancient characters, sword manual. Alright, I'll go back and try to understand it. Yuan Shuemei immediately said goodbye. She was afraid that if she stayed here for too long, that trace of understanding would disappear. Watching Yuan Shuemei's back as she left, Yi Chen put away the sword manual and went back to the Green Willow House. Deep inside the main building of the Emerald Martial Palace, next to a crescent-shaped lake. The courtyard here was different from other places. It was tall, large, and magnificent. It was built with precious stones and covered a large area. Sister Ji, don't you want to come in and have a seat? Outside the courtyard, a male disciple with a noble aura asked Ji Xueyan to stay. Ji Xueyan shook her head and said, "No, brother Shi, I'll go first." After saying that, she turned around and left. The male disciple, who was called Brother Shi, had a bad look on his face. He punched a huge hole in the thick wall of the courtyard without using any Jin Qi. "Brother Shi, I'm Cui Shiming." At this moment, footsteps came from behind. The male disciple with a noble aura turned around, frowned and said, "What are you doing here?" It was Cui Shiming, who was 17 or 18 years old, and was quite handsome. He was the one who had lost to Yi Chen before. He forced a smile. He was a bit scared of the man in front of him. This man was not an ordinary core disciple, he was one of the top 4 core disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace, the Stone Man Sherpatian. He was as powerful as the extreme Palm Lu Wuxiang, and was only second to the young Master Emerald, who had already stepped into the clasping Yuan realm. "Brother Shi, are you interested in Ji Xueyan?" Cui Shiming smiled and asked. Sherpotian's face darkened. "Don't get involved in things that you shouldn't get involved in. Otherwise, don't blame me for being cruel." Cui Shiming hurriedly said, "Brother Shi, you misunderstood me. Why would I get involved in your business? I wouldn't dare to do that." "Then what do you mean?" "Brother Shi, do you know about Yi Chen?" "I do. Isn't he the famous Sky Cloud Martial School disciple who has comprehended the half-step sword intent? What does he have to do with him?" Cui Shiming said in a low voice, "Brother Shi, you still don't know about it, do you? The one who was engaged to Ji Xueyan is Yi Chen. It's him." Sherpatian indeed knew that Ji Xueyan was engaged to Yi Chen, but it was cancelled later. However, he didn't know who it was. Indeed, Yi Chen is the one who was engaged to Ji Xueyan. Back then, he was still a useless cultivator, and was not even noticed by Ji Xueyan. But now, that useless cultivator has become a genius who has comprehended the half-step sword intent. It's hard to say that Ji Xueyan won't be interested in him. Hearing him, Sherpatian recalled that 2 hours ago, Ji Xueyan's expression had obviously changed. She must have seen that disciple from the Sky Cloud Martial School named Yi Chen. Thinking about the fact that these two used to be engaged, Sherpatian could not help but feel jealous and angry. The woman he loved would never be allowed to have any relationship with anyone else, even if that relationship was no longer there. He would still be very unhappy. This Yi-Chen, he needed to teach him a lesson. Looking at Cui Shiming, Sherpatian asked, "Do you have a grudge against Yi-Chen?" Cui Shiming's face showed a ferocious expression. "This guy is evil and cunning. He defeated me and made me lose face in front of my junior sister Yi-Xian. He had liked Yi-Xian for a long time. Their relationship was quite good before, but ever since he had been beaten by Yi-Chen, she would only greet him coldly whenever she saw him, which was a huge blow to his self-esteem. He wished he could go back in time and kill Yi-Chen until there was nothing left of him." Sherpatian sneered. Obviously, Yi-Xian wasn't telling the truth, but he didn't want to expose him. "You can leave now," Sherpatian said. Cui Shiming was confused. "Brother Sher, are we just going to let him go like this?" "Let him go? Dream on. Tomorrow, during the celebration banquet, the disciples of the major sects will compare notes with each other. At that time, I will challenge him and make him lose face in front of everyone. It would be best if I can make him lose his mind. In this way, I can justifiably cripple him." If it was possible, Sherpatian wanted to kill Yi-Chen right now. With his power, he could still do it. The so-called half-step sword intent was not even worth mentioning in front of absolute power. Cui Shiming was startled by Sherpatian's tone. He thought about all the people who had gone against him in the past, who were either killed or crippled, unable to continue their cultivation for the rest of their lives. Cui Shiming could not help but feel happy. "Yi-Chen, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too famous and making me lose face in front of Sister Yi-Xian. Once you become a cripple, I will treat you well." After Cui Shiming left, Sherpatian murmured to himself, "Junior Sister Ji, I will let you know that a loser will always be a loser. Even if you have comprehended the half-step sword intent, you are still a loser in front of me." Humph. The night came and the stars shone brightly. Every big and small lake in the Emerald Martial Palace was reflecting a bright moon. Beside the bright moon were many lotus clouds, high up in the sky. In the middle of Green Willow House, Yi-Chen turned on the crystal light in the room and was reading the sword scripture. The sword scripture was not a secret book. It talked about the ancient swordsman's understanding of sword principles. Some of the theories were very shallow, and some were very profound. Just a word or two was enough to make people ponder endlessly. Some didn't talk about sword arts, but about mentality. What mentality could make people enter the best state, and what mentality could make people have a chance to break through the shackles of sword arts. There were even some descriptions of sword will, but it was very mysterious. Good book. Yi-Chen couldn't help but praise. Although this sword scripture couldn't directly improve one's fighting ability and sword art, it could help a swordsman gain a lot of theoretical knowledge. Theoretical knowledge should never be underestimated. For a martial artist, he might be able to become a powerful warrior without any theoretical knowledge, but he would never be able to become a great master. A great master would need to have a huge knowledge base. Only in this way, he would be able to learn from hundreds of different schools of thought, and create his own path and theory. As he immersed himself in the contents of the sword scripture, Yi-Chen gradually forgot about the time. Outside the yard, the moonlight was like water, and the stars were shining brightly. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew over from afar, stirring up a part of the lake. The head elder and the others, who were resting, were all confused. Just now, they had sensed that there was a sharp chi flashing past, but when they tried to sense it carefully, they couldn't find anything. It was like it was just an illusion. Su Jing, who was meditating, opened her eyes. She subconsciously thought of Yi-Chen, then closed her eyes and ignored him. There were only 13 pages in the sword scripture. Although Yi-Chen had read it very carefully, he still finished it in less than half an hour. Eh? After waking up from his meditation, Yi-Chen felt that his mind had become much clearer. Holding the hilt of the hidden cloud sword in his hand, Yi-Chen could feel it even more clearly. He felt like something obscure was about to burst out from the bottom of his heart, which was extremely mysterious. It was the sword intent. After thinking for a while, Yi-Chen found that his half-step sword intent had become even more solid. At his level, he had already reached a bottleneck, and breaking through it was not something that could be done in a day or two. He had to spend a long time to polish the sharpness of his sword intent. On the contrary, even if there was only a slight improvement, he would be able to clearly sense it. If it was the half-step sword intent before, then now it was a step further from the half-step sword intent. There was only a thin layer of thin gauze between the half-step sword intent and the real sword intent. As long as there was a slight breeze, the gauze would be lifted, and the essence of the sword intent would emerge in his heart. Letting out a long breath, Yichen murmured to himself, I did not expect that a normal sword spell could be so useful. It saved me a lot of time to train, and with just a little bit of comprehension, I will be able to master the sword intent in no time. I really have to thank you for this. Yuan Xueme. At this moment, if Yuan Xueme knew that Yi Chen had gained a lot from the sword scripture, she would definitely be stunned. She had been studying this sword scripture for a long time, but she couldn't find anything special about it. At most, it had made her fighting style more practical. Standing up, Yi Chen opened the window and looked at the moonlight for a while. After a while, when he had calmed down, Yi Chen closed the window and started his daily Xianxia training. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, the lake was shrouded in a thin layer of mist, which looked pure and holy. The quiet Emerald Martial Palace gradually became lively, filled with people's voices. Some of the leaders of the big forces who couldn't make it to the Sky Cloud Martial School yesterday had also arrived. The scene was 10 times more spectacular than the inner disciple ranking competition of the Sky Cloud Martial School. After all, young Master Emerald had stepped into the Clasping Yuan realm, which was not something a small inner disciple ranking competition could compare with. If everything went well, in the next 10 years, young Master Emerald would definitely become the pillar of the Emerald Martial Palace, and his fame would definitely not be any less than the leaders of the top 5 martial institutions. During the celebration banquet, the most outstanding disciples from the top martial institutions will definitely compete with each other. At that time, we will be able to watch the top geniuses of the Windy Nation fight. Unfortunately, those top disciples won't come, otherwise it would be a grand occasion. It's already very good. People like North Snow Fastblade Lynch and Stoneman Sherpadian are basically as powerful as young Master North Snow and young Master Duanmu. Only young Master Emerald, who has stepped into the Clasping Yuan realm, is more powerful than the others. That's right. It's really scary. In the Emerald Martial Palace, it's already quite good to have one genius at the child level. In addition to young Master Emerald, the Absolute Palm Lu Wuxiang and the Stoneman Sherpadian are both at this level. Plus the Traceless Snow Ji Shuiyan who has recently emerged, there are 3 of them in total. Yeah, the Emerald Martial Palace has never been short of top geniuses. Although Lu Wuxiang and Sherpadian are listed in the second group of young generation in the Windy Nation, everyone knows that they are definitely the top of the second group. They are almost as powerful as young Master Duanmu and young Master North Snow. On the road between the lakes, some people who had just arrived were discussing with each other. In the Green Willow House. After washing up, Yichen came to the main yard of the head elder's residence. In the yard, Luo Hanshan and Su Jing were already waiting there. After a while, the head elder and the 4th elder walked out of the hall. The head elder glanced at the 3 of them and said, "Let's go." On the way, the head elder reminded Yichen, "Don't let your emotions get the better of you during the competition. Remember, you are representing the entire Sky Cloud Martial School, not just yourself." "I know." Yichen nodded. Luo Hanshan, who was standing beside him, grinned and said, "Unless someone is trying to hurt you, nothing too embarrassing will happen. Besides, Su Jing and I will stand in front of you." The current Luo Hanshan was different from half a year ago. Back then, he had just regained his title as a genius, and couldn't wait to prove himself. Therefore, he agreed to fight against the Palm Master Lu Wuxiang without hesitation. But now, Luo Hanshan was friendly and calm, giving people a sense of confidence. "Hanshan, I know that you have made great progress in the past half a year, but don't underestimate Lu Wuxiang and Sherpadian, they are not simple people." The 4th elder interrupted. Luo Hanshan responded, "Don't worry, 4th elder, I know what I'm doing." There was a large river between the main buildings of the Emerald Martial Palace and the outside world. Over the river, there were 3 magnificent stone bridges, each of which was 33 zhang long and 15 zhang wide, which could allow 10 horses to cross side by side without feeling crowded at all. At the moment, people were moving on the stone bridges, heading towards the main buildings. After crossing the bridge, an outer elder of the Emerald Martial Palace walked up to them. "My friends, the celebration will be held in the Baohua Square, please follow me." The head elder nodded and followed behind the elder. After a while, the Baohua Square appeared in front of them. The square, which was hundreds of zhang wide, was entirely white with a hint of cyan, shining with a faint light, as if it was made from a giant piece of jade. It looked magnificent and noble. Seats had already been arranged on the square, and a third of the people had already taken their seats, while the rest of the people kept coming. "This way, please." The outer elder of the Emerald Martial Palace led them to the second seat on the right-hand side of the main seat. The first seat was for the Rudra Martial School, and opposite to them were the North Snow Martial Academy and the Purple Sun Martial School. Judging from this, the Sky Cloud Martial School was ranked last among the top 5 martial institutions. The Great Elder didn't think much of it. He nodded and sat down. The fourth elder, Yi Chen, and the others took their seats. Turning his head, Yi Chen saw Yuan Xueme, who was smiling at him with a bright and beautiful smile. Looking at the other side, Ouyang Ming, who was tall and sturdy, first looked at Luo Hanshan with a scornful smile, then looked at Yi Chen with an even more scornful look. "Second brother, was that young Master Hanshan, Luo Hanshan, really that powerful?" The ugly teenager sitting next to Ouyang Ming asked. Ouyang Ming responded plainly, "Why are you bringing up the past? How could he be as powerful as a young master now? Young Master Hanshan has already become a joke. I think the Windy Nation should re-rank the top 4 young masters. Get rid of young Master Emerald, who is not at the same level as us, and kick out young Master Hanshan, then there will still be 2 places left for the top 4 young masters. Eldest brother and second brother should be able to make it on the list. I have already thought of the names. Eldest brother will be called young Master Ben Lei, and second brother, you will be called young Master Godly Legs." The ugly teenager was very talkative, and said flatteringly. Ouyang Ming paused for a second. Young Master Godly Legs was not a bad name. Suddenly, his face turned serious. He pretended to be angry and said, "Don't talk nonsense, I don't deserve to be called a young master." The ugly teenager noticed Ouyang Ming's expression. He knew that Ouyang Ming wasn't angry at all, so he immediately added fuel to the fire. "I am telling the truth, second brother, it's just that you became famous a little bit later. If you beat young Master Hanshan today, you will definitely become one of the top 4 young masters. Young Master Hanshan, I will beat him, I hope he can make me serious." Ouyang Ming squinted his eyes. On the other side, Yi Chen sneered in his mind. With his powerful soul power, he had heard their conversation clearly. This Ouyang Ming and the ugly teenager were indeed arrogant. Not to mention young Master Hanshan, even the North Snow Fast Blade Lynch from the North Snow Martial Academy was not that easy to deal with. When the red sun rose from the east, almost all the seats on the square were occupied. Only the people from the Emerald Martial Palace, who were the hosts, had not arrived yet. After a while, the door of the palace on top of the Baohua Square suddenly opened, and a group of people walked out. The man in the lead was about 40 years old. He was handsome, with a long beard on his chin. He didn't look aggressive at all. Instead, he looked more gentle and elegant, like a middle-aged scholar who had read a lot of books. He gave people a perfect first impression. "Leader Zhuang, how have you been?" "Leader Zhuang, congratulations." Down below, all the leaders of the big parties stood up and cupped their fists. The middle-aged man had a big smile on his face. He waved his hand and signaled everyone to sit down. He had an indescribable aura around him. Who else could it be other than the leader of the Emerald Martial Palace, Zhuang Qingxian? Yi Chen slightly frowned. He didn't know why, but when he saw the middle-aged man, the image of Yu Buchuan from the wuxia novels flashed across his mind. On both sides of Zhuang Qingxian were 8 inner elders. Each of them had a powerful and immeasurable aura, almost as powerful as the head elder, and the 2 in the front were even more powerful than the head elder. Behind them were the 3 core disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace, Lu Wuxiang with a cold face, Sherpatian with a noble temperament, and Ji Shuayan with a beautiful face. The last one was a male disciple with extremely white skin, who was even more handsome than a girl, and who had a pair of green eyes that flashed with an evil light. As the people from the Emerald Martial Palace sat down, Zhuang Qingxian said with a loud voice, today is my son Xianxia's birthday celebration. Thank you all for coming all the way to the Emerald Martial Palace, it is my honor. Leader Zhuang, what are you talking about? You have already given us face by inviting us here. That's right, the Emerald Martial Palace is the #1 martial institution in the Windy Nation, how could we not come? The celebration is about to start, why hasn't your son shown up yet? Xianxia smiled, he was very satisfied with the atmosphere. After today, the Emerald Martial Palace's dominant position would be even more unshakable, and they would completely dominate the other 4 martial institutions. Everyone, please wait for a moment, my son will be here soon. As soon as Xianxia's voice faded, a young man walked out of the palace. As if he was affected by an invisible force field, everyone's eyes were focused on him. The young man was about 18 or 19 years old, he had a jade-like face, and a pair of eyes that looked like stars in the sky, shining brightly. He was tall and straight, wearing a green robe, which made him look noble and noble. Every step he took seemed to contain an inexhaustible magical power, which made everyone's heartbeat quicken. Seeing Luo Hansan, Lin Qi's eyes burst out with an amazing fighting intent, but he soon calmed down. In Ouyang Ming's eyes, besides the fighting intent, there was more jealousy and ambition, which made him clench his fists tightly. As for Luo Hansan, he seemed to be very calm, no one knew what he was thinking, only Yichen could clearly sense that he was slightly sighing. The young man's identity was obvious. He was indeed the most powerful young martial artist of the Windy Nation, the Emerald Young Master, Xianxia. Young Master Emerald, he is only at the early clasping Yuan realm, but he is giving people the pressure of a mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. His potential is limitless. A leader of a powerful party gasped. Leader Wang, you haven't heard of him, right? When young Master Emerald stepped into the clasping Yuan realm, he was ambushed by a mid-level ghost guard under the ghost artist's command, but was killed by him with a single palm attack. Mid-level ghost guard. Back then, the ghost artist was one of the 108 ghost warriors of the 9 ghost cult. His ghost guards were invincible, and all of them were elites among elites. To become a mid-level ghost guard, one had to be at least at the peak of early clasping Yuan realm. The higher one's cultivation level was, the harder it was to kill someone with a higher cultivation. When a martial artist was at the mortal realm, it was not difficult to kill someone with a higher cultivation, and when a martial artist reached the condensing reality realm, it was not difficult to kill someone with a higher cultivation. However, once a martial artist reached the clasping Yuan realm, killing someone with a higher cultivation would be quite difficult. Not to mention that those who could become mid-level ghost guards were all elites, and they could also kill people with a higher cultivation. Hearing this, the crowd looked at young Master Emerald in a different light. Most of them were at the mid-clasping Yuan realm, and only a few of them had reached the late-clasping Yuan realm. In other words, most of them did not have the confidence to fight against young Master Emerald. Young Master Emerald glanced at the crowd, and his eyes stopped on Luo Hansan for a second, then he said, "Thank you all for coming to the celebration banquet. Xianxia is deeply honored. In order to show the sincerity of the Emerald Martial Palace, there will be many wonderful performances today, I believe it will make you all happy." After saying some more appropriate words, young Master Emerald stepped back and gave the right to speak to the leader of the Emerald Martial Palace, Xianxia. Xianxia walked to the front and said with a loud voice, "Without further ado, let the celebration banquet begin." Immediately, the sound of musical instruments came from all around, including drums, flutes, and zither, which made the atmosphere on the stage even more relaxed. Soon, beautiful maids brought breakfast and tea to the crowd. After the tea, the performance officially began. The first performance was called Candle Blowing. A short middle-aged man who was at the early condensing reality realm walked on the stage. He placed 13 candles on the ground in an S shape, then stepped back for 10 steps and slowly circulated his chi. It was the first time for the crowd to see this kind of performance, so they all showed some interest. The stocky middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of white gas. The white gas was like a dart, and it easily extinguished the first candle. Then, it bent to the side and extinguished the second candle, the third candle. When the 13th candle was extinguished, thunderous applause rang out. Good, wonderful. It is quite rare for an early condensing reality realm warrior to be able to do this. Normally, the breath that came out of one's mouth would travel in a straight line, and would never bend. Although clasping Yuan realm warriors could do that, which clasping Yuan realm warrior would want to show his face and perform on the stage? Plus, a performance was a performance after all, and it would be meaningless if a powerful warrior went on the stage. Yichen applauded softly. It was indeed marvelous. The other party should have cultivated a cultivation art that allowed him to maintain his aura. After a long period of training, it would not be difficult for him to achieve this. The following performances became more and more exciting, and many people were attracted by them. There were also some people who chatted while watching the performances. If they were thirsty, there were all kinds of fruits on the table beside them. If they had any requests, they could ask the beautiful maidservant beside them. Before they knew it, it was already noon. The lunch was quite sumptuous. There were food that could fly in the sky, swim in the water, run in the mountains. As long as they could be found in the market, they could be found here, and even if they couldn't be found in the market, they could be found here. The wine was the Blue Sea 3 flavors, which cost 3,000 silvers per bottle, the top-grade wine of the Windy Nation. Taking a sip of the wine, Luo Hanshan said, "After lunch, the real business is about to start. Don't be careless." The head elder only said 4 words. The 3 of them nodded. Su Jing suddenly said to Yi Chen, "Sherpatian and that Emerald Martial Palace disciple have been staring at you, be careful." Yi Chen said, "I know." He had been wondering why Sherpatian would look so fierce from time to time. Although he had hidden it very well, it still couldn't escape from Yi Chen's senses. The other person should be the number 1 inner disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace, and he was probably here to deal with Yi Chen. On the side, the 4th elder hadn't said anything, but he was actually more anxious than anyone else. Luo Hanshan used to be one of the 4 young masters, but it was still unknown whether he was as powerful as a child now. He probably wouldn't be able to fight against the second-ranked disciples of the other martial institutions. He wasn't sure how powerful Su Jing was among the core disciples, but he only knew that the North Snow Fast Blade Lynch and the Stone Man Sherpatian were almost as powerful as a child. Fortunately, the Sky Cloud Martial School still had Yi Chen. Although he was still not powerful enough, as long as he didn't lose too badly, with his half-step sword intent, he would be able to save a lot of face. Thinking of this, the 4th elder glanced at Yi Chen expectantly. A fiery sun was shining in the sky, sprinkling down thousands of golden beams of light. In the Baohua Square, everyone's faces were filled with expectation, waiting for the next performance. Xianxia cleared his throat and said with a smile, "I think you all know what's going to happen next." Yes, it's going to be a competition between the disciples of the top martial institutions and other powerful forces. You can't kill your opponent. If anyone dares to violate this rule, I, Xianxia, will have to teach you a lesson on behalf of your martial institutions. Also, the competition has to be consensual. If your opponent doesn't want to fight, you can't force him. Of course, I personally hope that everyone can participate. Leader Zhuang, we've been waiting for this moment, let's start. Leader Zhuang, time waits for no man, let's have a good show as soon as possible. Seeing some people showing an impatient look, Xianxia smiled and said, "All right. The competition has officially started. Who wants to be the first one on the stage?" The ugly teenager from the Purple Sun Martial House stood up, walked to the stage and made a fist and palm salute. "I am Zhang Qing, a core disciple of the Purple Sun Martial House. I want to challenge the core disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial House, Su Jing. Su Jing, do you dare to fight with me?" The ugly teenager Zhang Qing had a cousin named Xiaogua. During a mission, he had a conflict with Su Jing and was severely injured by her. This made the other disciples of the Purple Sun Martial House angry. After all, they rarely suffered losses, and Xiaogua was one of the top 10 inner disciples. They could not accept that. After that, as long as there was a chance, the powerful disciples of the Purple Sun Martial House would try to find trouble with Su Jing. However, they did not expect her to be so powerful. None of the inner disciples were her opponents, and those who tried to find trouble with her were all severely injured and humiliated. Now that there was a chance, Zhang Qing wanted to teach Su Jing a lesson on behalf of the Purple Sun Martial House and his cousin. Why not? Su Jing, who was dressed in white, stood up and walked up slowly. Xianxia said, "All right, the two of you should try your best to control yourselves. You don't have to win or lose." Then, he took a step back and sat on the wide chair behind him. In the middle of the Baohua Plaza, Su Jing and Zhang Qing stood 30 steps away from each other. "Although it is just a competition, I will not hold back. I hope you can last a little longer." A dim light flashed on the surface of the storage ring, and a huge purple sword appeared in Zhang Qing's hand. This sword was half the length of a human, and its body was wide and thick. It looked quite heavy. Su Jing was barehanded. "She did not have any weapons," she said coldly. 10 attacks is more than enough to take care of you." Zhang Qing's expression froze. He laughed with a deep voice. "All right, then I would like to see how you are going to beat me within 10 attacks. Don't cut your own tongue." "Cut." Just as he finished talking, Zhang Qing held the sword with both of his hands and raised it high. Beams of purple and red light gathered on the tip of the sword, and he instantly threw it towards Su Jing. Shoo! 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 3 burning sword lights shot out, and even the air was melted. Su Jing was expressionless, but a huge fire halo appeared behind her head, shining brightly. With the help of the halo, Su Jing's aura suddenly increased, and she threw out 3 punches in a row towards the incoming sword light. Crack, crackle, like a popping sound, the sword light was shattered into pieces by Zhang Qing's fist power before it could even get close to Su Jing's body. "Go down." Zhang Qing obviously did not expect 3 sword lights to be able to beat Su Jing. If he really could, then it would be too boring. As soon as Su Jing shattered the sword light, Zhang Qing took a step forward, turned into a shadow, and attacked towards Su Jing in an awkward way. The heavy sword body tore through the air, making a shrill sound. It was not hard to imagine that even with the Zhenqi layer, it would not be able to block out this sword attack. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Su Jing adjusted her posture and threw out a punch that was covered in a golden light. The huge sword in Zhang Qing's hand was almost blown away. He was shocked. Although the sword in his hand was not a low-rank greatsword, it was still one of the top of the normal greatswords. Combined with his powerful Zhenqi, it still could not compete with his opponent's fist. What a joke! Piss off. After blowing away the huge sword with one punch, a solid golden light burst out from Su Jing's body. Puff puff puff, at the critical moment, Zhang Qing condensed 6 purplish-red Zhenqi shields in front of him. There was 1 in the middle, and 5 around him, protecting him tightly. However, he had underestimated the impact of the golden light and was forced to retreat. Yichen smiled faintly. To be honest, he wasn't worried about Su Jing at all. At this moment, she probably hadn't even used 60% of her strength, and the most terrifying thing about her was that she could use 60% of her strength to 80%, or even 90%. Of course, Zhang Qing did not use his full strength. It was just that it would be very difficult for him to defeat Su Jing. What the hell is Zhang Qing doing? Why isn't he using his full strength? On the Ziyang Martial School's side, Ouyang Ming, who was sitting on a chair, frowned. A few cracks appeared on the hard ground of the Baohua Square. Zhang Qing stopped and said in a low voice, "You are qualified enough for me to use my full power." After Zhang Qing finished speaking, a purplish-red light rose from his body. The light was like an inextinguishable flame, burning brighter and brighter. Finally, it flowed along Zhang Qing's hands and merged into the big sword, causing the whole big sword to be covered in flames. It was as dazzling as the sun in the sky. Purple Sun Sword Aura. As Zhang Qing swung his sword down, the purplish-red light transformed into a gigantic, illusory sword, which was tens of meters long, and swung towards Su Jing. The gigantic illusory sword was way too powerful, it even sucked up all the air in front of it. A loud sonic boom shook the air on the square like water ripples. This sword attack is quite powerful, I think she is going to lose. On the Emerald Martial School's side, Sherpatian was sitting there calmly, with a faint smile on his face. Luo Hanshan looked a bit worried. Zhang Qing's power was more or less out of his expectation, and this martial skill was not simple either. It was especially used to deal with warriors who liked to fight head-on. Unfortunately, Sister Su Jing was exactly this kind of warrior. "Brother Luo, don't worry, Sister Su will win. For her, this is just an appetizer," Yichen said. "Oh. I hope so." Luo Hantan didn't know why Yi Chen was so confident in Sister Su Jing, but he knew that it would be great if Sister Su Jing could win. Lose. Zhang Qing gathered all of his Xianxia into this sword attack, his face slightly blushed. Right at the moment when the sword attack was launched, Su Jing's eyes suddenly turned sharp. A burst of golden light burst forth, and another ring of flames condensed behind her head, trapping the first ring of flames within it. It was a ring within a ring. Luo Hantan shouted in a low voice, the 8th level of the Golden Three-Realm Art. With the help of the 2 fiery halos, Su Jing's power increased by 30%, and the bright golden light had completely solidified, shooting straight up into the sky. Crack, she put her hands together, and the gigantic illusory sword was blocked by Su Jing, without moving even a little bit. As she suddenly shook it, the gigantic sword exploded, and Zhang Qing was sent flying backwards while vomiting blood. 3 moves, you're only at this level. Su Jing's face didn't even blush, and she didn't even gasp for breath. You. Zhang Qing crawled back up from the ground, and vomited another mouthful of blood. Zhuang Qingxian glanced at Su Jing in surprise, then raised his voice and said, "All right, the first round is over, who else wants to go?" Sherpatian stared at Yi Chen, and sent a message to the handsome teenager standing next to him, "Qingjun, you go and try that Yi Chen. If he can't beat him, I'll have to do it myself." Originally, he wanted to do it himself, but after careful consideration, he felt that it was a bit inappropriate. Yi Chen had just become famous not long ago, and he wasn't even a true core disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School yet, while Sherpatian was already one of the top 4 core disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace. Even if he beat Yi Chen, people would still gossip about him, which was not a good idea. Therefore, it would be better to let Qingjun, who was also the number 1 inner disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace, go first. Although Qingjun wasn't a core disciple yet, his fighting power could be ranked in the top 15 among the core disciples. If everything went well, it wouldn't be too hard for him to beat Yi Chen. Qingjun, who was even more handsome than a girl, responded, "Brother sure, he has only mastered the half-step sword intent, his power is very weak. There is no need for you to do it, I can beat him easily." Sherpatian nodded and said, "Remember, don't let him have an easy time. Don't worry, I have been cultivating the great natural splitting force. Once I do, I will make him lie on the bed for at least 10 days or half a month. As for stopping when the time is right, that's just for show. Do you really want to have a friendly competition? That would be too boring." Sherpatian slightly nodded, then looked at Yi Chen with a hideous smile on his face, and thought, "It seems that I don't have to do it anymore. Qingjun alone is enough to disappoint you. Leader, I want to challenge Yi Chen of the Sky Cloud Martial School." Qingjun stood up and walked up. Zhuang Qingxian laughed out loud and said, "Good, you are the number 1 inner disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace, and Yi Chen is the number 1 inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Yi Chen, do you dare to fight me?" Qingjun looked at Yi Chen. All of a sudden, everyone turned to look at Yi Chen. Those leaders who had been to the Sky Cloud Martial School to watch the inner disciple ranking competition all knew him, while those who had never been there were all talking about him. "He is that Yi Chen, he is so young. At such a young age, he has already mastered the half-step sword intent, how incredible. Once he masters the real sword intent, his potential will be as great as that of the Emerald Child. Unfortunately, he is still not there yet." Yeah, that Qingjun, the number 1 inner disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace, has such a strong Zhen-Qi vibration, he has obviously reached the peak of the late condensing reality realm. Since Zhuang Qingxian let him fight, he must be very powerful, maybe he is already at the top of the core disciples. Top of the core disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace, this is very valuable, Yi Chen should be able to win. Most of the people did not think highly of Yi Chen, but they were very optimistic about his future. After all, he was the first one among the young generation who had mastered the half-step sword intent. It was very likely that he would be able to master the real sword intent in the future. Slowly standing up, Yi Chen did not say anything and walked straight onto the stage. "You have mastered the half-step sword intent, not bad, but you have to remember, in this world, power is everything, no one cares about what you have actually mastered." Seeing Yi Chen walk onto the stage without hesitation, Qingjun sneered, slightly raised his chin and looked down at Yi Chen. Yichen said calmly, "You are right, power is everything, you are barely enough to make me fight with all of my power. Don't be so arrogant, don't think that just because you are the #1 inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, you are just an ordinary inner disciple in the Emerald Martial Palace." Qingjun did not give any face to the head elder of the Sky Cloud Martial School. He tried his best to belittle the average level of the disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. The head elder's face was filled with anger. The Emerald Martial Palace was getting more and more arrogant. Even a small inner disciple did not put the Sky Cloud Martial School in his eyes. In the past, they only talked behind their backs, but now, they said it right in front of him. Huh. The head elder snorted coldly. His voice contained a clasping Yuan realm Xianxia. Everyone could sense the head elder's anger. Zhuang Qingxian glanced at the head elder of the Sky Cloud Martial School and scolded Qingjun, "Everything will be judged by the public, how dare you judge it yourself?" Although Qingjun didn't sense Zhuang Qingxian's anger, he knew that he couldn't go overboard. He immediately cupped his fists towards the crowd and said, "Qingjun is a straightforward person. I've made a fool of myself." After that, his eyes turned sharp and he said to Yi Chen, "Whether what I said is true or not, let the results prove it." Buzz, the storage ring flickered with a dim light, and the hidden cloud sword appeared in Yi Chen's hand. He slowly unsheathed the sword and pointed it at Qingjun. Yi Chen said coldly, "If I can't defeat you within 5 movements, I lose." Everyone was shocked by his words. The head elder's face darkened. Before he came here, he had told Yi Chen not to act impulsively. In here, he was not only representing himself, but the entire Sky Cloud Martial School, and he had to think about the Sky Cloud Martial School first. How could he have completely forgotten about that? Defeating Qingjun within 5 movements was not an easy task, and if he failed to do so, everyone would undoubtedly look down on him and think that he was a braggart. Luo Hanshan couldn't help but say, "Brother Yi, you are too impulsive." Not necessarily. Su Jing was a man of few words. The fourth elder gave a bitter smile and said, "Do you really think that Yi Chen can defeat Qingjun within 5 movements? If I'm not wrong, this Qingjun is at least one of the top core disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace. Although I hate to admit it, judging only from the sense of power released from his body, he can be ranked in the top 7 or even the top 6 among all the core disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School." Besides some of the leaders, the young generation all shook their heads as well. They all thought that Yi Chen was too arrogant, especially Sherpatian. He sneered in his mind, it would have been better if Yi Chen hadn't said those words, but if he failed to do so, then he would have lost a lot of face. "I can't believe that this Yi Chen is even more stupid and arrogant than I thought." Ouyang Ming sneered, reckless. On the River Martial School's side, Yuan Xueme had long hated Qingjun. She actually hoped that Yi Chen could defeat Qingjun within 5 movements, although it was almost impossible. "You are looking for death." Qingjun's clothes started to flutter even though there was no wind. Beams of cyan and purple light burst out from his body. He moved his feet slightly, leaving cracks on the ground. His whole body shot out like a blade, his palm was as straight as a blade, and he threw out a palm attack. Swoosh, the air was sliced open, and a cyan and purple light blade shot out from his palm, attacking towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen did not step back, instead, his calm temperament suddenly turned sharp. Wave after wave of sword power burst out from his body. His whole body seemed to have turned into a cloud, a sword that was accumulating power, and was about to explode with an amazing destructive power. First movement. As he stabbed out with his sword, Yi Chen's whole body turned illusory. His sword power was not stable, and his figure was not stable either. He was like a floating cloud in the sky, and was not bound by his normal state. Crack, the cyan and purple light blade went through Yi Chen's illusory figure, leaving a deep crack on the ground. At the same time, Yi Chen's sword had already pierced towards Qingjun's chest. "What kind of sword art is this?" Qingjun was shocked. He didn't expect that Yi Chen's sword art and body movement would be so weird. He was about to hit his opponent, but he missed it by a hair's breadth. A trace of anger flashed past Qingjun's face. He crazily activated his Zhen Qi. Natural purple crystal Qi. The cyan and purple light gathered together and condensed into a purple crystal-like shield in front of Qingjun's chest. The shield was crystal clear, and had 8 flat surfaces. The edges of the shield were emitting a faint halo, firmly protecting Qingjun's body. As for the other parts of his body, they were also covered by a layer of purple crystal qi. Yichen didn't make any changes, he still stabbed out with his hidden cloud sword. The sword power contained a horrifying half-step sword intent, which made it even more condensed. Puff, the purple crystal shield was broken, it couldn't even block a little bit of Yichen's attack. What? The natural purple crystal qi was broken. Sherpadian clenched his fist so hard that the teacup he had just picked up was smashed into pieces. The tea splashed everywhere. No wonder he was so shocked. The natural purple crystal qi was one of the natural great splitting force, which was a low-rank Earth Realm martial art from the Emerald Martial Palace. It was not weaker than Lu Wuxiang's blue murderous qi. In terms of destructive power, it was even more powerful. An ordinary late condensing reality realm martial artist might not be able to break the natural purple crystal qi even if he used all of his power. But now, it couldn't even block a single sword attack from Yichen. Young Master Emerald's expression slightly changed. The power of the half-step sword intent had really surprised him. Piss off! Qingjun yelled out. The natural purple crystal qi around his body grew thicker and thicker once again, it slowed down the sword tip. After that, he raised his right hand and slapped towards Yichen's head. The strong wind blew Yichen's hair into the air. He also yelled out. Dominate the world. Boom, all of the surrounding yuan qi was sucked out and injected into Yichen's left fist. Yichen then threw out his fist with an unstoppable power, clashing against Qingjun's palm attack. There was no expected loud bang, neither were there any broken bricks or people flying away. The black light and the cyan-purple light were devouring each other, trying their best to fight against each other. Some of the weaker young warriors felt a bit uncomfortable. It was as if they knew that thunder was coming, but they could only see lightning bolts flashing across the sky, without any sound of thunder. It was both weird and depressing. Right at this moment, a thunderous boom finally broke out. The black light and cyan-purple light scattered on the stage, shooting out in all directions. Such a strong qi power. The leaders of the powerful parties all made their moves. They created a thick layer of qi wall in front of their own area, blocking the qi power from spreading and destroying the surrounding area. All of a sudden, the transparent qi wall started to ripple. The two of them separated right after they touched each other. Yichen was still in the air, he waved out a sword attack. Limitless Cloud. The thick sword qi was extremely powerful. Wherever it went, the air seemed to have been swept away. It then hacked towards Qingjun along with a destructive power. Damn it! Qingjun was extremely angry. He gathered all of his Zhen qi into his right palm and threw it towards the sword qi. Crackle, the Zhen qi on the edge of his palm was completely broken. Qingjun spat out a mouthful of blood. His meridians had been injured by the remaining sword qi. Unbelievable. The two had only exchanged 3 attacks, and Qingjun had already been injured. Was he really defeated in 5 attacks? Half-step sword intent is even more powerful than I had imagined. Luckily, it is not the real sword intent yet. Otherwise, Qingjun would not have been able to handle the first attack. But there are still 2 more attacks left. Qingjun should be able to handle it. If he couldn't handle it, then he would lose face. Before, he had been trying to belittle the average level of the Sky Cloud Martial School's disciples. But now, he has been defeated in 5 attacks. It is like being slapped in the face. Seeing Qingjun being injured, everyone was shocked. Yichen, you want to defeat me in 5 attacks? In your dreams. I will make you regret it. Qingjun's eyes were completely red. He forcibly activated his Zhen qi and crushed the sword qi that had invaded his body. Then, he walked towards Yichen step by step. With every step he took, the ground would crack, and the natural amethyst qi around his body would increase by a bit. By the 7th step, the natural amethyst qi had condensed into the shape of a sharp blade. At this moment, Qingjun had already surpassed his own limit. He had forcibly pushed his natural splitting force to the peak of the 8th level, and his Zhen qi had condensed into the shape of a blade. Break! Facing Yichen, Qingjun raised his right hand high and swung it forward. Swoosh, the side blade phantom followed Qingjun's hand gesture and flew out, the aftershock cutting terrifying cracks on the surface of the square. The surrounding air was like water, with many wrinkles appearing, cut by the side blade phantom one by one, and then exploded into pieces, exploding into turbulence. The peak of the 8th level of the natural splitting force, I can definitely defeat him. Sure Potion's eyes were fixed on the square, he couldn't wait to see Yi Chen's body being smashed into pieces. Yang Ming sneered. Yi Chen, who had mastered the half-step sword intent, would be a threat sooner or later. It was a good thing that he had been defeated now. Su Jing and Luo Hanzhan both frowned slightly. By now, she was no longer sure that Yi Chen would be able to defeat Qingjun. After all, Qingjun's breakthrough was way too sudden. No one had expected that the pressure and humiliation would actually help him break through. Compared to Yi Chen's luck was way too bad. Facing this horrifying attack, the Zhen Qi inside Yi Chen's body exploded on its own. Vaguely, there seemed to be an invisible barrier in the deepest part of his dantian being broken. The circulation speed of his Zhen Qi increased drastically, and the natural Yuan Qi poured into his body like a funnel. Right then, Yi Chen had also made a breakthrough just like Qingjun. But the difference was that his cultivation had reached the late condensing reality realm. Feeling the powerful Zhen Qi circulating inside his body, Yi Chen raised his eyes. His sharp gaze was almost tangible, and it turned into an illusory sword qi that shot out, piercing everyone's eyes. Lu Hanzhan was shocked. Brother Yi has reached the late condensing reality realm? Lu Hanzhan was already shocked when he heard that Qingjun had already reached the peak of the 8th stage of the great natural splitting force. He felt that this kind of thing was very rare. Not every pressure could help a person make progress, otherwise, the whole true spirit realm would be in chaos, with people fighting each other to death every day. It could only be said that pressure could help a person make a breakthrough. However, he didn't expect that Yi Chen had also made a breakthrough, and it was a breakthrough in his cultivation, directly reaching the late condensing reality realm from the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm. Judging from the great Yuan Qi vibration, his late condensing reality realm cultivation seemed to be much more solid than ordinary people, and his Zhen Qi didn't seem to be unstable at all. Yi Chen took a step forward, along with which, sharp airflow spread out in all directions. It was as if Yi Chen's entire body had been merged with the eye of a storm, and a shocking sword aura rose into the sky. He held the sword with one hand and simply swung it down. My sword. What's going on? Why did my sword come out of the sheath by itself? There were many inner disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace on the scene, and many of them had swords with them. However, at this moment, their swords flew out of their sheaths uncontrollably, attacking towards Qingjun along with Yi Chen's sword aura. A few of them were relatively powerful, and managed to grab onto their swords in time. However, no matter how hard they tried to activate their Zhen Qi, their swords still couldn't stop shaking. One of the inner elders of the Emerald Martial Palace snorted and waved his hand, cutting off the connection between the sword intent and those swords. Without the support of those swords, although the thick sword qi released by Yi Chen wasn't as powerful as before, it was still extremely sharp. Waves of white qi were formed behind the sword qi, which looked like rapidly changing clouds, pushing the sword qi forward. Crack, the sword qi clashed with the blade silhouette, and in the next moment, the blade silhouette was cut into two. The sword qi, which had shrunk to 1/3 of its original size, didn't lose any of its power, and fiercely struck on Qingjun's protective purple crystal qi. A shocking amount of blood splattered out, and a sword wound appeared on Qingjun's chest. It was so deep that it could reach his bones, and this was because the sword qi had changed direction midway and flew into the sky. Qingjun's chest wound was only cut by the aftershock of the sword qi. Otherwise, he would not be alive. Puff, Qingjun spat out a mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood actually contained traces of sword qi, and it pierced through the ground. His face instantly turned pale and bloodless, and he was about to kneel on the ground. Suddenly, a figure landed beside Qingjun and supported him. He was an inner elder of the Emerald Martial Palace. 4 moves, he defeated Qingjun with 4 moves. That sword move just now has touched the edge of sword intent, right? Yes, I also felt a sharp intent sweep through my heart. I thought it was just an illusion. I heard that once the sword intent is unleashed, it can sever the will of the void, making it impervious to all evils. What ability does this kid possess to actually touch sword insight first? Alas. Of course, most of them were jealous. At their age, it would be very difficult for them to improve their cultivation. They could only improve their combat strength and other aspects. Without a doubt, sword intent and saber intent were the dream of all of them. If these two things could be bought, they would buy them even if they had to spend all their wealth. They would do so at all costs. On the Sky Cloud Martial School's side, the head elder and the fourth elder let out a relieved smile. Yi Chen's outstanding performance was already a well-known fact, and they would definitely report it to their leader when they got back. Lu Hanzhan shook his head, looked at Su Jing and said, "Amazing, now I finally understand what you mean. Perhaps he can lead us out of the Windy Nation and compete with those young geniuses from the South Shui region." Su Jing didn't answer, but instead, she asked, "You are also at the child level now, right?" Lu Hanzhan didn't respond, but his eyes were shining brightly. The Emerald Martial Palace's inner elder, who was holding Qingjun's arm, helped him to expel the sword chi from his body. Seeing that Qingjun was severely wounded, he abruptly turned around, looked at Yi Chen and yelled harshly, "It's just a competition, but you attacked so cruelly. Let me teach you a lesson." After saying that, he threw a slap towards Yi Chen. Bang, the air vibrated intensely, and Yi Chen was forced to step back. In front of him, the Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder appeared out of nowhere, smashed his opponent's palm attack with a single slap, and yelled, "Qing Yu, don't go too far. Yi Chen has already shown you mercy. Do you really think that you can bully our Sky Cloud Martial School's disciples? You." That Emerald Martial Palace's inner elder had a fierce look in his eyes. Qingjun was his grandson, and he had always had high hopes for him. But today, not only was he defeated within 4 moves, he had also suffered a serious internal injury. He felt that his blood was rushing to his head, and he was about to lose his mind. Xianxia threw a complicated glance at Yi Chen, then yelled at the Emerald Martial Palace's inner elder, "Haven't you lost enough face? Take Qingjun to get his wounds treated." After the inner elder took Qingjun away, Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "This is just a competition. I hope you guys can control yourselves. Don't force yourselves to fight." Just now, Yi Chen had indeed shown mercy to Qingjun. Therefore, Xianxia didn't dare to say anything, otherwise, he would leave an unfair impression on the crowd, which would damage his reputation. After that, the competition continued. However, all of the battles were between the young warriors from the other big powers. None of the truly powerful young warriors felt that it was not the right time yet. At this moment, Sherpatian was very unhappy. Just now, he had taken a glance at Ji Xuan, and found that she had been staring at Yi Chen without even noticing him. This made him feel that he had been completely ignored. Although she had never been very interested in him before, at least she had maintained a certain amount of respect for him. In his eyes, their relationship was already quite good, and there was still some hope. However, right now, that little hope had been completely destroyed. "Yi Chen, don't think too highly of yourself just because you've won against Qingjun. The real child-level power is not something you can imagine. After a few more battles, I will let you know what the gap between us is, and what despair is. I will destroy your half-step sword intent, and make you wish you were dead." Sherpotian's expression was still the same, but his mind was in turmoil. He had already come up with a plan, which was to completely shatter Yi Chen's confidence. A sword artist who had lost his confidence would probably lose his sword intent, not to mention that Yi Chen hadn't even comprehended the real sword intent yet. Sherpatian glanced at Yi Chen with an evil look in his eyes. Among the inner disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace, Yi Xian stared at Yi Chen, who was sitting on the chair. Just now, if it weren't for the inner elders, her sword would have been unsheathed by itself and merged with Yi Chen's sword aura. She couldn't understand how a man who used to be so useless could suddenly shine so brightly, and it was getting brighter and brighter, almost reaching the peak of the young generation in the Windy Nation. "Sister Yi, he can only be arrogant for a short while. This time, Brother Shi will teach him a lesson." Cui Shiming, who was standing on the side, said casually. Yi Xian paused for a second. "That's not going to be easy. You underestimate Brother Shi too much. Not to mention Yi Chen, even young Master North Snow and young Master Duanmu might not be able to win against Brother Shi. He has already reached the real child-level power, he only needs the title of child. After saying these words, Cui Shiming felt very proud. He knew that once Sherpadian attacked, he would definitely make his opponent pay a great price. As for what the price would be, he didn't know. However, he knew that he had to work even harder in the future. Yi Xian was very talented, and her current power was almost the same as his. It was very likely that she would surpass him in the future, which made him feel a bit threatened. Yu, would like to challenge the core disciple of the River Martial School, Nangong Yun. As another round of sparring ended, from the North Snow Martial Academy, Blade Yu suddenly walked out and challenged Rain Man Nangong Yun. It's Blade Yu. Before Lynch grew up, he was recognized as the second most powerful warrior among the young generation in the North Snow Martial Academy. Yu's blade skills are extremely powerful. Although Lynch has caught up with him, he still might not be able to beat him. But Rain Man Nangong Yun is not bad either. I heard that he has received the teachings of the leader of the River Martial School, and is training the Sky Holy Water spell. Sky Holy Water spell? Isn't it the early stage of the South River Martial School's most powerful spell? Everyone was talking about it. Although the sparring between Yi Chen and Qingjun was very interesting, it was not a child-level battle after all. Currently, other than Young Master North Snow and Young Master Duanmu, there were Sherpadian and Lu Wuxiang from the Emerald Martial Palace, Qin Yulian from the South River Martial School, Zhu Mei from the Sky Cloud Martial School, Ouyang Lai from the Purple Sun Martial School, and Lynch from the North Snow Martial Academy. The others could only be considered as potential child-level warriors. Blade Yu and Rain Man Nangong Yun were one of them. Of course, although it was widely acknowledged, there were still some inaccuracies. Maybe the child-level warriors were not that powerful, and the potential child-level warriors were the real child-level warriors. Nangong Yun walked out with a smile on his face. Yu, I knew you would challenge me. The fight from half a year ago is not over yet. That's right. We have to find a winner in this fight. There are too many powerful warriors nowadays. If we don't work hard to break through, there will be no place for us. Yu was more than 2 meters tall, with a strong and sturdy waist. As he stood there, a powerful blade aura spread out in all directions. It was as if he had turned into a blade, a heavy and fast blade, ready to launch a fatal attack at any time. Nangong Yun said seriously, if that's the case, then let's do it. I also hope to find a breakthrough from the pressure. Crazy demon blade. Yu was like a ferocious tiger. He took a step forward, and the distance of dozens of steps was completely ignored. His blade split the air open, and along with the illusory blade shadows, he hacked towards Nangong Yun. Chin, Nangong Yun waved her hand, and a wave of water like Xianxia spread out. It turned into dozens of transparent sword lights in the air, flying towards the blade shadows. Seeing Nangong Yun's attack, Yi Chen was shocked. What a great skill. She has refined her Xianxia to be like water, but heavier than water. Just like heavy water, one drop of Xianxia would weigh hundreds of pounds, and dozens of drops would be almost impossible to block. Luo Hanshan, who was quite knowledgeable, explained to Yi Chen, the leader of the River Martial School has a very mysterious background, no one knows where she came from. She rose to power in a mysterious way, then founded one of the top 5 martial institutions, the River Martial School. The most powerful martial art of the River Martial School is called the Holy Water Spell. It is very magical. It is said that once you cultivate it to the extreme, a single drop of Xianxia can weigh tens of thousands of pounds, and you can even control the rain and increase the amount of water in a certain area. This Holy Water Spell is the early stage of the Holy Water Spell. It should only have 1/5 of the power of the River Martial School, but it is still very powerful. Yi Chen nodded. He had heard about the leader of the River Martial School before. Although she was a woman, she was as ambitious as any man. She had built the River Martial School into one of the top 5 martial institutions. In terms of overall power, she was even slightly stronger than the Sky Cloud Martial School. Of course, the Sky Cloud Martial School was actually very powerful before. However, after being tricked by the Purple Sun Martial School, they lost a lot of their powerful martial artists and fell from rank 8 to rank 9. Even now, they were still trying to recover. Facing the powerful Xianxia, Yu was not afraid at all. He waved his heavy long blade and the strong blade light made the water splash. 8 mountain breaking movements. Suddenly, Yu leapt up and threw out a normal-looking blade attack. Puff, Nangongyan's Xianxia was cut open layer by layer, and the cracks spread quickly. Some of the Xianxia in the shape of water drops even fell on the ground, creating thousands of holes. Water curtain combined. Taking 3 steps back, Nangongyan put her palms together and pushed forward. Walala, the rest of the Xianxia turned into a water ball and clashed with Yuyu's long blade, forcing Yuyu to take dozens of steps back. Great! The Sky Holy Water spell is indeed worthy of its reputation. Now, take my second movement. With a single kick, the blade aura around Yuyu's body became even more aggressive. He held the blade in his hand and swung it horizontally. Woo woo woo, the blade light was as fast as lightning. It covered a distance of 20 steps in just one attack. Nangongyan did not dare to underestimate the attacking power of the blade light. The water Xianxia around his body suddenly increased by a few times. It looked like a stream of water between him and the blade light. Boom, the water formed by the Xianxia shot out in all directions. Each drop of water was extremely destructive. It could easily kill a normal mid-condensing reality realm warrior. Third movement. Yuyu was about to attack for the third time. Yuyu, do you really think you can beat me? Water Wolf 10 Shadow Kill. Nangongyan did not wait for his opponent to attack. He drew a circle in front of him with his right arm. The surging water Xianxia came out of the circle. It turned into countless evil wolves that jumped towards Yuyu. Crack, one of the wolves jumped on Yuyu's body. It bit a hole in his protective Xianxia. Yuyu laughed, his body shook, the wolf formed from Xianxia was shattered. The long blade in his hand was not slow at all. He slashed at the heads of the wolves that jumped on him. Water Wolf 100 Shadow Kill. The previous move was just a buffer for the next move. With enough time, Nangongyan's body emitted a domineering aura that was different from his appearance. His gentle face also became stern. Both of his hands simultaneously drew a circle. The majestic water wave Xianxia compressed into a ball, and rushed out. Awoo, 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 the water ball that was half the size of a human suddenly exploded. Dozens of calf-sized evil wolves jumped towards Yuyu. That horrifying aura made some of the young warriors with lower cultivation turn pale. They thought to themselves, if they had to face this attack, not even their bones would be left. Yuyu looked extremely serious. His opponent was even more powerful than he had imagined. However, he was born with a wild aura. He was not scared at all. He roared and rushed up. Fourth movement. Fifth movement. Sixth movement. Seventh Mountain Splitter. Brandishing his blade 4 times in a row, the wolves formed from Xianxia exploded one after another, leaving only a few big and small cats. However, the situation was even more dangerous than before. Nangongyan's imposing aura was even more vigorous and powerful, and a prehistoric evil chi burst out from his body. Rumble, the ground around Nangongyan's body started to shake. The water ripples around Nangongyan's body started to expand and change shape, as if some kind of powerful creature was about to be born and devour everything. He couldn't wait any longer. Yu's scalp went numb. He knew that if he continued to wait, he would be in a very bad situation. Surging pure chi gathered in his arms, Yu raised both of his hands up high. The ferocious blade aura caused the air to become chaotic, forming a huge whirlpool. Mountain Splitter 8. As the saber slashed out, the airflow around Nangongyu abruptly split apart. It was as if the airflow had solidified. It was clear how powerful the saber's oppressive force was. Nangongyan's clothes fluttered in the wind as she suddenly twisted her hands. Tiger Shark Break. Rumble, the water ripples finally condensed and turned into a 20 meters long terrifying tiger shark. The tiger shark shook its head and tail. Not only did it swallow the saber light, it also swallowed Yu. Ouyang Ming gasped. How could this Nangongyan be so powerful as well? Besides the fact that they were evenly matched at the beginning, she had been suppressing Yu. Materializing Xianxia is indeed powerful. It was also Yu Chen's first time witnessing a battle of this level. It was indeed not something a normal peak late condensing reality realm warrior could compare with. Pop, the tiger shark's tail suddenly exploded. A beam of saber light landed on Nangongyan's protective Xianxia layer. Nangongyan's face turned pale as blood leaked out from the corner of her mouth. Her body was pushed back for more than 10 steps. She then looked at Yu. Right now, he was bleeding from all 7 of his orifices. He had finally broken the tiger shark with a single attack. He stood there without moving, looking extremely aggressive. "You are much more powerful than half a year ago," Nan Gongyan said slowly. Yu Yu grinned. "Unfortunately, I lost to you." Before he could finish, Yu Yu puked out a mouthful of blood, his face turned pale. Nan Gongyan shook her head. "I had also exhausted all my abilities, let's call it a draw." "A loss is a loss. Who do you think I am? Just keep working hard. I will not lose again next time." It seemed like Yu Yu was quite injured, he was staggering a bit when he turned around. Nan Gongyan smiled and went back to her seat. "Your saber was a bit slow, otherwise you could have broken the Xianxia tiger shark." As Yu Yu sat down, Lynch suddenly said. Yu Yu was a bit shocked, he took a deep look at Lynch. The head elder of the North Snow Martial Academy smiled. Although Yu Yu had lost, at least he had injured Nan Gongyan, which was not too bad. Besides, they still had Lynch, who was even more powerful. Sherpadian was a bit surprised by Nan Gongyan's power, but he didn't care too much about it. In this competition, he only wanted to beat 2 people, one was Lu Hanshan, who used to be one of the top 4 childs. Only by beating him would he be able to inherit the title of child. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a proper title. He was quite confident about this, he only needed to go through the formality. Of course, before that, he needed to take care of Yichen first, destroy his half-step sword intent, and make him wish he was dead. Unfortunately, it was not the right time yet. If he challenged Yichen right away, people would easily think that he was trying to take revenge for Qingjun by challenging Yichen on purpose. In this way, Yichen would be able to seize the opportunity to refuse the challenge. He could even use the excuse that he had consumed too much of his power and hadn't fully recovered yet. Those people who were watching the fight would definitely stand on his side. If he didn't attack, then he would leave no room for his opponent to retreat. I'll let you be arrogant for a bit longer." Sherpadian tried his best to control his impulsive emotions. The competition was a friendly competition between disciples from all the top martial institutions and powerful forces. It could not only make the disciples feel pressured, but also help them learn something from the intense fights. Even if they couldn't make a breakthrough right now, they could still strengthen themselves and prepare for future breakthroughs. At this moment, a disciple challenged Yuan Xueme. The crowd looked over and saw that he was wearing a yellow robe with a black snake pattern embroidered on his sleeves. It was the symbol of the Black Snake Martial School, one of the 4 rank 9 institutions in the Windy Nation. It turned out that this person was the head disciple of the Black Snake Martial School. He knew that he had no chance of winning against the other disciples from the top martial institutions. Only Yuan Xueme, who was not that famous, seemed to be a bit easier to deal with. If he could beat her, it would be a great honor. After all, beating a top disciple from a top martial institution was something that not many people could do. Yuan Xueme smiled. She had been waiting for someone to challenge her for a long time, in case the others would think that she was a pushover. Spring lingering. She threw out a sword attack. Fine sword lights were like the spring breeze or the rain, softly and powerlessly coiling around her opponent's protective Xianxia. Puff, 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 this seemingly soft sword attack immediately released a shocking power. That Black Snake Martial School's head disciple's protective Xianxia was like a piece of tofu, full of holes. Yichen raised his eyebrows. This time, Yuan Xueme must have used the River Martial School's 4-season sword art. It seemed that after her cultivation had improved, the River Martial School had also started to focus on training her. They had even made an exception and taught her the 4-season sword art, instead of the 4 seasons rain sword art. After dozens of attacks, the head disciple couldn't even touch the corner of Yuan Xueme's clothes. Instead, he was so embarrassed that he had to give up and leave the stage. All of a sudden, the Baohua Square, which had been filled with discussions, suddenly quieted down. Everyone saw Ouyang Ming, the second core disciple of the Purple Sun Martial School, walk up to the stage. It's Ouyang Ming. Another child-level warrior. Who is he going to challenge? Is it Lu Wuxiang from the Emerald Martial School or Sherpadian? How is that possible? The Purple Sun Martial School and the Emerald Martial School have been very close in recent years. Their disciples often gathered together, it's not very likely for them to fight against each other. I think he is going to challenge Luo Hanshan from the Sky Cloud Martial School, Child Hanshan. Why didn't I think of this? Although Luo Hanshan is not as powerful as he used to be, his reputation is still there. If he can't beat him, no one will be able to take away the child title. Hearing the discussions around him, Ouyang Ming sneered while looking at Luo Hanshan. Luo Hanshan, today, you will give up your child title. How can people accept you if you keep taking it? Luo Hanshan walked up expressionlessly and said, the child title is not a big deal to me, but if you want to take it away, you will have to ask me first. Haha, do you think it's still 2 years ago? With your current power, you don't deserve the child title anymore. It's time for someone more powerful to take it. Ouyang Ming sneered. Since you are so confident, come and take it. I'm just afraid that you will not be able to accept the result. Luo Hanshan was standing 30 steps in front of Ouyang Ming. He was wearing a blue robe and had no weapon in his hands. He looked very calm, neither humble nor arrogant, just like a mountain that had been through a lot, and was calmly facing everything. Yichen said to Su Jing, Brother Luo, it seems like you have hidden your strength quite well. Su Jing said, you saw it? Just intuition. Although I don't like Ouyang Ming, his power is indeed very powerful. I'm afraid it will be a tough fight. Yichen scanned the two of them with his soul power, and sensed that they were completely opposite. If Luo Hanshan was a quiet mountain, or a rock in the ocean, then Ouyang Ming would be a violent volcano that could erupt at any time and burn everything in its path. If you can take this kick without stepping back, then you are qualified for me to use all of my power. Ouyang Ming's body floated up into the air, giving people a very gentle feeling. However, as he threw out his kick, that feeling completely changed. This kick was like an erupting volcano, accompanied by thunderbolts and raging floods. The violent power made people feel like a natural disaster was coming, which made people feel very nervous and anxious. It's just a kick, I'll take it. Luo Hanshan's pupils suddenly changed color, and a strong purple light spurted out from his eyes. Behind his back, a bridge-like purple mist appeared, reaching to the void behind him, as if it was trying to bring something terrifying over and strengthen itself. The 9th level of the purple extreme art, Purple Chi from the East. The head elder popped up his eyes and said word by word. Hearing this, Yichen seemed to be thinking about something. The purple extreme art was the most magical one among all the low-rank Earthrealm martial arts of the Sky Cloud Martial School. The 8th level was called Purple Eyes Ice Heart, and the 9th level was called Purple Chi from the East. Once a martial artist reached the 9th level, he or she would be able to draw purple chi from the void into his or her body and increase his or her fighting power. It was said that once a martial artist reached the peak of the 9th level of the purple extreme art, he or she would be able to draw a purple lotus, which would protect his or her body and greatly increase his or her defensive power. Boom, 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 boom. Although it was only a single kick, it gave people a feeling that it was continuous and fierce. The kick was launched towards Luo Hanshan, but Luo Hanshan remained perfectly still. He reached out both of his hands and merged a large amount of yuan qi into the purple mist, forming a huge millstone that blocked the volcanic kick. In the next moment, dazzling purple light and red light burst out, so dazzling that people couldn't even look at them directly. Followed by a thunderous boom that even shook the surrounding space. He blocked it. Luo Hanshan blocked it. Judging from the situation just now, Luo Hanshan has reached the 9th level of the purple extreme art. No wonder he is confident enough to fight against Ouyang Ming. Even the former young master Hanshan has started to show his power. He will never allow anyone to take away his title. Indeed, Luo Hanshan is a powerful man after all. Even if he is temporarily left behind, he can still last longer than ordinary people. Although most of the people were slightly surprised, they were not too surprised. After all, young Master Hanshan was a famous man. Not to mention that Ouyang Ming wanted to force Luo Hanshan back with only a single kick. But they still didn't know how much of Ouyang Ming's power had actually been released. Lu Wuxiang, who had fought against Luo Hanshan 3 times before, smiled and thought to himself, I only used 80% of my power back then, but now you are qualified to be on the same level as me. The head elder of the Purple Sun Martial School had a gloomy look on his face. He thought that Ouyang Ming would be able to easily defeat Luo Hanshan, but he never thought that Ouyang Ming would suddenly regain his former glory. Although Ouyang Ming's cultivation hadn't improved by much, his purple extreme art had actually broken through to the 9th level. Fortunately, it was not the peak of the 9th level, otherwise, he would have been able to control the purple lotus and would have been undefeatable, unless there was a huge gap between their power levels. The Sky Cloud Martial School has started to rise. Another Purple Sun Martial School elder said worriedly. Snorting coldly, the head elder of the Purple Sun Martial School said through his Zhenqi, Zhu Liang has already planned to kill that kid named Yi Chen, but he was lucky and escaped this time. But next time, he won't be so lucky. Let him kill Luo Hanshan as well, that'll be the end of the Sky Cloud Martial School. We'll make sure that the Sky Cloud Martial School will never be able to rise again for the rest of their lives. Indeed, once the Sky Cloud Martial School rises again, they will definitely come after us. Therefore, we have to kill them all. The voices of the two converged into a single line, and did not spread out. However, Yi Chen could sense that chilling killing intent. These two old men must be up to no good, I wonder if they are targeting me. Yi Chen's eyes landed on the battlefield as he started calculating. He was quite confident in his senses, as long as someone showed a slight hint of killing intent towards him, he would be able to sense it. However, as a late clasping Yuan realm warrior, he was still quite powerful. That layer of killing intent only flashed for a second before it disappeared. Smiling bitterly, Yi Chen shook his head silently. He was still. He was at the bottom of the Wind Martial Nation. He could only protect himself after he reached the clasping realm. If they wanted to kill him, he would. He had was thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a bit absent-minded. Clasping Yuan realm martial artists might be able to walk around in the Windy Nation, but compared to the entire South River region, or even the entire True Spirit continent, they were nothing. Above the clasping Yuan realm was the astral reaching realm, where a martial artist could easily destroy a small martial institution. Above the astral reaching realm was the Sea of Souls realm, where a martial artist could be considered as a powerful being. They had the power to destroy the terrain, and their Zhenqi was like an endless ocean. Above the astral reaching realm was the life and death realm martial artists. Life and death realm martial artists could be crowned as kings, such as Su King, Evil King, Xianho, Dragon King, and so on. They were the true kings of the True Spirit continent, and they could easily move mountains and oceans. The scariest thing was that life and death realm martial artists had already reached the limit of the human body. They could reverse life and death, and as long as there were no accidents, they could live up to 1,000 years old. Apart from this, it was said that life and death realm martial artists were extremely hard to kill, as they already had the ability to grow flesh and even regenerate from a single drop of blood. However, even life and death stage warriors needed to understand the great Tao of nature. They all wanted to reach a higher level, to reach the legendary level. However, this level was still too far away for Yi Chen, it was not something he could reach at all. If he forced himself to think about it, it would be like biting off more than he could chew. Getting rid of all the distracting thoughts, Yi Chen found that his state of mind seemed to have improved a little bit, and the stable Zhenqi inside his body seemed to have become more active. Could it be that only by being ambitious can I have a better future? Yi Chen thought to himself. On the stage, Ouyang Ming didn't continue to attack. Instead, the disdainful look on his face had turned into one of caution. The kick he launched just now contained almost 90% of his power, but his opponent was able to take it without even taking a step back. Not bad. You actually took a kick from me, Ouyang Ming said while secretly accumulating his power. Lu Hanshan stared at Ouyang Ming coldly and said, now it's my turn. Great Monument Heavenly King Fist. Without wasting any time, Lu Hanshan took a step forward. His entire body was covered in purple mist, which was shining brightly. He threw a punch towards Ouyang Ming along with an earth-shattering power. Pop, 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 the air was penetrated layer by layer. A gigantic fist holding a purple monument fiercely pressed towards Ouyang Ming. All of a sudden, the airflow around the fist began to stop, solidify, and then collapse. It's the Great Monument Heavenly King Fist. Our leader has taught this martial skill to Hanshan as well. The fourth elder showed a joyful look on his face. Normally, core disciples would only be taught one low-rank Earth Realm martial skill. Apart from the strict control on the circulation of secret martial skills, the most important reason was to prevent core disciples from being distracted. After all, it was already very difficult to learn one martial skill, and it was not wise to learn two at the same time. In the end, a core disciple would only be mediocre and not outstanding in any aspect. Therefore, it was better to learn one martial skill first, and then learn the other martial skills after reaching the peak of the first one. The fact that Lu Hanzhan was able to learn the second low-rank Earth Realm martial skill meant that the leader had already known that Lu Hanzhan had reached the 9th level of the Purple Extreme Art and was qualified to learn the second one. Of course, not everyone would be like this. The school would first test one's loyalty. For some disciples who had second thoughts, no matter how talented they were, the school would not teach them any secret martial skill. However, if they found a low-rank Earth Realm martial skill outside, the school would not care about them. At most, they would just remind them that the quality of the martial skill was more important than the quantity. The head elder slightly nodded. With the Great Monument Heavenly King Fist, Lu Hanzhan basically had the power to fight against child-level opponents. Break! Ouyang Ming threw a flying kick. The volcanic shadow of his leg transformed into a gigantic blade and hacked on the fist and the monument. Clang, the fist paused for a second, and there seemed to be a crack on the monument. However, it was still moving towards Ouyang Ming. Ouyang Ming's face darkened. Finally, all of his Zhenqi burst out, and a dazzling sun-like light shot up into the sky. Ouyang Ming spun around and flew into the air, then threw a heavy kick on the fist and the monument. Dragon Beheading Kick. Crack, the Great Monument Heavenly King Fist was broken, but it also forced Ouyang Ming to use all of his power. Blade and leg fusion. Seeing this, Yichen frowned. He had already known that Ouyang Ming's blade art was just as powerful as his leg art. However, for a warrior, it was not a good thing to be powerful in all of them. They had to choose one martial skill to focus on. For example, Yichen used to focus on fist art and sword art at the same time, and his fist art was still the most powerful one. But now, he focused on sword art, and the fist art was just a supplement. Yichen didn't expect that Ouyang Ming would take a different path and merge his leg art with his blade art. From now on, his blade art would be his leg art, and his leg art would be his blade art. His power was even greater than before. But no one knew whether it was because of his own initiative, or because of the Dragon Beheading Kick. After breaking the Great Monument Heavenly King Fist with a single kick, Ouyang Ming didn't show any mercy. His body flashed, and tens of fierce kicks were thrown out. Lu Hanzhan didn't step back, he launched the Great Monument Heavenly King Fist once again, and clashed with Ouyang Ming's kick. Lu Hanzhan, lose. Ouyang Ming stomped on the ground, his whole body shot up into the sky, and threw another kick down. Roar, a loud and shrill dragon roar came out. Ouyang Ming's kick directly transformed into a terrifyingly huge blade. On the blade, a broken dragon's body was faintly visible, while the dragon's howl was coming out of its mouth. Hearing this howl, some young warriors who were not powerful enough immediately felt dizzy, as if all of their strength had been sucked out. Ouyang Ming was very confident about the power of the Dragon Beheading Kick. The blade art and leg art that he had been practicing before were actually one, but they were forcibly separated, in order to speed up his cultivation. It was not like what Yichen had thought. With his current cultivation, there was no way he could create his own martial art. If he could, he would have become a great master long ago. Except for young Master Emerald, who had already stepped into the clasping Yuan realm, no one in the Windy Nation would be able to rival him, not even one move. East Rising Purple Chi, Great Monument Suppression. The bridge-like purple chi behind Lu Hanzhan's back grew brighter and brighter, it almost pierced through his body. After that, a 10-meter-tall purple monument appeared, suppressing the space. On the monument, countless dead warriors were crawling out of the ground, letting out unyielding roars, as if they were trying to return to the real world and regain the glory of the past. This scene was truly shocking. What kind of power is this? It's so scary. Even 10 of me would not be able to rival the 2 of them. I'm afraid that they could crush me into pieces with only a single move. So powerful. I can't even imagine it. I thought that I would be able to compete with them, but now it seems that I was just dreaming. All of those talented young martial artists from those powerful institutions were stunned. They couldn't imagine that a peak-level late condensing reality realm martial artist could release such a great power. Even some early clasping Yuan realm martial artists couldn't be this powerful. In other words, they could definitely compete with early clasping Yuan realm martial artists, and might even be able to kill them. Not only them, even the disciples from those powerful institutions had a serious look on their faces. They stared at the stage without even blinking their eyes, as if they didn't want to miss even the slightest detail. Clang, the dragon-wrapped blade fiercely hacked on the purple monument, causing a sky-shaking boom. Half of the purple monument was cut off, and cracks spread out in all directions. Fortunately, Lu Hansan managed to block the kick that could instantly kill a peak-level late condensing reality realm martial artist. If he couldn't, Lu Hansan would surely lose. Lu Hanshan's straight back bent slightly, but his face remained perfectly expressionless. His sharp eyes were fixed on Ouyang Ming through the silhouette of the monument. Seeing Lu Hanshan's eyes, Ouyang Ming was enraged. He yelled out, "Broken dragon move!" He threw a sideways kick. The sharp, blade-like leg power tore the air apart, creating a shrill howl as it landed on the purple monument. All of a sudden, the silhouette of the dragon reappeared, but it was broken into pieces. Crack, the purple monument was covered in cracks, and finally, it exploded. However, right at this moment, a human silhouette darted out from the broken monument. A gigantic fist was holding the monument, trying to attack Ouyang Ming, who was still in the air. Great monument shakes the sky. Let's see how you can shake my dragon beheading kick. Ouyang Ming threw 2 strikes at the monument in a row, and stopped in the air with the help of the counterforce. Seeing Lu Hansan coming at him, Ouyang Ming grinned hideously and threw the dragon-slaying movement, the most powerful move of his dragon beheading kick. The horrifying leg power seemed to be able to destroy souls. Boom, Lu Hansan was knocked down from the sky, and was forced to take over 10 steps back. Ouyang Ming didn't gain the upper hand either, his body was flipped over in the air, and finally fell on the ground. Lose. Great monument suppression. Without any hesitation, the two of them once again started fighting against each other. Rainstorm-like attacks were launched one after another. Ouyang Ming's dragon beheading kick was extremely powerful, it was almost as powerful as a mid-rank Earth Realm martial skill. Every single kick launched by Ouyang Ming was able to shatter the opponent's mind. Lu Hanshan's great monument Heavenly King Fist was slightly weaker than the dragon beheading kick, however, the extreme purple art was extremely powerful. After reaching the 9th level of the East Rising Purple Chi, Lu Hansan was able to absorb the purple Chi and increase the power of his martial skills. That was the reason why he was able to compete with Ouyang Ming's dragon beheading kick without falling into a disadvantageous situation. 300 moves, 500 moves, after 600 moves, Xianxia knew that he couldn't let them go on like this. In order to decide the winner, they would need at least 2,000 moves. Besides, their cultivation was way too low, if they took 2,000 moves, they might die of exhaustion. Even clasping Yuan realm martial artists could barely take 2,000 moves. Releasing a stream of qi, Xianxia stood up and said, "You two, please stop. Today is just a show, we don't have to decide the winner." The Skycloud Martial School's head elder nodded. He had already realized that Lu Hansan wouldn't be able to win against Ouyang Ming. Of course, Ouyang Ming wouldn't be able to win against Lu Hansan either. Huh. The first elder of the Purple Sun House had an ugly expression on his face. Lu Hansan didn't launch another attack. Instead, he let out a long breath and said blandly, "It seems that you won't be able to defeat me today." "You didn't defeat me either." Ouyang Ming suppressed his boiling qi and blood. "Today's battle will be decided in the future. The title of young master is always waiting for you." After saying this, Luo Hansan returned to his seat. Xianxia retracted his qi and said, "Who else wants to challenge me?" "Valley Master, let me do it." Lu Wuxiang, who had been quiet all this while, walked out. Xianxia was slightly surprised. "Wuxiang, who do you want to challenge?" Lu Wuxiang's cold eyes fell on Lynch. "I've always heard that your blade is very fast, even faster than young Master North Snow. I wonder if it's true." Lynch stood up. "You will lose." It's still too early to talk about winning or losing, don't you think? My fast blade is based on speed. Either you defeat me quickly, or you are defeated by me quickly. There is no third possibility. Lynch's face was expressionless. His temperament was neither sad nor happy. He looked even colder than Lu Wuxiang, colder to the extreme. I think I've heard about this before, I want to experience it even more. A strong fighting intent was released from Lu Wuxiang's body. It was not any weaker than Ouyangming's or Lu Hanshan's, it was even stronger. Step by step, he walked up to Lu Wuxiang. 30 steps in front of him, Lynch took out a great blade from his storage ring. A strange light flashed across Yi Chen's eyes. Lynch didn't use the low-rank great blade, it seemed that he wanted to defeat Lu Wuxiang with his own power in a fair fight. Let's do this. A cyan-colored stream of air rose from Lu Wuxiang's body. This stream of air was extremely sharp, it looked like a saw, twisting and cutting the air that came in contact with it, causing a hissing sound. Clang, as soon as the blade was pulled out, Lynch's body had already disappeared. A white beam of light shot out and hacked on Lu Wuxiang's protective Xianxia layer. Puff, that layer of cyan-colored airstream was cut in half, but Lu Wuxiang didn't even have the time to react. So fast. Lu Wuxiang's pupil shrank, he was greatly shocked. Although he had already known that Lynch was powerful, and that he might have already reached young Master North Snow's level, he didn't expect that Lynch's blade could be this fast, it even slowed him down a bit. Not daring to be careless, the cyan-colored airstream around Lu Wuxiang's body suddenly rose, forming a cyan-colored armor that was filled with a strong killing intent. The armor was incomparably thick, and there were huge sharp horns on the edge of the armor. At first glance, it looked like an ancient demon had come back to life. Clang, 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 but in the next second, Lynch's blade arrived once again. No one could see Yi Chen's figure, only the snow-white blade light could be seen, again and again, hacking on Lu Wuxiang's cyan-colored Xianxia armor, making a loud metal clanging sound. 31st blade attack. Boom, a condensed blade light extended to tens of meters long, and went through Lu Wuxiang's waist. Putting the blade back into the sheath, Lynch walked back to his seat. What's going on? The winner hasn't been decided yet? Could it be that Lynch knows that he can't beat Lu Wuxiang, so he doesn't want to fight? While everyone was still puzzled, the Xianxia armor around Lu Wuxiang's body cracked and exploded, leaving only a pale-faced man standing in place. The crowd fell into a dead silence, followed by a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Lu Wuxiang lost. With only 31 blade attacks, Lu Wuxiang lost. Lu Wuxiang is recognized as a child-level warrior, but Lynch defeated him. Doesn't that mean that Lynch has already reached the same level as young Master North Snow and young Master Duanmu, or even surpassed him? The North Snow fast blade is indeed worthy of its name, it's extremely fast, without any fancy moves. Yu Yu's mouth curved into a smile. These people probably don't know yet. Back in the villa, young Master North Snow had already fought against Lynch, and both of them were evenly matched. However, in Yu Yu's eyes, Lynch had won, because he was still improving, and had never stopped. Lu Hanshan said word by word, the North Snow fast blade is indeed worthy of its reputation. Among all the martial arts in the world, there is nothing that cannot be broken by speed. Speed is not only about speed, but also about attacking power. When one's speed reaches a certain level, even a piece of paper or a leaf can penetrate an iron armor, and kill someone without leaving a trace. Yi Chen knew better than anyone else that Lynch's initial attacking power was not ridiculously strong, but after his speed increased, he was able to easily cut through Lu Wuxiang's Xianxia armor, and every time he launched an attack, he would try to find the weak point of the armor, preparing for the final attack. Hearing him, Lu Hanshan and Su Jing both looked at him. It was the first time for them to hear such a straightforward and easy-to-understand theory. The fourth elder and the head elder glanced at each other, they couldn't understand Yi Chen at all. How could he know so much at such a young age? And what he said was very reasonable and straight to the point. Nangong Yun, the Rudra martial school's Rain warrior, shook his head and said, unbelievably fast. This guy is only below the 3 young masters, no, he might even be below young Master Emerald. Yuan Xueme said in surprise, second brother, is he really that powerful? He has already understood the profound meaning of speed. Every single movement of his is able to push his speed to the limit. If you want to compete with him, you will have to be faster than him, or be far more powerful than him. But of course, my eyesight is limited, maybe there are other ways to deal with him. After this fight, Lynch had become even more famous. Although he didn't have the title of child, in everyone's mind, he had already become the new child. After watching North Snow Fast Blade Lynch's battle, the rest of the matches became boring. Everyone was looking forward to seeing what kind of heavyweight matches would happen next. The fight was over, Sherpatian stood up, it was time. Everyone looked at Sherpatian curiously, wondering who he was going to challenge. Yi Chen, you are quite powerful. There are not many young martial artists in the Windy Nation who can beat you. Do you want to accept my challenge? Of course, if you don't, I won't force you. It's just a bit of a pity. Sherpatian flattered Yi Chen right at the beginning. With this flattery, he would be able to fight against Yi Chen and destroy his half-step sword intent with peace of mind. Just as he expected, everyone thought that it was reasonable. The scene where Yi Chen beat Qing Junshi was still vivid in their minds. Perhaps it might be a bit difficult to compete with those experienced young martial artists, but he was still qualified to fight against Yi Chen. After all, this was not a life-and-death fight, it was just a show. Yi Chen didn't care about Sherpatian's cunning words, he nodded and said, sure. The corner of Sherpatian's mouth curved into a smile. Finally, this moment has come. I wonder what kind of expression you will have when the fight is over. The two stood facing each other. The next moment, Sherpatian's body let out a bright, glass-like light, which was mixed with pure golden light. It looked like gold, but not like gold, and also like jade, but not like jade. His skin, hair, and even his eyes had been dyed with a different color, as if his body was no longer made of flesh and blood. The 9th level of Colored Glass Spell, Golden Glass Body. Colored Glass Spell is one of the most powerful low-rank Earth Realm defensive martial arts in the Emerald Martial Palace. Once you reach the 9th level of Golden Glass Body, you will be invulnerable to weapons, water, and fire. Your defensive power will be many times stronger than any demonic beast at the same level. Basically, you will be invincible. With the protection of Golden Glass Body, Yi Chen has no chance at all. I just wonder how many moves he can take. Yi Chen took a glance at Sherpatian's body, then nodded and said, I have also trained a defensive martial art, I wonder whose one is better. While speaking, Yi Chen's body suddenly shook, and a bright light burst out from his body as well. However, it was not a glass-like light, but a jade-like light. A layer of jade-like luster covered his entire body. His muscles became more and more angular, and his facial features looked like they were carved by a knife. He looked like a beautiful jade statue. The 5th level of the Pure Jade Body Boosting Spell, the level of Golden Steel Body Boosting Spell, Buzz, the crowd once again boiled up. Sherpatian's nickname Stone Man was because of his extremely high defensive power, which made him as stable as a rock. However, Yi Chen had also trained a defensive martial art. Judging from its appearance, it seemed to be no weaker than Sherpatian's Colored Glass Spell. The battle between the two great defensive martial arts, who would be more powerful? Sherpatian raised his eyebrows and sneered in his mind. You want to compete with my golden body with a random body strengthening art? You're really reckless. If that's the case, then let me see what you can do. Sherpatian leaned his body forward, his speed suddenly reached its limit, leaving a series of golden afterimages behind him. In terms of speed, he was only slightly slower than Lynch. When he was less than 3 meters away from Yi Chen, Sherpatian bent his right arm and threw out a punch. This punch was simple and direct, it contained all of its power. However, the ear-tearing sound was especially ear-piercing. Yi Chen didn't show any intention of backing off. He took a step forward with his right foot and threw out a punch as well. Boom, 2 bloodless fists collided with each other. The air was compressed and splattered in all directions. The ground cracked and collapsed, and a depression appeared. The next second, both of them were pushed back, unable to stop their bodies. Fierce. The fist power didn't leak out at all, it was completely focused on his opponent. In terms of physical strength, the two seemed to be equally matched. I wonder how much of Sherpatian's power is. To be honest, I really can't tell. Both of them released their power the moment they touched each other's bodies. It's hard to tell without experiencing it myself. On the stage, some people were discussing in low voices. Sherpadian stopped himself from backing off and raised his head. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He was known as the Stone Man, not only because of his high defensive power, but also because of his great physical strength. Without using any Xianxia, he had once killed a peak rank 3 beast with his bare hands, and he could even fight against a rank 4 beast with his bare hands. His opponent was 2 or 3 years younger than him, but not only was he quite good at sword arts, he had also comprehended the half-step sword intent. However, for Sherpadian, the more outstanding Yi Chen was, the more he wanted to destroy Yi Chen's confidence, so that he would never be able to stand straight again. Let's see how many punches you can take. Sherpadian accelerated and arrived in front of Yi Chen in 2 to 3 steps. His golden fist turned into a series of afterimages, each of which contained his full power. Yi Chen was not afraid of him at all. He started to fight against him. After hundreds of moves, Sherpadian grinned and said, "Take this." Not defending? Yi Chen furrowed his brows. His opponent had completely given up on defense, and his attack speed had increased exponentially. If he were to fight head-on, he would inevitably be hit by a few punches. If he didn't fight head-on, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. After all, no matter how sturdy his defense was, there would still be a day when a gap could be opened up. Hardening his heart, Yi Chen also gave up on the idea of defending and punched out with his jade-like fist. Bang, bang, both of them took a punch each, causing sparks and banging sounds to ring out. Sherpadian grinned hideously, as if that punch just now had no effect on him at all. Then, he leapt forward and once again engaged in battle with Yi Chen. Bang 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 bang, for a moment even Yi Chen and Sherpadian didn't know how many punches they had received. They only knew that every part of their upper bodies had been taken care of, and even their heads had been punched a few times. Compared to them, there was no need to mention those young elites who were watching the fight. They could only see that the two of them were like madmen. They only knew how to attack, they didn't know how to defend at all. It seemed like whoever could punch the other one more time would be the winner. What a freak. Whoever fights against them will definitely be at a disadvantage. Their defense is so strong. They can't even break their opponent's defense, let alone us. We will only be able to scratch an itch for them. Sherpadian cultivates the colored glass spell. What kind of body-strengthening art does that Yi Chen cultivate? How come he is so powerful? He is not weaker than Sherpadian at all. After fighting for a long time, Sherpadian was getting impatient. His opponent's defense was beyond his imagination, and it seemed like the colored glass golden body alone wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. If that was the case, he would have to use other martial arts. Heavenly Star Explosion. Leaping into the air, Sherpadian's fist shone with a dazzling golden light as he punched down. Finally using a martial skill. Yi Chen threw out the second movement of the Tyrant Fist art, the Soul Tyrant Fist art. The surrounding yuan qi was instantly sucked into the fist power. Explode. What surprised Yi Chen was that for the first time, the Tyrant Fist art had been suppressed by another martial skill. The invincible fist power exploded layer by layer, as if it was filled with gunpowder. Shoo, flashing across the air, Yi Chen had already moved back tens of steps. Sherpadian chased after Yi Chen and threw out a punch. Since the Tyrant Fist art had failed, Yi Chen had no choice but to use the hidden cloud sword. He threw out a sword attack and activated his half-step sword intent. Crackle, the fist power and the sword chi were equally matched, neither of them could gain the upper hand. The Heavenly Star Exploding Fist art is a low-rank Earth Realm martial skill, but it can suppress most martial skills. The fist power contained in it is extremely powerful, and once it touches the sword, it will explode from inside out. Lu Hanshan had been famous for a long time. He had recognized Sherpadian's martial skill with only a single glance. The main reason why this sword chi of Yi Chen could be equally matched with Sherpadian's sword intent was because of the sword intent. The sword intent itself contained a sharp power, and once it merged with this sharp power, the sword chi of a sword artist would become even more powerful and hard to break. Let's see how you are going to block this. At this moment, Sherpadian finally threw out his most powerful martial skill. He clenched both of his fists in the air and threw them out like two dragons flying out of the sea, as if they were going to shake the entire world. Rumble, the golden light covered almost half of the square, and the fierce fist power was completely hidden. Only the deafening sound of explosion could be heard, while the power was moving towards Yi Chen. This was the first time that Yi Chen had encountered such a tough opponent, and it was not strange at all. Sherpadian was one of the top 4 core disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace, and he was no weaker than Lu Wuxiang. Among the young generation on the scene, except for young Master Emerald who had already stepped into the clasping Yuan realm, only the North Snow Fast Blade Lynch could defeat him. Yi Chen had just stepped into the late condensing reality realm. Although his Zhen Qi was not weak, it was not as pure as the Zhen Qi of the peak-level late condensing reality realm martial artists. Yi Chen's only advantage was his half-step sword intent. Sword intent? It seems that I have no choice but to use that sword move. After thinking for a moment, Yi Chen made up his mind and stopped hesitating. Taking a step forward with his left foot, Yi Chen held the sword in his right hand and raised it high. He focused all of his attention on the hidden cloud sword and swung it down. Swoosh! No one could describe how fast this sword move was, because before Yi Chen made any move, a thick stream of sword qi had already darted out. This stream of sword qi was as fast as lightning. It turned into a beam of white light and instantly disappeared into the golden light. Silently, the golden light was split into 2, and all of the fist power was destroyed. Like snow in the spring meeting the scorching sun, it melted away. Crack! A crack appeared on Sherpatian's ribs, and blood gushed out from it. Sherpatian didn't even have any reaction. What kind of sword art is this? How could it be so fast? After the sword move, the crowd fell into a dead silence. Finally, someone couldn't help but yell out. All the head elders from the top martial institutions looked confused. None of them knew what this sword move was. Only Yuan Xueme seemed to be thinking about something, then her facial expression changed drastically, as if she had seen something unbelievable. She opened her mouth wide and couldn't close it anymore. Zhuang Qingxian's face darkened. He said word by word, the single sword move. Headmaster, what is the single sword move? Lu Wuxiang hurriedly asked. According to the legend, in the ancient times, there was a sword artist who created a sword art for revenge. This sword art only had one move, and that was the single sword move. To perform the single sword move, the cultivator must combine his spirit, qi, hands, eyes, and body into one. This is only the first step. The second step is even more difficult. It requires the cultivator to use the sword as a guide, and release all of his power in the form of a sword to kill enemies who are more powerful than him. However, after performing the single sword move, the cultivator will also feel weak for a period of time. Normally, ordinary sword artists wouldn't be able to perform the single sword move. Only those who have a pure heart or those who have comprehended the sword intent can do it. However, this Yi Chen has already touched the edge of the sword intent, so it's not strange for him to be able to perform it. While explaining, Zhuang Qingxian really wanted to know where Yi Chen had obtained the single sword move. One should know that it wasn't that easy to successfully perform the single sword move. If he didn't do it well, he might even suffer from qi deviation and lose his cultivation. However, Yuan Xueme knew it better than anyone else, because the sword manual she had given to Yi Chen contained the introduction of the single sword move. However, it was clearly just an introduction, not a secret manual. How did Yi Chen manage to successfully perform the single sword move? Could it be that he was able to perform the single sword move with just his imagination? How is this possible? Sherpadian stared at Yi Chen. His heavenly astral explosive fist move was not only powerful. If Yi Chen didn't have any other tricks up his sleeves, he would only need 10 moves to defeat Yi Chen. However, he had never thought that Yi Chen would give him such an unexpected attack, and with only one move, he had lost all of his power. Yi Chen's face turned slightly pale, but it wasn't as serious as Zhuang Qingxian had described. He had indeed learned the single sword move from the sword manual, and the theory behind it was actually quite similar to the sword intent. However, the sword intent could be activated for a long period of time, while the single sword move couldn't. The most important function of the single sword move was to increase a sword artist's power drastically, allowing him to kill his enemies with only one move. Puff! Sherpadian spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't even stand straight anymore. His golden body had been broken, and it had taken a huge toll on him. Without 3 months of rest, he wouldn't be able to recover to his peak state. Right now, he was even weaker than an early condensing reality realm warrior. Needless to say, an inner elder of the Emerald Martial Palace walked up and held Sherpatian up. On the Purple Sun Martial Palace's side. This kid is so scary. What other tricks does he have up his sleeves? Can Zhu Liang handle him? Will he be able to escape this time? If so, it will be even harder to kill him in the future. The elder of the Purple Sun Martial Palace, who was sitting next to Zhang Qing, said to the head elder through Xianxia. The head elder of the Purple Sun Martial Palace snorted, "Don't underestimate Zhu Liang. He has killed quite a lot of geniuses, some of them were even as powerful as Yi Chen. Not to mention, we just need to remind him to be prepared for this sword move. After this sword move, he won't be able to fight back anymore." Yeah. How come I didn't know that this sword move was so powerful? It must have some side effects. Sitting straight on the chair, Yi Chen's face turned even paler, but he was sneering in his mind. He had a powerful soul power, and although it seemed that performing the single sword move would consume a lot of his soul power, it was actually not a big deal. If he put his life on the line, he could perform it 3 or 4 more times without a problem. He just pretended to be a show to the others, he didn't want it to be too shocking. Ever since the fight between Yi Chen and Sherpatian had ended, almost all of the disciples from the top martial institutions had fought against each other, and none of them seemed to want to fight again. "Brother Yi, are you alright?" Seeing Yi Chen's pale face, Luo Hansan thought that Yi Chen was suffering from some serious side effects after using the heart refining. Yi Chen shook his head, "Just a small thing, Brother Luo, don't worry." Luo Hansan said, "You'd better not use this move in the future, it's too dangerous, either you or the enemy will die." "Thank you, Brother Luo." This Luo Hansan was a nice guy, he was neither arrogant nor rash, never discouraged, and always treated people with kindness. He never acted like the second brother or the son of the leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Luo Hansan grinned and said, "You are a treasure of our Sky Cloud Martial School, how can I not care about you?" Hearing him, the head elder and the fourth elder also grinned. The sun slowly went down. The fighting performance was coming to an end. Xianxia stood up and said, "Everyone, although the fighting performance is over, the celebration banquet is not. There will be a banquet in the evening, I hope you can all come." "No problem, we rarely come to the Emerald Martial Palace, we are not in a hurry to leave. Since there will be a banquet for us, let's enjoy ourselves." "Leader Zhuang, don't worry, we will definitely attend the banquet." It was already late, and it was not convenient for them to travel. Therefore, they didn't refuse and decided to stay in the Emerald Martial Palace for the night, and leave the next morning. The banquet was very sumptuous, everyone started to eat. In a secret hall of the Emerald Martial Palace. The hall was brightly lit, and the elders of the top 4 martial institutions were sitting in the hall. The leader of the Emerald Martial Palace, Xianxia, was sitting in the first seat, and 2 inner elders of the Emerald Martial Palace were sitting beside him. Xianxia glanced at the crowd and said, "I have called you all to attend this meeting because I have an important announcement." The head elder of the Rudra Martial School was a beautiful woman, about 35 years old. She said, "What is it? Is it related to the top 5 martial institutions?" "Related to the top 5 martial institutions?" Hearing the woman's words, the others seemed to be thinking about something, and their faces turned serious. Xianxia nodded, "It's indeed related to the 5 major sects, but it's not that serious for now. Half a month ago, a disciple of our Emerald Martial Palace found a branch of the Ghost Corpse Mountain by chance. Although he didn't manage to sneak in, judging from the security around it, it is undoubtedly one of the most important strongholds of the Ghost Corpse Mountain, which is used to train the new generation of Ghost Guards. The branch of the Ghost Corpse Mountain, Ghost Guards, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The incident of Malevolent Earth sect being annihilated was still vivid in their minds. The Ghost Man was one of the 108 ghost warriors of the 9 Evil cult, and his power was as deep as the ocean. Although he hadn't fully recovered from his injuries, and hadn't reached his peak, he was still not someone that the leaders of the top martial institutions could compete with, even if they joined hands. The Ghost Man used to live in the Ghost Corpse Mountain. Later on, a great war broke out, and the Ghost Corpse Mountain was destroyed. However, its name was still there, and it became a symbol of the Ghost Man's power. Besides the 5 loyal ghost servants, the Ghost Man also had a large number of ghost guards. The ghost guards were divided into 4 levels. The low-level ghost guards were the weakest, equivalent to late condensing reality realm warriors. The mid-level ghost guards were equivalent to early clasping Yuan realm warriors. The high-level ghost guards were at mid-clasping Yuan realm, and above them were the top ghost guards at late clasping Yuan realm. Each level of ghost guards had a ghost guard leader, who was the most powerful ghost guard of the same level. If that was all, there would be no need to worry too much. After all, it was not that easy to increase one's cultivation, and training ghost guards was not something that could be done in a day or two. However, the reason why the Ghost Man was able to rank in the upper middle level among the 108 ghost warriors was not because of his own power. Instead, he relied on the method of training ghost guards. No one knew where he found a scroll that could stimulate the potential of the human body. This scroll could allow ordinary people to have a cultivation speed that was even faster than geniuses. Of course, there were also disadvantages. Because of the excessive stimulation of potential, the ghost guards who trained in this scroll could not live past the age of 40. Only a few of them could live past the age of 40, and their bodies would start to deteriorate. They would age prematurely. Because of this, the ghost guards of the Ghost Corpse Mountain were all extremely cruel and evil. They wanted to enjoy everything they could before the age of 40, and they did not care about anything at all. The head elder of the North Snow Martial Academy said, "Leader Zhuang, you mean, we should destroy the Ghost Corpse Mountain's branch?" "That's right, we can't let the Ghost Corpse Mountain rise again. We have to do everything we can to weaken the Ghost Corpse Mountain's power before the Ghost Man fully recovers. Otherwise, in a few years, the 5 top-ranked martial institutions and the entire Windy Nation's martial world will face a disaster." As the leader of the 5 top-ranked martial institutions, the Emerald Martial Palace not only needed to suppress the other 4 top-ranked martial institutions, but also needed to eliminate all the dangers of the Windy Nation. Otherwise, they would be the first ones to suffer. The head elder of the Sky Cloud Martial School nodded. "That's right, I agree with Leader Zhuang's suggestion. Do you have any plans? Besides, we are still not sure how powerful that branch of the Ghost Corpse Mountain is. If we attack it recklessly, I'm afraid something unexpected might happen." The 5th elder of the Purple Sun Martial School sneered, "Since when did the Sky Cloud Martial School become so timid? It's just a branch of the Ghost Corpse Mountain, how powerful can it be?" The tall and sturdy 4th elder retorted, "How about your Purple Sun Martial School take the lead? Facing an external enemy, the 5 top-ranked martial institutions should work together. If our Purple Sun Martial School takes the lead, wouldn't that be breaking the rule? Don't even mention it." The 5th elder of the Purple Sun Martial School glared at the 4th elder of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Seeing this, the head elder of the Rudra Martial School shook his head and said, "Let's hear what Leader Zhuang has to say first." Zhuang Qingxian sorted out his thoughts and said, "I think the 5 top-ranked martial institutions should each send out a group of warriors to attack the Ghost Corpse Mountains branch together. In each group, there should be at least 3 late-clasping Yuan Realm warriors, 7 mid-clasping Yuan Realm warriors, and 15 early-clasping Yuan Realm warriors. The total number should be over 100. Of course, we can also bring some of our disciples to train themselves in the battles." "Great, let's do that. When should we do it?" The North Snow Martial Academy's style had always been swift and decisive, just like their blade skills. "The 8th of August. Zhuang Qingxian continued, "Tomorrow morning, you have to be careful on your way back. I suspect that some people from the Ghost Corpse Mountain have sneaked into the Emerald Martial Palace. They might try to harm you. If it weren't for the fact that the Ghost Corpse Mountain was right under his nose, Zhuang Qingxian wouldn't have reminded them at all. After all of them were top-ranked inner elders of the 4 top-ranked martial institutions. Even one death would be a great loss, not to mention those talented disciples who could become the pillars of their martial institutions in the future. However, for the long term, Zhuang Qingxian had to say it out loud. Otherwise, if they were ambushed on their way back, some people would start to suspect the Emerald Martial Palace, and it would be even more difficult for them to work together in the future. At the very least, the Emerald Martial Palace was the overlord of the Windy Nation. 1 or 2 top-ranked inner elders and talented disciples would not be able to shake their foundation, so there was no need to worry too much. Late at night. The starlight was dim, and the moon was hiding in the clouds. The ground was pitch black. A chopstick-shaped insect with 4 pairs of wings flew up from a luxurious yard, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the green willow house. Under the crystal lamp, Yichen started reading the sword manual from the beginning again. The battle this afternoon had benefited him a lot. His understanding of swordsmanship had also deepened. Especially after seeing so many experts of the younger generation spar with each other, it had broadened his horizons a lot. In this regard, he felt that he was far from reaching the limit of what he could achieve. He wanted to gain some insights from the sword manual. As he flipped through the pages of the sword manual, Yi Chen's eyes shone even brighter. In the other residences, none of the young warriors who had participated in the fight this afternoon had fallen asleep. Just like Yi Chen, they had all learned a lot from the sword manual. As long as they could digest all of these, they would definitely be able to make further progress and surpass their opponents who were at the same level as them. The night was getting darker, and the Emerald Martial Palace was in a dead silence. In the morning, Yi Chen and the others immediately bid farewell and came to the entrance of the Emerald Martial Palace. Swoosh, he blew a whistle that contained his Xianxia. The wind vulture, which was standing on a mountain not far away, flew over at an extremely high speed and landed in front of the 5 of them. Getting on the vulture, the head elder said in a deep voice, "On our way back, we need to rest and store up our strength, and prepare for the upcoming battle." Luo Hansan was shocked and asked, "Head elder, what happened?" The 4th elder shook his head and responded, "Don't ask too much, maybe we have been worrying too much." Hearing this, Yi Chen, Luo Hansan and Luo Hanshan's eyes flashed with a strange light. Did something big happen? Last night, the leader of the Emerald Martial Palace had called them to the banquet because of this. The wind vulture flew into the clouds, its speed instantly broke through the sound barrier, and flew away at lightning speed. In the afternoon. The wind vulture was already around 20,000 miles away from the Emerald Martial Palace. A strange bug brushed past the wind vulture, which attracted Yi Chen's attention. Soon, a few more bugs were discovered. Perhaps it was because the wind vulture was too fast and those bugs were relatively small, neither the head elder nor the 4th elder noticed them. When the 9th bug was discovered, Yi Chen couldn't help but ask, "Head elder, what's wrong with these bugs?" The head elder turned around and took a glance at Yi Chen. Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, he hurriedly stopped the wind vulture, looked around, and immediately found a chopstick-shaped bug. "Come here." The head elder waved his hand, and that chopstick-shaped bug was sucked into the head elder's hand without any resistance. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The bug was around 4 inches long, slim and black, with 4 pairs of thin black wings on its back. Its head was a round ball, which was filled with compound eyes, which made it look extremely creepy and scary. At this moment, the chopstick-shaped bug was struggling in the head elder's hand, trying to break through the Xianxia barrier and fly out. With a single glance, the head elder and the 4th elder's faces darkened. The 4th elder said word by word, "Four-winged black demon bug." Luo Hansan was shocked. Is this the 4-winged black demon bug that was raised by the ghost artist, one of the 108 ghost warriors of the 9 evil cult? It said that this bug is extremely fast, and can be used as a spy. Although it's small, it's as powerful as a 3rd-grade demon beast. He was the son of the leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School, and he knew quite a lot about the 9 evil cult's annihilation. Therefore, he immediately realized what was going on once he heard the name of the chopstick-shaped bug. Indeed, prepare for battle. Our every move is under the enemy's surveillance, they should be not far from here. The head elder shouted. Before the head elder's voice faded, a swooshing noise came from afar. Whoosh! 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 3 silhouettes stood above the clouds, their bodies rising and falling along with the airflow. Haha, 5 of us, not 1 less. All 3 of them were wearing black robes with golden edges and cloaks, which were embroidered with evil ghost patterns. At this moment, the middle-aged man in black robes, who seemed to be the leader, glared at the 3 of them and let out a cruel laugh. The head elder knew that these 3 people must be the ghost guards of the Ghost Corpse Mountain, but he still yelled, "Who are you?" "The ones who will kill you." The middle-aged man in black robes on the left pulled out his long blade and launched a hack. Puff, the clouds were torn apart, and a gigantic, grey blade chi, which was tens of meters long, flashed across the sky and appeared in front of the wind vulture. Bastard! The head elder's long hair and beard fluttered in the air as he pointed his finger out. Puff, the blade chi was penetrated by the finger power and shattered. Sky-burning palm. The fourth elder couldn't wait anymore. He raised his red-hot, iron-like palm and launched a hack, evaporating the clouds. Kill! The middle-aged man in black robes, who seemed to be the leader of the group, made his move. He pressed his right hand in the air and released a tens of meters long, gray, gigantic palm made of Xianxia. Not only did it shatter the fourth elder's palm power, it also moved towards the wind vulture and Yi Chen's group like a dark cloud. The head elder was fighting against another man in the air. Seeing the sky turn dark, he immediately knew what was going on. He calmly stepped on the wind vulture's back and let it descend into the clouds. The gigantic palm made of Xianxia almost grazed the wind vulture's body and shattered the clouds in that area. Shockwaves spread out in all directions, stirring up the sea of clouds. Where do you think you're going? The man in black robes, who hadn't joined the fight yet, swooped down from the clouds and blocked the wind vulture's way. The head elder's face darkened. He controlled the wind vulture and swooped down, trying to fight the man on the ground. A fierce gale roared, and the ant-sized mountains on the ground quickly enlarged. When the wind vulture was still thousands of meters away from the ground, a gigantic palm made of Xianxia swooped down at an even faster speed. The wind vulture was indeed a fifth-level beast. It flapped its wings and sped up once again, drawing an arc in the air and barely dodging the gigantic Xianxia palm. At last, the wind vulture successfully landed on a mountain peak that was flat and stable. The three of you, don't split up. Han Shan, release the silver light thunderbolt bomb at the critical moment. The great elder ordered as he stomped on the ground. Lu Hanshan nodded. Seriously, then said to Yi Chen and Su Jing, don't worry, we'll just stand aside and watch. They can't do anything to us. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was not too worried. The sect had given them a lot of life-saving treasures when they went on such a long journey. As for the silver light thunderbolt bomb that the great elder mentioned, although he had never heard of it before, it was definitely not an ordinary item for the great elder to value it so much. Boom, the mountain peak shook. The great elder and the middle-aged man in black robes had already started fighting. Both of them were powerful late clasping Yuan realm martial artists, every single move of theirs could shake a mountain. Some beasts that were startled by the fight were smashed into meat paste by the fierce chi of the two of them before they could even run away. On the other side, the fourth elder and the wind vulture were fighting against the other two middle-aged men in black robes. Although the fourth elder was not as powerful as the great elder, he was still a late clasping Yuan realm martial artist, and the martial skill he had used was a mid-rank earth realm palm art, the sky-burning palm, which was able to burn everything in its path. The wind vulture was only as powerful as a mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist, which was not as powerful as the fourth elder, but it had a super-fast speed, which allowed it to keep the fourth elder occupied. The fight between the five of them and the beast had nothing to do with Yi Chen and the other two. Lu Hanshan sighed and said, the ghost corpse mountain couldn't wait any longer. It seems that the ghost artist's recovery time is getting closer and closer. The ghost artist? Yi Chen and Su Jing both looked at Lu Hanshan. Lu Hanshan explained, once upon a time, there was a powerful martial institution in the South Shui region, called the Nine Ghost Cult. The Nine Ghost Cult had 108 ghost warriors under its leadership, and the ghost artist was one of them. Later on, the Nine Ghost Cult became more and more ambitious. They wanted to unify the entire South Shui region and enslave all the other martial institutions. As a last resort, all the other martial institutions joined hands and started a war against the Nine Ghost Cult, which lasted for years. 20 years ago, the Nine Ghost Cult was finally wiped out. All the powerful martial artists of the Nine Ghost Cult were either killed or escaped. The ghost artist's injury should have been caused by that time. How could such a thing happen? Yi Chen had never heard anything about the Nine Ghost Cult. Of course, this had something to do with his experience. Many people in the martial world might have heard about it. However, this Nine Ghost Cult was way too powerful. It was able to fight against all the martial institutions in the South Shui region by itself. It must be at least rank 5. Yi Chen was shocked. Su Jing asked, how is the ghost artist's power? Lu Hansan gave a bitter smile and responded, he was at the late astral reaching realm when he was at his peak, and now he should be at the early astral reaching realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to wipe out the evil Earth Martial School in one night. Hearing him, both Su Jing and Yichen gasped silently. A late astral reaching realm martial artist. A martial artist at this level could easily destroy 1,000 tall mountain with a single move, while a clasping Yuan realm martial artist could only destroy a 100-meter tall mountain. The two of them were not even on the same level. If the ghost artist recovered his full power, not to mention a single martial institution, even if all 5 of the top martial institutions joined hands, they might not be able to escape the fate of being wiped out. The power gap between them was way too huge, and couldn't be made up by numbers. Heavenly Ghost Seal. Purple Light Finger. High up in the air, a hill-sized, gray-black Xianxia hand clashed against a thin and long beam of purple light. The air was instantly pushed apart like waves, and the aftermath of the collision was powerful enough to kill an ordinary early clasping Yuan realm martial artist. As for condensing reality realm martial artists, they would all be killed. Right at this moment, Yichen sensed a slight swishing sound coming from all directions. Someone is coming. The 3 of them stood on top of a mountain and looked down. Soon, they saw hundreds of black dots gathering towards this mountain at an extremely high speed. Let's fight. Lu Hansan seemed to be very calm. After about 10 blinks of an eye, the first man in black appeared on top of the mountain. His Jin Qi vibration was very strong. He was an early clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Kill. He gave a vicious grin, then rushed towards the 3 of them without any hesitation. Lu Hansan shook his head, flicked his wrist and threw out a silver iron bomb, which swished across the air and bumped against the protective Jin Qi of the man in black. Boom, a scorching silver lightning bolt burst out, and the man in black was instantly blown into pieces, leaving a 10-meter deep pit on the ground. Yichen popped out his eyes. Silver light thunderbolt bomb is way too powerful. An early clasping Yuan realm martial artist didn't even have a chance to fight back before he was blown into pieces. In other words, with a few silver light thunderbolt bombs, an early clasping Yuan realm martial artist could be killed within a second. Lu Hansan said coldly, we don't have many silver light thunderbolt bombs. After we kill the more powerful ones, we'll take care of the rest. That's exactly what I wanted. Su Jing was already itching to join the fight. Soon, another 2 men in black rushed up. They were also early clasping Yuan realm martial artists. After all, only those with higher cultivation could fly in the front, while those with lower cultivation stayed behind. Boom, 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 explosive sounds of the silver light thunderbolt bombs rose one after another. Except for 1 man in black who was quick enough to dodge, all the other men in black had the same ending. They all died without even leaving a complete corpse. The man in black who had dodged was also hit by the aftermath of the explosion of the silver light thunderbolt bomb and lost one of his legs. Great Monument Heavenly King Fist. Lu Hanshan's eyes shone brightly as he threw out a punch. The gigantic Xianxia fist gripped the purple monument and crushed that badly wounded man in black to death. Blood mist spread out in the air. At this moment, Lu Hanshan's killing intent was completely released. He was no longer as gentle as before. He now looked like a god of slaughter. One after another, the other men in black rushed up the mountain. Pop! Pop! 2 fiery halos appeared behind Su Jing's head. She stomped on the ground and cracked it open. With each punch, she killed 2 late condensing reality realm men in black. Yichen wasn't slow either. He performed the sky cloud sword art together with the sword intent. His thick sword chi was almost like a cutting machine. Wherever the sword chi reached, the men in black would be cut in half, their intestines and internal organs spilled out, then turned into blood mist by the aftermath of the sword chi. Little brat, you're courting death. 2 peak-level late condensing reality realm men in black robes flashed and surrounded Yichen. They were much more powerful than ordinary men in black robes. They were no weaker than the number 1 inner disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace, Qingjun. But of course, after reaching the late condensing reality realm, Yichen didn't see these men as weak opponents anymore. He didn't say a word. Instead, he used the sky cloud sword art together with the crane's shadow steps, and dashed between the 2 men like a misty cloud. Puff, puff, 2 men's heads suddenly flew into the air, blood gushed out from their necks. Kill. 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 More and more men in black robes appeared on the mountain. Among them were ordinary men in black robes, some were as powerful as Qingjun. There were even one or two child-to-be level men in black robes. Fortunately, all of the clasping Yuan realm men in black robes had been killed by Lu Hanshan's silver light thunderbolt bombs. Otherwise, even if the three of them managed to resist for a while, they wouldn't be able to survive. Top heaven. Facing the great pressure, Su Jing finally burst out her hidden power. She activated the 9th level of the Golden Three-Realm Art, and a dazzling fiery halo appeared behind her head. It was half the size of a human, shining with a golden light, making her look like a female warrior from the ancient times. 3 men in black robes, who wanted to sneakily attack Su Jing, didn't even have the time to react before they were killed by Su Jing's fierce fist power. Their backs even exploded. The power of the 9th level of the Golden Three-Realm Art was unimaginably powerful. Lu Hanshan had also activated the extreme purple art to the 9th level. A stream of purple qi appeared behind his back, extending into the air like a bridge, increasing his fighting power. At this moment, he launched the Great Monument Heavenly King Fist, which made him almost invincible. Wherever he went, all the men in black robes would be killed without being able to fight back. Even a child-to-be level man in black robes was knocked back by Lu Hanshan's 3 punches. Yi Chen's Xianxia cultivation was not as good as the other 2, but he had the pure jade body boosting spell. Half a month ago, he had already reached the 5th level of the spell, the golden jade body. With only the defensive power of his body, even those child-to-be level men in black robes would not be able to hurt him. However, he still felt that it was not enough, so he activated the pure Jun Xianxia to protect himself, which meant that he now had 2 layers of defense, one inside and one outside. Puff, one of the black-clothed men held a long blade and hacked on the protective chi layer, causing the protective chi layer to dim down. Yi Chen didn't even turn his head around, he only swung the hidden cloud sword backwards. The sword chi released from the sword immediately cut off the black-clothed man's head and sent it flying in all directions. Kill this little bastard, he has mastered the half-step sword intent, we can't let him live. Indeed, kill him, the ghost general will definitely reward us, maybe he will teach us even more advanced martial skills. Kill. The 3 of them had killed nearly 20 black-clothed men, but the number of black-clothed men on the mountaintop had increased. Almost every second, 2 or 3 black-clothed men would rush up to the mountaintop and join the battle. 7 or 8 of them had their eyes fixed on Yi Chen. Their eyes were shining with a gray light and filled with a strong killing intent. Corpse King Fist. 10 flashes of Ghost Shadow. Crazy Devil Blade Art. Ghost God Grab. All of the black-clothed men released waves of fierce chi, attacking towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen took a step forward, creating a few huge cracks on the ground. He raised the hidden cloud sword high with his right hand, slightly prepared himself, then swung it down. Limitless Cloud. Puff, the thick sword chi cut apart all of those fierce chi waves, but the remaining power of the sword chi didn't disappear, it flashed through the group of black-clothed men. Puff, 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 the bodies of the 3 black-clothed men who were standing in the middle of the group were suddenly torn into pieces and scattered on the ground. The other black-clothed men were also affected by the sword chi, their protective Zhen chi was shattered and blood spurted out of their mouths. All devils fall. On the other side, Su Jing had used all of her Zhen Qi. She shook both of her fists and sent out a bright golden light. All of the black-clothed men within a 5-zhang radius started vomiting blood and fell on the ground, none of them could stand up again. Great Monument Suppression. Seeing more and more men in black, Luo Hanshan finally gave up on consuming his Zhen Qi. Purple smoke burst out from his body, while he clasped his hands together and smashed down. Instantly, a 10-meter-tall purple monument smashed down, smashing 4 men in black into pieces. A faint purple shockwave spread out and sent all the other men in black flying away, vomiting blood. High up in the sky, the eyes of the leader of the black-robed men were about to burst into flames when he saw this scene. He slapped the air with his palm, and a huge grayish-black hand of Zhen Qi that was dozens of meters wide covered a small half of the mountain. It enveloped Yi Chen and the other black-robed men, wanting to kill them all. Ah! Run! The black-robed men on the mountain peak felt as if their minds were being torn apart. They flew in all directions like birds and beasts. Rumble, the ground sank by 3 feet. Most of the black-clothed men failed to escape. They were smashed into blood mist by the pressure of the Xianxia giant hand, and not even their bones were left. Yi Chen and the other 2 were bleeding from their 7 apertures. They were overwhelmed with shock. This palm strike was launched from over 1,000 meters away. Before it even landed, they were already unable to withstand it. If it had landed, they would have died. At this moment, Lu Hansan roared out in anger. Break! A Longan-sized crystal ball appeared in his hand. It was completely transparent, and contained a bright red light. At first glance, one would even think that the crystal ball was blue. Being injected with his Xianxia, the crystal ball was shattered. In the next moment, the red light dazzled and formed a 1-foot-thick, semicircular light shield around the 3 of them. Streams of air had been rotating inside the shield. Boom, the gigantic Xianxia giant hand pressed on the light shield, causing a creaking noise. It seemed that the light shield would shatter at any moment and turn the 3 of them into meat paste. However, the light shield eventually lasted, and gradually destroyed the gigantic Xianxia giant hand. What is this? A strange look flashed across Yi Chen's eyes. The Longan-sized red crystal ball taken out by Lu Hansan was almost exactly the same as his blue crystal ball, except for its color. His blue crystal ball was given to him by Yi Hai. Could it be that the red crystal ball and the blue crystal ball had the same origin, and both of them had the effect of shattering the light shield? What was the name of the crystal ball? Did Yi Hai know about its effect? All of a sudden, many thoughts flashed across Yi Chen's mind, but he didn't ask Lu Hansan about it. Seeing that his attack did not kill the 3 of them, a shocked expression flashed across the middle-aged man's face. With his late clasping Yuan realm cultivation, even from 1,000 meters away, he could easily kill 3 early clasping Yuan realm martial artists with a single attack, not to mention 3 late condensing reality realm martial artists. However, that layer of light shield that appeared later was way too powerful. It had forcibly destroyed the huge Xianxia palm, making him fail. Purple light paradise. The head elder was still scared. If he had been killed by the mysterious man just now, he wouldn't even know how to explain to the leader of the school. Fortunately, Lu Hansan had quite a lot of treasures with him, which helped him survive. Thinking of this, the head elder activated his Xianxia and shot out a purple beam of light. The middle-aged man in black robes paused slightly, but fortunately, he reacted fast enough. He moved his body 3 feet to the side and dodged that purple beam of light. Puff, a thumb-sized hole appeared on the mountaintop, which was immeasurably deep. 90% of the power of the light shield had been consumed when it was fighting against the gigantic Xianxia giant hand. After a while, the light shield became thinner and thinner, turning into pure Yuan Qi and merging with the air. Lu Hansan wiped the sweat off his forehead. What happened just now was way too dangerous. Fortunately, Luo Xinglia had given him a Yuan light ball before he came here. Yuan light ball was found in a part of the ruins of a super-powerful rank 5 martial institution, the puppet school, which was located 5,000 years ago, along with the method of making wooden puppets. Are you all right? Lu Hansan turned around and asked. Yi Chen had a strong body. That palm attack had only squeezed out wisps of blood from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, but hadn't injured him at all. Su Jing was protected by the Golden 3-Realm Art, so she was also fine. That's good. Looking around, Yi Chen found that only a few of those men in black robes were still alive. Most of them had been smashed to death by the middle-aged man in black robes in the air. Of course, this was the best outcome for them, otherwise, it would be very troublesome to kill them all. After all, they were only late condensing reality realm warriors, and their Xianxia was very limited. They could still fight for a short period of time, but if they fought for a long period of time, they would have problems. They did have some Xianxia replenishing pills, and they had already taken quite a few of them. If they continued to take more, their Xianxia would be greatly reduced, and it would also easily cause the Xianxia to be mixed up. Therefore, they shouldn't take too many pills within a day. After killing the rest of the men in black robes, the 3 of them each took out a low-rank soul stone and started absorbing the Yuan Qi contained in it to replenish their own Xianxia. The fight between the Wind Vulture and the man in black robes was very fast, mainly because of the Wind Vulture's fast speed. The wind vulture circled around the man in black robes, trying to tear him apart with its claws. The man in black robes was able to deal with all kinds of attacks by remaining calm, and whenever he found a flaw, he would launch a thick blade chi, which nearly injured the wind vulture. No, this wind vulture is way too fast. By the time I launch my blade attack, it would have already increased the distance between us. If we keep fighting like this, we won't be able to finish it within a short period of time. The man in black robes had already seen what was happening on the mountain, and he knew that he had to make a decision. The blade chi attack failed again, and a fierce look flashed across the man's face. He stared at the wind vulture, and stood still in the air. The wind vulture flashed in the air for a few times, and after a few turns, it jumped towards the man from the left. It was as fast as a lightning bolt, and its speed was almost as fast as the speed of sound. Puff, this time, it was much easier than before. The wind vulture easily broke the man's protective Xianxia, and the sharp tip of its claws had already pierced into the man's body. The man in black robes was about to be torn into pieces. Die. The man in black robes turned his body sideways and launched a blade attack on the wind vulture's body. Blood splashed down like a rain of blood. The wind vulture screamed in pain and fell down. Hee, today is the day you die. The man in black robes didn't even have the time to launch another blade attack. Instead, he released his Xianxia and arrived on the mountaintop within a few blinks of an eye. Great monument suppression. Shocking cloud limitless. All devils fall. A gigantic purple monument, a thick stream of sword chi, and a dazzling golden light, all three attacked towards the man in black robes simultaneously. It was Xianxia and the other two who had launched the attack. The moment they launched the attack, they quickly stepped back. It's useless. The man in black robes slightly waved his long blade, and the purple monument was broken into pieces, the sword chi was shattered, and the golden light dissipated. The man in black robes didn't even have the slightest power to fight back. However, this was all part of their plan. Not knowing when, 4 silver iron balls appeared around the man in black robes. Each of these silver balls had a faintly discernible thread of Xianxia connected to Lu Hanshan's body. Boom, along with Lu Hanshan's growl, 4 silver lightning bolts dazzled simultaneously and wrapped the man in black robes up, eventually forming a gigantic silver lightning ball. The lightning ball was thickly covered with silver snakes, letting out a sizzling noise. Even from a long distance away, Xianxia could feel his fine hair standing straight up and his scalp going numb. It turned out that Lu Hanshan had already thrown 4 silver light thunderbolt bombs on the mountaintop, forming a large square formation. Afterwards, he and the other two were also in the middle of the square formation. In case someone attacked, they could retreat in time and launch a fatal attack. However, they didn't expect that the man in black robes would attack first. This man was slightly weaker than the other two, he was at the peak of the mid-clasping Yuan realm. His opponent was the wind vulture. Except for its great speed, it obviously couldn't do any harm to the man in black robes. Instead, it was set up by the man in black robes and was badly injured, falling down from the mountaintop. Silver light thunderbolt bombs can kill peak-level early condensing reality realm martial artists and injure mid-condensing reality realm martial artists. Although I've set up 4 of them, they are still too far away. I don't think they will be able to kill him. I should be careful. Lu Hanshan looked very cautious. He had already used up the last 4 silver light thunderbolt bombs. If they still couldn't kill the man in black robes, then he would have to risk his life. His Xianxia surged out of his body, he was ready for a great fight. The 3 fiery rings behind Su Jing's head grew even brighter, and her eyes looked even sharper. At the same time, Xianxia had already concentrated all of his power and chi into a single point. He was planning to launch a fatal attack on the man with the heart refining. He believed that the man in black robes wouldn't be injured by the explosion of 4 silver light thunderbolt bombs. As long as the man was injured, Xianxia's heart refining would definitely be able to further injure him, maybe even kill him with a single attack. Pop, the silver lightning ball shattered, revealing the man in black robes. His entire body was scorched black, the color of his skin could no longer be seen. Cyan smoke was still rising from some of the large wounds on his body, along with the smell of grilled meat. B** starred. I want you to die without a proper burial. The man in black robes slightly moved his body, Then he tried to spurt out blood from his mouth, but the blood seemed to have been evaporated by the electric current, only a puff of white smoke came out. He raised his head and stared at the three people with his devil-like blood-red eyes. Puff, the first one to launch the attack was Xianxia. He wielded his sword and released a thick stream of sword chi, which transformed into a beam of white light and instantly hit the assassin's body. However, this sword attack only left a bone-deep mark on the assassin's body, but failed to penetrate deep. A layer of blood-red light emerged from under the assassin's skin, which not only blocked the sword chi from penetrating into his body, but also destroyed the sword chi in a flash. Then came Su Jing's devil-suppressing fist power. The dazzling golden light struck on that layer of blood-red light like a waterfall, causing muffled popping noises. East rising purple chi, great monument. Suppression. The bridge-like purple mist poured into his body. Lu Hansan growled out, clasped his hands together and smashed towards the assassin. Instantly, the gigantic monument, which was shining with a purple light, suddenly pressed down, seeming to shatter the blood-red light and shatter the assassin into pieces. Bang, however, the purple monument was the one that shattered in the end. The black-clothed swordsman's scorched skin started to crack, and a bloody light came out from the cracks. It was rich and red, like the magma underground. It was abnormally eye-catching. The purple steel was hit by the bloody light and immediately melted, turning into pure yuan qi. At this moment, two beams of blood-red light darted out from the assassin's eyes. He grinned viciously and said, "Let's die together." The blood devil body separating magic. Rumble, the thunderous sound was not made by the assassin, instead, it was the sound of the mountain collapsing. It turned out that after the explosion of the 4 silver light thunderbolt bombs, the area where the assassin was standing was already showing signs of breaking. Then, after being struck by the sword chi, the fist power and the purple monument, the mountain finally broke, falling down the mountain along with the assassin, disappearing within a blink of an eye. In the next moment, a thunderous sound came out, and the mountain, which was supposed to be stable, tilted to one side. Obviously, it was broken by the assassin's self-explosion. How powerful was that? Fortunately, all three of them knew how to fly for a short period of time, so they leapt up into the air. The three of them looked down. The mountain had collapsed, the airflow was chaotic, and countless broken rocks had completely buried the assassin, forming a small hill-sized pile of rocks. So dangerous. I didn't think that he had also learned the blood devil body separating magic. Lu Hansan was still a little scared. Yichen said, Taoist Master Blood Demon is also one of the ghost generals of the 9 evil cult. Indeed, Master Blood Demon is ranked even higher than Corpse Man among the 108 ghost warriors of the 9 ghost cult. 50 years ago, he was a core disciple of the Evil Blood Martial School. Later on, he left the Evil Blood Martial School and joined the 9 ghost cult. His power is world-shaking, and he is called Master Blood Demon. Yichen had already become numb to the power of the 9 ghost cult. Just 108 ghost warriors were already this powerful, so there must be even more powerful leaders above them. However, he did not know how many of them had died, and how many of them had survived. He also did not know if those who had survived were like the Corpse Man, trying to make a comeback. Retreat. Seeing that the black-clothed bladesman was dead, the black-clothed leader knew that he could not do anything to the Flowing Cloud sect. He knocked back the first elder with a palm strike and shouted coldly at another person. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them were extremely powerful. Although they couldn't defeat the first elder and the fourth elder, it was still very easy for them to escape. In the blink of an eye, they were already several miles away. The fourth elder was about to give chase, but was stopped by the first elder. Don't chase a cornered enemy, not to mention that even if you catch up with them, you won't be able to do anything to them. Great, these two should be the top-grade ghost guards of the Ghost Corpse Mountain, right? The fourth elder had been fighting for a long time, his blood was boiling, he couldn't wait to start another fight. The first elder said, on the 8th of August, there will be a lot of fights, I'm just afraid that you might get bored. How come? The two of them flashed across the air and arrived next to Yichen and the other two. Seeing the three of them safe and sound, the first elder let out a sigh of relief, nodded and said, not bad, being able to survive such a dangerous fight, when we go back, we will definitely be able to reach a higher level. Lu Hansan asked, First Elder, what is going on? Is the Ghost Corpse Mountain preparing to launch an attack on those top-grade institutions? The First Elder said, Not yet, I think they are just trying to weaken the powers of those institutions. However, we don't know how long this situation can last. Perhaps, in 1 or 2 years, the Corpse Man will be able to recover his peak power, and that will be the time when the war starts. 1 or 2 years, it's too urgent. Lu Hansan frowned. The fourth elder grinned and said, Even if the sky falls down, there will always be someone taller to hold it up. The Emerald Martial Palace is even more anxious than us. Not to mention, no matter how powerful the Ghost Corpse Mountain is, we don't have to be afraid of him. Every top-grade institution has a great elder who is in a life-or-death training. Once the institution faces a crisis, they will definitely come out. Great elder, Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. Judging from the fourth elder's tone, he seemed to be even more powerful than the leader of the institution. Wasn't that an astral-reaching realm martial artist? No wonder the Ghost Corpse Man didn't dare to offend the 5 top-grade institutions, and was even hiding in the shadows. He must be afraid that the great elders of those top-grade institutions would come and hunt him down. The few of them didn't forget about the Wind Vulture, they started to search for it together. Next to a pile of rocks, the Wind Vulture was lying on the ground, with a horrifying blade wound on its body. It was bleeding profusely. At the moment, it was trying to stand up, but the wound was way too severe. The head elder sighed. He took out tens of bottles of medicine from his storage ring, unplugged the corks and activated his Xianxia. He mixed the bottles of medicine together and sprinkled them evenly on the Wind Vulture's wound. Visibly, the bleeding stopped, and the flesh and blood began to wriggle, as if they were going to merge together. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's find a place to settle down first. The institution will send another Wind Vulture to pick us up. While talking, the storage ring on the head elder's finger flashed with a dim light, and a wooden crow appeared in his hand. The crow was made from hundreds of pieces of black wood, and looked very lifelike. Its eyeballs were like soybean-sized gems, shining brightly. Crack, the head elder pressed some kind of button, and a hole appeared on the crow's belly, which seemed to be a groove. A milky white soul stone was stuffed into the crow's belly by the head elder. If Yichen guessed it right, this must be a precious mid-rank soul stone, which was equal to 50 low-rank soul stones. The wooden crow's eyes shone with a red light, it flapped its wings and flew towards the Sky Cloud Martial School. Seeing Yichen's expression, the head elder smiled and explained, This is a puppet crow, one of the creations of the Puppet Martial School, which was a rank 5 institution 5,000 years ago. It can travel over 30,000 miles a day, only a little bit slower than the Wind Vulture. Its power source is soul stones, but they must be mid-rank soul stones, low-rank soul stones can't support it for long. Can it know the way? Yichen asked. The head elder shook his head and responded, This is confidential, I can't tell you. The group of people settled down in a city thousands of miles away. 3 days and 4 nights later, people from the Sky Cloud Martial School arrived, and it wasn't just 1 or 2 of them. A large group of inner elders rode on 4 Wind Vultures. They boarded the Wind Vultures and headed for the Sky Cloud Martial School that very night. Under the waterfall, a man was sitting on a huge rock with his legs crossed. The man's upper body was naked, and his muscular back was as straight as a sword, full of indescribable sharpness. No matter how hard the waterfall slammed on his back, it couldn't make him bend even a little bit. Rumble, the sound of the waterfall seemed to be getting louder and louder, it even resounded for miles. Right at this moment, the man raised his right arm. He didn't seem to use much of his strength, but the waterfall suddenly rose up into the sky, forming a huge water sword, shining with a colorful light under the sunlight. It was dazzling. Go! With a cold shout, the huge water sword pierced towards the mountain next to him. Crack, a huge hole was created on the solid mountain, and the huge water sword also shattered into pieces, turning back into water and gushing out of the hole. Phew, the man slowly let out a breath, turned around and stood up. It was Yi Chen. He smiled. It had been a couple of days since he had returned to the Sky Cloud Martial School. During these days, he didn't do anything but cultivate under the waterfall. Today, he had finally made a breakthrough. Originally, with his cultivation, he wouldn't be able to turn a waterfall into a huge water sword. he would need to be at least a clasping Yuan realm martial artist to do so, because only clasping Yuan realm martial artists could have such a great amount of Zhen qi. However, with the help of his half-step sword intent, which was infinitely close to the sword intent, he had succeeded. After a while, the smile on Yu Chen's face disappeared, and he let out a long sigh. Learning the sword intent is way more difficult than I thought. Without any opportunities, I would probably be stuck in this level for a long time. I really don't know how I can learn it. Yu Chen could almost feel the existence of the sword intent. It was like a great sword in the room, and all he needed to do was to open the door curtain slightly, then he would be able to go in and take the sword out for his own use. However, although he could see the existence of the curtain and the great sword, he felt like he was in a dream, as he could not touch the curtain at all. Every time he tried to touch the curtain, he would only touch the air. The more impatient he was, the harder it would be to touch it. Sometimes, Yu Chen even thought that it was an illusion, and that he was not actually close to the sword intent. However, he denied it. Although the mirror flower water moon was an illusion, there was no real flower and moon, so how could it be real? Although he couldn't learn the sword intent, Yu Chen wasn't disappointed. Some things couldn't be begged for, when the time was right, it would naturally appear in front of him. Of course, other than the problem of the sword intent, everything else went smoothly. In these few days, Yu Chen had not only stabilized his late condensing reality realm cultivation, he had also completely digested all the experience he had gained in the past few days and turned it into his own fighting power. The Sky Cloud Sword Art, the Tyrant Fist Art and the Crane Shadow Steps, these three martial arts that he had been using for a long time had been upgraded to the next level. He could now use them as he pleased, without any restrictions. Now, even if Yu Chen didn't use the one sword art, he could still fight against Sherpadian, who had trained two powerful martial arts. This was undoubtedly a huge improvement. Sherpadian was a well-known child-level martial artist. Being able to fight against him meant that Yu Chen's pure power had also reached the child level. He was almost at the peak of the young generation in the Windy Nation. If he used the one sword art, perhaps only young Master North Snow, young Master Duanmu and Fast Blade Lynch would be able to compete with him. Of course, it would be best if he didn't use the one sword art, after all, his own power was the most important thing. Ah! Brother Yi, we didn't know you were here. Just as Yu Chen was thinking, three female disciples appeared not far away. They were all about 13 or 14 years old, looking very energetic. Seeing Yu Chen's naked upper body, they immediately turned their heads away with blushing faces. Yu Chen forced a smile. In his world, a naked man was not a big deal, but this world was different. His storage ring shone with a dim light, and clean clothes appeared in his hand. After putting on the clothes, Yu Chen asked, "Are you looking for a place to train?" "Yeah. Brother Yi, why are you taking a bath here?" The round-faced female disciple was the cutest among them. She was the only one who did not turn her head away, but the other two covered her eyes. "I am training. If you don't mind, I will let you have this place." After saying that, Yu Chen jumped up and landed on top of the waterfall. After a couple of flashes, he disappeared without a trace. "Haha, I told you that Brother Yi is a nice guy, but you didn't believe me." "Hee, Brother Yi has a nice body, and he is very powerful." Sister disciples, why did Brother Yi run away? Going to the floating cloud palace once every 3 days had become a habit of Yu Chen's. Actually, he did not have to take on a mission every time he went there, but he could see some of the big and small things happening in the Windy Nation from the mission list, which was much better than not knowing what was going on outside. Passing by the ranking jade wall, Yu Chen turned his head to take a look. His name was still the first on the third row, and the first and second rows were the 24 core disciples. Of course, if he wanted to, he could become a core disciple anytime he wanted, and his ranking would be very high, at least in the top 4. However, he did not plan to do so yet, because he did not have much confidence in fighting against the hidden scent sword, Zhumei, unless he performed the one-sword attack. If I can't become the number 1 core disciple, then there is no point. Shaking his head, Yu Chen was about to enter the floating cloud palace. "Look, Brother Mengchong is back. I heard that he took on a 3-star black rank mission this time. It seems like he has already completed it. Compared to the inner disciple ranking competition, senior Brother Mengchong has improved a lot." I wonder how he compares to senior brother Yichen. The surrounding inner disciples discussed among themselves, and their gazes were focused on Meng Chong, who had just returned. Meng Chong didn't care that he had become the center of attention. He said to Yi Chen, who was standing at the entrance of the floating cloud palace, "Let's fight on the Martial Plaza. I hope you can improve." Yi Chen turned around. "As you wish." Not challenging others was one thing, but when someone came to challenge you, you generally wouldn't refuse. Furthermore, even if you refused, you had to have a good reason. Otherwise, if everyone refused, then what would be the point of the ranking Jade Wall? There would be no competition. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings boiled over. Senior brother Meng Chong is fighting against senior brother Yi Chen again. Shocking news. Quickly go inform the other senior brothers and junior brothers. It's been more than a month, and both senior brothers have improved. The duel will definitely be more exciting. It seems like senior brother Meng Chong doesn't plan to become a core disciple if he doesn't defeat senior brother Yi Chen. Soon, most of the Sky Cloud Martial School's inner disciples had heard about this news. Without saying anything, they immediately rushed to the Martial Plaza. Within a short period of time, the Martial Plaza was filled with thousands of people. Among them, 200 to 300 were inner disciples who didn't go to do any tasks. Outer disciples made up 80% of the crowd, and a few core disciples were also there. They all wanted to see how powerful Yi Chen and Meng Chong were. On the central platform, Yi Chen and Meng Chong slowly walked onto the platform. "I haven't seen you for more than a month. If your improvement is not obvious, then I am afraid you will lose to me." Meng Chong's aura was even more reserved. Yi Chen glanced at his opponent, shook his head and said, "You have indeed improved, but you are getting further and further away from me." "Huh," Meng Chong sneered, "you will know after the duel. You will take back your words." A gust of wind blew, Yi Chen's clothes and hair were fluttering in the wind. He said, "Let's begin." Chin, taking out his long blade, Meng Chong stomped on the ground and flew towards Yi Chen like a lightning. Blood light. On his way, Meng Chong held his long blade with both of his hands and quickly waved it. Because of his fast speed, his arms seemed to have disappeared into the air. Only the blood-red blade light could be seen, covering the entire platform and completely sealing the space where Yi Chen was. He couldn't back out, he couldn't move forward, and he couldn't dodge. There was only one way left, which was to fight. So powerful. I wonder how senior brother Yi Chen is going to fight. I guess he will have to fight. If senior brother Meng Chong was as powerful as he is now, he would definitely be the #1 inner disciple again. Of course, if he beats senior brother Yi Chen this time, he will still be the #1 inner disciple. It can't be that easy. Senior brother Yi Chen has been to the Emerald Martial Palace, he has seen a lot of things. How could he not have improved? Most of the people still didn't know that Yi Chen had beaten Qingjun and Sherpatian. Only those core disciples knew a little bit about it. Of course, in a day or two, Yi Chen's story would definitely be spread out. How big of a commotion would it cause? When the blood-red blade light reached its peak, Yi Chen threw out his sword. Shoo, no one saw how Yi Chen threw out his sword. They only saw a thin white line of sword chi flash across. Yi Chen's figure had already passed through the blood-red blade light and appeared behind Meng Chong. Dang, swoosh, the long blade flew out of Meng Chong's hand and stabbed into a stone pillar. It was not over yet. Meng Chong's clothes had also been cut open. The cut was extremely small. Putting the hidden cloud sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chen said lightly, "Your blade skill is not bad. Unfortunately, I have already reached a higher level. You will not be able to compete with me anymore. Too powerful, way too powerful. I didn't even have the slightest chance to fight back. Even now, I, Meng Chong, am still not his opponent. I wouldn't have believed it before, but now I have no choice but to believe it, because it has already happened, and it happened to me." Meng Chong's heart was filled with shock. He stood there, stunned. Not only Meng Chong was stunned, all of the inner and outer disciples' eyes were blank, and their mouths were wide open, unable to close. Everyone was completely silent. When they came back to their senses, Yi Chen had already left the Martial Plaza. Damn. What did I just see? Senior brother Yichen beat senior brother Meng Chong with only one sword attack. How powerful does he have to be able to do that? What an overwhelming advantage. The gap is so huge. Among all the inner disciples, no one can threaten senior brother Yichen's position anymore. Just thinking about it makes my scalp numb. Senior brother Meng Chong beat the top 10 inner disciples with only one sword attack, but senior brother Yichen beat Meng Chong with only one sword attack. Hearing the inner disciples' discussions, the few core disciples who were watching the fight looked at each other. Time flew by like water. Another 20 days had passed. It was already August. During this time, Yichen had never stopped improving. His Xianxia cultivation was getting closer to the peak of the late condensing reality realm, and was not far away from Lu Hanshan and the others. As for his sword skills, even he himself didn't know what level he had reached. Perhaps, he would only be able to find out if he fought against some child-level young martial artists. Compared to his personal improvement, something big had happened in the Windy Nation. One of the top 5 institutions, the Purple Sun Martial School, had a spy. This spy was an inner elder, but his real identity was actually a powerful warrior under the command of the Ghost Corpse Man. He had been hiding in the Purple Sun Martial School for 15 years, but recently, for some unknown reason, he had betrayed the Purple Sun Martial School and killed an inner elder and 3 outer elders, which had shocked all the powerful forces in the Windy Nation. Yichen didn't know what had happened, but the core members of all the institutions knew it clearly. The plan to encircle the Ghost Corpse Mountains branch on the 8th of August had failed, and the reason was because of that spy from the Purple Sun Martial School. He knew that they were going to encircle the Ghost Corpse Mountains branch, so he secretly sent a message to the Ghost Corpse Mountain. But he didn't expect that he would be discovered by another inner elder, and then a fight broke out between them. After that, 3 outer elders came to help, and 4 of them fought against one. However, this spy was indeed powerful. He killed all 4 of them within a short period of time. In the main hall of the Sky Cloud Martial School. At this moment, all the inner elders were discussing something else. Leader, the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region is about to open in October. We should also decide which disciples will participate in it, so that we can prepare in advance. The one who spoke was the 4th elder. Luo Xinglie glanced at the crowd and asked, "Do you have any good suggestions?" The head elder cleared his throat and said, "The Heavenly Dream Ancient Region only opens once every 10 years, it's a rare opportunity. After each trial, nearly 1/10 of the young generation will step into the Clasping Yuan realm, therefore, we have to send our best disciples. Of course, our Sky Cloud Martial School is only a rank 9 institution, we only have 4 quotas. Therefore, I think Zhu Mei and Luo Hanshan must go, plus Su Jing." "What about the other one?" Someone frowned. The 4th elder said, "I think Yichen is a good choice." The head elder nodded, he had the same idea. Hearing him, a few inner elders immediately shook their heads. Although Yichen is very talented, and he has already comprehended the half-step sword intent, he is obviously not as powerful as the others. It doesn't make sense to let him go. You're right, the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region is an ancient place, every quota is extremely precious, how can we waste it? We have to send the disciples who have the opportunity to break into the Clasping Yuan realm. I think Tao Xiaofeng, who is ranked 3rd among the core disciples, is a good choice. Jing Ju, who is ranked 4th, is also a good choice. The head elder glanced at the others and said, "Tao Xiaofeng and Jing Ju are indeed good, but they are not the most talented ones. Even if they manage to step into the Clasping Yuan realm, they would only be considered as elites, they would not be able to kill people who are at a higher level than them." However, Yichen has already comprehended the half-step sword intent, he will definitely be able to comprehend the true sword intent one day. Once he steps into the Clasping Yuan realm, what do you think about his fighting power? This, the few who disagreed couldn't find any words to refute. At this moment, Luo Xinglie said, "The Heavenly Dream Ancient Region is located in the desert between the 9 nations, hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Sky Cloud Martial School. Let's not waste any more time, let's leave in half a month. The quotas are Zhu Mei, Luo Hanshan, Su Jing, and Yichen." Hearing the last 2 words, the 4th elder and the head elder glanced at each other and smiled. The Emerald Martial Palace. In the meeting hall, Xianxia, who was sitting on the head seat, pondered for a while, then said, Elder Lan, you mean we don't have to send our best disciples? Elder Lan was the head elder of the Emerald Martial Palace. He was already 80 years old. Although he was not very talented, he was still an indispensable pillar of the Emerald Martial Palace. However, in the recent 10 years, because of his old age, he had become more and more conservative. He was one of the few people who opposed the idea of the Heavenly Dream Ancient region. Leader, our Emerald Martial Palace is now the dominator of the Windy Nation. We don't have to take the risk. The death rate in the Heavenly Dream Ancient region is extremely high. 30 years ago, 645 disciples from the 9 nations went in, and only 450 came out. 20 years ago, 630 disciples went in, and only 370 came out. The death rate is getting higher and higher every year. I'm afraid that this time, more than half of the disciples will die. Hearing Elder Lan's words, those inner elders who were about to persuade Elder Lan all became silent. Indeed, it was a fact that the death rate in the Heavenly Dream Ancient region was very high. If the most talented disciples of the valley were sent into the Heavenly Dream Ancient region, if they were unlucky, more than half of them might die. To the Emerald Martial Palace, this would be a heavy blow. A radical inner elder stood up and said, Leader, Elder Lan, you can't say that. We can't be afraid of the high death rate. If I'm not wrong, the other 4 institutions will definitely send their best disciples there. As long as these disciples can come out alive, they will be much more powerful than before. They might even break through to the clasping Yuan realm. By then, the advantage of the younger generation of our Emerald Martial Palace will be gone. Elder Lu is right, it's time for the younger generation to see some blood. If there is an empty quota, I'm willing to send my nephew in. The Heavenly Dream Ancient region only opens once every 10 years, it's a rare opportunity, we can't waste it. Among the disciples who survive in the Heavenly Dream Ancient region, 10% of them will break through to the Clasping Yuan realm, which means 30 out of 300 disciples will become Clasping Yuan realm warriors. The second elder, who was standing next to Elder Lan, opened his mouth, Leader, I think we can make a compromise. The Emerald Martial Palace is a rank 7 institution, and we have 8 quotas. Out of the 8 quotas, we can send 4 of our best geniuses, and the remaining 4 can be sent to the Emerald Martial Palace. In this way, even if we lose a lot of people, we won't be hurt too badly. Hearing this, Xianxia was a bit tempted. Since the Emerald Martial Palace was the overlord of the Windy Nation, there was indeed no need for them to put all their eggs in one basket. It would be best to have the best of both worlds. Then how do you think the quota should be allocated? Xianxia asked. The second elder glanced at Elder Lan and said, Our head disciple, Fei, has to go. He is an early Clasping Yuan realm martial artist. He is powerful enough to compete with ordinary mid-Clasping Yuan realm martial artists. With him, the survival of our Emerald Martial Palace's disciples will be more guaranteed. As far as I know, the Rudra Nation has the most Clasping Yuan realm martial artists among the young generation, 4 of them. The White Mystery Nation and the Sky Serpent Nation have 3 each. The other 5 nations are the same as our Windy Nation, they all have 1 or 2 Clasping Yuan realm martial artists. We have to be careful. At this moment, even Elder Lan nodded. Apparently, he agreed with the second elder. The second elder continued, Lu Wuxiang and Ji Shuiyan have to go as well, they have a great chance to step into the Clasping Yuan realm. Sherpadian hasn't fully recovered yet, he will stay in the Emerald Martial Palace. Lu Xian, who is ranked 5th among the core disciples, will go with the other 4 core disciples who are not in the top 10. Xianxia was quite satisfied with the second elder's plan. He said, All right, the quota for the Heavenly Dream Ancient region has been decided, there is no need to discuss further. In the North Snow Martial Academy. In the conference hall. Xue Warren held his hands behind his back and said, There is nothing to discuss about this. The 8 quotas must be given to the best disciples, I don't want to wait for another 10 years. Just like his blade skills, Xue Warren was always decisive, he would never change his mind. Everyone smiled bitterly and left the hall. After a while, 8 young men walked in. The 3 in the lead were a gentle young man in a white robe, North Snow Fast Blade Lynch and Tyrant Blade Jiu. Leader. All of them greeted him politely. Xue Warren nodded and said, I didn't ask you to come here for any other reason, I just want you to know about the Heavenly Dream Ancient region, and what you should pay attention to?" The gentle young man asked, "Leader, is it true that the Heavenly Dream Ancient region cannot be seen with the naked eye?" The Heavenly Dream Ancient region is located in a space crack, it is not open yet. Indeed, it cannot be seen with the naked eye, not even with the spiritual power. This time, when you enter the Heavenly Dream Ancient region, you should remember to stop while you're ahead, and focus on steadily improving your power. Don't be greedy, and don't become the target of everyone. You should know that an innocent man will get into trouble because of his treasures. If you have something that makes others jealous, you should either kill them immediately, or throw it away. The Heavenly Dream Ancient region had many treasures, such as magical weapons, natural medicines, and secret manuals. The reason why the 5 top-ranked institutions had become more and more powerful was because they would send a batch of disciples into the Heavenly Dream Ancient region every 10 years. After they came back, the number of treasures and secret manuals in their institutions would increase. Of course, they wouldn't just contribute to the institutions for free, the leaders of the institutions would reward them with spirit stones according to the value of those treasures. In the yard, Yichen was sitting under a tree with his legs crossed, without moving even a little bit. This tree was a common dark tree in the windy mountain. It had started to shed its leaves in July, and now it was already mid-September, its leaves were falling very fast. Even if it was only a slight breeze, 3 to 4 leaves would fall down. A couple of hours later, Yichen's hair and clothes were covered with dozens of withered leaves. From far away from the yard came a series of light footsteps, which were getting closer and closer. "Is Yichen in? Excuse me, is Yichen in?" Creak, the man called out for a few times, but no one responded, so he pushed open the door and walked in. The one who came in was an executor disciple, who used to be an inner disciple. According to the rules of the institution, if an inner disciple failed to step into the clasping yuan realm before the age of 24, he or she would have to transfer to the steward's hall and become a fighting or non-fighting member of the institution. Of course, once an inner disciple stepped into the clasping yuan realm, he or she could also become an outer elder, which was the most important thing. This executor disciple was about 25 years old, and was at the peak of the late condensing reality realm. Compared to most of the inner disciples, he or she was quite powerful, almost as powerful as the top 10 inner disciples. Soon, he saw Yichen, who was sitting under the tree with his legs crossed, and slightly frowned. When a martial artist was cultivating, he or she was not allowed to be disturbed. If he or she was interrupted at a critical moment, the other party might even want to kill him or her. The executor disciple smiled helplessly, stood aside and waited, without making any sound. Whoosh, suddenly, a gust of wind blew across, and tens of withered leaves fell down, fluttering in the air. At this moment, Yichen opened his eyes, which were shining with a sharp light. When the executor disciple was about to say something, he saw an amazing scene. He saw Yichen glance at the fallen leaves in front of him, as if they had been cut by an invisible sharp blade. They suddenly split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, and all of a sudden, the leaves turned into dust. Sword Intent, the legendary Sword Intent. The executor disciple screamed in his mind. Although he was just an ordinary executor disciple, it did not mean that he was not knowledgeable. Whether it was in the ancient books or by word of mouth, a sword artist who had mastered the Sword Intent could use invisible things to hurt people. For example, by giving a strand of Sword Intent to the air, it could be extremely lethal. Just now, Yichen had used his eyes to infuse the Sword Intent into the air in front of him and easily cut the leaves. "What's the matter?" Standing up, Yichen shook off the leaves on his body and asked. The executor disciple said respectfully, "Headmaster wants to see you." "Lead the way then." Yichen looked very calm. These days, his desire for the Sword Intent was not that urgent anymore. Every day, after he finished his training, he would sit under a big tree and meditate for a while. He would go into Taishu and forget about everything around him. Perhaps it was because of this kind of transcendent mentality that he had broken through the half-step Sword Intent and finally mastered the real Sword Intent that every sword artist dreamed of. No matter it was his aura or his soul, they had all been improved. As for what level he had reached, he was still not sure yet. "Yes," the executor disciple said with a humble tone. Normally, he did not need to flatter the inner disciples or the core disciples, but when facing Yichen, he naturally showed his respect. It was not surprising, after all, in this true spirit continent, powerful warriors were always respected. Even the most talented geniuses would have to show some respect in front of powerful warriors who were at a very high level. Otherwise, they would just be acting recklessly and could be killed at any time. Being led by the executor disciple, Yichen arrived at the lobby. In the lobby, Zhu Mei, Luo Hanshan, and Su Jing were all there. Sitting next to them were some inner elders, and the leader of the school, Luo Xianxia, was sitting in the front seat. Leader, elders. Yichen cupped his hands and bowed. Luo Xianxia nodded. Tomorrow is the time to go to the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region. Before that, I want to tell you that the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region is very complicated. There might be palaces in the mountains, there might be tombs in the water, and there might even be treasures under the ground. There are countless ways to get in. Sometimes a big tree might be the entrance, sometimes you need to move a huge rock, sometimes you just need to jump down from the mountain. All in all, anything can happen in there, you have to stay calm and don't panic. Yes. Yi Chen and the other three nodded. Luo Xianxia continued, there are a lot of treasures in the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region, and countless secret manuals. Obviously, we can't ask you to contribute for nothing. Therefore, according to the value of the things you contribute, the school will give you a certain amount of spirit stones. For example, a top-ranked Mortal Realm secret manual can be exchanged for 50 low-ranked spirit stones, a low-ranked Earth Realm secret manual can be exchanged for 3,000 low-ranked spirit stones, a mid-ranked Earth Realm secret manual is extremely rare, even in the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region, it can be exchanged for 3,000 mid-ranked spirit stones. The same goes for other treasures and medicines. Of course, if you contribute those secret manuals to the school, you can still cultivate them yourself, but you can't teach them to others. Do you understand? Understood. Although he knew that these things were worth a lot of spirit stones, Yichen was still shocked. It seemed like the school was going to spend a lot of money this time. However, the Heavenly Dream Ancient Region was not a playground, all the disciples from the 9 nations had gone in, so it was normal to kill each other. Especially the disciples who had great treasures, they had to be extra careful. Early the next morning, the group set off. This time, the escort team was especially large, consisting of 10 inner elders and 50 outer elders, riding on 8 wind eagles, piercing through the clouds. 3 days later, the wind eagles left the Windy Nation and reached the border of the Windy Nation. Outside the Windy Nation, there are always dangers, everyone be careful. The head elder activated his Xianxia and shouted coldly. Yes. Some of the elders who had been to the South Shui region understood. The wind eagles were extremely strong and had a strong beast qi. Carrying 8 people on its back was like carrying nothing, but flying at a supersonic speed, any human body would feel tired. Normally, after 2 days, the head elder would find a place to rest and continue the journey the next day. Crack, lightning bolts flashed across the sky like snakes. Above the layer of clouds, the wind vulture was flying calmly. It was a 5th-grade flying beast, and it was only allowed to fly during a thunderstorm. Not to mention that the heaven-shocking sky was over 10,000 meters away from them, and it wouldn't be a big deal if it was struck by some lightning bolts. Lu Hanshan raised his head and looked around, then laughed and said, "It is said that there are 3 layers of the sky. The first layer is called the shocking sky, which contains the 4 extreme yuan qi of thunder, water, fire, and wind. It is extremely violent, only astral-reaching realm martial artists would be able to go up there. Above that is the second layer, the extreme void. Not even astral-reaching realm martial artists can go up there, only Sea of Souls realm martial artists can go up there. The top layer is called the top sky. Except for life and death realm martial artists, anyone who goes up there would only be death, even their souls would be destroyed. Absolute sky, extreme sky, top sky." Yichen glanced at Su Jing and said, "Sister Su Jing's golden 3-realm art should be based on these 3 layers of the sky, right?" Su Jing responded blandly, "How can the golden 3-realm art compare with the 3 layers of the sky? It's just a name, it's far from comparable." Puff, a lightning bolt suddenly struck towards Yi Chen and the others, but was snuffed out by the head elder. He said, "As long as it's not in the absolute sky, these lightning bolts are not that powerful, don't worry. True Spirit Continent is indeed colorful. There are too many things I don't know." Yi Chen sighed inwardly. In the world he came from, thunder and lightning were horrifying to normal people. Anyone who was struck by a thunder and lightning would basically die. Plus, the thunder and lightning in that world were not even comparable to the thunder and lightning in this world. After all, the natural yuan qi in one world was extremely scarce, while the natural yuan qi in the other world was extremely rich. They were not even on the same level. But right now, thunder and lightning had been easily destroyed by the headmaster. Below the clouds, it had already begun to rain. Everyone was above the clouds, so there was no need to worry about such things. The wind vulture flew for an unknown period of time, when the airflow in front of it suddenly became chaotic. Visible to the naked eye, a gray wind pillar fell straight down from above. Lightning flashed inside, and the figure in the center could be vaguely seen. Astral Reaching Realm Warrior. Let's take a detour. The head elder's face suddenly changed. He commanded the windy vulture to take a detour, not daring to move forward directly. The wind pillar dissipated, and the lightning was extinguished. A figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. It was a middle-aged man with sallow skin. He was of average height, and he wore a large blue robe. His long black hair flickered with electricity. He gave off an oppressive feeling, and no one dared to resist. "Who are you?" The head elder's face turned slightly pale. He cupped his hands and said respectfully, "Sorry for disturbing you, Senior. I am the head elder of the Sky Cloud Martial School in the Windy Nation." Sky Cloud Martial School. The middle-aged man laughed. "So it is the martial school of that old bastard Cloud Dreamer. I am his old friend, you can call me Thunder Freer." Thunder Freer, what a powerful name. Yichen thought to himself. The head elder relaxed his face. "So it is you, Senior Thunder Freer. When I was young, I heard from the great elder that you were famous in the South Shore region with your great heavenly thunder magic." Thunder Freer rolled his eyes. "That old bastard Cloud Dreamer always likes to exaggerate. What was I tens of years ago? Back then, the Nine Evil cult was like the sun in the sky, I couldn't even escape." "Oh right, you are going to the scorching ancient desert, right? These few brats are not bad, you should train them well." Yi Chen and the other three were the best disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Except for the Emerald Martial Palace, they were not any weaker than the other three top-ranked martial institutions in the Windy Nation. Thunder Freer could see through them at first glance. He couldn't help but nod. "Thank you, Senior, we are indeed going to the scorching ancient desert. The Heavenly Dream Ancient region only opens once every 10 years, it's a rare opportunity." The head elder was quite old, while Thunder Freer looked like he was less than 50 years old. However, when he stood next to Thunder Freer, the head elder looked like a junior. "Alright, I need to continue refining my Jin Qi, you guys go on your way." Thunder Freer waved his sleeves, his body transformed into a bolt of lightning, shooting straight up into the sky, tearing a hole in the air. Crackle, the inside of the hole was bright and sparkling with thunder and lightning. Just looking at it made one's heart tremble with fear. "Let's go." The head elder took a deep breath and activated the Wind Eagle under his feet. "On the way." The head elder suddenly said, "Although Thunder Freer looks less than 50 years old, he is actually over 100 years old. The reason is very simple. If a martial artist who has stepped into the astral reaching realm doesn't have any problems, he can easily live up to 200 years old. Therefore, his real age is twice as old as his appearance. Is it really that hard to reach the next level? Thunder Freer is already over 100 years old, but he still hasn't reached a higher level." Yichen was a bit touched. There are countless martial artists on this true spirit continent. 99% of them are stuck below the clasping yuan realm, and 99% of the rest are stuck below the astral reaching realm. It's extremely hard to reach a higher level. Of course, there are always exceptions, and there are always some extremely powerful martial artists in every generation. For them, reaching a higher level is as easy as eating or drinking water. For example, Xianxia is the only martial artist who managed to reach the life and death realm in the past 100 years. She is one of the most powerful martial artists in this generation. She became a queen within a few decades. She can even be called a legend. As for those martial geniuses who used to be on the same level as her, although they were not as powerful as her, most of them had already reached the Sea of Souls realm. Zhu Mei, who was wearing a robe embroidered with plum blossoms, laughed and said, "Talent is indeed important, but you also need to have a great adventure. Otherwise, no matter how talented you are, you will never be able to reach the top. Brother Yi, this heavenly dream ancient region is just a chance. If you have a great adventure, you might be able to save yourself many years of training." Yichen nodded in agreement. Zhu Mei was right. In order to reach a higher level, you must have a great adventure. In fact, adventures could be categorized as resources. Only with enough resources could you become stronger and stronger. Otherwise, once your potential ran out, you wouldn't be able to reach any higher than ordinary martial artists. In the boundless desert, the sun was shining brightly. The scorching heat had even twisted the air, and the sand was as smooth as a mirror. The scorching ancient desert has existed since the ancient time. The fire power in the air is extremely violent, and storms of fire power are often generated. "We shouldn't stay in the clouds, let's go down." Once they reached the sky above the desert, the head elder ordered the 8 wind eagles to fly down into the clouds. Swoosh, 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 a scorching hot gale blew across. Even though they were protected by their protective Xianxia, they could still feel the heat. After all, this was only the edge of the scorching ancient desert, where the temperature was less than 1/10 of the central desert. One had to admit that sometimes, if one was unlucky, one could even drink cold water. After the wind eagles had flown for less than 500 miles, a wave of dazzling fiery light descended from the sky, enveloping the group of people. "This is a storm of fire power, let's break it together." The head elder let out a growl, straightened his body, spread his feet as wide as his shoulders, took a deep breath, then poked his finger towards the sky, then drew a line in the air. Puff, a cloth-tearing noise came out, along with which, a storm of fire power was cut into two by a purple light beam, then scattered in the air. At this moment, the 4th elder didn't dare to move too much. He was a cultivator of fire power, which meant that he might be able to help the storm of fire power. Normally, he would be able to use it to fight against enemies, but right now, if he didn't do anything, the group of people might be turned into grilled meat. The other elders all launched their own attacks, sending out waves of fierce power towards the sky, stopping the storm of fire power from expanding, and gradually destroying it. Yi Chen had also launched a wave of fierce power, but what shocked him was that this wave of fierce power was evaporated before it could even get close to the storm of fire power. After breaking through the storm of fire power, the group of people were soaked in sweat and gasping for breath. The wind eagles down below didn't have a good time either. Some of their feathers had even been burnt, but luckily, they weren't hurt. The scorching ancient desert had a radius of 70 to 80,000 miles, much larger than the windy nation. It was said that in the ancient time, this desert was even larger, over 500,000 miles in radius. There was only one country in this desert, which was called the Scorching Ancient Empire. However, the empire had been destroyed, and the desert had been shrinking year by year, until it became what it was now. From far away, the group of people had already seen a cyan beam of light piercing through the air, just like a pillar in the sky. "The cyan beam of light has appeared, the heavenly dream ancient region will open in 3 days, let's go find a place to camp first." The head elder had a great eyesight, he had already seen many people approaching the cyan beam of light. After a while, the wind eagles landed. Yi Chen raised his head. The cyan beam of light was as thick as a mountain, it was indeed gigantic, but he didn't know how it was formed. At the place where the cyan beam of light touched the desert, there was a gigantic gate of light. It was 33 zhang tall and 45 zhang wide, and was tightly closed. Around the cyan beam of light, thousands of people were stationed. They were all wearing different kinds of clothes, some were wearing yellow robes, some were wearing black robes, some were wearing blue, some were wearing white and some were purple. The patterns on their sleeves were different, which meant that they were from different martial institutions. At this moment, the people from the Emerald Martial Palace had already arrived. Among all the forces in the Windy Nation, they were the closest to the scorching ancient desert. Of course, this was only relative, hundreds of thousands of miles of distance was necessary, after all, it was 70 to 80,000 miles from the edge of the desert to the center. 8 disciples from the Emerald Martial Palace had arrived, 3 of whom Yi Chen knew. They were the Emerald Child Shuang Fei, the Palm Absolute Lu Wuxiang and Ji Xueyin. Moving his eyes away from the Emerald Martial Palace, Yi Chen's pupils shrank. So many powerful young warriors. Among the hundreds of young disciples from different martial institutions, almost all of them were at the peak of the late condensing reality realm. Over 80% of them were the child-to-be of the Windy Nation, and over 50% were the child level. Among them, tens of them looked as powerful as Lynch. Obviously, they were at the same level as the child North Snow. However, this wasn't enough to surprise Yi Chen. What surprised Yi Chen was that there were quite a lot of clasping Yuan realm young warriors. With a single glance, Yi Chen could already see 7 to 8 of them, and some of them must have not arrived yet. Lu Hanzhan said with a serious face, "Brother Yi, this time, we have to be careful when we enter the Heaven Dream Ancient region. There are many young powerful martial artists in the Hidden Dragon ranking this time." Hidden Dragon ranking martial artists? Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. He remembered that Zhuang Fei was ranked 68th in the last Hidden Dragon ranking, but of course, he was only at the peak of the late condensing reality realm back then. Lu Hanzhan said, "In the last Hidden Dragon ranking, all the martial artists ranked below the top 50 were at the peak of the late condensing reality realm, the top 50 were at the early clasping Yuan realm, the top 10 were at the peak of the early clasping Yuan realm, and the top 3 were at the mid clasping Yuan realm. They represent the top young martial artists of the South Shui region, and they are even more powerful than the older generation. Especially the top 3, I heard that they are as powerful as the 5 leaders of our Windy Nation." The top 3 are as powerful as the 5 leaders of our Windy Nation? Not only Yi Chen, even Zhu Mei and Su Jing's expressions changed. They all looked at Lu Hanzhan. He was the only one from the Sky Cloud Martial School who had participated in the Hidden Dragon ranking in the last 10 years, although he was eliminated in the end. Lu Hanzhan nodded heavily. "You have never watched the Hidden Dragon ranking, so you don't know how powerful they are. The top 10 of the Hidden Dragon ranking are qualified to be called the top martial geniuses of the South Shui region, and the top 3 are already qualified to compete for the title of Peerless Genius. If they have great luck, they might even reach the Sea of Souls realm, or even the Life and Death realm in the future. They are the most powerful generation in the South Shui region in the last 100 years. Are they really that powerful?" Zhu Mei was a nice person. As the head disciple, she didn't act like the head disciple. She just frowned after hearing Lu Hanzhan's words. "You won't believe it even if I tell you now, but you have to know that the top 3 of the Hidden Dragon ranking come from the top 3 countries of the South Shui region. They are all extremely talented, and have been training martial arts that are way more powerful than ours. They never lack resources. From these 3 aspects, you can imagine how powerful they are. Compared to them, I am still not powerful enough." Yi Chen let out a breath and asked, "Brother Luo, who are these Hidden Dragon ranking martial artists?" Lu Hanzhan glanced at the crowd in the east and said, "The one who is wearing blood-red clothes with golden edges is Mo Wuxue, the head disciple of the Evil Blood Martial School. He is 22 this year, and he is ranked 54 in the last Hidden Dragon rank. People call him One Blade, Bloodless. I heard that he has already reached the clasping Luo, and has Shan." I said, "Luo, and he have reached the Shan." Yi Chen followed Luo Hanzhan's line of sight. 700 meters to the east, surrounded by 7 disciples in blood-red robes, a pale-faced young man was especially eye-catching. He was wearing a blood-red robe with golden edges, and had a tall and slim body. He looked noble, but also had an evil and murderous aura, which made him look extremely dangerous. This guy is terrifying. Yi Chen's soul power was amazing, and he was able to distinguish different kinds of auras. With just one glance, he could tell that Mo Wuxue was even more powerful than Zhuang Fei. If Zhuang Fei was a tiger that had yet to show its power, then Mo Wuxue would be a giant serpent that had been lying in ambush. Once Mo Wuxue launched his attack, his enemies would be killed. Afraid of being noticed by Mo Wuxue, Luo Hanzhan quickly moved his eyes away and looked at the second person in the northeast. This guy is called Yuan Hingying, the head disciple of the Sky Eagle Castle, a rank 7 institution in the Rudra Nation. He is 23 years old, ranked 59 in the last Hidden Dragon rank. People call him Killer Eagle. He is as powerful as Mo Wuxue, but he is extremely cruel. Mo Wuxue kills for the sake of killing, while Yuan Hingying kills for pleasure. Both of them are murderous monsters. It is said that countless people have died in their hands. This time, Yi Chen immediately found Yuan Hingying. It was not that Yuan Hingying's cultivation was higher than Mo Wushue's, in fact, he was slightly weaker than Mo Wushue's. It was just that the murderous aura released from Yuan Hingying's body was way too strong. It meant that the murderous aura released from Yuan Hingying's body was so strong that it couldn't be hidden at all. There was an old saying in the True Spirit continent, kill 1,000 enemies, and the murderous aura will fill the entire land. It meant that the murderous aura released from Yuan Hingying's body had already spread all over the land. The murderous aura could not only increase one's fighting power, it could also oppress one's opponent mentally. The only disciple from the Sky Cloud Martial School who had completed the 1,000 kill was Meng Chong. His real power was not that much higher than the others, but the murderous aura released from his body had made his blade art even more powerful. Usually, he would be able to kill his enemies with only one blade attack. However, compared to Yuan Hingying, it was like a chicken in front of an eagle, they were not even on the same level. Rubbing his nose, Yichen thought to himself, this is a real murderous monster, he has killed over 10,000 people. However, Mo Wushue was not bad either, the killing intent released from his body had almost turned into an evil aura, no matter what, he had killed at least 6,000 to 7,000 fresh human lives. Uncontrollably, Yichen let out a bitter smile. Up until now, he had killed less than 50 people, most of them were killed during missions. Yichen had been staring at Yuan Hingying for a long time. Yuan Hingying, who was wearing a dark cloak, turned his head and grinned, his white teeth shone with a cold light under the sunlight. Both Lu Hanzhan and Zhu Mei let out a muffled moan, their faces slightly paled. Yuan Hingying's evil aura was way too strong, even with just a single glance, it would make people feel as if they were looking at a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. People with weak willpower might even spit out a mouthful of blood, otherwise the evil aura would accumulate in their bodies and hurt their minds. What was strange was that Su Jing didn't react at all to Yuan Hingying's cold and creepy look, her face was still as bland as water. As for Yi Chen, he had already mastered the sword intent, as long as he didn't hurt people, it would be impossible for Yuan Hingying to hurt him with the evil aura. Once the sword intent was released, no evil could harm him, it could even cut through the void. Yuan Hingying was a bit surprised. Among the 4 people, only 2 of them were affected by his gaze, the other 2 were completely unaffected. If they were clasping Yuan realm warriors, it would be fine, but these 2 were obviously only at the late condensing reality realm. Hee, Yuan Hingying licked his lips. This kind of person was more interesting to kill. After a while, Lu Hanzhan finally calmed himself down, he didn't dare to look at Yuan Hingying anymore, he continued to introduce the other young hidden dragon-ranked martial artists to Yi Chen. Kai Yueyao, the head disciple of the Yuehua Martial School, a rank 7 institution in the Rudra Nation, ranked 64th in the last hidden dragon rank, people call her the Moonlight Phoenix, her weapon is the Water Moon Thorn, she is good at piercing through enemies with a single point, it is extremely powerful. Lu Zhao, the head disciple of the White Mystery Nation's rank 7 institution, the White Deer Martial School, ranked 61st in the last hidden dragon rank, people call him the White Colt Fleeting, he is ranked in the top 30 in the last hidden dragon rank, people call him the 1,000 pounds palm, his palm strength is as great as a mountain, people who are weaker than him will be crushed with just one touch, they won't even have the ability to fight back. Hong Qianjun, the head disciple of the White Mystery Nation's rank 7 institution, the Multiple Mountain Martial School, ranked 69th in the last hidden dragon rank, people call him the 1,000 pounds palm, his palm strength is as great as a mountain, people call him the 1,000 pounds palm. Shui Hen, the head disciple of the Sky Serpent Nation's rank 7 institution, the Shapeless Martial School, ranked 57th in the last hidden dragon rank, people call him the Traceless Hand, this person's killer moves are invisible, most of the time, his opponent is already dead, they still don't know how he did it, therefore, those who have fought against him are all terrified. After introducing 8 people in one breath, Luo Hanzhan finally stopped and said, there are 3 big countries in the South Shui region, 10 mid-sized countries and 24 small countries. This time, there are a lot of disciples from 9 countries, but there are only 13 people in the hidden dragon rank. Rudra Nation, as the leader of the 24 small countries, has 4 people. The White Mystery Nation and the Sky Serpent Nation are not as good as the Rudra Nation, they only have 3 people each. Our Windy Nation's young Master Emerald, Zhuang Fei, has 11 people in total, and the other 5 small countries only have 2 people. But of course, the Hidden Dragon rank was released 1.5 years ago. We don't know how many powerful martial artists have shown up now. Maybe there will be more young clasping Yuan realm warriors appearing in our sight. The Rudra nation was not an ordinary country. Since a long time ago, Yichen had already known that the Rudra nation was famous for producing geniuses. As the leader of the 24 small countries, the number of geniuses in the Rudra nation was even more than the average mid-sized countries. It should be known that a mid-sized country's area was at least 5 times bigger than a small country's. There were countless martial institutions in the country, and the competition was extremely cruel. Zhu Mei nodded and said, among the Hidden Dragon rank, the top 3 countries have taken 40%, the top 10 mid-sized countries have taken 30%, and the 24 small countries have taken 30%. Rudra nation alone has taken nearly 25% of the Hidden Dragon rank. Even among the mid-sized countries, they could still be ranked in the top 4, and they are famous in the whole South Shui region. But none of the young Hidden Dragon rank warriors here seem to be in the top 50. Yichen suddenly said. Zhu Mei and Luo Hanshan glanced at Yichen with a weird expression. Luo Hanshan forced a smile and said, Brother Yi, haven't you noticed? 90% of the people who made it into the Hidden Dragon rank are the head disciples of rank 7 martial institutions. There are only 1 or 2 rank 8 martial institutions, and none of the rank 9 martial institutions. And the rank 7 martial institutions are also divided into different levels. The Emerald Martial Palace and the North Snow Martial Academy can only be counted as a normal rank 7 martial institution in the whole South Shui region. The Evil Blood Martial School, Sky Eagle Castle Martial School and Yuehua Martial School in the Rudra Nation are all mid-sized rank 7 martial institutions. The truly powerful martial institutions are mostly in the mid-sized countries. Therefore, although they do not have an advantage in the number of disciples, the quality of their martial institutions is much better, and they are able to make it into the top 50 of the Hidden Dragon rank. The top 3 countries are even more powerful. Besides the large number of rank 7 martial institutions, there are also rank 6 martial institutions. Without exception, all the top 10 martial institutions are the most talented disciples of those rank 6 martial institutions. Yichen said, so, only the powerful martial institutions can produce the most talented disciples, even the Rudra nation is no exception. Indeed, that is the reason. Occasionally, there might be some special cases, but it does not mean anything. It can only mean that they are lucky to have met a genius. But, if this genius joins a powerful martial institution, he might be even more powerful. Lu Hanshan suddenly glanced at Yichen, actually, you are already half a genius. If you could learn the sword intent, it would not be an exaggeration to say that you are a real genius. Unfortunately, you have not had enough time to learn the sword intent. Otherwise, you might be able to compete with the geniuses on the Hidden Dragon rank. Hearing him, Zhu Mei glanced at Yichen with admiration. Learning the sword intent and blade intent is the dream of many sword artists and blade artists. Even among the top geniuses on the Hidden Dragon rank, not many of them have learned it. I have to say that you have the potential in this area. Yichen smiled. He had already learned the sword intent, but he was not very familiar with it yet. He needed to practice it in battles. Roar, awu, hu, in the sky above the desert, dozens of huge demonic beasts flew over from different directions. There were many human figures on the backs of those beasts. They were obviously people from other martial institutions. The last 2 Hidden Dragon rank warriors are here as well. Lu Hanshan said slowly. Shua. Shua, before the demonic beast landed, 2 young figures had already pounced on it with lightning speed. One of them was burly like a mountain, with a height of more than 2 meters. He was 1 size bigger than Xiao Yi. The other had a feminine aura, his eyes emitting a faint cold light, like a poisonous snake waiting for an opportunity to attack. Lin Yu, the head disciple of a rank 7 martial institution in the Elephant Mountain Nation, the Tiger Dragon Mountain, and Wei Dongxi, the head disciple of a rank 7 martial institution in the Thousand Thread Nation, the Green Bamboo Martial School. These 2 have also reached the Clasping Yuan realm, ranked 70th and 66th in the last Hidden Dragon rank. Hearing Luo Hanshan's introduction, Yichen seemed to be thinking about something. Among the 13 Hidden Dragon ranked martial artists, there were 2 who hadn't reached the Clasping Yuan realm yet, but they shouldn't be underestimated. After all, 1.5 years ago, they were already able to enter the Hidden Dragon ranked with the cultivation of peak-level late condensing reality realm, which meant that they were much more powerful than young Master North Snow and young Master Duanmu, not to mention now, 1.5 years later. In comparison, the child-level power of the Windy Nation's child-level power was a bit lacking. The child-level power was definitely at the bottom. Hee, so many people have come, many of my old friends. Lin Yu twisted his neck, letting out a series of bone-creaking sounds. Wei Dongxi scanned the crowd and sneered. Apart from those old acquaintances on the list, the rest are all trash. I hope they don't run into me, or else I'll kill them without mercy. The murderous aura is still so heavy. However, you have to be careful of Zhuangfei. During the Hidden Dragon ranking competition, he took a palm strike from you. This time, he will definitely pay you back," said Lin Yu, fanning the flames. "He can barely be considered an opponent. I will satisfy him." Although their voices were not loud, those with good hearing could still hear them. Over at the Emerald Martial Palace, the core disciples were indignant. This person is too arrogant. Could it be that he thinks he can defeat eldest senior brother? Once our head brother breaks through to the clasping Yuan realm, he will definitely lead the Emerald Martial School to glory. How could he stop him? He has overestimated himself. Zhuangfei stopped their discussion and said indifferently, "Go in and kill him. Don't talk too much." "Yes." The few of them immediately quietened down as if they were worshipping a god. Night fell quickly. The night of the scorching ancient desert was colder than expected. The surface of the sand was even covered with ice, which was as hard as iron. This damned desert. Many disciples who came out to relieve themselves couldn't help but shiver and curse. In the thick tent, Yichen was meditating. Right now, his Xianxia cultivation was almost at the peak of the late condensing reality realm. However, he was still not strong enough to reach the peak in one go. In the true spirit continent, the progress of a warrior's cultivation was not the same. Some of them had accumulated a lot of experience and could improve a lot at once, some of them just blindly followed the others and took it one step at a time. There were also some who tried their best to reach a certain realm, but because they had used up all of their accumulated experience, they had to stay in that realm for a very long time. Currently, Yichen belonged to the second type, which was to cultivate step by step and be down to earth. It was not that he did not want to choose the first type, but he simply did not have the time to accumulate his foundation. His actual cultivation time was less than 2 years, so how could he compare with others? As for the third type, the drawbacks were too great, and very few people would choose it. The advantage of taking things one step at a time was that he could grasp his current strength faster and unleash 100% of his strength to its peak without any wastage. It was a silent night. It was already noon of the second day. More people from different martial institutions had arrived, including the Purple Sun Martial School, North Snow Martial Academy and South River Martial School from the Windy Nation, and of course, the only rank 9 family in the Windy Nation, the Duanmu family. So many powerful martial artists. Ouyang Lai and the others gasped in shock, they immediately stopped being so arrogant. Casually glancing at them, Yichen was a bit surprised. Yuan Xuemei was also here, but she was not even in the top 6 of the South River Martial School. Of course, she was indeed very talented, maybe the leader of the South River Martial School wanted her to find some opportunities because of this. Another group of people who want to die. Yuan Hing and Mo Wuxue sneered. The third day. A red sun rose from the east, dyeing the scorching ancient desert red. The Heavenly Dream Ancient region will open in half an hour, you guys hand over your storage rings to me. The head elder gathered the 4 people and said. Luo Hanshan was surprised, head elder, why? The head elder laughed and said, it's my fault for not thinking about it before. The Heavenly Dream Ancient region is located in a space crack, it has its own small world, but it is different from the world we are in. The Heavenly Dream Ancient region rejects all external space, even storage rings with space crystals would be strongly rejected. Once a martial artist steps into the Heavenly Dream Ancient region, the storage rings would be crushed by the powerful space power. So that's how it is. The 4 people understood, they took off their storage rings one by one and handed them to the head elder. Putting away the storage rings, the head elder said, don't worry, the storage rings are your personal belongings. Without your permission, we won't check them. That's great. Yichen was really afraid that the head elder would check his storage rings. In his storage rings, there were over 10,000 low-rank soul stones, a low-rank great blade and a mid-rank storage ring. He didn't know how rare and precious a mid-rank storage ring was, but he had never seen an inner elder wearing a mid-rank storage ring. Yichen let out a bitter smile. Maybe I'm just a petty person. Would the head elder be greedy for my mid-rank storage ring? Not likely. Of course, Yichen wasn't ashamed of this. His motto in life was to be extra careful, extra cautious. If he didn't make it a habit today, it might lead to a disaster in the future. Sometimes, even if he trusted the other party, he shouldn't expose himself completely. The mountain-thick cyan light was getting brighter and brighter. That illusory light gate was no longer illusory, it looked like it was made of crystal and contained within the cyan light. Half an hour passed in a blink of an eye. Aang, the light gate slowly opened, and a loud and clear sound shook people's hearts. The head elder let out a long breath and said in a serious tone, "Everyone, go in. Remember, no matter where you are teleported to, stay calm, don't panic." Yes. The four of them were about to step into the gate. Swoosh. Haha, the Heavenly Dream Ancient region is controlled by your institutions, why can't we go in? Today, no one can stop me. Sand and dust rose into the air. Two human silhouettes flew towards the light gate at an extremely high speed, almost reaching the speed of sound, letting out a loud swishing sound. Two mid-clasping yuan. Realm martial artists. Yichen stopped walking, he was shocked. He didn't know where these two people came from, how could they hide under everyone's nose? Strangely, none of the elders from the institutions tried to stop them, some of them shook their heads regretfully, but most of them sneered. Puff, puff, something amazing happened. The two of them were like moths flying into a flame, they were burned into ashes by the cyan light, not even leaving a trace, including the storage rings on their fingers. Stupid, if anyone could go in, how could you two get in? All the powerful martial artists from the institutions would have gone in already. The rules of the Heavenly Dream Ancient region are very strange, only people with a bone age of less than 24 can go in safely. Even life and death realm martial artists can't change their bone age. Through his soul power, Yichen sensed that a lot of people were discussing among themselves. No wonder they didn't stop him, they already knew the truth. However, it was easy to understand. The Heavenly Dream Ancient region had been revealed for a long time, all the top martial institutions must have done a thorough research on it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so bold as to let their most talented disciples enter it to collect wealth for them. I'll go in first. The head disciple of the Evil Blood Martial School, Mo Wuxue, moved his body, transformed into a beam of blood-red light and darted into the light gate, disappearing completely. Almost at the same time, the other Hidden Dragon Martial School's powerful martial artists followed closely behind. Their extremely fast-moving silhouettes were dragging different colored streams of Xianxia behind them. It was quite a beautiful scene. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the next moment, over 600 disciples rushed towards the light gate like a swarm of locusts, some of them even started fighting against each other on the way. Let's go in as well. Seeing that most of the disciples had left, Lu Hanshan couldn't wait any longer, he leapt into the light gate. What a magnificent scene. It was the first time for Yichen to see so many powerful young martial artists gathered in one place. He slightly sighed, shook his head and followed Su Jing into the light gate, neither too fast nor too slow. Ouyang Lai, Ouyang Ming, you two remember, if you meet any Sky Cloud Martial School's disciples, kill them if you can, don't show any mercy. If the situation allows, you can join hands with people from other institutions and find a chance to assassinate them, especially that kid named Yichen. The Purple Sun Martial School's elder sent a message to Ouyang Lai and Ouyang Ming through his Zhenqi. A vicious light flashed across Ouyang Ming's eyes. He responded with his Zhenqi, "Elder, don't worry, even if you don't remind me, I will still kill all four of the Sky Cloud Martial School's disciples. As for that Yichen, although he might be a bit troublesome, he won't be a problem for me, he will eventually have to fight against someone else." Indeed, that's exactly what I meant. The Purple Sun Martial School's elder grinned evilly. Ouyang Lai said without any hesitation, "As long as I am here, the four of them won't be able to come out alive. Then I will leave it to you." Shoo! Shoo! The two of them entered the light gate with an ulterior motive. The other 4 Purple Sun Martial School's disciples followed them. On the Sky Cloud Martial School's side, the 4th elder noticed this subtle scene. He used his Xianxia to send a message to the head elder. Those bastards from the Purple Sun Martial School won't play any tricks, will they? The head elder said, once they enter the Heavenly Dream Ancient region, their lives will be in their own hands. We have to believe that they will be able to come out alive, and it would also be good if they can kill those Purple Sun Martial School's disciples. Luo Hanshan and Su Jing are both cruel and merciless. Zhu Mei is still a bit soft. As for Yi Chen, I can't see through him. I don't know if he will leave any of them alive. Don't underestimate Yi Chen, he can be more cruel than anyone else in a critical moment. Once he entered the light gate, Yi Chen felt that the space around him was twisting. He couldn't see anything, he couldn't sense anything, he had become blind. After that, his body became as light as a feather, as if he was teleporting from a long distance. His speed was incredibly fast. After an unknown period of time, Yi Chen appeared in a huge swamp area, surrounded by swamps that were bubbling with gray bubbles, and strange-looking trees. Occasionally, a hissing sound could be heard. Golden top silver snake plant. Looking around, Yi Chen fixed his eyes on a gray lump of soil 10 meters away. In the middle of the lump of soil, a small plant with silver scales all over its body was standing there. There was even a trace of golden light on top of the plant, emitting a fine light. This plant is worth 50,000 gold, it is extremely rare. I can't believe I can see it here. Yi Chen was a bit surprised. One plant was worth 50,000 gold, it was definitely a sky-high price. If it was made into a protective pellet, it would be worth at least 500,000 gold. Even clasping Yuan realm warriors would fight for it. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen waved his hand. The golden top silver snake plant automatically came out of the soil and flew into his hand. However, before he could take a closer look, the lump of soil suddenly rose up, 2 openings appeared on both sides, and a cold light gathered together, locking onto him. This was not a lump of soil at all, it was obviously a demonic beast that looked like a crocodile. Splash! The crocodile broke out of the water, its 10 meters huge body carrying a strong corrosive demonic chi jumped towards Yi Chen. It opened its huge mouth full of sharp teeth. Yi Chen did not panic as he threw a punch at the crocodile beast's mouth. Clang! Tens of thousands of pounds of strength combined with pure Xianxia, it only made the crocodile fly back a few steps, not even a slight wound appeared on it. Die! After the first punch failed, Yi Chen's clothes fluttered in the wind, he punched the crocodile's abdomen again. Swoosh! This punch was not only extremely heavy, it also contained an unbreakable sharpness. It instantly pierced through the crocodile's body, its blood dyed the swamp red. Taking out a black bag with golden threads, Yi Chen dug out the crocodile's pellet, and threw it into the bag along with the jade box containing the golden top silver snake plant. Tying the bag tightly around his waist, Yi Chen's body flashed, he headed deeper into the swamp. Not long after, danger appeared again. From the big trees on both sides of the swamp, dozens of snake-like birds with wings flew out. The strange birds let out hissing sounds, attacking towards Yi Chen from all directions. Rule the world! With a punch, an umbrella-shaped black light shrouded Yi Chen's figure. The terrifying strange birds seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall and were all bounced back. They were twisted by the force of the punch. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths and their wings were broken. They fell into the swamp like rain and gradually sank. The Heavenly Dream Ancient region is an ancient inheritance ground. The environment inside has been preserved from the ancient times, and the beasts inside are also ancient beasts. Each and every one of them is incredibly powerful. According to the strength of the demonic chi, Yi Chen could easily tell that the crocodile was a level 4 demonic beast, and the horrifying bird was a level 3 demonic beast. However, compared to the demonic beasts outside, the demonic beasts here were at least 30% stronger. Their defense was exceptionally strong, and even a simple tyrant fist could not kill them. Yi Chen had no idea how vast the swamp was. He had been walking for half an hour, but he still hadn't seen the edge of the swamp. Along the way, countless demonic beasts had tried to attack him. Just a while ago, a calf-sized snail had spat out a mouthful of sticky liquid towards him. This sticky liquid was not only extremely sticky, but also contained a poisonous gas. If Yi Chen hadn't reacted fast enough and held his breath while dodging it, he would have been poisoned. At last, this snail was beheaded by Yi Chen with a single sword attack. That was the first time he had used his sword in this swamp. One could easily imagine how powerful that snail was. Stepping on a branch, Yi Chen stopped leaning forward and turned his head, looking at the scorched ground tens of meters away from him. A broken stone monument stood on the ground, the words carved on it had already been blurred. In front of the monument, an iron stick was stuck into the ground, only the back half of the stick, which was about a meter long, was exposed. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. The iron stick was emitting a faintly discernible spirit qi. He was sure that a normal weapon wouldn't have such an effect. Could it be a brilliant weapon? Although he liked swords, it didn't mean that he would ignore other brilliant weapons. In the market, a low-rank brilliant weapon was worth at least 1 million gold taels. A slightly better one could be sold for 2 to 3 million gold taels. A low-rank brilliant weapon like the air splitter blade could even be sold for 4 to 5 million gold taels. Using the crane shadow steps, Yi Chen's figure disappeared from the branch. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of the broken stone monument. Reaching out his hand to grab the iron stick, Yi Chen pulled it out with all his might. Boom, a scarlet-red flame soared into the sky, burning the big trees on the side into ashes. This was not an iron stick, but a pitch-black iron spear. It was 2 meters long, and the body of the spear had a mysterious spiral pattern. The edge of the spear was quadrangular, and there were grooves between the edges. At first glance, one would think that there was a spiral flame burning on the tip of the iron stick. It looked natural. A low-rank great spear, good stuff. Yi Chen could feel that there was a burning qi flowing in the iron spear. As long as he slightly pushed his Jin qi, this burning qi would burst out and kill his enemies. However, compared to the tiger head great blade in his storage ring and Lynch's air splitter blade, it was slightly weaker. Great weapons were called brilliant weapons because they came with their own power. For example, the tiger head great blade contained blade qi, which could be used by mortal realm warriors. As for Lynch's air splitter blade, it was probably the same. This low-rank great spear contained the power of fire, which was undoubtedly the best weapon for those who trained in fire Jin qi. Holding the iron spear, Yi Chen frowned. Such a huge iron spear, where should he keep it? He couldn't just hold it in his hand all the time. It was so inconvenient to not have a storage ring. Yi Chen shook his head and forced a smile. Thousands of meters away, 4 or 5 disciples from different martial institutions saw the flame in front of him. Their eyes lit up, and they rushed over without hesitation. Someone is coming. Yi Chen, who was about to leave, froze. After a dozen breaths, 5 disciples from different martial institutions appeared around him. They were all from different martial institutions from different countries. Each of them was staring at the low-rank great spear in his hand. The greed in their eyes was self-evident. Brat, put down the spear. Cut off one of your arms, and I will spare your life. Such a treasure, how could you get it? You asked for it. The 5 of them slowly approached, trying to get the low-rank great spear first. Yi Chen sneered. These 5 people were all peak-level late condensing reality realm warriors. Judging from their qi, 3 of them were child-level warriors, and the other 2 were child-level warriors. If you want the great spear, you will have to die first. There was no killing intent, no evil qi. Yi Chen had a sharp spirit, an unbreakable sharp spirit. You are looking for death. The disciple closest to Yi Chen made his move. He raised his hand and threw out a palm attack. A millstone-sized Jin qi palm pressed towards Yi Chen. These were not worthy of his sword attack. Yi Chen held the iron spear and stabbed it out. Whoosh, the red flame burned through the Jin qi palm and hit his neck. Pap, his head flew out, and the place where it was cut off was burnt black. He has a low-rank great spear. Let's attack together. The other 4 were startled and shouted, trying to put on a brave front. You are asking for death. He threw out a back spear attack. Layers of spear shadows appeared, like a mountain range. It was Yi Chen's lone peak of 13 swords, using the mountain range sword art. The martial disciple who attacked from behind had not even gotten close to Yi Chen, but already had dozens of burnt holes on his body. The fatal one was on his forehead, and half of his skull had been blown off. After killing a martial disciple with one spear attack, Yichen did not even take a breath. He swung his spear horizontally, and the red flame exploded, landing on the left side of the other martial disciple's waist. Crack! That martial disciple's body was cut in half, and fell into the swamp. Run! This guy is not a normal late condensing reality realm warrior. At this moment, the remaining two people finally understood that Yichen was not someone they could mess with. Normally, a warrior with a low-rank great weapon would be able to fight against two people at most, and that would be the limit. It would be impossible to kill three people at once, and that would only be possible if one's own fighting power was equally powerful. But it was too late to run now. One of them was too slow, and his head was blown off by Yichen. The other one was already hundreds of meters away. Before he could even feel lucky, he felt a burning sensation in his chest. He looked down, and saw that the spear had pierced through his chest, nailing him to a big tree. The big tree was burning, and the fire spread everywhere. Walking over and pulling out the iron spear, Yichen thought to himself, to me, child-level power is not enough anymore. You can only blame your bad luck. Instead of leaving immediately, Yichen suddenly turned around. It's time to show yourself. Friend. Shoo, a human silhouette jumped out and landed on a rock in the middle of the swamp. Not bad, with a low-rank great spear, you managed to kill 5 disciples from other martial institutions at the same level. If possible, I don't want to kill you. But you have to cut off one of your own arms. As for the great spear, it will be my, Xianxia's, trophy. What do you think? The young man was about 21 or 22 years old. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a strong evil vibe coming from his body. A poisonous snake next to him had just shown its head, but it was immediately kicked in half by him. Killing a rank 3 ancient beast in a second, he was very powerful. Yichen could tell that his opponent was not simple. In the Heavenly Dream Ancient region, a rank 3 ancient beast's defense was extremely strong. Even his tyrant fist could not kill it instantly. But his opponent was able to kill it so easily. If he was not mistaken, this person's power was close to the last hidden dragon rank warriors. You? If it were before, Yichen would not have the confidence to win against him. But now, things were different. The young man sneered, in the last hidden dragon rank, I was ranked 75. Unfortunately, I was only in the top 72. But if you compare me to a normal peak level, late condensing reality realm warrior, you will die a horrible death. I can kill a bunch of those people easily. Do you want to live or die? Make your choice. Clang, the iron spear stabbed into the ground. Yichen pulled out the hidden cloud sword and said, I will kill you with one sword attack. Ah, why are there so many people who want to die? Don't worry, I won't let you die right away. I will tear off your limbs and stick them on a tree. While saying those creepy words, Xianxia's right foot lightly tapped on the rock. Puff. The rock exploded, and he had already jumped towards Yichen. While he was still in the air, his sharp leg power had already cut a few big trees near Yichen in half. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, as if it had been carefully polished. Compared to him, Sherpatian and the others were not even on the same level. This Xianxia was unbelievably powerful. One sword attack. Yichen did not react at all. He slightly shook his head and casually threw out a sword attack. What's going on? I can see my back with my head. Xianxia felt that his body was moving further and further away. He could see his back, but his target had already put his sword back into its scabbard and turned around. That strange feeling made him panic. End of chapter 142. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.